The sky is as clear as blue, the sun shines on the mountains and forests, and the whole world appears quiet and peaceful, with a unique tranquility. Watching Han Sheng, wearing a sexy tiger skin short skirt, holding a stick and leading more than 10 people to chase after the leader of the woolly rhinoceros, he couldn't help but put his slightly curled right hand to his slightly parted mouth and once again exclaimed with emotion, "Oh my goodness." If you like prehistoric world stories, don't forget to like and subscribe. The adventure is about to begin. Chapter 1. This does not comply with the basic law. The sky washes like blue, the sun shines on the mountains and forests, and the whole world appears quiet and peaceful, with a unique tranquility. A series of thunderous sounds suddenly exploded in the sky, like a bolt from the blue. The clear sky, which was still cloudless for thousands of miles just now, was almost instantly darkened by the series of thunderstorms that seemed to tear apart the world, as if night was approaching. The continuous thunder suddenly stopped, and a surprise sound that couldn't keep up with the rhythm followed. Against the backdrop of the previous thunder, it seemed like an amplified muffled fart. After this muffled fart, the heavens couldn't hold the door as if they had eaten their stomachs. A flash of fire and lightning shot out from the gloomy clouds and fell straight down. In the dim environment, it stretched its radiance and appeared particularly dazzling. And as soon as the flash mixed with lightning fell, the sky and earth immediately quieted down. The dense clouds that obscured the sky's light quickly gathered and disappeared without a trace, just as they appeared. Hanging in the sky, the sun continues to shine on the mountains and forests, and the sky is as clear as a clear lake water. If it weren't for a place in the mountains below, still flashing with flames and emitting blue smoke, trying to prove that the scene just happened, it would really make people doubt whether it was an illusion. The rapid and stunning scene of the earth and sky turning pale was extremely astonishing, as if the heavens had exerted all their strength to expel this thing that was constantly rolling in their stomachs. It was exhilarating, but the mountains and forests below were affected, with trees falling to the ground and burning, emitting green smoke for a while before gradually extinguishing. In the air filled with smoke and fire, mixed with the aroma of grilled meat, I don't know which unlucky person was affected by such a rare sight and became a grilled meat-like existence. The smoke dissipated, and the scene below could be captured in one's eyes. A circle made up of burnt ashes with a diameter of about 10 meters appeared in a relatively flat forest, which made people couldn't help but sigh again. God's hand is different. Even that thing can be made so artistically. In the center of the circle, there stood a burnt object about 1.3 meters high, emitting waves of burnt meat fragrance. The world has quieted down. Only wisps of green smoke are still drifting away. The sunlight shone through the dense and tall trees around it, illuminating the ashes, as if curious about what the heavens had produced with such a loud commotion. Time passed quietly, and the increasingly small green smoke disappeared completely. There was still no change here, as if it was just an extraordinary spectacle. I don't know if it was an illusion or something really happened, but there seemed to be a faint, inaudible sound coming from the upper part of the burnt object. Over time, several burnt shells fell off. 2 shiny white spheres appeared from behind the 2 detached black shells, and the scariest thing was that they could still move. Han Sheng felt like he was about to suffocate, like a fish returning to the water on the brink of death, greedily breathing in fresh air for a while before finally recovering. He stared at the ashes that had just burned before him, as well as the dense trees in the distance that could almost be described as covering the sky and sun, with a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. As his memories gradually returned, his already wide, open eyes widened even wider. If it weren't for the eye sockets blocking him, he would have fallen to the ground. Damn it, what's going on here? Weren't you looking for those 3 foreign friends who ran into the desert for nothing and couldn't bring you back? Why did you suddenly arrive at this hellish place? Han Sheng stared at the dense and unbelievable forest in front of him, confused and filled with suspicion. Anyway, this cannot be where he used to stay. That damn place became a desert hundreds of years ago. If there were such dense forests, those 3 bastards wouldn't have been unable to bring themselves back. Han Sheng, who had been searching in the desert alone with his equipment for 3 or 4 days without seeing any trace of 3 foreign friends who had died, was filled with anger when he thought about it. How should we explain this matter now? Based on the knowledge he has gained, there could not have been such dense forests within a radius of 300 miles from where he was before. That means I have moved at least 300 miles. Isn't this fucking time travel? A ridiculous idea suddenly appeared in Han Sheng's mind, causing him to tremble. Although he desperately wanted to negate this unreliable idea, at this moment, combined with everything he saw in front of him, he had to think about things in this direction. And only this one reason can explain everything in front of us clearly. He doesn't have any friends who enjoy playing pranks, and can even be said to have no particularly close relationships. If there were any, he wouldn't agree to the plea of Li Lin, who was supposed to come out with him, to complete this difficult task alone on Valentine's Day. Who let him be the only single dog in the team? This alone can rule out the possibility of pranks. As for hallucinations, they are even more impossible. Han Sheng is now very clear-headed, especially the pain that is everywhere in his body, which reminds him that this is not a dream. After a brief surprise, Han Cheng's heart gradually relaxed. What the hell about him? Anyway, I'm just a person without any worries. Where else wouldn't I be alive? It's not a big deal to travel back and live in a different way. He has read many novels in his spare time and deeply understands the happy life of time travelers after crossing over. Han Cheng is not a greedy person. He has 3 wives and 4 concubines supporting him, and it doesn't matter whether he wants to be a top-tier official or not. It's enough for him to be a wealthy landlord. In my previous life, I was busy for half of my life and didn't achieve much. Now that I have the opportunity to start over, why go back to the old path of my previous life? Can't I be kind to myself and make my life more comfortable? With this thought in mind, he caught his attention and wanted to see if someone else's memories would flood his mind, as described in the novel. He worked hard like this for a while, but didn't make any special discoveries. Well, it seems that this is not a soul transmigration, nor has it been taken away. He thought this way and then pondered for a moment, preparing to check if there was a system bending down. The main god in the system might also be as perverted as described in the novel, threatening people by cutting off small sparrows and shortening them by 36 centimeters. However, he was disappointed again as he did not find any trace of the system. Han Cheng is very depressed. Damn it. Why do other people have system companions and cheats when they travel through time? It's his turn. What do you want? I don't even have a basic memory of my current life. Han Cheng wants to lift his hand and wipe his nose, which is his habitual action when he is depressed. However, something even more frustrating happened to him, as his hands did not move as quickly as usual with just a little thought in his heart. What turned him from depressed to surprised is still ahead. After discovering that he couldn't move his hands, he quickly made a test and found that except for his 2 eyes that could rotate and his nose and mouth that could breathe, he couldn't move any of the other parts of his body no matter how hard he tried. Not even a sound can be made. Damn it. Are all good time travelers the darlings of heaven? Can we fight against the sky, the earth, and the air? Why has everything changed here? Without golden fingers or anything else, it's okay. What's the point of being in a vegetative state now? This doesn't comply with the basic law. Sand rustling. A series of delicate sounds came from the forest on the left, with small movements of branches and leaves. Han Cheng, who was filled with grief and anger, felt a sense of joy in his heart. It seemed that his benefactor was coming. According to the plot in the novel, after crossing over, most of them will encounter kind-hearted benefactors in their hearts, especially for someone like themselves who is a vegetative state. Chapter 2. Is this the senior brother? Rustle, rustle. The sound of leaves rustling grew increasingly louder, and the swaying of branches became more pronounced, as Han Cheng eagerly awaited. His esteemed benefactor finally made an appearance. Hiss. Even though his throat ached severely, rendering him nearly mute, Han Cheng could not help but inhale sharply. For his benefactor was indeed astonishingly formidable. With great care, the charred leaves were pushed aside, revealing a head adorned with wild, unkempt long hair, punctuated by vibrant feathers from exotic birds, high cheekbones, an excessively prominent forehead, a nose that stood tall, and a mouth with corners that drooped slightly downwards left Han Cheng utterly speechless. He gazed at this alert visage, 10 meters away, and a vivid image from his memory suddenly materialized, aligning perfectly with the face before him. It was the reconstructed visage of the Peking man from the first chapter of the first volume of his junior high history textbook on human origins. Han Cheng's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his gaze vacant, as a wave of emotions more complex than encountering a ghost surged within him, rendering him dizzy. Whoosh. As he drew back his breath, the inquisitive head quickly retreated, hiding behind the leaves to covertly observe the peculiar entity amidst the ashes. After a brief interval, the head emerged once more from behind the foliage, glancing at Han Cheng a few times. Noticing that nothing particularly alarming was occurring, it mustered its courage and stepped fully into view. Following closely behind were several others who bore a striking resemblance to the first, all of them eyeing the great circle of ashes and the charred figure within with a mix of vigilance and confusion. Han Cheng's eyes remained wide open, transfixed upon these figures clad in what was unmistakably primitive garb, his mind racing with a torrent of bewilderment. This was utterly incompatible with the basic tenets of transmigration. Why was it that others experienced a plethora of fortuitous events upon their arrival, while he found himself in such a predicament? He could begrudgingly accept being reduced to a state akin to a vegetative existence. But why in the world were he encountering a band of primitive people? Was he meant to experience prehistoric civilization? At that moment, Han Cheng felt an overwhelming despair wash over him, particularly after scrutinizing the appearances and attire of these primitive individuals. He was left in a state of utter disbelief and resignation. The leader, appearing robust and muscular, was bare-chested, with a tiger skin wrap around his waist resembling a short skirt. In his hand, he wielded a club, thick as a baby's arm, polished to a sheen, standing taller than himself, with both ends sharpened to a point. Behind him followed a considerably stout individual, particularly notable for his protruding belly, reminiscent of a modern-day potbelly. How could a primitive man be so rotund? This left Han Chang perplexed. Had the lifestyle of primitive peoples improved to such an extent? Beside him walked another, his face unusually dark, with a stocky build and a scruffy beard, adorned with a necklace of animal skulls hanging from his neck. The skulls varied in color from white to yellow, evidencing their varying lengths of time worn. Behind these two were 5 or 6 others, each displaying a range of expressions, cautiously approaching with wooden sticks and stones in hand. Could it be that he was encountering primitive men rather than senior brothers and junior disciples? As he watched the group draw closer, Han Chang felt a mix of astonishment and silent lament. The 3 senior brothers, however, were oblivious to Han Chang's thoughts, steadily advancing with their 6 companions. Considering the makeshift weapons in their hands, Han Chang, in his near-vegetative state, could hardly dare to move his eyes. Otherwise, he might be mistaken for a monster and suffer an untimely demise. What an unjust fate! Observing this peculiar entity before them, motionless and seemingly devoid of danger, the primitive men gradually grew bolder. The senior brother, clad in a tiger skin skirt, straightened his posture and raised his club, pointing it at Han Chang, mouth agape. Monster! Take this, you vile creature. Having watched the 1986 version of Journey to the West, Han Chang instinctively provided his senior brother with a voice in his mind. However, what awaited him was an unexpected string of incoherent utterances. The senior brother gazed at Han Chang with seriousness, delivering a sequence of sounds that left Han Chang momentarily bewildered. His eyes, now straining, struggled to maintain focus on this surreal scene. When the peculiar figure before him remained unresponsive to the reprimands, the senior brother escalated his tone, his expression turning fierce as he prepared to strike. Fearing the possibility of being mistaken for a monster and facing dire consequences, Han Chang summoned immense willpower to keep his eyes from moving, ignoring the impending blow. The club was halted mid-swing, never truly descending. Perhaps confirming that Han Chang posed no threat, after 2 rounds of questioning and intimidation, the senior brother visibly relaxed. He turned to converse with his companions, who also began to lower their guard. Han Chang secretly exhaled in relief, realizing he had passed this perilous hurdle. However, good fortune was fleeting. As the senior brother inspected elsewhere, the stout second brother began to sniff the air, observing the way he drew closer. His eyes brightening and a droplet of saliva escaping his lips, Han Chang's heart sank. He had forgotten that he was now emanating the enticing aroma of roasted meat. In an era where the use of fire was still uncertain, Han Chang, as a tempting morsel for a primitive gourmand, was indeed an irresistible temptation. While he could empathize with the cravings of a food lover, he simply could not allow himself to become their meal. Yet, he found himself utterly immobilized, reduced to a helpless offering. As the second brother inched closer, his mouth agape, revealing yellowed teeth, Han Chang, desperate to avoid becoming the primitive's dinner, prepared to summon all his strength to roll his eyes and frighten off the insatiable glutton. Just then, a sharp voice rang out, causing the second brother's face to suddenly recoil and retreat. Unbeknownst to him, the senior brother had rushed over, gripping the second brother's ear and pulling him back while sternly reprimanding him. The seemingly robust second brother appeared to harbor a considerable fear of the senior brother, offering no resistance whatsoever. A group of 8 or 9 primitive individuals searched here for a while, yet they made no new discoveries. Just as Han Chang's eyes began to water from exhaustion, these individuals finally departed. This left Han Chang, who had been tormented by the fear of becoming the next meal for these primitive beings, teetering on the brink of tears. However, the parting gaze cast by the second brother, filled with deep emotion, sent a shiver down his spine. Chapter 3. Capturing a Monster for Dinner. Phew. Finally liberated from the fate of becoming a primitive's meal, Han Chang took deep breaths of fresh air after confirming that the elder brother and his companions had truly left. He felt as though the world was utterly beautiful. Yet, his good mood was short-lived. As the sun sank below the horizon and darkness enveloped the sky, Han Chang, who had remained motionless like a tree, realized a grave issue. He was starving. Indeed, he was genuinely famished. When he finally snapped back to reality from the bizarre occurrences he had endured, he realized the intensity of his hunger. It was the kind that made his stomach cling to his back. To his utter dismay and despair, he found himself still unable to move. As a child watching television dramas, he had always thought the acupoint touch technique of the legendary thief by Jean Tong was particularly impressive. Especially the scene where Li Dazue was rendered immobile, standing at the door with 2 little red flags stuck in his hands, elicited both laughter and envy in Han Chang. He never anticipated that he would now experience such a sensation himself. Curse it, he shouldn't have been so reckless as to touch that rough mural. After much contemplation, Han Chang finally deduced the reason for his unexpected journey through time. The culprit was that crude mural etched into the stone wall. While traversing the desolate landscape, he had stumbled upon a barren mountain, where a stone wall bore primitive, rudimentary drawings unmistakably made by early humans. Thinking he had uncovered something extraordinary, Han Shang had pressed his hand against the mural to examine it, and then found himself here. Damn it, if he was transported here, why couldn't his backpack have come along as well? It contained 5 or 6 potatoes, 7 or 8 boiled eggs, and several packages of compressed biscuits and instant noodles. Girdle. Han Shang's 18th attempt to distract himself from his hunger had once again met with failure. He found that whatever he thought of eventually led back to food. Even the scent of roasted meat emanating from his own body made him salivate. If he could move, he would have seriously considered gnawing on himself for a taste. Hiss. Roar. A distant, deep roar echoed through the darkness, imbued with an ancient desolation. Setting aside the mystery of what creature emitted such a fearsome growl, the mere resonance of that low, powerful sound was enough to convey that its owner was not to be trifled with. Han Shang shivered involuntarily, and his drowsy mind instantly snapped to attention. There was no time to ponder his stomach's demands anymore. It was only now that he suddenly realized a dire truth. He was in the primitive era. The wilderness was teeming with ferocious beasts, while humanity, the future ruler of the world, was still struggling for survival amidst the cracks of existence, desperately evolving in a bid to turn the tide. The knights of the primitive era were destined to be restless. Especially for someone like him, exuding the enticing aroma of roasted meat, he was akin to a delectable roast chicken beckoning to potential diners. With each temptation, he lured the ancient beasts closer to himself. Roar. Howl. The primitive nights were a veritable paradise for predators. Amidst the tranquil night, the various distant and nearby roars sent chills down Han Shang's spine, particularly when he heard rustling in the nearby forest and, illuminated by the moonlight, glimpsed several green glowing orbs. His heart leapt to his throat. Having had previous encounters with wolves in the wild at night, he recognized those glowing orbs as the eyes of wild beasts. Moreover, judging by their size, the creatures lurking not far from him were considerably larger than wolves. Filled with bitterness, Han Shang's heartbeat thundered like a drum. What the hell? He had just evaded the primitive humans, only to now face the threat of becoming a meal for these ancient beasts. What had he done to deserve this? Indeed, luck was a crucial factor. While others experienced extraordinary adventures in their own time travels, his luck had plummeted to the depths. Was it because he neglected to consult the almanac before his journey? With his heart nearly leaping from his throat, Han Shang couldn't help but vent his frustrations internally. He wondered if perhaps these ancient overlords found his foreign essence unappetizing, or if the charred aroma of roasted meat simply didn't align with their tastes. These indistinct predators, shrouded in mystery, lingered in the surrounding forest for a while, emitting a few low growls before ultimately departing, sparing Han Shang from being devoured. Having narrowly avoided becoming a beast's meal, Han Shang felt utterly drained. It was merely his first day in this primitive world, yet he had already experienced so much turmoil. He could only imagine the myriad of terrifying surprises awaiting him in the future. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but let out a wry smile, realizing he had overthought the situation. Given his current state, even if he weren't destined to become food, he could likely last only 3 days at most. Standing upright, gazing at the forest shrouded in moonlight, he managed a rueful smile. Rustle, rustle. Sounds emerged once more from the surrounding woods. Having heard such noises countless times, Han Shang remained unfazed, even too lethargic to open his eyes. Ever since a peculiar creature had landed on his head, and before leaving, had the audacity to leave a foul-smelling droppings on his nose, he had lost all will to live. Rather than enduring this humiliating torment, he would prefer a swift end. The sounds grew closer, as though something was approaching him. Damn it! Finally, a beast dared to venture into the ash circle to consume him. Han Shang felt an unexpected thrill at the prospect of being devoured. Simultaneously, he contemplated where the beast would strike first. Ideally, it would go for his neck, sparing him some agony. Slap, slap. An unusual sound accompanied by a peculiar sensation emanated from his charred face. Han Shang, who had resigned himself to death, was enraged. Damn it, this was utterly intolerable. If they intended to eat him, they should do so without unnecessary delays. What was the meaning of slapping him before taking a bite? He angrily opened his eyes, prepared to confront whatever beast was behaving so grotesquely. However, the sight before him was entirely beyond his expectations. Before him stood not a ferocious beast from the primordial depths, but rather an elderly primitive man, his hair streaked with gray and his visage weathered by time. He appeared quite startled by Han Shang, who had abruptly opened his eyes. The hand that was raised to strike him once more hung suspended in midair. A flicker of fear briefly crossed his somewhat murky eyes, soon replaced by a profound look of confusion. That hand lingered momentarily before, under Han Shang's furious gaze. It descended once again upon his face, but instead of a slap, it was a caress, tracing over his mouth, nose, and other areas. Han Cheng's ire intensified, not solely due to the indignity of being so violated by this ancient man, but more so because this old rascal had smeared the droppings from his nose across half of his face. He strained to glare, striving to convey his anger. At that moment, he had already cast aside all caution, unafraid of exposure. Yet, the old primitive man, undeterred by Han Cheng's fury, seemed to grow bolder in his ministrations. After exploring his face, he bent down to continue his examination further below. As the old man squatted, Han Cheng finally glimpsed the surroundings. To his astonishment, there were other primitive individuals behind the old man. Noticing the alluring leopard skin skirt, the rotund figure nearby drooling at him, and the contrast of a white bone necklace against a dark face, he realized they were none other than his fellow disciples who had departed the previous day. Their departure had merely been fleeting. Their true intention was to return and fetch their master. However, it seemed their master was rather indiscreet, as upon first meeting, he had already begun to thoroughly inspect Han Cheng's body. "I am a man," Han Cheng lamented internally, although his body was largely coated in blackened char. Save for a few vital areas on his head, he felt no sensation, yet the sight of the old man's hands continuously exploring his form sent shivers down his spine. Fortunately, the old primitive soon ceased his probing and stood, addressing the other disciples with words Han Cheng could not comprehend. It was evident that these primitives held the old man in high esteem, including the leading disciple, who displayed utmost respect towards him. The group chattered animatedly, gesturing as they spoke, though Han Cheng could only discern the increasing drool of the second disciple, indicating that their conversation was likely not in his favor. Was it possible they were discussing whether to roast him like the monsters in Journey to the West? Their chatter soon dwindled, and the old primitive gazed skyward for a moment, then surveyed the circle of ashes and the tracks left by ferocious beasts surrounding it. Suddenly, he placed his hands before him and made a peculiar gesture towards Han Cheng, muttering incomprehensible incantations. From their animated discussion, Han Cheng gathered that they seemed to be sharing the story of their origins with the old man. However, the series of gestures and spells left him perplexed. Did they perceive him as an aberration, intending to offer him as a sacrifice to the deities? Yet, what did it matter at this point? He would simply wait to see what sort of commotion his master and the entourage could stir up. Han Cheng had become a quintessential example of a foolhardy individual. Indifferent to his peril, the old man's mumbling ceased, and, pointing at himself, the other disciples, armed with stone clubs, encircled Han Cheng. Chapter 4, Capturing a Monster for Dinner, Part 2. Han Cheng was still alive. He had not been sacrificed, nor had he been devoured. Instead, he found himself unceremoniously hoisted onto the back of the rotund second disciple, traversing through a forest where most of the foliage had already turned yellow. Observing the panting figure carrying him, who was also drooling, Han Cheng was convinced that had it not been for the old man and the leading disciple, he would certainly have been consumed by the second disciple along the way. At this juncture, Han Cheng could not help but question the nature of the charred shell enveloping his body. If it were indeed flesh that had been scorched, it seemed far too resilient. Being carried by the second disciple, he was jostled without any regard for turns. Reflecting on this, he worried about whether he could ever escape this predicament and regain his freedom of movement, but that depended entirely on his survival. Even now, Han Cheng remained oblivious to the fate that awaited him. He had no understanding of whether these primitives, who had seized him as a monster, intended to rescue him or to consume him as food. From his previous knowledge, the latter seemed more likely, given the inherent exclusivity of primitive tribes. Moreover, in his current grotesque state, he was a prime target. Perhaps in their haste, the group of 10 primitives moved with great caution and urgency, weaving through the forest. The terrain was not merely overgrown with weeds and trees. There were also faint paths that could either be the result of primitive foot traffic or the trails of numerous wild beasts. Along the way, they encountered several creatures, the most fearsome being 2 large cats resembling leopards, but significantly larger. The atmosphere among the group grew tense as the old primitive and the second disciple, bearing Han Cheng, were quickly enveloped by the others, who wielded clubs and stones, confronting the 2 giant leopards. Thankfully, the leopards did not attack. Instead, after a brief standoff, they nonchalantly leaped onto a nearby tree, shaking down a flurry of leaves as they departed. Other than that encounter, most of the wildlife they came across were non-threatening or possessed minimal lethality. In fact, the leading disciple and several other primitives successfully hunted a rabbit and a colorful bird. However, these creatures were unlike any Han Cheng had ever seen, and he could only infer their identities through a combination of experience and educated guesses. As twilight descended, the primitives quickened their pace, ignoring even the smaller prey that appeared nearby. Having spent the previous night standing in the wilderness, Han Cheng understood they were eager to return to their dwelling, as nighttime in the jungle was fraught with danger. After meandering for some time, a small river came into view. Those bearing Han Cheng visibly relaxed, indicating that their dwelling was near. The river was modest, its widest point spanning merely 2 or 3 zhang, while the narrowest section was only 2 meters across. At its narrowest, a relatively flat stone served as a makeshift bridge. Suspended across the shoulders of the second disciple, with his face downturned, Han Sheng noticed many black heads bobbing in the water below. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that these were fish of various sizes swimming gracefully. In his childhood, he had studied a piece that depicted the vast expanse of the great northern wilderness, and he harbored a deep admiration for the imagery of striking deer and scooping fish, where wild chickens flew into the cooking pot. In his mind, the inhabitants of that land must enjoy an abundance of meat daily. Now, observing the sheer number of fish in the river, he realized it was no less impressive than that of the great northern wilderness. As the crowd traversed the stone bridge in single file, they re-entered a forest littered with fallen leaves. This walk did not last long before a cave entrance, roughly the height of a person and 2 to 3 meters wide, came into view. Standing at the entrance were 4 or 5 vigilant female primitives, scanning their surroundings with rudimentary weapons in hand. It was evident to Han Sheng that they were women, for, like the men, they were bare-chested, their well-developed physiques almost excessive. Upon recognizing the newcomers, they emitted joyous cries, discarded their weapons, and rushed forward to greet them. Several small primitives swiftly emerged from the cave, calling out and racing towards the returning group at a speed surpassing that of the adult women, some playfully climbing up their legs. The once silent cave instantly transformed into a lively scene with the return of these men. One of the female primitives attempted to take the oddly shaped Han Sheng off Sha Shidi's back, but an elder primitive intervened. After a brief moment of elation, the group returned to the cave, and by then, the sky outside had darkened. Inside the cave, the female primitives and children gazed curiously at Han Sheng, inquiring with words he could not comprehend, while he too examined the cave before him with intrigue. The cavern was not particularly dark, as a small fire flickered near the entrance. An older primitive, bare-chested, squatted nearby, occasionally adding firewood to the flames to maintain its warmth. Years of smoke had stained the stone walls surrounding the fire with a layer of soot. The cave was spacious, and from what Han Sheng could see, it easily exceeded 150 square meters. Scattered throughout were various items, some being dry grass and branches for fuel, while others remained unidentifiable due to the dim light and their distinct nature compared to those familiar to him in modern times. There were not many people in the cave, including adults and children. There were only about 56 individuals, with the adult males being those he had just encountered. Of course, Han Sheng could not guarantee the accuracy of this count, as his current immobility, coupled with the inadequate lighting and the movement of others, made it impossible for him to discern genders with precision. He began to move again. This time, it was not the second brother, Sha Shidi, or others who carried him, but rather the elder brother donned in a striking leopard print skirt. The elder primitive led the way, with the elder brother bearing him and proceeding deeper into the cave. After traversing roughly 10 meters, Han Sheng was set down, with the faint glow of the distant fire. He realized this was a relatively secluded and independent area of the cave, containing objects he could not clearly identify. After placing him down, the elder brother exchanged a few words with the elder primitive before exiting, calling out to the primitives outside. The previously idle crowd sprang into action at the elder brother's summons. Chapter 5. The Primitives with Order. Contrary to his earlier thoughts of being devoured by the primitive crowd, Han Sheng found that the group quickly organized themselves into a flurry of activity upon the elder brother's call. The elder primitive tending the fire brought over dry branches and logs to add to the pile, and soon the flames danced higher, illuminating the cave. 2 male primitives wielded thin stone knives to skin the rabbit they had caught that day, while another plucked feathers from the unfortunate wild chicken. 5 or 6 nimble female primitives skillfully strung together a selection of fish, ranging from 1 to 2 feet in length, which the elder brother had chosen from a corner of the cave, and held them over the fire to roast. Before long, the savory aroma of grilled fish wafted through the cave. The previously lively small primitives quieted down, encircling the fire, their eyes glistening with anticipation as they watched the fish being licked by the flames. The younger ones, in particular, were so tempted that they began to suck on their fingers. Soon, the skinned rabbit and plucked wild chicken were also speared with sticks and joined the roasting lineup. Han Sheng, captivated by the wild charm of the barbecue and the tantalizing scent of the meat, felt himself nearly overwhelmed with hunger. Although he had not witnessed the fish being scaled or gutted, nor had the innards been removed from the rabbit and chicken, he was far too famished to care about such minor imperfections at this moment. His sole desire was to hasten the process of satisfying his hunger, especially when he saw the first 7 or 8 grilled fish being taken off and placed on a stone slab. He felt an urge to leap forward and devour them all. However, reality was harsh. Immobile as if he were a statue, he could only stand there, longing and helpless, unable to do anything else. Amidst his frustration, He was surprised to observe that the visibly hungry small primitives did not rush forward to claim the enticing grilled fish, but remained gathered around, their gazes filled with yearning. This struck Han Chung profoundly. In the modern world, such a meager offering would have been devoured by children in no time. There, children were far more cherished than adults. Especially in dining scenarios, adults could eat as they pleased, but children had to be prioritized. After enduring several meals where unruly children monopolized the dishes, demanding their favorite dishes while discarding anything they deemed unsatisfactory, Han Chung had developed a mild aversion to dining alongside such children. That feeling, indeed, could not compare to the comfort of preparing his own meal. Gurgle. Reminded of the bountiful feasts of the modern world, Han Cheng's stomach growled once more. He realized he had not eaten for almost 2 days and nights since arriving here. All the food, including the rabbit and chicken, had been roasted and placed on a stone slab not too far from the fire. Yet, no one approached to take any food. Instead, they seemed to be waiting for something. In his confusion, the elder brother, who had been elsewhere, approached, tearing off a chicken leg and half a breast, placing them on a leaf. After a moment's thought, he also took one of the rabbit's hind legs and placed it alongside the chicken, then cupped them in his hands and walked toward Han Chung. Beneath Han Chung's yearning gaze, the eldest brother strode past him, cradling a platter of exquisitely roasted meat. With utmost reverence, he placed it before the venerable elder and then exited the scene. Within this tribe, the eldest brother evidently wielded considerable authority. Disregarding the others, he proceeded directly to the food offerings, seizing more than half of a roasted chicken and 5 fish before departing unaccompanied. After his departure, the others approached. Yet no chaos ensued. The distribution of food remained orderly. Following the eldest brother came the corpulent second brother, who grasped a rabbit missing a leg, a glistening trail of drool adorning the corner of his mouth. It was evident he wished to claim the entire rabbit, but a fleeting glance at the young apprentice, whose unwavering eyes fixed upon the prize, tempered his desire. Reluctantly, he tore off 2 rabbit legs, placing them upon the stone slab, selected the 2 largest fish, and withdrew. Like the eldest brother, he was accompanied by 3 women and 2 children. Indeed, more women followed the eldest brother's departure, totaling 5, while the children numbered 7 in all. The distribution of food was conducted silently, yet swiftly. The men who procured the provisions sought secluded spots within the cave to partake in their evening repast with their families. Predominantly, men retrieved the food, though exceptions existed. The final person to collect sustenance was a woman, whose partner appeared to have a grievous leg injury that rendered walking arduous. Han Chung discerned that the food was insufficient for all inhabitants of the cave. Thus, when this woman approached the stone slab, only a fish less than a foot long remained. She displayed no trace of resentment, but took the fish and, leading 2 gaunt children and her even more emaciated, lame husband aside, began to eat. Unlike the other households where men ate first, in this family, the woman nibbled on the fish initially. Halfway through, she passed the remainder to her crippled spouse. The man did not consume the flesh first. Instead, he extracted and devoured the fish's entrails, then greedily gnawed a few bites of meat. Breaking the exposed fish spine with his hands, he chewed it vigorously before offering the last third to the eagerly awaiting children, who devoured it with the ravenous appetite of starving wolf pups. The eldest brother, having finished his meal, consumed more than half of the mountain chicken and a small portion of fish. He then removed all the innards from the chicken's breast cavity, keeping the liver and carrying the remaining intestines to the lame man's family. After uttering a few words, he turned and left. The crippled man and woman gazed at the eldest brother with gratitude, their eyes gleaming as they examined the intestines. The man accepted the offering, limped outside, and soon returned. The chicken intestines appeared prepared. The woman took them, skewered them on a branch, and began roasting them by the fire. Han Chung, famished beyond measure, watched the woman cook the chicken intestines for her family, his mouth watering uncontrollably. Nearby, the venerable elder sat leisurely on the ground, savoring a roasted chicken leg with unhurried grace, contrasting starkly with the other's ravenous consumption. Indeed, throughout all eras, privileged classes invariably exist, living more comfortably than ordinary folk without exception. That damned elder, indulging alone in such delicacies, showed no fear of overindulgence. Han Chung, driven to madness by hunger, fixed his gaze upon the elder as he finished the chicken leg and began gnawing on rabbit legs, silently cursing within. However, Han Chung soon admitted his harsh judgment was misplaced. The elder was not to be condemned, but rather admired profoundly, his perseverance verging on the heroic. This realization struck Han Chung most vividly when the elder, after slowly finishing the rabbit legs, brought the succulent chicken breast close to Han Chung's mouth. At that moment, Han Chung's truest thought surfaced. Chapter 6. Mercy from the Heavens. Finally, a bite of food. Han Chung nearly wept. It was not that the chicken breast was unpalatable, nor that the elder withheld it, but that Han Chung's mouth was but a narrow slit, incapable of opening or closing. The coveted food was tantalizingly close, its aroma invading his nostrils, yet he could not partake. He struggled desperately to control his mouth. Only his tongue could move slightly, while the rest remained immobile. The elder, puzzled, scrutinized this strange being wrapped in some unknown material, wondering why, unlike all others who ate eagerly, he did not consume a morsel. Was he not hungry? Contemplating in confusion, the elder brought the chicken breast nearer once more and waited silently. Yet, before this odd creature, only his eyes moved, his mouth remained motionless, showing no intent to eat. After a while, the elder's eyes filled with bewilderment as he continued to examine Han Cheng's peculiar behavior. My chicken. Han Cheng's silent anguish echoed within as the elder withdrew the fragrant chicken breast from his mouth. Then, in full view of Han Cheng's longing gaze, tore it into strips and distributed them among the jubilant children within the cave. The eldest brother then appeared from a corner of the cave, carrying a bundle of variously sized fruits wrapped in animal hide, handing one to each person. Watching the venerable elder savor a red and yellow fruit no larger than a chicken egg, Han Cheng's craving intensified, his mouth watering as he stared longingly. Yet none paid him any heed. Everyone ate individually, ignoring this wooden figure who could only move his eyes. After the dessert was consumed, the cave entrance was sealed with heavy stones, leaving a few modest holes for ventilation and to deter large beasts. Gradually, the inhabitants settled to rest. Their sleeping arrangements were simple, some laid directly upon the ground, while those more particular placed dry grass or animal hides beneath them. An elder, more advanced in years, took over the previous elder's role, crouching beside the fire to tend the flames. Compared to the earlier cooking blaze, the fire was now much smaller, maintained only to prevent extinguishment, reflecting their prudent use of fuel. Of course, not all complied with sleep immediately. Shortly after resting commenced, some energetic individuals began stirring in the dim light, trembling with restless anticipation. Before long, a primal melody resonated within the serene cave, reminiscent of the songs sung by women in later generations. As the night deepened, all those within the cave succumbed to profound slumber, including those who had earlier roamed under the veil of darkness. Notably absent from this slumbering assembly were Han Cheng, who stood like a statue, his stomach ablaze with hunger, and the primitive individual tending to the flickering flames nearby. The wailing of a small primitive child pierced the stillness, rousing adults from their dreams, who murmured indistinctly, yet the child's cries persisted unabated. After a short while, a grown primitive, cradling the weeping infant, groggily rose and made his way toward the cave's entrance. After some effort shifting obstacles that appeared to block the exit, a narrow opening, slightly over a meter in height and half a meter wide, unexpectedly emerged. The adult primitive ventured out with the small child and a couple of others, roused from their slumber, followed suit. Soon, they returned to the cave, resuming their places to continue sleeping. From experience, Han Cheng understood their intentions. He was taken aback to observe that these primitives maintained a sense of hygiene, even at night, as they sought to attend to their personal cleanliness. The cacophony within the cave jolted Han Cheng from his stupor. Upon opening his eyes, he felt as if he were floating, a sensation stemming from prolonged starvation. Dizziness lingered, yet the searing torment in his belly had subsided, and he no longer felt hunger or thirst. The stones that had previously blocked the cave entrance had been moved, allowing light from the outside to pour in, illuminating the cavern considerably. Han Cheng noticed that the light did not only stream in from the entrance. Several luminous spots adorned the upper reaches of the cave. He was uncertain whether these were naturally occurring or if the primitives had deliberately chiseled them for illumination and ventilation. The inhabitants of the cave seemed to have already dined. Under the direction of the master, who donned a striking tiger skin skirt, the tribe members gathered their tools. After a brief flurry of activity, they departed together, leaving the cave notably tranquil and sparse. Only 23 juvenile primitives remained, alongside a pregnant female primitive and 3 elderly primitives. Han Cheng's mentor, who occupied a deeper recess of the cave, and 2 others who alternated in tending the fire, one of whom had already succumbed to sleep. Additionally, there was a male primitive with impaired mobility, and, of course, the statue-like Han Cheng. Having lost all hope, Han Cheng felt indifferent to the prospect of life or death. He stood there in a daze, surveying the surroundings, his mind sluggishly processing the scene. The elder primitive beside him rose, holding a piece of unidentified meat, again offering it to Han Cheng's lips. The aroma of the meat wafted enticingly into his nostrils. Although he could no longer feel hunger, his stomach audibly protested with discontent. The elder primitive regarded Han Cheng with a perplexed expression, as if pondering his disinterest in food. However, this time, the elder exhibited a noticeable lack of patience. After a brief examination of Han Cheng's abdomen, he withdrew the food amidst Han Cheng's inwardly bemused smile. Rather than distributing the meat among the other juvenile primitives as he had the previous night, he ventured outside the cave, squatting near a stone. There, he discovered a hollow in the rock, tore the meat into small pieces, and began to pound them with another stone, an action reminiscent of garlic mashing. Han Sheng was baffled. From what he had gleaned since his arrival, food was a precious commodity among the tribe. Why did the elder primitive dare to squander it? Amidst his confusion, the elder returned to Han Sheng, producing an object resembling a bowl or plate made from an unknown skull, and approached the stone to extract the pulverized meat. Next, he made his way to a moderately sized stone basin containing some water, scooping out a portion to mix with the meat, then brought the concoction before Han Sheng, holding the bone bowl to his barely parted lips. Witnessing this act, Han Sheng was overcome with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Oh, dear heavens, he could finally eat something. Fortunately, the elder was clever, otherwise Han Sheng might have starved to death and dried out like a specimen, becoming a tragic figure in the annals of time. The unique meat broth, moistening Han Sheng's cracked lips, flowed into his parched mouth. He exerted all his effort to control his tongue, which could barely move, swallowing this life-saving broth that felt like a divine blessing. Seeing the effectiveness of this method, the elder's face broke into a smile. Noticing that the water in the bone bowl had been entirely consumed, with approximately half of the shredded meat remaining, he returned to the stone basin for more water, stirred it, and continued to feed Han Sheng. Chapter 7. Listening to the walls. No reaction below. This is dire. Han Sheng swore he had never tasted such delectable broth before. Although the preparation was unique, lacking any seasoning, not even salt, he could confidently declare it the most exquisite food he had ever savored. After consuming 3 bowls of the broth, Han Sheng finally finished the meat in the bone bowl. The elder primitive was visibly delighted that Han Sheng, resembling a wooden figure, could consume the food he had prepared. He returned the empty bone bowl to its original place and, with a smile, regarded Han Sheng before attempting to communicate with him through gestures and words. Han Sheng, unable to comprehend the elder's intentions, could only respond with a blank stare and blinking eyes. After some time, seeing that his efforts were in vain, the elder turned and resumed his tasks. Upon awakening that day, Han Sheng discerned that the elder primitive was a cultured individual. This was evident due to the presence of numerous stone tablets, adorned with many archaic and rudimentary markings, scattered throughout the relatively isolated alcove within the cave. Perhaps they could be described as pictographs, resembling those he had seen before his transmigration on the rock walls. Moreover, the elder was currently etching slowly upon an unmarked stone tablet with a piece of stone. A person capable of writing surely must be considered cultured, especially in primitive times. Han Sheng squinted at the elder's hand gripping the stone, eager to discern what he intended to inscribe. Yet, he remained unable to decipher any meaning before succumbing to sleep once again. The elder's writing was not overly archaic. Rather, his pace was exceedingly slow. And before the completion of even 2 characters, Han Sheng had already drifted off. When he awoke again, the light outside had dimmed, and a primitive who had ventured out returned, brimming with the joy of their spoils. Bang! The rotund second brother shook his shoulders, causing a heavy quarry to tumble from his grasp and crash to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust that made the flames flicker precariously, nearly extinguishing them. Han Sheng gazed over and recognized it as a wild boar, its size suggesting a weight of around 100 pounds. One could only wonder how they managed to capture and kill such a formidable beast. Today marked a day of bountiful harvest, for in addition to this large wild boar, there were 3 smaller ones, each weighing a dozen pounds or so. It appeared they had eradicated an entire family of wild boars. Several women unfolded the animal skins they clutched, revealing yellowing fruits within. These fruits had been gathered from the place where the elder brother had harvested them the previous night. The members of the tribe all wore expressions of joy, gazing at this precious food with unrestrained excitement. With such an abundant catch today, they could indulge in a hearty meal. Under the elder brother's meticulous direction, the people in the cave worked with fervor and organization. The younger brother, Shah, used a stone knife to slice open the bellies of the 4 wild boars, extracting their entrails and handing the intestines to a lean, limping man. With the assistance of his wife, the limping man carried the intestines outside the cave, and before long, his wife returned with a bundle of processed pig intestines, delivering them to those responsible for preparing dinner, while she continued to assist her husband with the intestines. Han Sheng blinked in surprise, realizing that this limping primitive was a skilled handler of intestines. Others busied themselves with skinning, butchering, and roasting, all caught up in the lively activity. As the bustle continued, the savory aroma of meat quickly permeated the cave. Tonight's feast was indeed lavish. Besides the 4 sets of pig offal, a small wild boar was also roasted. Once the food was ready, it was customary for the elder brother to take the first portion. He tore off a succulent piece of roasted pork and a section of intestine, offering them first to the venerable elder, the original primitive. The elder pointed at Han Sheng, gesturing and speaking to the elder brother, who nodded in understanding before casting a few curious glances at Han Cheng. He then stepped outside to retrieve more from the pile of roasted food. A dark chunk, which Han Cheng did not immediately recognize, was brought back. The grand feast commenced, and the abundance of food ensured that even the last family to fetch their share, the limping primitive, received enough to sate their hunger. Watching everyone joyfully devour their meat, Han Cheng's stomach chimed a cheerful tune. Yet, no one paid him any mind. All were engrossed in relishing their hard-won sustenance, including the elderly primitive, who continued to eat at a leisurely pace. Only after everyone else had finished and spent some time grooming their hair did the elder finally swallow his last bite. He then rose, took the bone bowl that Han Cheng had previously used, and picked up the dark, unrecognizable item the elder brother had last brought, breaking off a small piece and crushing it to place inside the bowl. It dawned on Han Cheng that this was, in fact, roasted pig liver. Approximately 10 minutes later, he savored a deliciously unique pig liver soup. By this time, the cave had already dimmed. Once he finished his meal, most of the inhabitants had already settled down to sleep. As Han Cheng surveyed the simple, yet tranquil cave and its occupants, he felt an unexpected sense of serenity, rising with the sun and resting at its setting. This seemingly monotonous life brought him the very essence of what he had longed for yet could never attain, a leisurely pace of life. Here, people did not chase after excessive desires. As long as they had enough food to fill their bellies each day, they experienced a joy that radiated from within. Unlike in modern times, where invisible pressures suffocate one's breath, leaving one yearning for more hours in the day. From this perspective, it could be said that those in the future do not necessarily enjoy life more than the primitives. Han Cheng's ethereal thoughts were abruptly interrupted, perhaps due to their satiation. An unusually large number of individuals found it hard to sleep that night. With no engaging entertainment available, unlike the modern distractions of gaming, the cave soon echoed with primitive songs, rising and falling in rhythm. Han Cheng suddenly realized a grave issue. In the past, had he encountered such a scene, even against his will, a certain part of him would have reacted immediately. Yet now, he felt not even the slightest twinge. Damn it, this could spell disaster. Chapter 8. What a disgrace, to be taught to recognize characters by primitives. With a full belly and a series of restful slumbers, Han Cheng felt his spirits considerably lifted. He stood there, akin to a statue, observing everything unfolding within the cave. The adults had departed, but the tools they took with them displayed a notable change from yesterday. Sticks, stones, and bone knives were evidently fewer, while the quantity of animal skins had increased significantly. Moreover, today, 5 or 6 near-adult children accompanied them. It seemed today's venture posed little danger. Coupled with their use of animal skins to wrap fruits, Han Cheng surmised they were likely engaged in collective foraging. His method for judging a primitive's maturity was rather rudimentary. Height. Compared to modern standards, the tribe's inhabitants were considerably shorter. Through his aimless observations, he estimated the women stood roughly between 1.40 meters and 1.50 meters, while the men were slightly taller, mostly ranging from 1.45 meters to 1.60 meters. Those shorter than these measurements were undoubtedly minors. This deduction was not mere conjecture. He had witnessed some of the juvenile primitives standing before a stone wall in the cave, measuring themselves against it. The wall bore 2 horizontal lines, the higher one approximately 1.45 meters and the lower one around 1.40 meters. Notably, the few minors selected today were brought to stand against these lines before being permitted to join the group, further solidifying Han Cheng's conclusions. The elderly primitive persisted tirelessly in his creative endeavors, etching numerous new pictographic symbols onto the blank stone slab. Han Cheng had always believed that pictographs represented the earliest and most vivid form of writing, and indeed, each stroke was rooted in life, unlike alphabetic scripts, which were truly abstract. As his thoughts wandered in this direction, Han Cheng recalled a news article he had seen before his time travel, stating that a scholar from the United States concluded that for China to achieve complete internationalization, it must abandon Chinese characters in favor of alphabetic writing. Han Cheng felt an urge to drag this so-called expert before him and crack open his head to see if it contained any sense. Han Cheng could roughly understand the depictions crafted by the elderly primitive. If he was not mistaken, what had been recorded over the past 2 days chronicled his own origins. The first character, one might say, resembles a painting. A large oval, adorned with numerous delicate slashes across its center, interspersed with several prominent lines. Reflecting upon the scenes he witnessed upon awakening, Han Cheng surmised that this inscription captured the celestial phenomena that occurred before his arrival. This illustration, or character, symbolizes the weather at that time, dark clouds shrouding the sky, with lightning cleaving through the gloom. The second depiction remains that same sky, still fraught with clouds and lightning. However, beneath this celestial canvas, there is a peculiar object, tapering from a narrow top to a broader base, indicating that it descended from the heavens. The third image is meticulously chronicled by the ancient primitive man, even including accounts relayed by others upon their return. Contemplating these records, Han Sheng suddenly grasped why, upon first encountering himself, the senior disciple had intervened to prevent the second disciple from consuming him, and subsequently, why the ancient primitive man personally came to retrieve him, providing attentive care. All of this was inscribed within these records, or rather, chronicled his extraordinary origins. The senior disciple and his companions were hunting nearby when the weather abruptly changed. They witnessed his descent from the sky and, unable to contain their curiosity, approached. It was precisely due to his unusual origins that the senior disciple had stopped the second disciple from feasting upon him. His act of feigning death had successfully deceived them. And their return the following day stemmed from recounting their discovery to the ancient primitive man. Through these observations over the past 2 days, Han Sheng had come to a fundamental conclusion. The ancient primitive man was, in fact, the shaman of this unknown tribe. The shaman held a position of high esteem within the community, not solely for his literacy and medical knowledge, which rendered him the tribe's sage, but also due to his ability to communicate with the divine, serving as a messenger of the gods. Thus, upon learning of Han Sheng's miraculous origins, the shaman tirelessly urged the senior disciple and others to accompany him to the site of his descent, whereupon discovering him to be a living being, he brought him back. Han Sheng chuckled to himself, somewhat resigned, realizing that there was such an intricate backstory to his retrieval by the primitives. This thought led him to recall the night when wild beasts prowled nearby, yet did not approach him. Initially, he had assumed that these primordial giants were discerning eaters, averse to consuming his charred flesh. However, upon reflection, the matter seemed far more complex. The most plausible explanation was the thunderous storm that accompanied his arrival. Although Han Sheng had been unaware at the time, the accounts recorded by the shaman, coupled with the ashes he had witnessed upon awakening, and his own charred and immobile state, indicated the ferocity of the thunderclap. Fear of thunder is an inherent instinct among animals, and these ancient beings were no exception. Even after the storm had passed, their heightened sensitivity allowed them to perceive the lingering aura of the tempest. It was indeed unexpected that he had evaded the jaws of beasts due to such circumstances. Truly, every situation harbors both advantages and disadvantages. The shaman, fatigued from writing, paused for a brief respite, turning to find Han Sheng deep in contemplation of the characters he had inscribed. A smile graced his face, one that only a person of considerable skill could convey. Observing Han Sheng's rapt attention, he leaned closer and pointed to the topmost character. Speaking once more, snapping back to reality, Han Sheng gazed curiously at the elderly shaman. The shaman gestured to the uppermost character, directing his gaze back to Han Sheng. Repeating his words. Puzzled, Han Sheng mentally echoed the character, his mind swirling with confusion, uncertain of its meaning. He blinked. Noticing that Han Sheng's focus had been entirely captured, the shaman's smile returned, and he pointed to the character once again. Han Sheng inwardly grimaced. How embarrassing. While others who traverse time educate the ancients with knowledge from their future, he found himself in the rather ironic position of being instructed by a figure from the Stone Age. Nevertheless, despite his grievances, he understood the necessity of learning the language. Should he eventually escape his current state, communication with the people here would be vital. Relying solely on gestures and shared glances would be far from ideal. Chapter 9. Autumn is a season for gathering provisions. The shaman pointed to himself and then addressed Han Sheng. Although Han Sheng could not articulate a response, the shaman could discern from his eyes that Han Sheng was earnestly absorbing the teachings. This pleased the aged shaman immensely, prompting his patient instruction. He indicated himself once more, reiterating his words. Han Sheng blinked. Could this mean me? The eager teacher continued imparting knowledge to Han Sheng for a while before resuming his work, picking up a stone tool to meticulously carve the unfinished records onto the slate. After approximately an hour, those who had ventured out began to return. Leading the group was Brother Shah, accompanied by 2 men and 5 women, each bearing or carrying bundles of animal skins filled with fruits of various sizes. They emptied their harvest at the designated storage area before heading back out. Recalling the vivid colors he had observed during his journey back to the cave, Han Sheng understood their current actions. With autumn upon them, it was indeed a season of harvest, as well as a time to diligently store food. From his observations over the past 2 days, Han Sheng had learned that this unknown tribe was still in the hunting and gathering phase, far removed from the practices of slash-and-burn agriculture. In such circumstances, the collection of wild fruits became their most crucial method of storage, given their long shelf life and ease of preservation. As for meat, while it was delectable, its storage was severely limited, especially in the absence of salt. This explained why. After securing enough meat to sustain the tribe for 2 days, all able-bodied members had ventured out to gather fruits. It was evident that the fruits were plentiful. Roughly every hour, about half of the foragers returned with their bounty. Life passed in tranquil monotony, with Han Sheng standing as a silent observer, akin to a statue. watching the activities of the tribe while enjoying 2 daily meals of the shaman's specially concocted meat stew. Most meals consisted of mashed roasted meat and easily rendered liver paste. However, there was one instance when he was served a whole sheep's kidney. Consuming the kidney left Han Sheng feeling rather disheartened, not due to its taste, but rather because, despite having eaten an entire wild kidney, he felt no discernible sensation. Alas, it seemed he had truly lost his zest for life, devoid of any source of joy. Certainly, setting aside this concern, Han Sheng finds himself relatively content with his current life. After dining each day, he engages in learning the local language under the guidance of the shaman, and the remainder of his time is devoted to deep contemplation. The task of food storage persists, with the women of the tribe primarily responsible for foraging fruits. Should the hunt yield an ample catch, sufficient to sustain the tribe for 2 days or longer, the elder brother will rally the men to join in the fruit-picking efforts. With their diligent labor, the cave stockpile of fruits has grown increasingly substantial, transforming the once modest storage area into a considerable mound. Observing this ever-expanding heap of fruits, all members of the tribe, including Han Sheng, feel a profound sense of reassurance. The adage "with grain in hand, there is no fear in the heart" resonates deeply, especially while the issue of hunger remains unresolved. Han Sheng experiences an incessant itch, which began several days prior, yet has intensified today. He yearns to scratch it, but the frustration mounts as he finds himself immobile, unable to utter a single word, enduring this torturous sensation in silence. However, upon discovering he can slightly move one hand, the itch is momentarily forgotten amidst his ecstatic delight. He even encourages the itch to intensify. Yesterday, the elder brother returned with the hunting party, laden with prey sufficient to feed the entire tribe for 3 days. Thus, after breakfast today, he set off with the hunting members to join the women in foraging. Meanwhile, Han Sheng, in a state of euphoric determination, diligently attempts to control the movement of various parts of his body, curious to discover what he can manipulate. After considerable effort, a sharp pain, accompanied by a tearing sensation, radiates from his face. Following this, he is elated to realize that he can open his mouth wider and close it as well. Convinced he will not become a mere statue, he suppresses the urge to open his mouth wide in a bid for complete liberation. Based on prior experience, he understands that he is still healing. Forcibly opening his mouth could tear the scab on his face, resulting in unsightly scars. While he does not overly concern himself with his appearance, he would prefer not to mar his visage, as it is essential for social interaction. His mouth can now open and close, yet he remains unable to produce sound, sensing an obstruction in his throat, as he revels in the subtle changes within his body. The foragers return. They have come back twice today, which is not unusual. However, upon noticing that everyone has returned, Han Sheng feels a sense of unease. The day is still young, barely past midday. Logically, those who ventured out to forage should not have returned yet. The situation appears more complex than it seems. Not only have the elder brother and his companions returned prematurely, but they also lack the usual bounty of fruits. Moreover, the 6 individuals, including the elder brother, the second elder brother, and Sha Shidi, bear varying degrees of injuries. Notably, the rotund second elder brother sports several bruises on his belly. Fortunately, no one from the foraging party is missing. All have returned, albeit in a disheveled state. The atmosphere among the group feels somber and oppressive. The originally jubilant primitive tribespeople, who rushed out to greet them, now fall silent, looking at their parents and brothers with bewilderment. The shaman, having sensed the unusual tension, emerges from the depths of the cave, gesturing and inquiring with urgency. The elder brother bows his head in shame, momentarily at a loss for words. The shaman, being a wise figure, refrains from pressing further, instead instructing everyone to return to the cave and requesting the heavy stone slabs at the entrance be moved to seal it shut. The limping elder brother shakes his head, gesturing toward the exit, signaling that such measures are unnecessary and that the situation has not yet escalated to that point. The shaman concedes, remaining silent as he begins to examine the injured individuals. Chapter 10. However, the orchard has been seized by another tribe. Thanks to the shaman's tireless instruction over time, Han Sheng has become quite proficient in understanding the tribe's language. After a brief silence, the elder brother finally begins to communicate, gesturing as he recounts their harrowing experience. Not far from the cave lies a substantial fruit grove, a site the tribe has long recognized and harvested. While referred to as wild, it has essentially become tribal property and holds considerable importance. This year alone, over half of the fruits stored in the cave have been gathered from this very grove. Today, however, a group from another tribe unexpectedly invaded the area. Upon their arrival, they aggressively claimed the grove and forcefully expelled the elder brother and his companions. Such an infuriating incident was intolerable to the elder brother. After a brief exchange of words, the confrontation escalated into physical conflict. Fortunately, this altercation retained a semblance of reason. as neither party employed weapons, engaging instead in hand-to-hand combat. The outcome of the struggle was inevitable. The elder brother and his defeated kin retreated from the grove, and even the fruits they had previously collected were denied to them by the intruding tribe. Filled with a mix of shame and anger, the elder brother spoke passionately, and in a fit of rage, he pounded his fists against his chest, leaping to his feet, determined to lead the others back to confront their assailants. The shaman restrained him, shaking his head slowly, dissuading him from pursuing further conflict. The furious elder brother fell silent, understanding the shaman's message. They had already suffered defeat once, and a second attempt could lead to even greater harm for their kin. Reluctantly, he was guided back to a seated position, his spirit visibly dejected. The other tribespeople turned to the shaman, awaiting his counsel and decision. The shaman's expression grew serious as he pondered the situation. After a moment, he rose and addressed the gathered tribe members, following the shaman's gestures. Han Sheng pieced together the gist of the message. The shaman suggested abandoning the grove and seeking other areas for foraging. The tribe members, though reluctant to accept such a conclusion, recognized their inferiority in strength and had no choice but to acquiesce to the unfortunate reality of losing their beloved grove. After a brief silence, the elder brother raised his head, spoke a few words to the shaman, and then led the group out once more. This time, the shaman did not intervene, as the elder brother and his companions were not returning to the grove, but rather venturing elsewhere in search of wild fruits. Time remained on their side, with nearly half a day left. Having lost their stable source of food, the elder brother was unwilling to squander a single moment. In the depths of the cave, the small primitive inhabitants, after enduring an initial silence following the departure of the adults, soon resumed their playful antics. The young ones, still grappling with an understanding of the events that had transpired and their implications for their tribe, were oblivious to the adult concerns that weighed heavily in the air. The shaman returned to his dwelling, settling down near Han Sheng, a contemplative expression etched upon his face. Compared to his demeanor earlier in the tribe, he appeared far more troubled. The occurrence within the tribe had cast a shadow over Han Sheng's spirits as well, diminishing the joy he once felt upon discovering his newfound mobility, which he had previously thought would free him from a life akin to that of a statue. After spending a considerable amount of time together, he had developed a sense of dependency and belonging towards this primitive community. Regrettably, he found himself in a state akin to that of a sculpture, yearning to assist, yet rendered powerless to do so. As twilight descended, the elder brother and his companions returned, their hands laden with only half the bounty they typically brought back from foraging. The aroma of roasting meat wafted through the cave, and before long, the eagerly anticipated dinner commenced. However, unlike previous mealtimes filled with merriment, the atmosphere during this dinner was notably somber. The tribe members ate in silence, with few words exchanged among them. Han Sheng's mouth had regained some mobility, allowing him to chew slowly and laboriously. This unexpected ability brought a flicker of a smile to the shaman's face. As night deepened and the firelight waned, the inhabitants gradually succumbed to slumber. Enveloped in an unusual stillness, even the primitive songs that once echoed within the cave were conspicuously absent. The following morning, after breakfast, the elder brother gathered hunting tools and a skin laden with fruit, preparing to venture out of the cave. They needed to seek fruit elsewhere, where they might encounter various dangers, unlike the familiar woods that had once seemed so safe. Thus, they armed themselves with an array of hunting implements for protection. By midday, the elder brother returned, and every member of the group bore fruit, bringing smiles to the faces of many, a stark contrast to the previous silence. After a brief rest, the group set out once more, but this time, for female tribe members remained behind. Han Sheng was momentarily perplexed by the elder brother's decision until the evening approached, and the women returned, carrying several fish. It became clear that the prior catch had not sufficed for the following day, prompting the elder brother to assign them to fish. Over the course of the day, the elder brother's group had managed to bring back 3 loads of fruit, which, while appearing plentiful, paled in comparison to the previous day's harvest. Days passed in this manner, autumn's presence becoming increasingly palpable. Although Han Sheng could not witness the external world, the chill in the air, which had grown so pronounced that it could be described as cold, hinted at the transformation taking place outside. He had begun to feel the temperature keenly, as 2 small patches of charred skin on his face had peeled away, revealing some of his underlying flesh. This gradual recovery brought a sense of joy that overshadowed his resemblance to the legendary thick-skinned beings of lore. The shaman no longer needed to prepare food in a mushy state. Han Sheng could now chew some morsels, albeit at a pace slower than the shaman's. Yet the pleasure of chewing far surpassed that of consuming porridge. In the ensuing days, the elder brother, having indulged in a hearty meal, led his equally well-fed kin back into the woods, intent on reclaiming their rightful possessions. Regrettably, they faced defeat once more, compelled to continue their search for fruit across the sprawling terrain. Chapter 11. the primitive nearly overcome by biochemical weapons. Last night, the temperature plummeted sharply. Even as the shaman rose in the dead of night to drape an unknown animal hide over Han Cheng's head, he still felt the chill. Upon waking in the morning, through the adults' conversations, the children's jubilant shouts, and the few white bundles discarded at the cave entrance, Han Cheng learned that it had snowed. The heavy snowfall rendered the world silent, making it unfit for hunting. Unlike the people of later generations, who could arm themselves against the elements, these individuals, wrapped only in simple animal skins, risked frostbite if they remained in the snow for too long. Contrary to expectations, the elder brother, who had been diligently gathering and storing food for the tribe, did not take a respite on such a day. Instead, immediately after breakfast, he called upon others to venture outside. However, this time, they did not take their usual stone weapons but rather sharpened sticks, the primitive tribe spears. Having lived here for nearly 3 months, Han Cheng recognized this as their method for fishing. As the river lay not far from the cave, the elder brother permitted several snow-crazed children to accompany them. Thanks to their physical activity, their haul was substantial. By noon, they returned with nearly 20 fish. Due to the extreme cold, they could not linger in the icy outdoors for long, so the fishing expedition was not as prolonged as their previous hunts or foraging sessions, lasting only an hour or two before they retreated back into the cave to warm themselves by the fire. After warming up, they would head out again to continue fishing. This alternating between warmth and cold posed a risk of illness, yet it seemed they had grown accustomed to it, and Han Cheng maintained this notion. Since the snowfall began, the cave's diet had shifted under the elder brother's management. Previously, their meals had centered around meat, with fruits being consumed sparingly. Now, the focus had shifted to fruit, with meat serving as a supplementary component. Han Cheng understood this transition. After all, hunting had once been more fruitful and less perishable, while the current conditions presented a stark contrast. After approximately 3 days, the fishing activities ceased entirely, a decision Han Cheng accepted, recognizing the bitter cold outside. With fishing no longer an option, the cave's entrance remained largely sealed, opened only for necessary outings or meal preparations. Each time the door swung open, the children, as if encountering daylight anew, expressed their excitement. Han Cheng, unfamiliar with life here during winter, could not ascertain how long it would last. However, since the onset of snowfall, it had become apparent that the tribe was relying on snowballs for drinking water, suggesting a prolonged winter ahead. Within the cave during these wintry days, the primary activity of its inhabitants became sleeping. With little else to occupy their time, and their weary bodies in need of rest after such prolonged exertion, slumber became their solace. The cavern of the Three-Lie Cave was shrouded in dim light, creating an atmosphere perfectly conducive to slumber. Ultimately, sleep not only conserved energy, but also diminished the consumption of sustenance. Time felt as though it had been sealed away by the encasing ice and snow outside, with each day repeating itself to such a degree that one could hardly perceive its passage. Han Cheng's conditions steadily improved, allowing his arms to swing with increasing freedom, while much of the charred skin covering his body had begun to shed. Upon realizing that he could barely manage to walk through the cave, he disregarded the shaman's objections and resolutely ventured outside. This was not an act of defiance, but rather a necessity born of an unspeakable predicament. For the past few months, he had conducted all his bodily functions while standing, with an accumulation of unpleasant matter resting atop the charred skin that enveloped his lower body. If he did not seize this opportunity to attend to himself, he would surely find himself in an embarrassing situation once the charred skin could no longer contain the contents beneath. As the tribe members beheld what had once resembled a mere tree now moving on its own, they gathered in curiosity, even rousing the second elder, who had been snoring thunderously. Faced with a throng of onlookers, all wide-eyed and unblinking, Han Cheng felt a surge of despair. Damn it! Was it so outrageous that he had merely soiled his trousers? Did it warrant such a spectacle, drawing the attention of the entire tribe? After a brief standoff, witnessing that the crowd showed no signs of dispersing, Han Cheng steeled himself, muttering, "Let them look. If you can carry on with your affairs without regard for others, then why should I, a time traveler from a future age, be any less bold?" With this thought, he reached behind to peel away the charred skin from his backside. Indeed, you read correctly, it was a small hand. For reasons unknown, once liberated from the charred skin, his hands had shrunk to such a size. They resembled those of a 6 or 7-year-old child. Initially, upon first encountering these diminutive hands, Han Cheng had been taken aback. But once he confirmed that the rest of his body had shrunk proportionately, he found solace. When the phenomenon of time travel was conceivable, the idea of youthful rejuvenation seemed less extraordinary. After all, in a way, he had gained a bonus of a decade or two. Good heavens, what a foul stench. The moment he removed the charred skin from his rear, Han Cheng could not help but curse inwardly, feeling a surge of self-disgust. Lacking the courage to confront the offending charred skin, he discarded it hastily and summoned the resolve to tackle the second piece. Just then, a cacophony erupted at the cave entrance. Turning mechanically to face the noise, Han Sheng observed the very crowd that had been so eagerly spectating now recoiling in horror, covering their mouths and noses as they rushed back into the cave. Witnessing this scene, Han Sheng felt a sense of satisfaction. Huh. Serves you right for staring at my bare backside. Ha. Suddenly, a shiver ran through him. Damn it. The sensation of using a snowball to cleanse oneself was overwhelmingly invigorating. As he gasped for breath, he used the snow to rid himself of the lingering stench, for he found the odor far more intolerable than the biting cold. Finally, having attended to his personal hygiene, Han Sheng, nearly frozen and devoid of sensation, trudged slowly back into the cave. The moment he reappeared at the entrance, the crowd once again recoiled, eyes wide with alarm. It was only after being struck lightly on the head by the shaman that they cautiously allowed their noses to relax. Han Sheng sniffed, incredulous that he had elicited such disdain from the primitive folk. Was he truly that odorous? Chapter 12, The Food Crisis. Han Sheng now found himself with a new task, which was to gradually peel away the charred skin from his body whenever he had a moment to spare. This unexpected relief was more gratifying than the act of peeling away calluses after a long soak. The skin revealed beneath the charred exterior was a rosy hue, though it would soon return to its normal state. Han Sheng had already removed a significant portion of the charred skin from his face. Yet he hesitated to touch the patches above his eyebrows. He feared that exposing these areas would highlight the disparities between his appearance and that of the tribe, leading to his ostracism. After 2 or 3 days of internal struggle, Han Sheng finally resolved to address his face. This was an issue he would inevitably have to confront, and rather than dither, it would be prudent to act sooner rather than later. Moreover, judging by the tribe's reactions to his existence, even if they were to notice the differences in his appearance, he doubted they would respond with excessive hostility. As the charred skin was gradually removed, Han Sheng's heart raced with trepidation. The shaman, observing his actions with curiosity, rose from his furs and approached Han Sheng, who was seated and had already peeled away a portion of his facial charred skin. Upon seeing Han Sheng's visage, the shaman's expression shifted to one of surprise. Han Sheng's heart tightened. Indeed, the differences in appearance had been noted. He anxiously awaited the shaman's next move. Within this tribe, the shaman held a status superior even to that of the elder brother, the leader. You are handsome, the shaman remarked after studying Han Sheng for a moment, a smile gracing his features as he offered his praise. Though he spoke in the tribe's native tongue, Han Sheng had come to understand his words. Witnessing the shaman's favorable reaction, Han Sheng's apprehension dissipated, and he reciprocated the smile, replying in their language, "Shaman, handsome." Indeed, Han Sheng was no longer mute. As his condition improved daily, he had eventually managed to pull away a long strip of dead skin from his throat, regaining his ability to speak. The shaman's smile widened at Han Sheng's words, and he affectionately patted the boy's head before summoning the elder brother to come and witness Han Sheng's transformed appearance. The elder brother regarded Han Sheng with a favorable demeanor, though he found it peculiar that such a sizable entity had been reduced to this diminutive form. He accepted Han Sheng's presence. This acceptance stemmed partly from witnessing Han Sheng's miraculous descent and partly from the shaman's attentive care for him, especially after Han Sheng had revealed most of the charred skin from his lower body, exposing a youthful form reminiscent of pre-adolescence. The elder brother's willingness to accept Han Sheng grew stronger. After all, at this juncture, a man was deemed more valuable to the tribe than a woman, not only in terms of hunting, but also in external conflicts. Of course, due to the inherent dangers of their work, men faced a significantly higher risk of injury or death than women. This disparity accounted for the tribe's demographics, including the shaman and the limping man. There were only 11 adult males compared to 28 adult females. Upon suddenly beholding Han Sheng's visage, the elder brother was taken aback, much like a sorcerer encountering the extraordinary. He scrutinized Han Sheng intently for a moment, and then uttered words akin to those of a shaman. "You are quite handsome." Han Sheng yearned to reply, "Elder brother, you are even more striking," but the limitations of the tribe's language, replete with only the most common phrases and lacking a term for elder brother, compelled him to echo, "You are quite handsome." However, the fleeting joy of the tribe at the emergence of a burgeoning young man was short-lived, as a dire food crisis soon beset them. The repercussions of the forest that had been claimed by others finally manifested during the harsh winter. Despite the elder brother's relentless efforts to gather provisions, the daily intake had diminished by more than half, plunging the tribe into a state of scarcity. Since the day before yesterday, the elder brother had begun to reduce the food supply, yet this measure proved largely ineffective. The reserves of meat, once ample, had been entirely depleted. Lacking this essential sustenance to stave off hunger, the reliance on fruits alone was woefully inadequate. Moreover, the supply of fruits had dwindled, and under such circumstances, it was estimated that they could barely sustain themselves for another 5 or 6 days before the tribe faced complete starvation. The frigid weather, compounded by prolonged storage, had caused some fruits to spoil, exacerbating their already precarious situation. The atmosphere within the cave, initially relaxed and languid, gradually transformed into one of tension and unease. While others bore the stress somewhat better, it was the shaman and the elder brother, leaders of the tribe, who felt the weight of anxiety most acutely. Compared to the ordinary tribespeople, they enjoyed certain privileges, yet the responsibilities they shouldered were far greater. The two had conferred within the cave, deliberating on strategies to alleviate the tribe's plight. In truth, there were no effective solutions at hand, merely the age-old principle of conserving resources. Their consensus was to reduce the food supply for 2 elderly individuals, aside from the shaman, along with a limping tribesman and half of the non-working women, in hopes of preserving as much food as possible. The elder brother would venture forth into the bitter cold to hunt, striving to procure sustenance for the tribe. The risks of winter hunting were immense. Not only were the beasts either hibernating or ferociously hungry, but the pervasive cold and the unmelting snow posed a lethal threat to the scantily clad tribespeople. If given the choice, none would desire to leave the warmth of the cave for the relentless chill outside. Yet, they had no option. Should everyone remain within the cozy confines of the cave, the tribe would face utter annihilation. At that moment, Han Sheng realized he had erred in his earlier assumptions. The primitive era was indeed more brutal than the age he had known. The inhabitants could find joy in the simple blessing of 3 meals a day, yet this basic necessity was a hard-won struggle, often achieved at the cost of their very lives. It was a universal truth that survival is a formidable challenge in any epoch. The discussions between the old chief and the elder brother reached Han Sheng's ears, leaving him puzzled. Just a short distance from the cave flowed a small river, teeming with fish. Why then must they venture into the vast wilderness to hunt? Surely, fishing in the river would be a more reliable and safe endeavor, he thought. When he voiced his confusion, the elder brother shook his head and replied, "The fish are gone." Gone. Han Sheng felt a surge of bewilderment. How could so many fish simply vanish? Were they perhaps migratory, moving to warmer waters for the winter? Lacking understanding of the local circumstances, he fell silent when the elder brother's words went unchallenged by the shaman. Chapter 13. In the name of the deity. The atmosphere within the cave grew somber. As the elder brother, wrapped in as many pelts as he could gather, paid his respects to the shaman before stepping into the vast expanse of snow with hunting weapons in hand. The party trudged through the snow, gradually becoming mere silhouettes obscured by the towering trees, until they vanished from sight. With the cave's entrance ajar, the temperature inside plummeted, causing some of the children to shiver uncontrollably. The shaman instructed a few women remaining in the cave to seal the entrance once more. After returning to his usual spot, he appeared more pensive than before. Han Sheng stood quietly to the side, acutely aware of the dire food crisis. Having endured 2 days and nights of hunger since his arrival, he fully grasped the terror of starvation. The burning sensation in his stomach was more unbearable than any torture. This understanding weighed heavily on his heart. After a period of silence, the shaman rose and began to busy himself within the cave. He retrieved a crown adorned with colorful feathers, somewhat reminiscent of a headdress, and placed it upon his head. He then took a bone staff that had been displayed alongside the feathered crown, offering it before a stone resembling a totem. Grasping a bone knife, he made a shallow incision in his left palm, allowing his blood to flow and smear across his face. After ushering Han Sheng out of the inner cave, the gray-haired shaman let his blood drip onto the ground before the totem, uttering a series of incomprehensible words. His movements grew increasingly peculiar. He leaped and danced, occasionally waving the bone staff. Though Han Sheng had never witnessed such a spectacle before, he recognized that the shaman was performing a ritual to beseech their deity for blessings and protection. Having observed the shaman's ancient dance for a while, Han Sheng wrapped himself in 2 additional layers of animal skin, took up a rudimentary fishing spear used by the tribe, and made his way to the cave entrance. Now a part of the tribe, he felt compelled to contribute in any way possible amid the food crisis. Although he was too young to hunt alongside the elder brother and the others, he could still seek out fish. He harbored doubts regarding the elder brother's assertion that the fish had vanished. Observing the distinct seasons and the presence of the dark-eyed, black-haired, yellow-skinned tribe folk, Han Sheng believed he could ascertain that he was still on that beloved land he longed for. In his memories of the future, the rivers of this land did not teem with fish that migrated like birds with the changing seasons. Of course, given that thousands, even tens of thousands of years separated him from his own era, it was not surprising that circumstances would differ. Nevertheless, he was determined to see for himself. "Where are you going?" inquired the limping tribesman in a hushed tone, cautious not to disturb the shaman's communion with the deity. "I am going outside," Han Sheng replied. The stone slab used to block the cave entrance was quite heavy, and even the small section that could be moved as a door was beyond Han Sheng's strength. He required the assistance of others to exit. "Do you want to move it?" The limping caveman pointed at the spear in Han Sheng's hand, resembling a straight stick. As if to ask, What do you intend to do with that? Han Sheng replied, to spear fish. The primitive man's expression turned to one of incredulity. As if he were looking at a fool, even the toddlers of the tribe knew that there were no fish to be found at this time. It was quite astonishing that this seemingly astute individual would claim he was going fishing. Indeed, the fish were gone. Though he was a kind-hearted soul, and despite the fact that Han Sheng's earlier indiscretion nearly made him wretch, he felt compelled to caution this man to prevent him from suffering in vain from the cold. As Han Sheng observed him, a realization struck him. Given the current temperature, the river must have long since formed a thick layer of ice. In the past, this would not have posed a problem for Han Sheng, but now, breaking through that ice would prove to be quite the challenge. This fellow before him, though limping, was still capable of walking, albeit at a slow pace. For a primitive man, however, this was a grave disadvantage. Being slow meant he could not chase after prey, and when pursued by beasts, he could scarcely hope to escape. Running was, without a doubt, one of the essential conditions for survival in this era. Han Sheng shook his head and said, the fish are gone. They have hidden. As he spoke, he gestured with his hands. The primitive man, unconvinced by Han Sheng's words, stubbornly maintained, the fish are gone, shaking his head in denial while turning to point towards the depths of the cave where the shaman was conducting a ritual, implying that this was what the shaman had conveyed to them. Han Sheng also shook his head, insisting, the fish have not left, they are still here. He pointed to the sky, then to his own head, indicating that this was what the divine spirits had revealed to him. The limping man widened his eyes, evidently taken aback by Han Sheng's assertions. He began to believe him, for no one in the tribe dared to jest about the divine, and moreover, Han Sheng's origins were indeed extraordinary. Having descended from the heavens, he had never heard of anyone who could ascend to the sky. Not even the shaman who could commune with the divine spirits. He gazed at Han Sheng with hesitation, slowly rising to his feet. The fish are still here, Han Sheng declared. He then informed him that if they found the fish, they would no longer have to endure hunger. Under the dual persuasion of the divine and the promise of sustenance drawn by Han Sheng, the limping man, after a moment's hesitation, finally agreed to accompany Han Sheng to the small river to catch fish and contribute to the tribe. As they emerged from the cave, Han Sheng, holding the spear, and the limping primitive man, clutching a stone meant for smashing, stepped into the frigid air. The woman who remained in the cave watched as these two fanciful individuals departed before sealing the entrance. It was indeed necessary to bring a stone from the cave, for in the midst of the icy terrain, retrieving one from the ground would prove to be a daunting task. The biting cold seeped through the seams of their animal skins, making Han Sheng shudder involuntarily. He felt an overwhelming urge to return to the cave and fashion himself a proper garment. Simply draping the animal hide around himself and binding it with a resilient grass was most uncomfortable. The two trudged through the snow, each step a struggle. As they made their way to the small river, upon reaching the riverbank, the limping man immediately regretted following Han Sheng's lead. There were no fish to be found. Limp. Han Sheng silently dubbed the man, for it was rather inconvenient to refer to him without a name. Chapter 14. Breaking the ice for fish. No fish. The limping man, feeling deceived, pointed at the river, its surface covered in ice, with a layer of snow resting atop some of it. He looked at Han Sheng with indignation. Han Sheng, taken aback, pondered, was this what the elder brother meant when he said the fish had vanished? Was it possible that the fish were not gone in the sense he had imagined, but rather obscured by ice, making them invisible to the eye? Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. He realized he had been thinking along the wrong lines from the very beginning. In his eagerness to believe that the fish were migratory, he had overlooked the fact that the elder brother had spent 3 days fishing even after the heavy snowfall. If the fish could endure the snow, then it was indeed the migratory ones that would be the anomaly. The fish are beneath. After a moment of frustration, he breathed a sigh of relief. The tribe's food crisis could be averted. He would not be regarded as untrustworthy by the limping man. A smile of delight spread across Han Sheng's face as he vigorously jabbed at the ice with his stick, confirming its solidity before stepping onto the surface. He stomped on the ice, declaring to the irate limping man, the fish are below. The limping man regarded him with skepticism. He could not reconcile Han Sheng's words with the reality that the ice had become as solid as stone. Yet, Han Sheng's joyous demeanor and unwavering conviction began to sway him. The fish are beneath. Let us catch them and eat. Han Sheng gestured emphatically, employing the irresistible allure of food to persuade the man once more. He then indicated that the limping man should use the stone he carried to strike the ice beneath them. Of course, for safety. Han Sheng instructed him to strike near the riverbank, so that if by chance the ice cracked too much, the limping man would at least be able to climb out of the water. Thud, thud, thud. The limping man, his hands reddened from the cold, struck the ice with the stone, each blow sending shards of ice flying in all directions. The ice was thick, and after exhausting himself and resting 4 times, he finally managed to break through the surface, creating a hole. Han Sheng silently praised his own cleverness. Had he not coaxed the limping man into this endeavor, he would have been unable to break through the 20-centimeter thick ice alone. As the ice cracked and water was revealed for the first time, the limping man's expression transformed into one of joy, fully convinced of Han Sheng's words. Since this stone-like surface had water beneath it, the fish must indeed be as Han Sheng had claimed, remaining in place. Following Han Sheng's encouragement, the eager limping man set to work expanding the hole. With the initial breach already made, it became significantly easier to strike at the surrounding ice. Before long, the hole had expanded to more than double its original size. Fish. Before Han Sheng could instruct him to retrieve the ice chunks from the hole, the limping man excitedly pointed at a fish peeking up from the hole. Gasping for fresh air, had Han Sheng not intervened, the limping man would have lunged forward, stone in hand, to grab it. Han Sheng could not help but smile. The presence of fish was indeed a joyous discovery. He urged the exuberant limping man to toss the stone onto the shore, lest it become stuck to the ice in the unforgiving weather. Plop. It appears that these fish have been suffocated. The ice had only just cracked open, and already a cluster of 7 or 8 fish had gathered at the hole. They were crammed together, gasping greedily for air. Han Sheng felt that it was quite uncomfortable for them to be so tightly packed, and he preferred the freedom of being on land. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed directly at the fish in the center and thrust his spear with great force. What a triumphant beginning! Whether it was sheer misfortune for this particular fish or the prowess of Han Sheng, who had never practiced such fishing techniques, with a single thrust, a fish measuring over a foot in length was pierced through. With both hands exerting strength, he hoisted it from the water. The fish's tail thrashed in midair, splashing a cascade of beautiful droplets. Fish! The limping man exclaimed, watching the fish wriggle in the snow with renewed delight. He quickly lifted the still flopping fish and grinned foolishly at Han Sheng. Han Sheng reciprocated the smile, knowing that this fish weighed at least 3 pounds. With a flourish, he pressed on, attempting to spear another. Unfortunately, this time luck did not favor him. His spear struck nothing but a few scales, leaving the fish unharmed. These fish, having been deprived of air, relished this rare opportunity to breathe, and even when Han Sheng jabbed at them with his spear, they merely sank a little before swiftly resurfacing. With renewed determination, Han Sheng made another attempt, his spear, a wooden pole with a sharpened end, striking a fish squarely on the head. The fish, startled, leapt from the water onto the ice, bouncing back and forth. What a delightful surprise! Fish, here I come. The limping man, having endured a beating from the fish, pressed it down, placing it beside the first catch. Eager to experience the joy of the harvest himself, he reached out for the spear, ready to try his hand at fishing. After all, catching fish was far more exhilarating than merely picking them up. Though Han Sheng's physique was still small, having recently undergone a significant transformation, his strength was inadequate. If only he had a finely crafted spear made of steel or iron, he could easily spear fish. However, wielding this crude wooden pole with a blunt tip, his strength fell woefully short. Though Han Sheng longed to catch a few more for the thrill of it, he realized that this was not the time for play. The priority was securing food. Thus, he handed the spear to the limping man. Despite his disability, the man still possessed strength and experience from past labor. He eyed a fish, bent at the waist, and thrust the spear down at an angle. With a resounding splash, crystalline droplets scattered, and a 2-foot-long fish was pierced through the belly and lifted from the water. Fish! He shouted in excitement, handing the catch to Han Sheng, who barely managed to grasp the wriggling fish with both hands, nearly losing his balance. This fish weighed nearly 10 pounds, completely immersed in the joy of the harvest. The limping man forgot the cold, standing at the edge of the ice hole with the spear, eyes fixed intently on the water, poised to strike again at the opportune moment. With each successful catch, he would exuberantly shout, "Fish!" His elation was genuine. Since the injury to his leg, he had never felt such happiness as he did today. He was no longer a burden to the tribe. He could contribute by providing food. After more than 3 years of being seen as a liability, the joy he felt now radiated from the depths of his heart. Chapter 15, The Secret of the Shaman. The biting cold penetrated deeply, causing Han Sheng, bundled tightly in fur, to shiver uncontrollably. After spending so long outside, he was thoroughly frozen. Fish, so many. Enough to eat. Time to return. Warm up. Han Sheng grimaced, reluctantly extending the hand that had just regained some feeling from under his armpit, reaching out to drag the fish caught by the limping man onto the snowbank at the edge of the ice. Already, there were over a dozen fish with holes in them. Due to the frigid weather, apart from the 3 just caught, the others had frozen solid. Han Sheng had lost all the excitement he felt upon first seeing the fish. The pervasive cold had extinguished any remaining enthusiasm. Catching fish is not cold. The limping man, now completely absorbed in the joy of fishing, was impervious to the cold. With hands turning purple, he gripped the spear tightly, fixated on the diminishing number of fish in the hole, searching for the perfect moment to strike. Upon hearing Han Cheng's words, he did not even glance back. Han Cheng sniffled, exasperated, thinking, what a predicament. I thought I had cleverly enlisted a laborer, yet who would have imagined this laborer is a complete workaholic. Han Cheng stamped his feet, his wrapped feet numb from the cold. You catch fish. I will return, informed the shaman. He gestured and spoke to convey his meaning to the limping man. Whatever, let him enjoy fishing while I cannot bear to freeze here any longer. If this continues, the tribe might indeed have fish to eat, but my own life will be in jeopardy. After finishing his words, he did not wait for a response. He lifted his leg and ran towards the cave, eager to escape this wretched place. After covering some distance, Han Cheng paused, contemplated, and turned back. He selected the smallest fish from the 10 or so on the ground, feeling the frozen hand, and quickly gathered some resilient dried grass protruding from the snow. Threading it through the fish's mouth, he hurriedly dragged the fish across the hard-packed snow back towards the cave. He could not return empty-handed. Otherwise, he would have to spend considerable effort explaining to the shaman why the fish was missing, merely obstructed by the ice. Furthermore, the shaman would likely not believe him. It was far simpler to bring a fish back. Compared to the biting cold outside, the cave was significantly warmer. After an exhausting ritual, the shaman, panting and dripping with sweat, had finally completed the ceremony, praying for blessings from the deities. However, despite his outward calm, he felt a sense of unease stirring within him. This unease arose after every ritual. It was not due to any insincerity in his prayers or mistakes made during the ceremony, but rather a deeply buried secret that had haunted him for many years. This secret was that he could not communicate with the deities as the tribe believed he could. It was a source of anxiety that had followed him for decades. He could confidently assert that each ritual was performed with heartfelt intention, flawlessly executing every step and movement. Yet, what troubled him was that over the years, he had never received a single directive from the deities. This left him feeling unsettled. Even though he had hidden it well, and the tribe had never suspected him, he still felt a lingering unease. He worried that the deities, who had never offered him any guidance, would cease to protect the tribe. This troubled the shaman greatly, for he distinctly remembered the previous shaman had explicitly informed him that he could communicate with the celestial deities. It was precisely due to this that the shaman felt increasingly unsettled after each sacrificial rite. After all, the same rituals and actions enabled the former shaman to receive divine guidance, while he remained bereft of such enlightenment. The shaman cradled his white bone staff and placed it reverently upon the stone before the totem pole, where the celestial beings resided. He then carefully removed his feathered crown from his head and returned it to its original position, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. He turned around, eager to glimpse the miraculous little being who had descended from the heavens. However, he found neither the extraordinary creature nor the limping one within the cave. A sense of urgency washed over him as he became increasingly concerned for this celestial child who had fallen from the sky. In his understanding, the deities resided in the lofty realms only accessible to birds. The totem pole erected in the tribe was merely a manifestation of the divine, a transient dwelling for the deities during sacrificial observances. This little being had plummeted from the skies above, igniting a flicker of excitement within the shaman, as if he had glimpsed a possible path forward, especially considering the terrifying spectacle accompanying its descent. A person had survived an entire night in the wilderness without being devoured by wild beasts, and here it was, restored to life in this state. All of these occurrences fueled his curiosity and concern for this extraordinary child. Through the animated gestures and words of several frail women left in the cave, the shaman learned of Han's whereabouts and their intended actions. This revelation filled him with both frustration and a touch of gratitude. This little one, in such bitter cold, where not even fish could be found, how would he manage to catch any? He thought this as he glanced at the 5 or 7 children within the cave, of similar size to the little one, some even larger, and shook his head in silent dismay. Though they were all children, these in the tribe still knew only sleep and play, far removed from the little one's endeavors. Even though the little one was currently engaged in a futile effort and would suffer the chill for it, the intent alone was commendable. Unbeknownst to him, Han had already become the child of another. You call him back. The shaman reflected for a moment on the several older children in the tribe, pointing towards the 2 women who had just responded to him, instructing them to fetch Han and the limping one. The 2 women, naturally unwilling to defy the shaman's command, wrapped themselves more securely in furs before removing the stone that blocked the entrance to the cave, allowing the cold air to rush in. Without hesitation, they bent low and stepped outside. As the shaman felt the chill, he intended to summon someone to seal the entrance anew, only to realize that the 2 women had returned. This left him perplexed and somewhat vexed. How could they disregard his words? Nevertheless, the shaman was a person of great composure. He refrained from expressing anger and prepared to inquire further. Before he could speak, Han had already dashed into the cave. As he felt the warmth of the cave's air, Han let out a sigh of relief. A smile emerged on the shaman's face, ready to praise this thoughtful little one, but in the next moment, he was rendered speechless. His eyes were fixed on the fish that Han had dragged back with him, filled with astonishment and disbelief. Chapter 16. So many fish. He stood there, momentarily frozen. Before rushing to Han's side, squatting down to grasp the fish in his hands, scrutinizing it carefully. After a considerable time, he confirmed that it was indeed the very fish they had eaten before. Holding the fish in one hand and pointing with the other, he looked at Han. His voice tinged with excitement. This fish on his way back. Han had pondered how the shaman would react upon seeing the fish. He was certain the shaman would be astonished, yet he had not anticipated such an overwhelming response, leaving the shaman nearly speechless. Understanding the shaman's emotions, Han quickly replied, "Fish, in the river. There are fish." He gestured towards the direction of the small river outside. So many fish." Han feared his expression was unclear and added fervently. The shaman, momentarily dumbfounded, soon stood up, taking Han's hand and hastily moving towards the exit, clearly eager to verify the truth of Han's claims. If it were indeed true, their tribe would no longer face a food crisis this winter. Although Han had brought back a single fish, he believed it unlikely to be a falsehood. Yet the disparity between this revelation and the shaman's understanding was too great to dismiss. He could not help but desire to see with his own eyes, to see if there were truly so many fish. In his heart, it was not a matter of an abundance of fish. Sufficient provisions for the winter would suffice. Han quickly grasped the shaman's arm, gesturing for him to pause. He dashed back into the cave to retrieve a few animal skins, signaling for the shaman to wrap them around himself. The shaman chuckled, realizing he had been too hasty, having forgotten the biting cold outside. He accepted the skins from Han's hands, swiftly enveloping himself in them, and called upon the two earlier women to join them. The four then exited the cave, treading through the snow towards the river. Han's face contorted in dismay, having just returned from the river. He now found himself rushing back after barely 10 minutes in the cave. Such was the burden of fate. The shaman moved quickly, eager to witness the spectacle Han had described. Upon learning of this potential salvation for the tribe, he had forgotten his fatigue and advanced age. Thud. Upon seeing nearly 20 fish of various sizes piled on the riverbank, as well as those peeking from the ice holes, the shaman, convinced of Han's truthfulness, was overcome with joy, collapsing into the snow. He muttered incantations, the contents of which were unknown, though one could surmise they were words of gratitude to the celestial beings. This left Han, who felt a sense of helplessness at being able to assist the tribe, rubbing his nose in exasperation. After all, it was he who had discovered the fish. The shaman rose from the snow, glancing between the fish on the bank and those peeking from the ice, his delight unabated. He scooped Han into his embrace, affectionately rubbing his forehead against Han's head, before setting him down and combing through his hair. This was an expression of endearment within the tribe, something Han witnessed daily in the cave, yet he had never seen the shaman display such affection towards anyone. Though the act of grooming resembled a large monkey picking lice from a smaller one. Fish. Back. Get spears, catch fish. After tending to Han's hair for a while, the shaman's excitement calmed considerably, and then he issued orders to the two astonished women to bring the fish back to the cave and return with spears to catch more fish. The two women sprang into action, undeterred by the cold, each grasping 3 or 4 fish, and hastily making their way back to the cave through the snow. The limping man wielded his spear with renewed vigor, particularly after witnessing the astonished expressions of Wu and his companions upon their arrival, which filled him with a sense of pride and vindication. After a brief pause, Wu began to gesticulate while inquiring about how Han Sheng had discerned the presence of fish beneath the ice. Han Sheng felt somewhat exasperated. Why were these primitive people so insistent on probing for answers? Yet, he could not disclose to Wu that he was a time traveler. This was merely a matter of basic knowledge. As he pondered this, he suddenly recalled the ruse he had employed to coax the limping man into action earlier. Indeed, the deity was omnipotent, and the people here seemed to hold a profound reverence for divine beings. With this in mind, he decided to invoke the name of the deity once more. However, the presence of a professional priest made him feel somewhat uneasy about borrowing the deity's name. Nevertheless, considering the high status that priests held within the tribe and the necessity of producing further innovations for both himself and the tribe, it would be far less troublesome to attribute everything to the deity rather than explain each detail at length. After all, the deity was all-powerful, resolute in his decision. He pointed skyward and then to his own head, proclaiming, "The deity says there are fish." To Han Sheng's relief, no doubt arose in Wu's mind upon hearing the name of the deity. Rather, his eyes sparkled with a bright surprise, tinged with a sense of as expected. He affectionately ran his fingers through Han Sheng's hair, but then seemed to recall something, withdrawing his hand with a hint of unease. Observing Wu's discomfort, Han Sheng, after some contemplation, decided to reciprocate the gesture by standing on tiptoe to tousle the slightly hunched Wu's hair, indicating his fondness. Wu's apprehension quickly dissipated, and his face, marked by age, broke into a broad smile as he regarded Han Cheng. 4 more women from the tribe arrived. One of them took up a spear and stood guard at the ice hole alongside the limping man. As for the others, Han Cheng selected several distant patches of ice to teach them how to break the ice and spear fish. The enthusiasm of the tribe's people for food was truly commendable. After breaking 2 additional holes in the ice, along with the limping man, 6 individuals were now engaged in spearing fish. Due to the fish being trapped and desperate for air, they congregated around the holes, making them significantly easier to catch than usual. So much so that the woman tasked with transporting the fish from the holes found herself overwhelmed. It wasn't until Han Cheng snapped off a relatively flexible branch and strung 7 or 8 fish from their gills to their mouths, instructing her to drag the branch through the snow, that she finally found some relief. Han Cheng's seemingly effortless innovation, which allowed for such efficient transport of multiple fish, drew another appreciative glance from Wu. As daylight lingered, the 6 had already caught enough fish to sustain the tribe for 3 days. Despite his body being frozen and his skin turning blue with cold, the limping man was reluctant to leave. Not just him. The other women who had been fishing were equally unwilling to return. It wasn't until Han Cheng firmly assured them that the fish would not escape and that they could continue their efforts the following day that they reluctantly departed. Glancing back repeatedly at the cave, this made Han Cheng, who was shivering from the cold, resolve that he would not accompany them out again the next day. No matter what, the small door at the center of the cave swung open, and at Wu's command, the elderly tribesman responsible for maintaining the fire added a considerable amount of firewood to the blaze, stoking it to a lively flame. Han Cheng and the others gathered around the fire, relishing the rare warmth. The limping man and the others would occasionally turn to gaze at the nearly 100 fish piled together, grinning foolishly as they looked at Han Cheng, who was warming his feet by the fire, their respect for him deepening. In stark contrast to the joy within the cave, the eldest brother, who had led the hunting expedition, bore a heavy heart. Chapter 17. The Mixed Emotions of the Eldest Brother. The eldest brother led 8 men and 12 women from the tribe through the snow, the biting cold causing them to hunch their bodies. The second brother, rotund and prone to drooling, had a small icicle hanging from his beard. The group trudged through the snow with great difficulty, the cold, hunger, and long distances having thoroughly drained their strength and warmth. A somber atmosphere enveloped the party, with all the tribe's strong laborers dispatched into the frigid wilderness. They had toiled all day and returned with only 2 emaciated mountain chickens. Under such circumstances, it was indeed remarkable if their spirits could remain high. The eldest brother appeared particularly morose, burdened by worry. As the leader of the tribe, he was responsible for a multitude of pressing matters. The absence of food weighed heavily on him. It seemed that further reductions in food rations would have to be implemented. Aside from the few individuals who had already been limited in their portions, the children and those women who were somewhat frail and unable to endure prolonged exposure to the snow would also need to have their food distributions curtailed. The limited food supply must be reserved for the strong, so they could conserve enough strength to continue the search for sustenance, ensuring the tribe's survival. The eldest brother was reluctant to resort to such measures. If given the choice, he would wish for every member of the tribe to enjoy a full meal. Yet reality dictated otherwise. The familiar cave loomed ahead, promising warmth from the fire, cozy dry grass, and furs, as well as the presence of his kin. Yet the eldest brother hesitated, not wanting to bear the sorrowful tidings of their meager catch back to the tribe. Suddenly, the obstructed cave entrance swung open, and a throng of children and women who had remained behind poured out, jubilantly rushing toward the returning hunters. Upon witnessing this scene, the eldest brother's heart sank further. From the current situation, he could surmise that those left in the cave had likely been anxiously peering out through the gaps, eagerly awaiting the hunter's return with sufficient food to stave off hunger for the tribe. Yet, all he could bring back were 2 scrawny mountain chickens. As he gazed at the jubilant crowd rushing toward them, an overwhelming urge to flee surged within him. Leader, leader, the children of the tribe approached, greeting the eldest brother before darting off to find their parents. The eldest brother was puzzled, as the children and women who had come to meet them did not exhibit the disappointment he had anticipated upon seeing their empty hands. Upon noticing Wu standing at the cave entrance, the eldest brother felt a warmth in his heart, without a doubt. Wu had forewarned them to temper their expectations regarding the hunter's return. With this thought, he dismissed the hesitant expressions of the women and quickened his pace toward the cave entrance. Bowing respectfully to Wu, who smiled at him in a calm manner, and greeted her with a humble, "Wu." His voice was low and tinged with feelings of guilt, shame, and warmth. Wu smiled as he reached out to gently stroke his head and patted his shoulder, saying, "Return now, stay warm." The eldest senior brother's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He nodded resolutely, bowed his head slightly, and entered the cave. Wu stood at the entrance, touching the head of each returning hunter in turn, repeating, "Return now, stay warm." This was his way of encouraging those who braved the biting cold to hunt for the tribe. Han Sheng observed from the side, secretly nodding in admiration of Wu's wisdom. Through this simple gesture, the entire hunting party's mood had greatly improved, and the bonds among them grew ever stronger. Fish. So many fish. The incredulous exclamation from the eldest senior brother echoed through the cave, causing all who knew the truth, including Wu and many children, to burst into joyful laughter. Among them, the happiest was the lame man, Limp, who laughed until tears streamed down his face. Hearing the eldest brother's astonishment and seeing the expressions of those still inside the cave, those who had not yet entered grew curious. What on earth had transpired in the tribe on this day when everyone else was out hunting? How could there suddenly be fish? Staring blankly at the pile of over 100 fish stacked inside the cave, the returning hunters were dumbfounded. They could not fathom how, in a time when fish were scarce, the tribe could suddenly be blessed with such an abundance. Of course, not everyone was utterly overwhelmed by shock. For instance, the second senior brother, after an initial moment of disbelief, immediately began to salivate. Wu, the eldest senior brother was at a loss for words. Turning to Wu to inquire about the matter, a broad smile adorned Wu's face as he pointed to Han Sheng standing nearby, then to the somewhat reserved Limp, and began his explanation. The flames inside the cave flickered, filling the air with the savory aroma of roasting fish. The oppressive atmosphere born from the food crisis evaporated, replaced by joyous energy that permeated every soul. Tonight, the eldest senior brother was in high spirits, having brought in a remarkable 40 fish. These would provide a satisfying meal for those who had long gone without proper nourishment. The 40 roasted fish were piled high upon the stone slab usually reserved for food storage. The eldest senior brother first selected a perfectly sized and exquisitely cooked fish, cupping it gently in both hands as he carried it to Wu, seated deep within the cave. He then returned, but unlike before, he did not gather food to leave with his family. Instead, he carefully chose a fish about 1 foot long, holding it reverently as he approached Han Sheng. Bowing slightly, he said, "Fish, eat." Han Sheng waved him off, signaling that such formality was unnecessary, but the eldest senior brother insisted. Smiling, Han Sheng accepted the roasted fish from his hands. The eldest senior brother went back to the pile and selected the largest fish, over 2 feet long and nearly 10 pounds. Just as everyone anticipated that he would claim the largest fish for himself, an unexpected act occurred. Holding the massive fish with both hands, the eldest senior brother approached Limp at the cave's edge and bent down, saying, "Fish, eat." Limp was taken aback by this gesture, nervously waving his hands and shaking his head repeatedly. But the eldest senior brother placed the fish firmly into Limp's arms and said, "Eat." Then, smiling, he gently ruffled Limp's hair before returning to retrieve his own food. Standing there clutching the enormous fish, Limp was momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, tears streamed down his face like rain. Chapter 18, The Divine Child. Before the formal meal began, any food distributed by the eldest senior brother was not counted toward the total rations. Thus, after the other families had received their portions, Limp's wife was still able to claim 2 fish, each less than a foot long. "Fish, eat," Limp said, stifling his tears as he pushed the large fish in his arms toward his wife with a smile. His wife shook her head, returning the fish to Limp, saying, "Fish, you eat." She gestured toward the 2 fish she had received, implying, "These are what you deserve. We have these 2 to eat." Seeing her reluctance, Limp thought for a moment before taking the fish back. He did not start with the tender meat, but instead slit open the fish's belly and extracted the innards, smiling as he savored them. Only after finishing the innards did he begin to eat the fish properly. Yet, the first parts he consumed were not the meatiest along the backbone, but the fish's head and tail, which contained little flesh. Having eaten these sections, Limp was already full without consuming much of the prime meat. He then handed the fish to his 2 eagerly watching children, smiling and saying, "Fish, eat." Compared to Limp and the others, who seemed eager to gnaw even the tiniest fish bones, Han Sheng found eating somewhat challenging. The roasted fish he held, like the others, had not been cleaned. Since the fish were roasted, the scales were mostly charred away or could be easily peeled off by hand. The real difficulty lay in the unremoved gills in the head and the viscera inside the belly. One part was bitter, the other was slimy and gritty. Han Sheng could not bring himself to eat these and quietly removed them, tossing them into the fire. Such behavior might have earned a slap on the backside for other children, a painful lesson to teach thriftiness, but Han Sheng was spared. Not only was his background unusual, but the single fish he had provided for the tribe was enough to make others overlook his minor shortcomings. The evening meal concluded with many sighs of contentment. Since the onset of winter, they had not enjoyed such a hearty feast. An empty stomach filled with food felt truly wonderful. Yet, unlike before, the group inside the cave did not scatter to sleep soon after eating. It was not that they did not wish to rest, but Wu had instructed a fire to be lit near his dwelling in the inner cave to provide illumination. The feathered crown and white bone staff, usually placed upon the stone before the totem pole as offerings, were once again donned by Wu's head and hands. In their place rested a freshly caught fish from that day. All gathered outside the inner cave, watching Wu, crowned and staff in hand, sing and dance with exuberance. This ritual was performed with even greater reverence than before. Wu felt the deity had truly manifested, after praying to the heavens earlier that day. Such a miraculous event had already come to pass before nightfall. For the entire winter, their tribe would no longer suffer from food scarcity. With a belly full of sustenance, Wu danced with renewed vigor, sweat beading on his brow as he performed a dance of primal intensity. Suddenly pausing, Wu approached Han Cheng. Amid Han Cheng's astonishment, Wu took his hand and led him to the totem pole. Wu instructed Han Cheng to turn, facing away from the totem and toward the assembled tribe. Wu then resumed his dance, circling around Han Cheng in measured steps. Han Cheng recalled the fish that had been placed as an offering before the totem pole, and a shiver ran through his lips. Could it be that the shaman intended to sacrifice himself to the celestial deities? This time, the shaman's dance was brief. He halted directly in front of Han Cheng, pointing at him with one hand while gesturing towards the sky and the totem pole behind Han Cheng with the other, proclaiming loudly and reverently, "Son of the Divine." Han Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. How could a mere act of ice fishing elevate him to the status of a divine offspring? The shaman's imagination was truly remarkable. However, his expression soon returned to normal as he realized the magnitude of prestige this title would bestow upon him within the tribe. Furthermore, it would undoubtedly facilitate his endeavors in the future. So be it, if he was to be called the Son of the Divine, practicality was what mattered. Son of the Divine. Son of the Divine. After calling out thrice while maintaining his stance, the shaman turned around, facing Han Cheng like the rest, placing his hand holding the bone staff over his chest, bowing sincerely, and uttering, "Son of the Divine." The others in the tribe, inspired by the shaman, mimicked his actions, placing their right hands on their left chests, awkwardly acknowledging Han Cheng with shouts of, "Son of the Divine." In that moment, Han Cheng stood tall before the totem pole while the rest bowed deeply. The flickering flames illuminated his youthful face, and as he gazed at the devout crowd before him, he felt a slight twitch in his nostrils. Who would have thought that his initial intention was merely to procure sustenance for the tribe? Yet he found himself cloaked in a divine aura? Was this not a case of good deeds reaping rewards, or the unintentional sowing of seeds that bore fruit? Once the ceremony concluded, the gathered crowd dispersed, though few truly succumbed to slumber. This was partly due to the tales they had heard from the limping man and several women who had ventured to fish, all eager to witness if the claims of fish being still beneath the ice were indeed true. Additionally, the emergence of a son of the divine stirred curiosity, reflecting on his miraculous descent and the way he had alleviated the tribe's severe food crisis. Many felt it fitting to bestow upon him such a title. Han Cheng's status significantly elevated. He was now nearly on par with the shaman. For instance, he resided in the inner cave alongside the shaman, sleeping on a thick layer of fur, mirroring the shaman's accommodations. This led him to ponder the comforts that accompanied elevated status. It was no wonder that in later times, individuals would strive tirelessly to ascend to positions of power. As dawn broke, the tribe's members arose unusually early. After hastily consuming breakfast, the elder brother rallied everyone to gather their stone fish spears and set off towards the nearby river to personally experience the art of fishing beneath the ice. Initially reluctant to join, Han Cheng feared that their reckless actions might compromise the ice. Thus he braved the biting cold to accompany them to the riverbank. By morning, the 3 holes they had created the previous day were already frozen over. Han Cheng instructed the others to remain on the shore, summoning the experienced limping man to demonstrate the process. With excitement brimming, the limping man descended onto the ice, his demeanor transformed. Since his injury, he had never felt as invigorated as he did now. No, not even during the peak of his health. He glanced at Han Cheng, who nodded in approval, signaling for him to commence. Taking a deep breath, the limping man hurled the stone towards the previous hole, though the opening had frozen over. The ice was not excessively thick due to the short duration, and soon enough, the hole was reopened. All eyes were fixed on the ice, awaiting the miracle to unfold, including those who had fished the day before. "Fish!" a child exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a fish approaching the hole. Before the child's cry faded, 3 more fish surfaced to breathe at the opening. The sight sent the crowd into a frenzy, including the elder brother. They clamored to rush onto the ice, intent on creating more holes to secure ample food for the tribe. Having anticipated this reaction, Han Cheng quickly shouted for everyone to halt. If they all surged onto the ice, not only would they fail to catch fish, but the entire tribe could risk falling into the river. Previously, at such a moment, no one in the tribe would have heeded Han Cheng's words, but the situation was different now. The crowd obediently paused, gazing at their son of the divine. Curious about his counsel, Han Sheng gestured and spoke animatedly until he finally conveyed the critical lesson that too many individuals in one spot could lead to perilous consequences. He then stepped onto the ice himself, placing dry grass at intervals of 10 paces from the shore to signify where holes should be made. He also restrained the eager second elder brother from venturing onto the ice, specifically instructing the elder brother to keep a close watch on him, allowing only for him to operate from the shore. Given his weight, he could easily cause others to fall into the water, having witnessed the fish. The tribe members were filled with renewed vigor. The sounds of ice chiseling echoed around them. Han Sheng patrolled the shore, occasionally offering corrections, and soon found himself elevated to a position of leadership, overseeing the efforts from a distance. Indeed, there was a certain satisfaction in watching others labor. Of course, it would have been even better if the weather were milder or if he were clad in a warm-down jacket. Chapter 19. The Abominably Primitive Gloves. Upon witnessing that all the ice holes had been successfully created and the tasks of fishing and transporting were proceeding smoothly, Han Sheng wasted no time and hurried back into the cave. This wretched weather was unbearably cold. His extremities felt as though they had vanished, leaving him feeling pitifully small. If he did not return soon to warm himself, he genuinely feared that joy would elude him forever. When Han Sheng returned, the first batch of fish caught that day had already been brought back to the cave. He crouched by the fire, warming himself, and soon noticed an unusual itch in his hands and feet, realizing with dread that he must have suffered frostbite. After warming himself by the fire for a while, he returned to the inner cave. The shaman bore a faint smile, diligently etching symbols onto a stone tablet, likely depicting the method of fishing beneath the ice for sustenance during winter. Han Sheng quietly observed for a moment, noting the shaman's focused demeanor, and refrained from disturbing him. Instead, tiptoeing back outside, he made his way to a designated area within the cave for storing furs, beginning to rummage through the items there. Due to the tribe's reliance on fishing, hunting, and gathering for sustenance over the years, a considerable collection of furs has been amassed, though many have suffered from fur loss due to the passage of time. Generally speaking, such pelts are utilized for wrapping fruits, while the more intact ones are reserved for warmth. Han Sheng rummaged through the collection and extracted 4 relatively intact rabbit skins. However, the small size of rabbit pelts rendered them cumbersome for warmth, making them less favored within the tribe. Yet, for Han Sheng, these items proved to be quite useful. He laid the rabbit skins on the ground, pressed his right hand upon them, and folded them with his left, immediately feeling a wave of warmth envelop him. Han Sheng furrowed his brows. The rabbit skins were still too large for his hand. One rolled-up skin could easily accommodate 4 or 5 of his hands. Such makeshift gloves would not only be impractical, but also ineffective for warmth. He ventured to the storage area, retrieving a stone knife typically used by the tribe for skinning animals, and examined it with a wry smile. This stone knife was manageable for a strong adult to make incisions on a freshly deceased creature, but given his current state, tackling dry hides with it seemed rather unrealistic. Indeed, after spreading the skin on the ground and attempting to cut it with the stone knife for about 10 minutes, with no sign of it splitting, Han Sheng relinquished the idea of dividing the skin in two. Never mind, if I can't make gloves, I can at least fashion a hand warmer, he consoled himself. Returning the stone knife to its place and taking the skin to another location to begin crafting a warming device. However, Han Sheng did not succeed in creating the hand warmer, not due to a lack of needles or thread, but because he managed to open the rabbit skin. Of course, he did not resort to biting it. Instead, he recalled a method from the future for severing rope when scissors were unavailable. He approached the stone slab serving as a door panel at the cave entrance with the rabbit skin in hand, selected the sharpest edge, and, with the fur side facing down, pressed it firmly against the center of the skin while vigorously rubbing it up and down. The friction proved effective. It was far superior to using a stone knife to cut through dry hides. This method allowed him to exert his full strength, and the rapid friction generated heat, accelerating the skin's disintegration. After approximately a minute of this vigorous rubbing, the skin was successfully divided into 2 halves. With the skin now prepared, the subsequent task of sewing became a significant hurdle, for not only were there no needles in the tribe, but there was also a complete absence of thread. Han Sheng, left with no options, began to devise a plan, scouring the ground for discarded fish bones. Regrettably, these bones proved too fragile, and the thickness of the skin rendered them ineffective. After breaking 5 or 6 fish bones without creating a single puncture in the skin, Han Sheng reluctantly abandoned this approach. With no fish bones to utilize, he had to think creatively. Indeed, he picked up a stone again. He placed the skin on a large rock and, wielding a sharp-edged stone in his other hand, struck the edges of the skin. As expected, sometimes a more forceful approach was necessary. The skin, which had resisted the fish bones, quickly yielded to the stone. After several strikes, he successfully created a small hole. Once the first hole was made, he did not pause. Continuing to create openings along the edges of the skin, aiming for a puncture approximately every half centimeter. Naturally, if he accidentally struck too far off, it was of little concern. This was a matter of addressing basic needs, not aesthetics. The sounds of his work pulled the shaman from his trance-like state of recording. He frowned, setting down his stone pen, and rubbed his tired, sore fingers and wrists before stepping out of the cave to investigate the source of the noise. Upon realizing it was Han Sheng making the racket, a look of mild surprise crossed his face. The shaman approached Han Sheng, and upon observing his actions, a look of confusion appeared in his eyes. He could not fathom why the boy would want to reduce the perfectly good skin into two smaller halves, and why he was puncturing it with so many holes. Wasn't he a larger skin more advantageous for warmth or for wrapping fruits? If this had been before, the shaman would have dismissed the boy's actions as mere folly, but the events of the previous day had instilled a sense of respect for the seemingly frail child, who appeared no older than 6 or 7. Han Sheng looked up and noticed the shaman's bewilderment, yet he chose not to explain. The simplicity of the tribal language made it challenging to articulate his intentions and the purpose of his creation, so he deemed it more efficient to simply produce the gloves. Finally, after diligently creating small holes along 3 edges of the rabbit's skin, he had effectively fashioned what could be considered needle holes. The issue of thread was relatively easily resolved, as there existed a robust type of grass in the area that could serve as makeshift cordage. This grass was abundant, often used as firewood or laid beneath one's body for warmth. Under the shaman's watchful gaze, Han Sheng selected a length of this resilient grass and, after folding the skin in half, began to thread it through the small holes he had created, using the grass as his makeshift sewing material. Instead of employing the common stitching technique from the future, which was ill-suited to the present circumstances, he utilized the durable grass to weave through the paired holes, looping it twice before pulling taut and proceeding to the next hole. After approximately 20 minutes of labor, what could very well be the first pair of gloves of this era emerged. The gloves were peculiar. Rather than resembling conventional gloves, they resembled a small, square pouch crafted from skin, with no separate compartment for the thumb. Nonetheless, Han Sheng was elated. He eagerly opened the pouch-like glove and slipped his right hand inside. The soft, lustrous rabbit fur enveloped his entire hand, and a wave of warmth radiated from it, as if his hand were being caressed by something exquisitely soft and delightful. Indeed, you read that correctly. Han Sheng had fashioned the gloves with the fur facing inward and the skin outward. Aesthetics were of no concern. The primary requirement for these gloves was warmth, with all other considerations taking a back seat. As for the age-old question of if the skin is gone, where will the fur cling? It was simply not an issue. In his tribe, while many resources were scarce, pelts were not in short supply, far removed from the ancient notion of preserving a single sheepskin coat for a lifetime, to be passed down through generations. Seeing Han Sheng's actions and the joy radiating from his face, the shaman seemed to grasp something profound. Upon noticing that the shaman was observing him, Han Sheng removed his gloves and gestured for the shaman to extend his hand, subsequently adorning it with the gloves. As Han Sheng fitted the gloves onto him, the shaman's hands appeared somewhat rigid, clearly unfamiliar with this peculiar object. Once the gloves were securely donned, a shift in the shaman's expression was evident as he savored the warmth, gently moving his hands in various directions. Unlike the previous experience of binding animal hides with ropes that could easily come undone with the slightest neglect, these gloves embraced his hands snugly, providing comfort rather than discomfort. Feeling this newfound warmth, the shaman's eyes sparkled with realization, recalling how many in his tribe suffered each year from frostbite, their hands swollen and festering. If everyone were to possess 2 such marvelous items, they could keep their hands warm while working and shield them when not engaged in labor, alleviating their suffering significantly. Moreover, maintaining the health of their hands would greatly enhance efficiency in hunting and other tasks. Could this be a divine gift? With brightened eyes, the shaman pointed toward the heavens, then turned to indicate the totem pole in the cave, and eagerly brought the gloves closer to Han Sheng, filled with anticipation and excitement. Seeing the shaman's enthusiasm, Han Sheng could not dismiss his fervor and nodded affirmatively, saying, "Yes, a divine gift." The shaman's face reflected even deeper reverence as he inquired about the name of the gloves, lifting them slightly. After a moment of contemplation, Han Sheng realized that the shaman was asking for the term for gloves. This posed a challenge for Han Sheng, as there was no equivalent word in the shaman's lexicon. Despite racking his brain, he struggled to find a suitable term to convey the concept of gloves to the shaman. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Since the tribe lacked a word for gloves, he would simply create one. Words, after all, evolve and multiply over time. Gloves. Han Sheng pronounced distinctly in standard Mandarin. The shaman's expression turned puzzled, clearly struggling to grasp the meaning of the word, having never encountered such an odd term before. Han Sheng felt reminiscent of the times when the shaman had taught him the tribal language with unwavering patience. He pointed to the gloves and reiterated, "These are gloves." The first 2 words were spoken in the tribal tongue, while the latter was pronounced clearly in Mandarin. Gloves? the shaman repeated after Han Sheng, his pronunciation sounding clumsy and awkward. Yet, this was the first time Han Sheng had heard that familiar sound from another's lips since his arrival, stirring a wave of emotion within him. Humans are creatures of sentiment. Many thoughts cannot simply be dismissed, but are often suppressed for various reasons. Gloves, Han Sheng reiterated, suppressing his excitement, pointing at the gloves in the shaman's hands with utmost seriousness, more focused than when he had taken the Mandarin proficiency test. Gloves, the shaman echoed. After 3 or 4 repetitions, the shaman's pronunciation became increasingly proficient. He attempted to return the gloves to Han Sheng, but Han Sheng declined, understanding that the shaman, being older and more susceptible to the cold, deserved this gift, especially after having saved his life. As the shaman cradled the gloves while walking, occasionally repeating the word gloves, a smile spread across Han Sheng's face. Having gained experience from successfully creating the first pair, he spent considerably less time on the second. When he approached the shaman with the second pair, he found him placing the first pair before the totem pole, sincerely expressing gratitude for the divine blessing. Previously, Han Sheng could not comprehend the shaman's prayers, but today was different. Amidst the shaman's indistinct murmurs, the word gloves resonated clearly. This brought Han Sheng a delightful sense of mischief, as though he had successfully pulled off a prank. After waiting for the shaman to finish his prayers, Han Sheng offered to fit both gloves onto him. The shaman's face lit up with genuine joy as he donned this novel, warming item, curiously waving his hands about, embodying the innocence of a child rather than the wisdom of a tribal elder. Observing that the gloves tended to slip down when the shaman's hands hung naturally, Han Sheng realized they were not quite the right fit. When he suggested making some adjustments for better comfort, the shaman shook his head vigorously, insisting that they were already quite comfortable. However, after Han Sheng modified the gloves by creating a few additional holes and tightening the openings, upon red-oning them, even with his hands hanging down, the gloves stayed in place without requiring him to grasp the rabbit fur inside. The shaman beamed with even greater delight. Han Sheng then stepped outside to craft gloves for himself while the shaman, after some time, carefully set the gloves down on a stone and picked up a stone pen to commence his creative work. He felt the urgency of documenting his thoughts, as he had much to record. Yesterday's account of ice fishing was merely a prelude, and now the emergence of the beneficial gloves demanded documentation. All these items were crucial for the tribe's advancement. How could he neglect to record them? However, as his fingers grew stiff from the cold, the shaman no longer relied on breath to warm them, but reverently donned the gloves. The tribe experienced an abundant harvest today, with the tireless labor of the people. By evening, the cave was filled with 300 to 400 fish. The sight of such bounty instilled a sense of peace. Yet, new troubles arose. Due to extended exposure to the icy conditions while fishing, many suffered from frostbite on their hands and feet. Chapter 21. Similarly simple socks and salt. In earlier times, when food was plentiful, during winter, the tribe's members rarely ventured outside except to attend to physiological needs or gather snow. Thus, even if frostbite occurred, it was not severe. Unlike now, where over 70% of the population suffered from varying degrees of frostbite on their extremities. Amidst the concerns and worries of the tribe, the shaman shared the news of the gloves with everyone, even producing the pair made by Han Sheng for some in the cave to experience firsthand. After personally experiencing the benefits of the gloves, the people's eyes sparkled with hope, gazing longingly at the shaman and the divine Han Sheng, clearly yearning for such a marvelous item to keep them warm. This plan had already been discussed between the shaman and Han Sheng. It was evident that Han Sheng could not personally craft gloves for every tribe member, nor for the soon-to-appear socks. If he were to undertake such a task, he would have no time for anything else and would merely become a glove manufacturer. The solution was to select a few weaker individuals from the tribe, those unfit for fishing, to learn glove-making from Han Sheng. Once this plan was established, the faces of the tribe members lit up with smiles. Indeed, what reason do they have to be discontent? They now possess an ample supply of food to satiate their hunger, freeing them from the specter of famine. Moreover, this food is far more palatable and filling than wild fruits, consisting of fish. Soon, they will also acquire warm gloves and the socks mentioned by the deity to shield their hands and feet from the biting cold. Such blissful days have long been their fervent desire. On the following day, Han Sheng began to teach the 6 female primitives residing in the cave the art of crafting leather gloves, guiding them with meticulous care. What he perceived as a simple, albeit rudimentary task, proved to be quite challenging for those encountering it for the first time. During the process of learning, they either tore the edges of the leather or created overly large gaps between holes. Some even managed to puncture the leather with small holes all around. After successfully creating the holes, stitching them together with cordage was equally fraught with difficulty. Fortunately, Han Sheng was not one to be easily vexed, with unwavering patience. He demonstrated the process repeatedly. By afternoon, even the least dexterous wife of the eldest brother had finally mastered the skill of glove making. As for aesthetics, That pursuit would only come after their techniques had matured. Once he had imparted the knowledge of glove making, Han Sheng turned his attention to crafting leather socks. The footwear in the tribe was exceedingly rudimentary, consisting merely of rectangular soles fashioned from suitably sized animal bones, with holes drilled into them through which thin strips of leather or sturdy grass ropes were threaded and tied to the feet. This resembled the sandals of later eras, though wearing them in the depths of winter was rather too bracing. Naturally, they would wrap their feet in leather before donning the shoes, yet this proved cumbersome and uncomfortable, often leading to frequent adjustments that became quite bothersome. Consequently, those who found the cold intolerable often opted to go barefoot, with no suitable tools at hand. Han Sheng had no choice but to create larger rectangular pieces of leather, punching holes and threading them with cordage, much like the gloves. However, there was a notable distinction. The threaded sections were positioned at the top rather than the edges. This design offered a degree of waterproofing and moisture resistance. And as the stitching was located at the top, the cordage used was less prone to wear, thus extending its lifespan. In later times, this creation might not have garnered much interest even if offered freely, yet here it was a highly sought-after rarity. Even the most impatient of the tribe, the youngest brother, donned these socks and shoes, moving about with newfound comfort, and could not help but break into a broad smile. After all, if suitable shoes and socks were available, few would choose to endure the chill of going barefoot. The tribe was no longer as leisurely as before. Once, after dinner, they would simply pause for a moment before drifting into slumber. Now, they gathered around the fire, crafting gloves or socks before retiring for the night. The number of fishermen dwindled due to the focus on glove and sock production. However, winter had driven the fish to seek air at the ice holes, making them much easier to catch than usual. Even with fewer hands to assist, their daily catch was more than sufficient for the day's meals, leaving ample surplus. As the stockpile of fish within the cave grew, the eldest brother and his companions found themselves spending less time fishing, sometimes even foregoing it altogether. With the abundance of food, Han Sheng noted that no one was inclined to consume the slimy fish entrails anymore, not even the most frugal among them. When it came to grilling fish, they followed Han Sheng's method, removing scales, entrails, and gills before placing them over the fire. Initially, some thought this wasteful, but upon realizing they had more than enough fish and that this method yielded tastier results, they acquiesced, and it became customary. Han Sheng gazed at the grilled fish before him, finding it difficult to summon an appetite after nearly a month of 2 meals a day consisting solely of fish. Of course, a significant reason for his aversion was the absence of salt. Salt is indeed the king of seasonings, and it is not merely a flavor enhancer, but also an essential element for the human body. Han Sheng had inquired about salt, but even the wisest shaman and the most worldly eldest brother were oblivious to its existence. Had they known, they would not have been forced to forego it daily. As time passed, the tribe appeared increasingly lethargic. People seemed listless, spending considerably more time sleeping than being active. This state was deemed normal by the tribe, including the shaman, as they observed such sluggishness every year at this time. The shaman reassured Han Sheng that warmth would bring relief. Yet, Han Sheng understood that this was not a natural state, but rather a consequence of insufficient salt intake. Previously, the tribe's diet had been predominantly meat, which contained salt. Now, since winter had set in and snow blanketed the land, the tribe had not consumed meat in quite some time, leading to a severe deficiency of salt in their bodies. It would indeed be strange if they felt energetic. Han Sheng, feeling utterly drained and lacking motivation, lamented as he picked at the fish in his hand, expressing his profound melancholy. Chapter 22. The entire tribe must speak Mandarin. A pot must be created. After finishing the fish, Han Sheng, clutching a tightly packed snowball, once again sighed in despair. He longed not just for fish soup, but even for a bit of hot water to drink. Anything would suffice. Unlike the current situation where every bite sent icy chills straight to his stomach, robbing him of any warmth he had managed to accumulate, leaving him feeling utterly frigid. In this primitive era, living in a tribe reliant on fishing and hunting, Han Sheng had an abundance of inventions he wished to create. However, the biting cold and the lingering ice and snow stifled many of his ideas, confining him to the cave, where he could only engage in tasks within his limited capabilities. With a bountiful supply of food, the tribe began to regain its sense of ease. Han Sheng seized the opportunity to teach the people of the tribe to speak Mandarin during their leisurely moments. This decision was inspired by the previous success of the gloves. The tribe's language lacked a structured system. It was exceedingly simplistic, comprising only a few everyday phrases. More complex ideas necessitated lengthy demonstrations and gestures, which still did not guarantee mutual understanding. Previously, Han Sheng's thoughts had been constrained by his subconscious belief that, as an outsider, he must adapt to local customs and naturally learn their tribal language. It was not until the advent of gloves that he experienced a profound epiphany, akin to a sudden awakening. Indeed, With his mastery of an exceptionally rich language and its accompanying script, why should he not impart this knowledge to others? Instead of resorting to the primitive tongues of tribal origins, especially upon witnessing Wu painstakingly recording information on a stone tablet, endeavoring to document the methods, functions, and names of the newly introduced gloves and socks, and laboriously coining new vocabulary, he became more resolute in his conviction to teach the tribe's members Mandarin and the Chinese characters. The first lesson he imparted to Wu was the 2 characters for glove. Taking the stone pen from Wu, he inscribed the characters for glove on a blank stone slab, stroke by stroke, while Wu looked on in amazement. Then, pointing to the characters and the gloves held in his left hand, he declared, "Glove." As the tribe's sage, Wu was indeed astute. He immediately grasped Han Cheng's intent, recognizing that the 2 square shapes referred to the gloves. Although the characters were exceedingly strange and markedly different from the script he was accustomed to, and the resemblance to the gloves was virtually non-existent, Wu accepted this newness without much difficulty. "Glove," he echoed, articulating the words with precise clarity in Mandarin. Han Cheng handed the stone pen back to Wu, encouraging him to write the characters. Although Wu had never encountered such peculiar writing before, his frequent practice allowed him to approximate the form quite well. Initially, his attempts were clumsy, with stiff wrist movements and uneven spacing between strokes, yet he could still be recognized as the characters for glove. "Well done," Han Cheng praised in the tribe's tongue, giving Wu a thumbs up. Wu examined Han Cheng's neatly written characters and then looked at his own, which were quite crooked. Upon hearing Han Cheng's praise, he laughed and shook his head, then bent down once more to carefully and earnestly replicate Han Cheng's strokes. A person with a cultured background indeed writes differently. After practicing 6 or 7 times, Wu's rendition of glove began to resemble the original, and he was even able to replicate it from memory without looking at Han Cheng's version. This filled Han Cheng with delight from Wu's swift absorption of new knowledge. Han Cheng was assured that teaching the tribe members Mandarin and Chinese characters was indeed a feasible endeavor. Seeing that Wu had mastered the characters for glove, Han Cheng pointed to the character for hand and read it aloud, then gestured to his own hand, explaining to Wu that this character represented hand. Wu was taken aback, for the pronunciation of hand in the tribal language was entirely different. He hesitated, uncertain whether to embrace this new character and pronunciation, as it conflicted with the tribe's established lexicon. Han Cheng, sensing Wu's trepidation, naturally invoked the authority of the celestial beings. He gestured upwards and then pointed to a nearby totem pole, stating, "The celestial beings command." Wu was visibly moved. He had not anticipated that this was indeed the language and writing of the gods. Once Han Cheng draped the brilliance of the celestial beings over the Chinese characters and Mandarin, Wu's resistance evaporated. After all, this was the language and script of the divine. Having never received divine guidance in his life, how could he not diligently learn the language and writing imparted by the celestial emissary? Thus, his enthusiasm for learning Chinese characters was ignited. On that first day, he not only learned to write glove and sock, but also to read and write the most fundamental characters for foot, leg, and head in Mandarin. Education must begin with the young. Having been educated for over a decade since childhood, Han Cheng had not forgotten this maxim. Not only did he remember it, but he also put it into practice. In the ethereal name of the divine, he conveyed to Wu that the celestial beings wished to bestow their language and writing upon humanity, enabling all to speak and write in the divine tongue. Wu, having briefly experienced the wonder and simplicity of the divine language and script, after a moment of contemplation, found himself in agreement with Han Cheng's words. Wu was discerning. Although he had only been learning for 3 or 4 days and had come to know merely a few dozen divine characters, he had already begun to appreciate their benefits. Previously, there were concepts he wished to express but lacked the appropriate language. Now he could convey them in the divine tongue. Moreover, many of the characters he had inherited and created lacked corresponding pronunciations, existing as concepts that could only be understood but not articulated. Such expressions were difficult to teach to others. Often, only the creator understood their intended meaning. Now, with the divine language and script, this concern was alleviated, as the divine characters and language were standardized. Chapter 23. Education must begin with the young. After Han Cheng and Wu solidified this initiative, they summoned the elder brother, the tribe's leader, to collectively discuss and devise a plan. The elder brother, while curious about the divine language and script, was far less enthusiastic than Wu. After all, his primary responsibility lay not in the transmission of writing, but in leading the tribe in fishing and hunting, ensuring an adequate food supply. Once Han Cheng conveyed the significance of starting education from a young age through the tribe's language and gestures, the tribe's youth found themselves in a predicament. Previously, they had little to occupy their time, especially during winter, spending their days eating, playing, sleeping, and repeating the cycle. Now, however, they were required to learn the divine language and script from the celestial emissary. The tribe had a considerable number of minors, totaling 35. This number nearly rivaled that of the adult population. Among the tribe's adults, including Wu and the two elderly guardians of the fire, there were only 40 individuals. Excluding Hansheng, he, possessing the mind of an adult yet the body of a youth, was uncertain to which category he belonged. Among the 35, aside from those still nursing, those just learning to walk, and those babbling incoherently, the actual school-age children numbered merely 18, including 3 nearing adulthood. Having never conducted a detailed census of the tribe's population before, Hansheng was taken aback by the findings. He discerned a serious issue. The number of minors in the tribe exhibited a declining trend as they grew older. Although there were occasional fluctuations, the overall trend remained unchanged. For instance, there were approximately 17 children between the ages of 0 and 5, whereas those aged 5 to 13 numbered only 18. Upon the initial discovery of this phenomenon, he fell into a contemplative silence, gradually coming to the realization that he was not in a future era characterized by abundant resources and advanced medical care, but rather in a primitive age with high infant mortality rates, which explained the occurrence of such events. Casting aside this complex array of emotions, Hansheng devoted himself to teaching Mandarin and Chinese characters with unwavering focus. After all, he was not the true deity he was perceived to be, but merely an ordinary individual from a later time, who had traversed into this world without any extraordinary advantages. Many endeavors, even those he wished to pursue, felt beyond his reach. Thus, he could only begin to transform this tribe from manageable aspects, gradually striving to create better living conditions for himself and the community. 18 minors, all of appropriate age, followed Hansheng in learning Chinese characters and Mandarin. Yes, you read that correctly. It was a comprehensive gathering of the available children within the cave. Hansheng's pedagogical approach mirrored that of a shaman, beginning with familiar items such as gloves and socks before progressing to anatomical terms related to the mouth, nose, teeth, and feet. The limited writing tools within the cave posed a challenge. Previously, writing had been a solitary task performed by the shaman, and others had never contemplated such an endeavor. It was impractical to provide each child with a large stone tablet for engraving, particularly in winter when venturing out to find such stones was unfeasible. Moreover, unlike the shaman's purpose of inscribing knowledge for posterity, the children were simply learning characters, which rendered the stone tablets somewhat excessive. An additional significant drawback was that writing on stone tablets allowed for only a single inscription, making them difficult to erase and unsuitable for repeated use. However, Hansheng was undeterred. The cave had accumulated a thick layer of powdery ash from years of burning. He instructed others to outline 18 one-foot square frames on the ground of his makeshift classroom, filling them with the powdery ash. Using twigs as makeshift pens, they smoothed the surface, creating an area suitable for writing. Once completed, a simple swipe of the twig across the surface was all that was needed to prepare it for further writing. Naturally, this method did have its drawbacks. A mere sneeze could send ash flying in all directions. Initially, Hansheng had envisioned creating a sand table. However, winter's freeze rendered the sand inaccessible, leading him to temporarily utilize the ash tray instead. Fortunately, in this primitive era, possessing any writing tool was a significant advantage, and no one was overly concerned with the specifics. Witness the shaman, who, after personally experiencing the utility of Hansheng's ash tray, promptly requested a similar setup within his own dwelling, taking delight in scribbling with twigs. After all, he had recently utilized an entire stone tablet while learning the divine script from Hansheng. Wang Qing's writing tool was not the ash tray, not out of a desire for distinction, but rather because the ash tray could only rest on the ground, forcing onlookers to gather closely to view the writing, which was rather inconvenient. He wrote on a stone tablet set upright before the crowd, opting for charcoal extracted from the ashes rather than engraving with a stone stylus. Although his hands became covered in soot after each session, the clarity of his writing made it worthwhile, and using snow to clean his hands, along with a piece of animal hide to wipe the tablet, allowed for continued use, proving to be quite convenient. The children of the tribe needed to learn to read, write, and speak the divine language, and Hansheng did not neglect the other adults in the tribe. However, considering their labor requirements and the limited time available for learning, as well as their lesser adaptability compared to the children, Hansheng did not impose strict expectations on them to master writing. Writing could be pursued according to personal interest, but learning to speak Mandarin was non-negotiable for all. Indeed, everyone was required to speak Mandarin. This decision was made collectively by the shaman, Hansheng, and the elder brother, the tribe's leader, so despite some individuals finding it burdensome, none dared to defy it, especially upon learning that this language was the tongue of the deities. Any resistance diminished significantly. As for Hansheng, having successfully implemented ice-breaking techniques to save the tribe from peril, and creating socks and gloves to alleviate the suffering from the cold, particularly after being bestowed with the title of Son of God by the shaman, no one in the tribe dared to underestimate him. Consequently, throughout his teaching endeavors, no incidents of student insubordination occurred. As for the children who were reluctant to study and tended to slack off, Han Sheng had his methods. Simply requiring them to write each character they had yet to master 100 times was enough to correct their wandering minds. Of course, Han Sheng had not yet taught them to count to 100, but he devised a method using 100 small bones gathered from the cave. With each character written, a bone was moved from the ground to the animal hide. As for cheating, Han Sheng, having been educated for over a decade, was not naive. When students were penalized for writing, there was always someone supervising. Those who failed to report any wrongdoing would be required to write alongside the cheaters. And each act of cheating resulted in an additional 100 characters to be written. Chapter 24. The tribe's name is Chinke. Rabbit. Han Sheng pointed to the 2 black characters on the stone tablet, and then to the rabbit that the elder brother had brought back today, announcing, "Rabbit, rabbit, rabbit." After a period of repetition, the children, now accustomed to such exercises, echoed Han Sheng 3 times in unison. Their spirits were high, voices resonant, resembling the demeanor of primary school students from a future era. A sudden sneeze escaped Han Sheng as a small tuft of fluff found its way into his nostril during a breath intake, prompting a resounding eruption. Following suit, the cave echoed with synchronized sneezes, achoo, achoo, achoo. Observing his earnest students, Han Sheng could not help but feel a wave of exasperation. Such occurrences had become commonplace within the cave, and the people no longer regarded them with surprise. The current state of the cave was one where those crafting gloves and socks sat together, diligently working on their tasks while simultaneously observing the Son of God, instructing their children in the divine language and script. They frequently joined in, learning a phrase or two themselves. Of course, the adults primarily learned the divine language not directly from the deity, but rather through their children. After mastering the divine language, they were tasked with passing it on to their elders and relatives, a strategy devised by Han Sheng to reinforce the children's learning while alleviating his own burdens, preventing the need for him to oversee every detail personally. People are unique, each possessing their own preferences and strengths. When it comes to recognizing characters, the fastest learners were not the seemingly sprightly elder brother, Manhwa, but rather a young boy named Shirtu, the son of Shashidi, who was merely 5 or 6 years old. Each time new characters were taught, it took but a short while for Shirtu to accurately read and transcribe them. His pronunciation remarkably authentic and his handwriting commendable. This left Han Sheng with the impression that he was instructing modern elementary students rather than primitive tribesmen, certainly not the kind of children who excelled at video games. Han Sheng's educational approach was far less rigorous than that of later generations. As long as the students grasped the material taught, they were free to pursue their own activities. Thus, Shita became an object of envy among many. With the introduction of penalties and the example set by Shirtu, the other children noticeably quickened their learning pace. Of course, Han Sheng understood the wisdom of moderation and thus limited his instruction to 5 characters a day, as the commonly used Chinese characters amounted to just over 3,000, making the task not overly daunting. The names Shirtu and Manhwa were bestowed by Han Sheng based on certain characteristics. For instance, Manhwa had a dark complexion, while Shirtu appeared robust, resembling a small stone. At this point, Han Sheng finally learned the name of the tribe, having discerned it after closely observing the totem pole. The most prominent feature on the pole was a rather abstract bird, reminiscent of a chicken, which represented the celestial deity worshipped by the tribe. This revelation brought tears to Han Sheng's eyes, causing his face to twitch uncontrollably. To think that the divine figure he had long upheld as a banner was merely a bird or a chicken. Now that he was referred to as the Son of God, what did that make him? A birdman? An egg? A chicken? A chick? He resolved to change the name of the tribe's totem immediately. Even without personal implications, simply being associated with a bird tribe or chicken tribe was enough to be disheartening. After much contemplation, and without altering the totem itself, Han Sheng rebranded the tribe's totem as Chinke, although it remained a bird at its core. The new name sounded far more dignified, elevating it several stories high. The totem being a bird was evident, not only from the image on the pole, but also from the tribe's men, women, and children, who delighted in adorning their hair with beautiful feathers they had collected. As the weather grew warmer, when Han Sheng taught the children of the tribe to count, reaching up to 100, the snow outside had completely melted away. The ice in the river had also thawed considerably, prompting Han Sheng to caution against fishing on the ice to prevent accidents. With the ice melted, the fish had more places to breathe, making it far less easy to catch them as it had been during winter. However, there was no need for concern regarding the tribe's food supply, as they had stored ample fish throughout the winter, some of which had begun to spoil and needed to be discarded. With the melting ice and the arrival of spring, the elder brothers could once again venture out for hunting. With the addition of game meat, the fish, which paled in comparison, became less critical to their diet. As the weather warmed, Tender shoots of grass emerged from beneath the dry remnants, cautiously peeking out to observe the world. The trees, having languished in silence all winter, began to sprout fresh buds, and some, impatiently, had already formed flower buds. The entire world seemed to spring back to life. The most joyful of all were the children who had been cooped up in the cave all winter, now bounding about like jubilant foals, frolicking with glee. Laughter echoed through the woods in front of the cave. Naturally, to ensure their safety, they were not allowed to wander too far and could only play within the confines of the cave's entrance. Yet, that was more than enough to bring them joy. The shaman occasionally emerged to bask in the sun. With an increase in meat consumption, the accumulation of salt in their bodies rose, and everyone's stamina improved, though it was still not as beneficial as consuming salt directly. However, the elder brothers were unaware of what salt was, and due to Han Cheng's youth, he could not accompany the hunting party. Thus, the matter of salt had to be set aside for the time being. Nevertheless, Han Cheng remained cheerful, not only because he could freely breathe in the fresh air outside the cave, but also because he could finally embark on a long-conceived plan: pottery. Indeed, pottery. At this time, obtaining a sip of hot water was quite a challenge. With no bronze, iron, or aluminum available, the quickest way for Han Cheng to enjoy hot water was to create ceramic vessels, be it ceramic bowls, basins, jars, or any other form of pottery. As long as it could hold water, Han Cheng was willing to place it over the fire to boil water. After witnessing the terrifying mortality rate among the children in the tribe, Han Cheng felt an urgent need to produce pottery and promote the consumption of boiled water throughout the tribe. Just the ability to eliminate insect eggs made it worthwhile. Chapter 25. The face of a returned ancestor struck by lightning. Early this morning, Han Cheng had already risen. After breakfast, once the elder brothers had set out to hunt, Han Cheng announced a holiday for the children in the cave. Initially, the children were skeptical, wondering if they had misheard. How could the Son of God, who had always been so strict with them, suddenly declare a day off from learning the sacred script and language? When they confirmed that he was indeed serious, they could not contain their joy and erupted in cheers. Watching the ecstatic little primitives, Han Cheng was reminded of a similar experience from his own school days. When a teacher announced a 2-day break due to heavy rain, much to the delight of the class, he smiled at the children, empathizing with their happiness. As their cheers subsided, Han Cheng pointed to a few children in the crowd and said, "Haiwa, Taitu, Xiaomu, Zhuang, Xiaomei, Xiaoli, and Xing, you 7 will come with me." The names of these children were all given by Han Cheng, as before, reflecting their characteristics. For instance, Taitu was known for his ability to crack a nut resembling a walnut with his head. The sight made Han Cheng's heart race. Xiaomu appeared somewhat daft. Zhuang, despite being a girl, had a strong physique, hence the name. Xiaomei and Xiaoli were twin sisters, relatively fair compared to other primitives, which inspired their names. Xing was another girl, who had a younger brother named Chun, but due to his youth, Han Cheng did not call him this time. Naming was indeed a necessary endeavor. Prior to this, the people in the tribe addressed one another simply as you, I, and he, with no one possessing a special title except for the shaman and the elder brother, who was the leader. It is precisely for this reason that, when one wishes to address a particular individual, one must generally approach them face to face. Otherwise, confusion easily arises. After all, within the tribe, with so many people, when someone speaks, they often say you or yours, but who can truly discern to whom that you refers? These minors, being Han Cheng's students, naturally take precedence in receiving names. Once Han Cheng bestows names upon them, he carefully writes down the corresponding characters, ensuring they firmly memorize both the pronunciation and the script of their own names. He also explains that these names embody their very identities. Initially, they find it unfamiliar and challenging to remember, but Han Cheng harbors no concern over this difficulty. Before imparting any new character, he calls out each name in turn. Should anyone fail to respond when their name is called, or answer when it is not theirs, they must write their own name 50 times and declare "I am" name 50 times consecutively. This method proves effective within a few days. The children can recall and write their names with ease. Han Cheng summons them outdoors for a purpose: pottery making. To be frank, he himself has never crafted pottery before, though he once watched a video of an elderly woman from an unknown tribe employing traditional techniques. The old lady's skill left a profound impression on Han Cheng, who retained a rough understanding of the process, thus harboring a measure of confidence in firing the clay. Gathering the 7 children, he invites them to join him in this craft. These children, belonging to a primitive tribe of the prehistoric era, cannot afford the luxury of focusing solely on study as modern children might. Han Cheng's instruction extends beyond Chinese characters and Mandarin. He seeks to impart a variety of survival skills, or rather, essential life skills. Moreover, Han Cheng cannot possibly accomplish all tasks single-handedly. Just as he previously taught tribe members to make gloves and socks, now he endeavors to train these children in pottery making. The tribe's manpower is limited. and these older miners are capable of contributing, thus their assistance will significantly alleviate the tribe's labor. Han Sheng leads them to the cave where weapons are stored, retrieves some that the senior apprentices did not take, and proceeds outside. Carrying weapons for self-defense is imperative, as the path from the cave to the southern river is not a straightforward one. Between lies a dense forest, thickly populated with trees of various sizes. Though the presence of the senior apprentices has reduced the number of wild beasts nearby, occasional appearances still necessitate caution. Divine One, you all limping, rises from the ground. His tone a mixture of respect and curiosity as he addresses Han Sheng, because he accompanied Han Sheng during winter to procure fish for the tribe. Limping's status within the tribe has risen considerably, for which he is deeply grateful. Naturally, having tasted the benefits, he eagerly approaches Han Sheng whenever the latter experiments with something new, hoping to learn if possible, including the daily lessons in Chinese characters and Mandarin. As a result, Limping has become the second adult in the tribe, besides the shaman, capable of reading and writing, and also the best Mandarin speaker among the adults, save for the shaman. The river is not far from the tribe, so Limping accompanies them. Although none of the others are adults and Limping's leg is impaired. He was once a man who chased wild beasts. Even if he cannot contribute much, his presence will bolster their courage. The sun rises in the east, its morning light bathing the forest. Midway up the trees, a thin mist clings, like a delicate, translucent white veil adorning the woodland. Han Sheng and the 9 others traverse the forest to the riverbank. The ice has long since melted. The water is clear and transparent, teeming with swimming fish, whose movements are noticeably livelier than in winter. Han Sheng halts about 3 meters from the water's edge, unwilling to advance further. Not because the fish are ferocious with teeth unlike those of future generations, but because the river's surface reflects his visage. He had long believed that, after revealing his true face, the cave dwellers would neither despise him nor treat him as an outcast, owing to his mysterious origins and the bonds formed over time. Yet, upon washing himself in the cold spring water after the thaw, he suddenly realized that these were secondary. The primary issue was his current face. His face exhibited atavistic traits, though only partially. It was enough to cause Han Sheng considerable distress. After all, he had never contemplated altering his appearance. Amid his frustration, he could not help but marvel at the thunderous being who had struck him down. This entity had provided a full package. Not only had he transformed his body, but he had inadvertently given him a new face as well. Fortunately, he had not undergone gender transformation. Otherwise, Han Sheng would surely have sought out a crooked tree to hang himself from its southeast branch. Chapter 26. Han Sheng's pottery, making Limping's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing the fish in the river. This marked a turning point in his previously bleak life. As he grasped a forked branch and moved toward the water to spear fish, Han Sheng called out to restrain this fish-obsessed fellow. Han Sheng instructed the group to clear the grass within a roughly 1-meter circle he had marked. Then, Limping and Haiwa were tasked with digging the earth using their pointed wooden sticks, versatile tools suitable both for hunting and fishing. Unlike porcelain, pottery does not demand particular soil qualities. Generally, any clay that can adhere together suffices for pottery making. This explains why pottery is ubiquitous among ancient civilizations discovered worldwide, whereas porcelain is chiefly unique to China. Han Sheng had examined the local soil and found its stickiness adequate for firing pottery. He chose the riverbank, rather than near the cave, as the pottery site, not because the soil mattered greatly, but because water was essential for mixing the clay. Drawing water from the river with the tribe's few cumbersome stone bowls and transporting it to the cave for mixing would be excessively arduous. Once a layer of soil was unearthed, Han Sheng halted Limping and Haiwa's digging. Using leaves, he scooped water from the river and poured it over the mounded earth. Under the watchful gazes of the onlookers, he then crouched down to mix the clay. Limping and the 7 students accompanying him stared wide-eyed. They could not fathom why the Divine One had summoned them to witness this solemn moment. Was it merely to watch him play with mud? Or perhaps the Divine One intended to teach them how to play with clay? After all, who had not played with mud before? Whenever the weather was mild and the rain ceased, digging and playing in the mud outside the cave was their favorite pastime. Could the Divine One possibly have some new and innovative way to play with mud? Their minds were filled with puzzled curiosity. However, due to the fact that the deity often manages to create some novel and useful items, they hold him in high regard. Although they harbor doubts, none dare to voice their thoughts or display disdain. Instead, they dutifully observe as the deity engages in his playful manipulation of clay. Of course, whether they are truly attentive or merely indifferent is uncertain. Han Sheng paid little heed to their musings, focusing instead on shaping the clay into cohesive chunks, which he then flattened into round discs approximately 10 centimeters in diameter. He placed these discs atop stones they had collected earlier, ensuring a layer of dry grass beneath to prevent the clay from sticking when the time came to remove it. Han Sheng then proceeded to roll the clay into strips of about half a centimeter in thickness. carefully spiraling them around the edge of the circular clay base until he reached a height of approximately 5 to 6 centimeters. The onlookers, once dismissive of this small, narrow-mouthed creation, now regarded it with newfound respect. The deity summoned them, clearly indicating that this was not merely a frivolous exercise. After some refinement, the object, which could justifiably be referred to as a bowl, began to take shape. He then gestured for Hei-wa to fetch some water from the river using leaves. Although the purpose of the water puzzled Hei-wa, he complied nonetheless. Han Sheng splashed some of the water onto the clay form, then, with his dampened hands, meticulously smoothed the rough surface. As he worked, the previously distinct impressions began to fade, yielding a smoother finish. This was a delicate task that demanded utmost caution. But despite his carefulness, Han Sheng was inexperienced, and a momentary lapse could easily mar the surface. Nevertheless, after approximately 30 minutes of labor, a bowl-like vessel emerged before them. Though the base was somewhat wide, the rim narrow, and the sides uneven, it could still be considered a bowl. Especially in such primitive times where expectations were not exceedingly high. This is what I shall present to you today. We can use it for drinking water, serving food, or even boiling eggs. Covered in clay, Han Sheng delivered an impromptu speech while the crowd, having only recently begun to learn Mandarin, struggled to grasp the entirety of his message. Concepts like serving food or boiling eggs were lost on them. Yet, they understood the general sentiment. Even the most devoted of the deity's followers, the limping one, widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom how this oddly shaped object could hold water. It's made of clay. Won't it disintegrate upon contact with water? Even if it doesn't, won't it leave mud in our mouths? He pondered, bewildered by the notion of using such a clay construct for drinking. After an impassioned soliloquy, Han Sheng turned to find his audience staring blankly at him, and then at the clay bowl. He surmised that, were it not for his reputation as a deity and his previous feats of wonder, these individuals would have displayed their incredulity more openly. What are you staring at? Follow my lead and start working. Han Sheng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, sniffled and feigned anger, then returned to his own clay. Suddenly, someone could no longer contain their amusement, and laughter erupted among the group. These youngsters, who had been learning from Han Sheng for some time, had never seen the usually composed and seemingly omniscient deity display such a flustered demeanor. Once the laughter began, it was contagious, and soon everyone joined in. You little rascals. Laugh now, but in a few days, you shall witness the true capabilities of this deity. Han Sheng muttered to himself in frustration, instinctively touching his nose, only to discover it smeared with clay. This sight only incited further laughter among the children, even the limping one, who turned red in the face while trying to stifle his laughter. Yet, despite the merriment, the work still needed to be done. Since the deity had instructed them, they dutifully complied. Whether clay could indeed be used for drinking was inconsequential. What mattered was the enjoyment of the experience. Particularly witnessing the typically enigmatic and serious deity in such a humorous light made all the effort worthwhile. Moreover, aside from learning the mysterious language and script recently introduced by the deity, they had little else to occupy their time. Chapter 27, Pottery and Self-Confidence. Han Sheng initially intended to create a pot, but given his rudimentary skills in pottery, that proved to be overly ambitious. After several failed attempts, he settled for crafting a clay jar. A jar could also serve to boil water or make soup, although it might not be the most convenient for serving. Practicality took precedence at this stage. With his hands still covered in clay, Han Sheng successfully formed a jar approximately 20 centimeters in diameter and 30 centimeters in height, adding 2 ears near the rim for future stringing. He admired his handiwork for a moment, feeling a sense of accomplishment after a long day of effort. However, when he turned to see the clay form crafted by Hei-wa, his expression involuntarily twitched. It is often said that the student surpasses the master. And while that may be true, the rapidity and extent of Hei-wa's progress were astounding. What Han Sheng saw was not just a jar, it resembled a large vat, akin to those used for smashing grains, albeit on a smaller scale. This revelation left Han Sheng wide-eyed. Having first-hand experience in crafting pottery, he understood that larger vessels were significantly more challenging to create. Otherwise, he would have been more enamored with his own 20-centimeter jar. Hei-wa's creation was no mere jar. It was a large basin. Han Sheng, along with several other awestruck children, approached Hei-wa to observe as he made final adjustments to this impressive clay form. Hei-wa beamed with joy, a satisfaction and sense of achievement unlike any he had ever known. While studying the divine language and script, he consistently lagged behind his peers, often facing punishment by the deity's child for his slow progress. Observing others at play filled him with envy, and he felt a sense of shame in front of his companions. However, today was a different tale. Instead of learning the divine tongue and characters, they engaged in the delightful pastime of playing with mud, much to the joy of Hei-wa, who had always relished such activities. Especially now, as his friends gathered around. Awestruck by the creations he fashioned, Even the deity's child came to stand by and watch. This brought Haiwa a sense of vindication, filling his heart with warmth. He realized he was not entirely devoid of talent, discovering he too possessed unique strengths and could excel in his endeavors. With a determined expression adorning his youthful face, he resolved to refine every aspect of his clay model, ensuring it was impeccably smooth and even. His focus surpassed that of when he washed his own face, as if he were working with something exceedingly precious rather than mere mud. Hansheng, having lived 2 lives, could discern Haiwa's earnest intent. That glimmer of stubbornness in his eyes revealed a child striving to prove himself after feeling wronged. Hansheng harbored complex emotions, feeling both a pang of sadness and joy, yet more significantly, a profound understanding and empathy for Haiwa's feelings. As Haiwa perfected his creation, Hansheng initiated the applause, which was soon echoed by the other 7. This was a lesson he had imparted while teaching them Mandarin and Chinese characters. When someone excelled, they were met with applause. Haiwa, feeling somewhat stiff, with warm tears welling in his eyes, turned to see the deity's child smiling and clapping for him, accompanied by his friends who were joyously applauding. Tears streamed down his face unbidden, and in a frantic attempt to wipe them away, he forgot about the mud on his hands, resulting in a comical mess that painted his face in an array of colors. Laughter erupted around him, and slightly embarrassed, Haiwa managed to stifle his tears, running towards the nearest friend, Tai Tu, and playfully smearing mud on his face. Amidst the joyful cacophony, the children of the Qingke tribe reveled in their antics, creating an atmosphere of harmony. Hansheng observed this scene with a smile, feeling a deep sense of tranquility and warmth within. After a considerable time of merriment, it was only upon Hansheng's call that these little rascals, akin to muddy monkeys, ceased their fun and refocused on the serious task of pottery making. In contrast to the monotonous study of divine script and language, the mud play emerged as the favored activity. Haiwa had now transformed into a skilled mud artisan, often guiding his friends and occasionally lending a hand in their creations. Witnessing this, Hansheng felt genuine happiness. Any earlier sentiments of envy regarding the surpassing of his own skills had vanished, for having such a talented individual among them was undoubtedly beneficial for both him and the tribe. Such talent deserved special attention. The fruits of their labor that day were commendable. By afternoon, they had produced over 20 variously shaped clay models. Although many were oddly formed, this outcome was quite impressive. Hansheng chose not to take them back to the cave, but instead left them by the riverside, where they had designated a space specifically for drying the clay. Springtime, with its minimal dew and gentle sunlight, was ideal for this purpose. However, during summer or under harsher sunlight, leaving undried clay exposed would be unwise, as intense heat could cause cracks to form. Though it was his first foray into pottery, Hansheng was well versed in various survival knowledge from outdoor experiences, allowing him to grasp these concepts. The children, exhilarated by their day's experiences, joyfully made their way back to the cave after washing off the mud by the river. Feeling no fatigue, a limping boy followed the group, carrying 2 lively fish in his hands, his face beaming with the innocence of childhood. Upon hearing about Hansheng's activities, the elder brother, returning from a hunt, felt a surge of curiosity and, along with the shaman, inquired about Hansheng's intentions. When they learned that he aimed to create numerous vessels for holding water and fruit, referred to as pottery, which would be far more practical than the stone bowls and basins within the tribe, they expressed surprise and confusion. Clearly, like others, they could not fathom how mud could serve as a container for water. On the following day, the elder brother did not lead the group out for hunting as usual after breakfast. Instead, he accompanied Hansheng, along with the 7 or 8 children and the limping boy, to the riverbank. They were joined by the shaman and other curious members of the tribe, eager to discover what marvels the deity's child had conjured. After a night's drying, the clay models had hardened significantly, the moisture had evaporated, and a gentle touch revealed a noticeable increase in firmness compared to the previous day. The shaman surveyed the array of creations, pondering if they truly possessed sufficient strength to hold various contents, affirming Hansheng's assertion that they would be far superior to stone bowls and basins. Yet, the crux of his doubt lay in the fact that these items were made of mud. How could they possibly be durable, even with generations of knowledge passed down among shamans? He struggled to comprehend the method by which Hansheng intended to solidify these clay objects. The shaman was intelligent. He recognized that mud was inherently fragile. And since Hansheng was aware of this, yet proceeded with his plans, it was clear he possessed knowledge of a technique unknown to the shaman that could render the clay solid. With fire, we shall burn them. Hansheng articulated his method in Mandarin. However, upon hearing this, the shaman and the elder brother were even more perplexed, for in their understanding, fire could obliterate many materials. Wasn't mud supposed to become more loose and brittle when burned? Communication faltered, as explaining this entire process proved exceedingly laborious. Hansheng resorted to his old strategy, attributing everything to the divine and refraining from excessive explanation, allowing the eventual outcome to speak for itself, thus saving much verbal effort. The elder brother, having grown more confused rather than enlightened, returned to hunting with the similarly baffled group, while Han Shang continued working with the little ones and crafting clay models. The shaman opted to stay, observing Han Shang and the tribe's youth as they played with mud, watching them shape the clay into various whimsical forms. He soon grasped the process and joined in the fun. On the third day, the clay molds crafted on the first day had dried to a semi-finished state. Han Shang surveyed the more than 50 molds arranged on the ground and decided to temporarily halt their production. Instead, he began to lead the group in gathering dry grass, fallen leaves, and small twigs, as it was spring and the locals did not have a habit of setting fires on the slopes. A thick layer of dry grass blanketed the ground. Upon learning that burning these handmade items would solidify them, the miners were piqued with enthusiasm, working diligently without complaint. By the afternoon, they had already amassed a large pile of dry grass and twigs nearby. On the fourth day, the first batch of clay molds had dried adequately. Due to the weather, aside from 3 that had developed cracks and were deemed unusable, the rest remained intact. Han Shang felt a sense of relief, considering it a promising start. Discarding the 3 damaged pieces, he marked out a roughly 2 square meter area nearby, instructing others to dig down about 30 centimeters, after which a layer of dry grass was laid on top. With the assistance of the eager elder brother and others who had come to witness the novelty, they carefully placed the molds made on the first day atop the grass, ensuring approximately 5 centimeters of space between each mold. Under Han Cheng's demonstration, the group filled the gaps with the dry grass and twigs they had collected the previous day, pressing them firmly with their hands. They further crushed the grass into finer pieces, predominantly using the burn-resistant stem-like dry grass, covering the molds with a layer about 10 centimeters thick. They pressed it down before adding more grass, continuing until the height exceeded 1 meter, effectively concealing the molds beneath a thick cover of dry grass. Just as the crowd, including the shaman, believed it was time to ignite the fire, Han Sheng issued an unexpected command. Rather than lighting the fire, he ordered them to fetch water from the river to moisten the loose soil they had just excavated, mixing it with clay. Unlike the relatively hard clay used for crafting the molds, Han Sheng insisted that this mixture be softer, akin to a slurry. The group, now familiar with working with mud, began to emulate Han Sheng's method, applying the slurry to the grass pile from various angles. At the base of the grass pile, Han Sheng took it upon himself to apply the slurry, leaving 4 20-centimeter square gaps around the ground level unsealed. Bring the fire, Han Sheng instructed. Without needing to designate anyone, the eager disciple Sha swiftly dashed towards the cave. Although he did not fully comprehend the reasoning behind Han Sheng's approach, he sensed a distinctness in the systematic procedure. The fire arrived. Han Sheng accepted the burning branch from Sha and applied it to the 4 openings he had left, igniting them in succession. Since the materials used during filling were primarily finely crushed dry grass and leaves, compacted firmly, they did not ignite quickly, and the flames were minimal. Once assured that the fire would not extinguish, Han Sheng sealed the 4 ignition points with the slurry, leaving only small holes less than half a centimeter in diameter for ventilation, which further slowed the flames burn. With a sigh of relief, Han Sheng informed the shaman, elder brother, and the gathering that they would have to wait 3 days to ascertain the results. This announcement left the eager crowd feeling somewhat anxious. However, there was little to be done. After a brief wait, the elder brother, recognizing the futility of immediate results, took the hunting party out to procure food. As spring melted away the ice, capturing fish was no longer as easy as in winter, and hunting wild beasts became the primary source of sustenance. The shaman chose to remain, joining Han Sheng and the others. After some playful antics, under Han Sheng's guidance, the group of young primitives resumed crafting clay molds. However, unlike their usual focus, they appeared somewhat distracted today, frequently glancing at the grass pile sealed with mud, hoping for some miraculous occurrence. Not only them, but even Han Sheng found himself casting furtive glances, occasionally crouching to peer through the small holes to check if the fire had died. After all, this was his first foray into pottery. Having only watched a video once, he was uncertain whether it would succeed on the first attempt. Chapter 29. The kiln opens. The pottery is complete. The sun revealed its face, shrinking rapidly from a large disc to a smaller one, evoking envy for its swift transformation into a slimmer visage. A gentle breeze stirred, and the morning mist floated, still crisp and cold. Birds, awake early to catch insects, chirped joyfully as the primitive people emerged from the open cave. Today was a day of great anticipation. They had awaited this moment for 3 full days, even foregoing their most coveted meals to venture out of the cave together towards the riverbank. Beneath Han Sheng's calm exterior, a whirlwind of excitement brewed within him. Besides the thrill of the impending pottery reveal, he also harbored concerns about the possibility of failure. If that were the case, it would be quite embarrassing under the watchful eyes of many. It was through experiencing this sentiment that Han Sheng truly understood the wisdom in the adage of acting with foresight. The clay mound at the riverbank, coated in the slurry, had dried, with wisps of smoke emanating from some small cracks. Gazing at the half-moon-shaped mound emitting smoke, Han Sheng was suddenly reminded of a phrase from later generations about ancestral graves emitting green smoke. The scene before him was strikingly reminiscent. Amused by this thought, he reached out to touch the dried clay, feeling its warmth, which was quite hot to the touch. Peering through the small holes in the ground, he spotted a glowing red interior, a sign that the fire had yet to extinguish. No, I can't do it. Han Sheng restrained his urge to pry open the kiln immediately, glancing at the expectant crowd and slowly shaking his head. The disappointment was palpable among those who had waited so eagerly for days, their faces betraying their dismay. Let's return for a meal, and then come back afterward. Han Sheng, despite his own curiosity to see the outcome, felt compelled to set a time frame upon witnessing the collective disappointment of the crowd. Upon hearing the mention of food, many remembered they had yet to eat, and a wave of hunger swept over them, their stomachs protesting. While reluctant, the group ultimately acquiesced to Han Sheng's suggestion to allow the shaman to speak. Several youngsters who had participated in the pottery process trailed at the back of the group. Glancing back repeatedly, their anticipation heightened compared to the others. Breakfast was prepared with an unprecedented swiftness, and yes, it was once again the delightful barbecue. Adorned with a grand gold chain and a small watch, Han Sheng now lived a life reminiscent of daily barbecues thrice a day. Though he lacked the extravagant jewelry, he feasted on barbecues twice daily. However, the monotony of such meals left him somewhat reluctant to eat, leading him to often leave portions uneaten, which he then shared with the primitive inhabitants of the cave, emulating the actions of the shaman. These primitive folk were puzzled by the deity's behavior, unable to comprehend why such delectable food was met with indifference. They, after all, would consume every morsel, stuffing themselves even to the point of discomfort. In the tribe, aside from the shaman and Han Sheng, the pace of dining was brisk, particularly this morning. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, the shaman finished the last morsel of meat, while Han Sheng distributed the remaining portion of his meal to the twins, Xiao Mei and Xiao Li, as well as to Xing, having previously overlooked them. Once again, the group departed the cave, making their way to the riverbank. Han Sheng, as before, extended his hand to feel the surface, noting a decrease in temperature, indicating that the fire within had nearly extinguished. Observing the eager faces around him and driven by his own curiosity, Han Sheng resolved to wait no longer, recalling that the duration of cooking should have been ample. He took a wooden stick from the side and struck the now-dried clay shell. The once soft mud had hardened over the past few days of roasting, producing a crisp sound upon impact. However, as the kindling beneath had burned away, the structure was not very solid, and Han Sheng quickly created a hole with 2 strikes. Scalding steam mixed with the remnants of burnt grass surged forth from the breach, prompting Han Sheng to step back before resuming his efforts, only to be startled by a series of sharp cracking sounds emanating from within. It was not the sound of clay falling apart. A sinking feeling gripped his heart. The pottery must have cracked. He sniffed the air and approached the opening to peer inside, discovering that one of the vessels had shattered into pieces. A disheartening omen indeed. Before the kiln had even fully opened, he was met with the sight of broken pottery. With no other option, he reassured himself that as a novice in pottery making, some damage was inevitable. He continued to strike the clay shell, shards tumbling away as smoke and heat dispersed into the air. Occasionally, sounds distinct from the other cracks would ring out, causing Han Sheng's heart to twitch with anxiety, especially upon witnessing the fracture of the double-handled vessel he had crafted himself. As the clay shell broke apart, revealing the interior, a collection of pottery emerged from the ash. However, in stark contrast to how they appeared when initially placed within, they had undergone a remarkable transformation. Their color had turned to black, and their texture resembled that of stone. They felt warm to the touch, exuding a hardness akin to stone, yet without its weight. When struck, they produced a pleasantly crisp sound. This astonishing metamorphosis left even the tribe's most knowledgeable shaman and the most worldly elder in awe. The children who had participated in the pottery making alongside Han Sheng were equally astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. They examined the intact and broken pieces, eagerly tapping and feeling, their eyes reflecting not only confusion but also a deep-seated admiration for Han Sheng. Witnessing the miraculous transformation of clay into pottery was a revelation for these tribes folk, especially when the shaman picked up a bowl, emptied it of ash, and filled it with water from the river, confirming Han Sheng's assertion that it could hold water without damage, and that this lightweight bowl could contain more than their cumbersome stone vessels. His eyes widened in astonishment. This was a miracle. Only a deity could possess such extraordinary knowledge. The shaman set the ceramic bowl down, placing his hand over his heart, and respectfully bowed to Han Sheng. Others, mimicking the shaman, hurried to the river to fetch water. returning to place their pottery down and following the shaman's lead in honoring Han Sheng with reverence, chanting deity. Chapter 30. The Joyful Tribe and Han Sheng's Discontent. In stark contrast to the jubilation of the others, Han Sheng found himself less elated than he had expected. He gazed at the fragments scattered amidst the ash, feeling somewhat disheartened. He vividly recalled watching a video of an elderly woman from a minority tribe who had managed to fire 60 to 70 pieces in her kiln, only to have 2 break upon opening, the rest remaining intact. In contrast, he had placed 22 pieces into his kiln, and upon retrieval, only 8 remained whole. Nearly 2/3 either cracked or shattered into fragments. Though it was his first attempt at pottery, the disparity was disheartening. A stroke of luck was that the large jar crafted by Hei-Wa had survived unscathed, which made Han Sheng once again reflect on the importance of talent. Cloaked in the divine aura, Han Sheng unexpectedly accepted the tributes of the crowd. Unlike his initial bewilderment, he now exuded calm. He helped the shaman to his feet and encouraged the others to rise, donning a cheerful smile to maintain the festive spirit. The tribe displayed an abundance of interest in this novel creation, excitedly filling the pottery with water to transport back to their dwelling. With this newfound water source, they would no longer need to trek all the way to the river when thirsty. The second elder, red-faced and out of breath, struggled to carry a large jar brimming with water. The elder brother beside him frequently shook his head, indicating that the jar was too cumbersome for transporting water, suggesting that smaller vessels would be more practical. Han Sheng watched in astonishment, for this was the first time he had witnessed such a use of a jar. It was remarkable that they found it convenient. After a moment of incredulity, Han Sheng was left both amused and exasperated, rushing forward to explain, gesturing animatedly until they finally grasped that the jar should be left empty in the tribe and filled by smaller containers for transport. The elder brother and second elder sheepishly scratched their heads, carefully placing the jar down and emptying it, before carrying the significantly lighter vessel back to the tribe. The entire Chinke tribe radiated joy. The deity had indeed not disappointed them, for he had promised that clay could yield fine creations, and so it had. Under the shaman's guidance, the tribe held a celebratory ritual within the cave once more, this time offering not food, but the freshly crafted pottery as offerings to the heavens. Before the totem pole, the shaman, adorned with a feathered crown and wielding a bone staff, intoned an incomprehensible language that neither Han Sheng nor the others in the cave could understand, as he communicated with the celestial deities he had never before sensed. He offered his gratitude to the divine beings for bestowing upon their tribe a sacred child, bringing boundless blessings to their community. Amidst the ancient, cryptic incantations of the shaman, the word ceramics would occasionally emerge, a term that Han Sheng had imparted to him not long ago. This peculiar occurrence rendered the otherwise mystifying ritual somewhat comical, prompting Han Sheng to stifle a laugh, as it evoked a sense of mischief akin to a prank well executed. The ceremony lasted approximately 30 minutes, concluding only after the shaman had perspired profusely. The children of the tribe were brimming with excitement, particularly the 6 or 7 who had personally participated in the pottery making. Bo, also grinning broadly, felt a sense of pride for his involvement. His actions underscored the significance of following a capable leader. Akin to the personal guards of a general on the battlefield, they tended to suffer fewer casualties. The eldest brother was equally pleased, for Han Sheng had shared a bowl with him. In matters concerning common goods, the eldest brother, as the leader, wielded absolute authority over distribution. However, this was different. The items at hand were novel, crafted by the divine-inspired child, a first in their tribe's history, prompting the eldest brother to exercise caution in his decisions. Han Sheng, however, remained oblivious to these dynamics, subconsciously believing that as the orchestrator of this creation, he inherently possessed the right to distribute the items. This was not due to a sense of exceptionalism, but rather a reflection of his unconscious absorption of postmodern ideologies, leaving him unaccustomed to the tribe's communal system. Among the 8 pieces of pottery, aside from the large vat made by Hei-Wa, there were 2 jars and 5 bowls. The vat and jars were communal possessions, while the bowls were more personal. Han Sheng allocated the finest bowl to the shaman, keeping the second best for himself, and distributed the remaining 3 among his 3 brothers. This method of distribution met with no objections, as it mirrored their customary practices concerning food allocation. Bo, who had been actively assisting, also raised no concerns, merely harboring a sense of envy akin to the other children, without perceiving any fault in Han Sheng's distribution. The scarcity of vats and jars posed a challenge, but there was no cause for alarm. The efficacy of the pottery-making method had been validated, and with time devoted to the craft, they could replenish their supplies. With ample food procured the previous day, the eldest brother and the others refrained from hunting today, instead heeding Han Sheng's command to join the children by the river, collectively engaging in the pottery endeavor. Han Sheng provided brief guidance, allowing them to learn from Hei-Wa. This made Hei-Wa slightly anxious yet immensely proud. as he felt the weight of responsibility and diligently demonstrated techniques to the group, imparting his knowledge. Han Chung observed from the sidelines. Each individual possesses their own strengths. As exemplified in pottery making, by day's end, 3 or 4 individuals excelled, while the majority performed at a moderate level, with a few, like the second brother, producing particularly subpar results. After a day filled with labor, covered in sweat and clay, he had not managed to create a single satisfactory piece. It was precisely due to these differences among individuals that division of labor emerged. Placing people in their areas of expertise to perform tasks suited to their skills proved an effective means of enhancing productivity. Thus, by the end of the day, Han Chung instituted personnel arrangements, designating the 4 most skilled adults to focus on the creation of clay forms during their leisure time, while the others, based on their individual strengths, engaged in tasks such as soil digging, clay preparation, and gathering and processing hay. Naturally, all activities were conducted without disrupting the tribe's daily life. For securing food remained their foremost priority. A substantial batch of clay forms crafted in recent days was ready for firing, yet Han Chung refrained from undertaking this task, as he had yet to grasp why his yield was so disappointingly low despite employing the same methods. Experiencing failure necessitated extracting lessons to avoid repetitive futility. Chapter 31. The Profound Impact of Simple Truths. The night was tranquil, with the small flame at the cave's entrance flickering weakly, as though it too, like the inhabitants within, was succumbing to slumber. The elder primitives kept vigil by the fire, occasionally adding a bit of kindling to ensure the flames did not extinguish. Maintaining the fire was of paramount importance. The discovery and utilization of fire represented a monumental leap in human evolution. The tribe had also mastered the technique of friction fire. Yet this method proved cumbersome compared to the convenience of having individuals guard the flame day and night. Given the advanced age of the 2 elder primitives, they were largely unable to perform other tasks. Lying on a bed of hides, cushioned by a thick layer of dried grass, Han Cheng's sleeping quarters were more comfortable than those of most. Typically, he would have drifted into slumber at this hour, but tonight, he found himself restless. Insomnia generally arises from 2 causes: excessive daytime napping or preoccupying thoughts. In his case, the former could be dismissed, for Han Chung had not so much as closed his eyes throughout the day. His sleeplessness stemmed from an incessant fixation on pottery. He tirelessly recalled every step of the pottery-making process demonstrated by an elderly artisan, comparing it to his current procedures to uncover the reasons behind the stark discrepancies. He had pondered this matter from day to night and into the late hours, yet clarity eluded him. Although he had identified 3 potentially suspicious factors, Han Chung remained convinced they were not the primary cause of the extensive breakage in his pottery. Rising from his bed, he donned a fur cloak and slipped into leather socks, making his way to the cave entrance. He had cultivated a habit from his past life of rising during sleepless nights. The elder primitive, accustomed to nighttime movements, would glance over whenever someone stirred. If it were an adult, he would remain seated by the fire. If it were a child, he would assist in opening the heavy stone door, a responsibility he bore. Upon hearing footsteps, the elder instinctively turned, and upon recognizing the divine child, promptly rose to his feet. Without waiting for Han Chung to speak, he expertly opened the stone door. Outside, a blanket of silence enveloped the surroundings, with only the brilliant stars embedded in the deep blue sky, creating a scene of remarkable clarity and beauty, far surpassing the night skies of the modern world, shrouded in layers of smog and illuminated by garish neon lights. In the stillness of the night, distant roars of beasts echoed, merging seamlessly with the darkness, a reminder of the primal rulers of this ancient realm. On a brisk spring morning, the air remains equally sharp in the evening. Although it has not reached the point of freezing, it still causes Han Chung, freshly emerged from his burrow, to shiver uncontrollably several times, enough to distort the glistening stream of water. Han Chung exerts effort, eager to expel the water from his body swiftly, yearning to return to the warmth of his cozy cave. With a resounding clap, he does not retreat, nor does he stumble into the pit due to the force of his urgency. Instead, he strikes his forehead with a heavy hand. He has not lost his mind. Rather, a sudden clarity dawns upon him regarding the matter that has troubled him for an entire day and into the night. Damn it! How could such a simple truth have escaped his notice? Enlightened, Han Chung feels an overwhelming urge to strike his head again. The reason for the frequent shattering of pottery is quite straightforward. It is due to thermal expansion and contraction. The mere 10-degree temperature difference between his warm body emerging from the cave and the frigid air is nothing compared to the extreme shift of over 100 degrees that pottery endures when it exits the kiln. Under such intense conditions, it would indeed be anomalous if the pottery did not crack. With this newfound understanding, Han Chung feels a weight lift from his heart as he reaches out to touch the little bird, now reduced to just a head due to the cold, and hastens back into the cave. With his worries dispelled, he lies on his bedding, covering himself with thick furs, and quickly drifts into dreams. The riverside buzzes with excitement. Having witnessed a miraculous event and personally experienced the utility of pottery crafted from clay, the tribe's enthusiasm for pottery has surged immensely. Especially after hearing that the divine child plans to fire pottery again today, the villagers are even more eager. Early in the morning, having eaten their meal, they gather by the riverbank. Building on their previous experience, this time the process flows much more smoothly. However, compared to last time, the quantity of pottery to be fired is significantly greater. Surrounding the resilient clay pit from the last firing, Han Sheng instructs others to excavate extensively around it, resulting in a pit approximately 4 square meters in size. Next comes the layering of dry grass, placing the clay forms, adding more dry grass, applying mud, igniting the fire, and sealing the entrance. All that remains is to wait. While the senior brothers have gone hunting, Han Sheng oversees the makeshift kiln with a group of primitive villagers, crafting clay forms while vigilantly monitoring the temperature of the mud seal and observing the small openings to ensure the fire does not extinguish. With a sufficient number of clay bowls ready, if all are successfully fired, it will be no problem for everyone to have one. Thus, Han Sheng directs the reduction of bowl production and encourages the creation of more much-needed pottery jars and large vessels, as well as some clay basins. With an ample supply of clay forms, there is no need for the previous urgency. After noon, Han Sheng leads the group in tidying up by the river before returning to the cave, having been preoccupied with pottery matters for several days. He has neglected to teach Mandarin and Chinese characters. Now that pottery production is on the right track, he naturally resumes the lessons that had been interrupted for a few days. Today's lesson is quite simple, focusing on the newly emerged pottery, including its pronunciation and writing, as well as the derived pottery bowls, jars, and vats. Due to the villagers' keen interest in the newly introduced pottery, even though the character for pottery is somewhat complex and challenging to write, they learn swiftly. Notably, the little pottery prodigy, Hua, who previously struggled with memorizing characters, can now effortlessly write the character for pottery. Surrounding the continuously burning fire pit, 3 stones arranged in a triangular formation provide a makeshift platform for the freshly crafted pottery jars, which contain water. As the flames persistently lap at the jars, steam begins to rise from the water within. This sight brings a sigh of relief to the elder primitive, who had been anxiously concerned that the fire might crack the pottery, subsequently extinguishing itself with the water. He and the others in the cave, much like him, remain puzzled by the divine child's peculiar actions, yet they are gradually becoming accustomed to such mysterious behaviors. After all, the divine child has exhibited countless inexplicable actions. Han Sheng has no ulterior motives. He simply desires to boil some hot water to drink. Having been here for several months, the only hot liquid he has encountered is his own urine, which is a rather disheartening realization. The water in the pottery jar, emitting steam, refuses to boil, leaving Han Sheng somewhat vexed. It seems he must promptly create a lid. This not only prevents dust from falling into the water, but also serves to retain heat. Chapter 32. The delightful boiled water. The water in the pottery jar has finally reached a boil, but due to the absence of handles on the jar, removing it from the fire proves to be a bit of a challenge. Han Sheng finds 2 pieces of dry grass to cushion it, allowing him to carefully lift it from the rudimentary stove atop the fire. He retrieves his bowl, scoops some water from the jar, rinses the bowl once more, and eagerly pours a serving of the boiling water into it. Cradling the bowl in both hands, he brings it to his lips, gently blowing on the steam. After a moment, he takes a sip of the slightly scalding water, which lacks any distinctive flavor, yet to Han Sheng, it tastes like a delicacy. He lets the water linger in his mouth for a moment, savoring the experience before swallowing. A wave of warmth flows from his mouth to his stomach, a comforting sensation enveloping his entire being, nearly prompting a moan of pleasure to escape his lips. The surrounding primitive villagers, witnessing Han Sheng's expression of bliss, cannot help but drool. It is worth noting that the divine child is someone who is not particularly fond of even delicious roasted meat. So this display of delight over steaming water speaks volumes about its exquisite taste. After consuming a bowl of hot water, Han Sheng feels a cozy warmth enveloping him, even beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He lets out a contented sigh, only to notice the eager faces of those around him, their mouths watering as they gaze longingly at him and the hot water in the jar. Unable to suppress a smile, he tilts the jar and pours another bowl, this one intended for the shaman. In his eagerness to savor the hot water, he had momentarily forgotten about the shaman. You all drink, but be careful, it's hot. Han Sheng now primarily speaks in Mandarin, resorting to the tribal language only when explanations become unclear or when the villagers have yet to learn certain terms, often using gestures to aid comprehension. At this point, not only Han Sheng but also the children in the tribe who learn alongside him predominantly communicate in Mandarin. Given their strong capacity for adaptation, the adults in the tribe use Mandarin less frequently. They often venture out to hunt, unlike the children who can focus on learning. Furthermore, They have long been accustomed to communicating in their tribal language and manner. Han Sheng is not overly anxious about this. Language acquisition is not an overnight endeavor, but rather a gradual process, and with his presence, they will eventually grasp Mandarin. This confidence is not unfounded, but stems from the tribal language's underdevelopment, which leaves numerous gaps that Mandarin can effectively fill. These newly introduced concepts, lacking corresponding terms in the tribal language, are more easily retained without the interference of their native tongue. Han Sheng carefully carried a bowl and made his way into the cave, intending to present the hot water to the shaman. The primitive inhabitants, who had long been drooling in anticipation, became instantly animated upon hearing Han Sheng's words. However, they did not rush forward in a chaotic frenzy. Instead, they approached in an orderly manner. Surprisingly, the first to drink the hot water was not one of the primitive individuals, but rather the limping man. With the majority of the adult males and most of the females having ventured out to hunt, he remained in the cave, ranking just below the shaman and Han Sheng in terms of status. He brought forth a chipped pottery vessel, having lost 2/3 of its original form, and imitated Han Sheng's actions by tilting the pot to pour some hot water into it. This broken pottery, a remnant of a previous kiln mishap, was still a prized possession for the tribe, being the first of its kind they had encountered. The limping man held the fractured pottery fragment to his lips, and amidst the envious gazes of the onlookers, he took a sip. Alas, the scalding water burned his tongue, causing him to expel the mouthful he had just consumed. This elicited some dissatisfaction from the bystanders. Food was of utmost importance to the tribe, even surpassing the value of clothing. The shaman was relishing the drink, indicating its exquisite flavor, and it was indeed quite scandalous to waste such a delightful substance. The limping man recognized his faux pas, yet the water was simply too hot. He inhaled sharply, taking a moment to regain his composure. This time, he was wiser, cautiously sipping a smaller amount. It was merely warm. But why was it so unremarkable in taste? Why did the shaman seem to find such pleasure in it? Confusion clouded his mind. He took another small sip, savoring it attentively, but the outcome was the same. Aside from its heat, there was nothing particularly special about it. The others, after receiving their share of water, were equally perplexed after drinking, each wearing a similar expression of bewilderment. They exchanged glances, each sporting a puzzled demeanor. Was it they who were mistaken? Or was the shaman's palate exceedingly refined? To forego the delectable roasted meat in favor of this insipid hot water seemed utterly nonsensical. The shaman was quite busy. After presiding over the ceremonial rites celebrating the advent of pottery, he retreated into the inner cave to engage in his writing and creative endeavors. He was determined to meticulously document every aspect of the newly emerged pottery, capturing each step of its creation. It would be a great loss for the tribe's advancements not to be recorded for posterity. The shaman's current writing was fascinating. It had evolved beyond mere pictographs to a blend of pictographs and Chinese characters. Observing his work chronologically revealed an intriguing phenomenon. The later the entries were, the more Chinese characters they contained. At present, nearly half of the text he had written comprised Chinese characters. Han Sheng was confident that as time progressed, the proportion of Chinese characters in the shaman's records would only increase. The shaman found himself increasingly occupied since the arrival of the divine child. In times past, he would take considerable intervals before documenting anything, but now, following the divine child's appearance, his recording frequency had surged. From the initial arrival of the divine child to the subsequent fishing through the ice, then to crafting gloves and socks, and now to pottery making, each innovation was invaluable, and he was reluctant to forego any of them, feeling compelled to document their legacy for future generations. Thus, the shaman embarked on a journey filled with both pain and joy. At times, he felt fortunate that the divine child had imparted a more efficient form of divine language and writing to him. Otherwise, his documentation efforts would have been considerably more arduous. Just the task of creating new vocabulary was enough to make one pull their hair out. Divine child, the shaman called out upon seeing Han Sheng enter. Upon noticing the bowl in Han Sheng's hands, he felt a twinge of confusion. This was not mealtime. Why was the divine child carrying a bowl? Chapter 33, Hot Water, Pottery, and Meat Broth. Shaman, drink the hot water, Han Sheng stated, presenting the bowl before him. The shaman gazed at the bowl of water curiously, unable to comprehend why it emitted steam. However, as his hand made contact with the bowl, he began to understand, for it was indeed hot. He accepted the bowl but did not drink immediately, instead holding it in his hands and looking at Han Sheng with a puzzled expression. Han Sheng, though somewhat exasperated by the shaman's penchant for probing deeper into matters, was patient in his explanations. His respect for this old primitive man was heartfelt, not solely due to his life-saving actions, but also stemming from the shaman's tireless efforts for the tribe's advancement. It was imperative to elucidate the significance of the hot water to the shaman. Doing so would not only dispel his confusion and aid in his documentation, but also facilitate the implementation of a policy encouraging the consumption of boiled water. With the shaman at the forefront. Through a combination of Han Sheng's Mandarin, tribal language, and gestures, the shaman ultimately grasped the importance of drinking boiled water. While he did not fully comprehend why there were invisible tiny creatures in perfectly good water, nor could he entirely understand the divine child's assertion that illness was caused by such creatures, one thing he firmly retained in his mind was that boiling the water could eliminate these minuscule pests, thus reducing the likelihood of falling ill. This single realization was already more than sufficient. At that time, medical and sanitary practices were virtually non-existent, at least within the confines of the Chinke tribe. When one fell ill, the only recourse was to endure. Surviving the illness indicated great fortune, whereas succumbing to it meant death. In an era when even a common cold could prove fatal, the shaman found it astonishing to hear that regularly drinking such water could diminish the chances of illness. It would indeed be peculiar for him not to take this seriously. With yet another entry to add to his documentation, the shaman felt a mix of excitement and melancholy. He had once thought that until his death, the cave's stone tablets would remain untouched. But who could have anticipated that the arrival of the divine child would render them insufficient so soon? It seemed necessary to instruct the tribe to gather more. In the afternoon, the elder brother returned with the hunting party. The day's haul was meager, yielding just enough food for a single day, which meant they would need to hunt again the following day. After dinner, the shaman summoned the elder brother and recounted the words Han Sheng had shared with him earlier that day. Just as the shaman had reacted, the elder brother's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing about the remarkable benefits of boiled water, and he immediately expressed his agreement to implement the practice of drinking boiled water within the tribe. 3 charred stones returned to the fire pit, arranged in a triangular formation. A blackened earthen pot was filled with water and placed atop the stones to continue boiling. As time elapsed, steam began to rise from the water within the pot. The members of the tribe, whether near or far, observed this scene, many of whom had previously struggled to comprehend Han Sheng's actions. However, upon hearing that consuming such water could reduce illness, they began to take it seriously. Currently, the supply of jars and pots was insufficient for boiling water. But once the next kiln was fired, things would become more manageable. 2 elderly tribesmen, tasked with tending the flames, had acquired an additional duty, boiling water. There was nothing particularly complex about the process, and after Han Sheng demonstrated it twice, they memorized the procedure and recognized when the water had reached a boil. The boiled water was uniformly poured into a large vat after the cold water was discarded, ensuring that when the villagers drank from it, they would not find it too hot to handle. The task of fetching water was assigned to a somewhat frail female tribesperson, the mate of the second elder. Due to her delicate constitution, she typically did not join the hunting expeditions but remained in the village with other women who were similarly fragile, pregnant, or nursing, to gather fuel and fish by the riverside. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed since the second kiln was fired, and once again, many gathered to witness the event, just as they had during the first firing. However, Han Sheng was no longer as impatient as before. Instead, he patiently touched the dried clay of the kiln's exterior and peered through the ventilation holes to gauge the internal temperature. He waited calmly from morning until afternoon, until the outer layer of clay felt slightly cool to the touch, before he began to strike the kiln. A hole was created, releasing steam without causing any noxious fumes. Han Sheng's heart raced slightly as he listened intently for any sounds that might indicate the shattering of pottery. After a moment of silence, a smile emerged on his face, and he hastened his efforts. Before long, the entire kiln was opened, revealing its contents. After more than 3 days of intense flames, the original clay had undergone a profound transformation, not only becoming pottery, but also, in many cases, a higher grade of ceramic. Numerous areas glimmered with a lustrous glaze. Under the afternoon sunlight, they appeared almost radiant. Furthermore, the success rate was exceptionally gratifying. Out of 53 pieces, only 4 were damaged, while the rest remained intact. This included 3 jars of varying sizes and 5-handled pots. The opening of this kiln greatly replenished the tribe's pottery supply. The shaman and others, touching the gleaming ceramics in the sunlight, wore expressions of excitement, especially as they realized that such beautiful items would belong to their tribe, filling them with genuine joy. After the initial exhilaration subsided, the villagers carefully washed these precious ceramics in the river before transporting them to the cave, handling them with utmost care to avoid breaking these valuable treasures. Tonight's dinner was exceptionally lavish. This richness was not merely in the variety of the dishes, but also in their abundance, sufficient for everyone to indulge. A significant portion of this bounty stemmed from Han Sheng placing a sizable jar over the fire, filling it with meat, and then adding water, resulting in a large pot of hearty meat soup, having feasted on roasted meat for their entire lives. The villagers were now enjoying boiled meat and rich broth adorned with floating droplets of fat, a veritable feast for them. However, a slight disappointment lingered. Unless they finished the soup, they could not retrieve the meat at the bottom. Fortunately, the astute divine child had crafted several bowls with symmetrical holes along the edges and fashioned a sturdy stick, over a meter long, threading it through the holes, thus binding the stick and bowl together. This ingenious solution was dubbed a soup ladle. Chapter 34. A set of chopsticks that international friends would find intimidating. To enjoy the meat soup, merely having bowls and ladles was insufficient. They required chopsticks. Previously, the tribe's food had only two methods of consumption. Fruits could be eaten raw, while meat was roasted over fire. Both categories consisted of solid, dry foods that could be easily handled with hands. However, with the advent of boiled food, this approach was no longer feasible. When faced with larger pieces of meat or bones, one could lift them from the bowl, but smaller chunks posed a challenge. One either had to finish the soup first or bravely retrieve the meat with bare hands, not minding the heat or grease. Yet, both methods were inconvenient, especially the latter. Watching them scoop with dripping hands made Han Chung feel exasperated. Eating this way would surely resemble the disheveled dining habits of certain international friends. Before Han Cheng's arrival, he had seen videos of some dark-skinned international friends diving in with their hands to eat hot pot, which struck him as profoundly awkward. Thus, upon noticing this behavior in the tribe, he promptly put a stop to it. Particularly, the one who scooped with the most enthusiasm, Stone, received a couple of gentle taps on the hand from a ruler Han Chung had crafted for teaching purposes. The villagers felt quite wronged, especially Stone, who, despite being young, had been given a large bowl. Having not yet finished the soup, he felt full, and if he did not scoop out the meat, he would fill up solely on broth, leaving no room for the remaining meat. For individuals who valued food above all else, being unable to eat the meat while having it in their bowl was a considerable torment. Just as the villagers grimaced and sipped the hot broth, hoping to reach the meat at the bottom, the divine child returned from his stroll outside, cradling a small bundle of smooth, finger-thick branches. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Han Chung called for the eldest brother to assist in cutting these into roughly 20-centimeter segments. He then scooped some clean water from another large jar to wash them, distributing 2 sticks to each person as the villagers looked on in further confusion. The first to receive the makeshift chopsticks was the shaman, who set his earthen bowl on the ground, holding one in each hand, inspecting them closely, attempting to understand their purpose. The shaman was wise. He recognized the villagers' current predicament, deducing from Han Cheng's prohibition against using hands to retrieve meat that these 2 sticks were intended for a similar purpose. Yet, how could such an item extract the meat from the bowl? The shaman, somewhat bewildered, clutched a chopstick in one hand, rummaging through the bowl. A piece of meat surfaced, precariously balanced between the 2 chopsticks, but before he could lean in to take a bite, a slight tremor in his hand caused the morsel to tumble back into the bowl, splattering the rich, fragrant broth, eliciting a pang of regret from the shaman. The others fared no better, apart from a few who guessed that the deity's purpose in providing these 2 implements was to alleviate their current predicament. The rest remained oblivious to Han Cheng's intentions. They curiously fiddled with the sticks he had distributed, while some mischievous children, seizing the opportunity, began playfully tapping their companions on the head with the makeshift tools, showcasing a rather amusing use. Except for the youngest who could not yet feed themselves, every member of the tribe possessed a pair of rudimentary chopsticks fashioned from local materials. Han Chung understood their confusion regarding the purpose of these implements. Yet he had no plans to elucidate. He returned to his previous spot, lifted the bowl resting on the ground, cleared his throat to capture everyone's attention, and deftly transferred the chopsticks to his right hand. The 2 sticks aligned closely, their upper ends resting at a slight angle against the base of his palm, protruding 4 or 5 centimeters. Approximately 2/3 of the way up, they naturally rested against the first joint of his middle finger, while his index and thumb clasped the sticks. With a slight movement, the once-joined chopsticks separated effortlessly. Han Chung extended the chopsticks into the bowl and swiftly retracted them, successfully retrieving a piece of meat from beneath the broth. As the crowd's expressions shifted from confusion to enlightenment, he savored the meat, relishing its flavor. Witnessing Han Cheng's technique, the shaman's face lit up with realization. So this was the proper use of those slender sticks. He mimicked Han Cheng's earlier actions. Holding the 2 slender implements together with the hand he often used to grasp a stone pen. From this experience alone, the shaman learned much. Previously, he had known humans possessed 2 hands, but struggled to discern which was which. Since the deity had introduced the concepts of left and right, this confusion had been effectively resolved. Moreover, the utility of these concepts extended far beyond hands, feet, ears, eyes, and numerous other body parts could also be categorized as left or right. The emergence of this notion enabled the shaman to document information with greater precision and detail. Clutching the bowl in his left hand and the chopsticks in his right, He awkwardly emulated Han Shang, attempting to separate the chopsticks and deliver food to his mouth. However, the dexterous sticks, akin to fingers in Han Shang's hands, proved obstinate in the shaman's grip. He strained to control them, attempting to grasp the meat from the bowl, yet repeatedly failed. After several attempts, he finally managed to clumsily secure a piece and bring it to his mouth, which brought him a measure of joy. The others, in comparison to the shaman, fared little better. Their movements were equally awkward and uncoordinated, with many unable to discern which hand should wield the chopsticks. Among them, the adults in the tribe struggled the most, while the children who had followed Han Shang in learning had fewer errors, having already grasped the concepts of left and right during their initial lessons in writing. For them, it was not particularly challenging. They merely needed to remember which hand held the pen. Observing the clumsy attempts of the tribe members, who could not manage to lift the meat from the bowl and even overturned it at times, Han Shang could only exasperatedly demonstrate the technique repeatedly. Many within the cave were perplexed by the deity's insistence on using these chopsticks, when clearly using their hands would suffice. Ironically, the very introduction of chopsticks made even the most food-loving second elder apprehensive about mealtime, especially when it involved soupy dishes. Nevertheless, Han Shang placed significant importance on the use of chopsticks. After conferring with the eldest brother, he meticulously prepared meat broth for 6 or 7 consecutive days. During meals, he would scan the crowd with his bowl and chopsticks, keenly observing who continued to eat with their hands, swiftly administering a reprimand with a ruler upon discovery. Although it was not painful, no one wished to endure such embarrassment. Under this pressure, within about a week, the tribe had adapted to using chopsticks for their meals, and some even became adept enough to use them when eating barbecued food. The second elder, after breaking 5 pairs of chopsticks and overturning 8 bowls, finally mastered the skill that had once intimidated countless foreign visitors. Chapter 35. The magnificent masterpiece emerges. The tadpole seeks its mother. Life in the tribe settled into a steady rhythm, days passing in tranquil monotony. The eldest brother and others continued their hunting expeditions. As their catches increased, the tribe enjoyed ample sustenance, allowing them moments of leisure. However, when the hunts yielded little, it became a rather disheartening tale, with tribe members forced to reduce their rations. Fortunately, with the advent of large earthenware pots and Han Shang's innovation of boiling meat and simmering bone broth, even scarce hunting results allowed the tribe to fill their bellies, given that water was readily available. Of course, this satiety was superficial. A mere 2 urinations would leave them hungry again. Yet it was still a significant improvement over their previous reliance on meager roasted fare. In later years, Han Shang would recall a humorous anecdote about a man who stumbled upon a sparrow. Overjoyed, he hastily plucked its feathers and gutted it. Rummaging through the kitchen for a carrot, which he chopped and tossed into the pot alongside the sparrow, he then called upon friends to join him for a delightful, nutritious broth. Remarkably, a single sparrow and a carrot managed to satisfy 7 or 8 guests, leaving them all quite full. Compared to this fellow, Han Shang mused that the tribe's broth preparations were excessively generous with the meat. Fish were occasionally caught, but currently, they proved elusive and difficult to catch, resulting in a diminished fish intake. The shaman remained busy, spending most of his days in the cave recording the innovations introduced by the deity. He felt overwhelmed by the abundance of information worth documenting, reluctant to discard even a single detail. For instance, the method of boiling soup during times of food scarcity proved to be an excellent means of conserving resources for the tribe. However, on sunny days, Han Shang would call the shaman outside to bask in the sunlight together. While the cave provided warmth in winter, the rising temperatures brought dampness, and the light within was insufficient. As the shaman aged, regular exposure to sunlight became increasingly beneficial for him. As for Han Shang, he led a relatively leisurely life, his colorful halo of divinity casting a transcendent aura over his status within the tribe. Coupled with his youth, he enjoyed a lifestyle marked by freedom and indulgence. After all, he was now one of the 3 key figures of the Qingke tribe. His daily routine mirrored that of the past, continuing to teach the children Chinese characters and Mandarin. Yet, as the lessons progressed, he gradually recognized a challenge. With each additional character learned, the children seemed prone to forget those previously taught. Moreover, the practice of learning individual characters or words in isolation often leads to a situation where they grasp the meaning and writing of the character, yet remain uncertain on how to employ it effectively. However, this challenge does not daunt Han Shang. After careful consideration, he resolves to unveil his piece de resistance, the text Little Tadpole Seeks Mother. The allure of this narrative far surpasses that of isolated characters, and through such engaging tales, the children can enhance their understanding of sentence structure and vocabulary. The children in the tribe rarely have the opportunity to hear stories. Even when they do, it is typically tales of hunting and gathering recounted by the elders, which pales in comparison to the charm of this narrative. Consequently, as soon as Han Shang introduces his text, It captures the hearts of all the children eager to learn alongside him. Within a single day, they are able to memorize the entire story of Little Tadpole Seek's mother and acquire numerous new characters from it. In the days that follow the lesson, the children of the tribe gather excitedly to discuss and recount this delightful story. The arrival of Little Tadpole Seek's mother is akin to opening a gateway to a new world for these children, reminiscent of when Han Chung, in his first year of junior high, was generously given a pirated online novel by his well-meaning classmate. Yet, each time Han Chung observes their exuberant discussions, he is struck by a twinge of embarrassment and guilt, for these children remain oblivious to the fact that the lullabies their parents hum at night are, in essence, also telling the tale of Little Tadpole Seek's mother. Employing such a narrative approach to instruction, a fascinating and enjoyable method of learning the divine language and script, naturally draws in Wu, who, while relishing the benefits of this new methodology, cannot help but sigh in exasperation, as he has yet to document prior events, only to be confronted with fresh developments. This is indeed a bittersweet predicament. Of course, Han Chung does not dedicate his entire day to teaching. He limits his instructional time to no more than 2 hours daily. Teaching too much at once would overwhelm them, and as a teacher, he finds it exhausting. Furthermore, for these children, learning Chinese characters and Mandarin is not their primary focus. They must also acquire various other survival skills, as thriving in their environment is the utmost priority. For instance, among the older children, Heihua and Zhuang have increased their hunting excursions with the elder brother. Additionally, these children do not face the pressure of passing examinations. Unlike children in later generations who are burdened with incessant testing, where academic performance heavily influences future prospects, the children of the tribe are free from such anxieties. Pottery production continues, but there is no longer the incessant need to create as before, since pottery is not a consumable good. With prior accumulation, their demand has diminished. This newfound leisure allows for a gradual refinement of pottery from its initial crude forms to more exquisite creations. The variety has also increased. Beyond the original large jars and earthenware bowls, inspired by Han Cheng's oral narratives and sketches drawn in the dirt with branches, skilled artisans like Heihua have begun attempting to craft teapots and teacups, even pottery pillows. During this process, they now incorporate various markings using ropes and other materials. Following the introduction of the groundbreaking narrative Little Tadpole Seek's mother, the most prevalent motifs appearing on the pottery are the clumsy yet endearing tadpoles and their mother, the frog. Upon noticing this phenomenon, Han Chung chuckles, suddenly reminded of an intriguing thought. If, after thousands of years, their dwelling is unearthed and these frog and tadpole-adorned pottery pieces are discovered, might it not spark a myriad of discussions? He imagines that by that time, his esteemed Chinke tribe might well be referred to as the Frog Tribe, and he has already devised a rationale for their reverence towards frogs. Their prolific reproduction aligns perfectly with the ancient desire for a flourishing lineage. This is indeed the rhythm of an invasion by Little Tadpole Seek's mother. Chapter 36. Han Chung tastes the herbs. Han Chung now engages in daily exercise. Regardless of the era, maintaining good health is paramount, particularly in primitive times. Only with a robust physique can one withstand the elements and fend off diseases. A strong body is essential for battling wild beasts, navigating the narrow margins of survival, and gradually fortifying the tribe for a better existence. His notion of fitness primarily consists of performing sit-ups, push-ups, and squats alongside running, not only to build endurance through long-distance running, but also to enhance explosiveness with sprints. In primitive times, running is a vital means of survival and equally crucial during conflicts. Thus, Han Chung is particularly diligent in his training. Climbing trees is also an invaluable skill, not only for physical conditioning, but for gathering fruits and retrieving birds' nests. In critical moments, it can be a life-saving technique. For instance, when confronted by a pack of wolves or other formidable predators, ascending a tree becomes an essential escape strategy. As for swimming, he decides against it, not only due to the chill of the water, but also because the fish in the river are ferocious. These fish are far from the gentle creatures of later times, some possessing sharp teeth. A careless plunge into the water could result in a painful encounter that would strip him of any chance for enjoyment thereafter. When it comes to exercising, the most enthusiastic participants are undoubtedly the children, not because they possess an inherent love for physical activity, but because exercising alongside the divine child provides them with a sense of achievement. Thus, as Han Chung revels in successfully scaling a tree approximately a foot high with a diameter of 20 centimeters, several children swiftly approach, each selecting a tree with a diameter exceeding 50 centimeters, skillfully climbing up with hands and feet, disappearing from sight in a matter of moments. This sight leaves Han Chung, who can only see their bottoms, feeling particularly vexed. Damn it, they're climbing trees without any undergarments. Climbing so swiftly and high. Sure, they're having fun now. But if they scrape their little bits, they won't be so gleeful later. In his frustration, Han Sheng can only vent his discontent in silence. As for undergarments, he possesses a pair, crafted long ago. The sensation of the cool air beneath is simply too delightful, making him hesitant to forego it. Even if the animal skin undergarment is somewhat uncomfortable, he endures it. Certainly, in order to ensure the robust growth of his little companion beneath. Each evening he would remove it, allowing it to breathe freely in the open air after a prolonged period of confinement. The beast-hide trousers were indeed uncomfortable, leaving Han Sheng longing for the garments of his previous life. Even the most inexpensive ones, such as 4 for 10 coins, were preferable to these stifling, airless hides. His yearning for fabric had never soared to such heights, yet under the current circumstances, he could only continue to harbor this desire, akin to his craving for salt. The children of the tribe exhibited great enthusiasm for surpassing and challenging the divine child in their athletic pursuits. Even though the divine child would assign an obscure character to those who caused trouble the next day, demanding they learn to write and read it, the children remained unfazed and relentless in their endeavors. To them, this slight discomfort paled in comparison to the joy of witnessing the divine child's vexation. Han Sheng was not perturbed by the antics of these children, who appeared to be of similar or even greater age, for he understood that their actions were merely playful interactions with him. This was also a manifestation of their camaraderie, as they held him in high regard. He, in turn, appreciated this harmonious dynamic, which also served to invigorate his fighting spirit. After all, he was a time traveler and the esteemed teacher of the tribe's divine child. Being treated in such a manner by these little rascals was hardly acceptable. Motivated by this sentiment, Han Sheng dedicated himself more fervently to his training, and his progress became increasingly evident. However, the absence of salt continually affected him. Due to insufficient salt intake, his endurance waned, often necessitating prolonged rest after bouts of exertion. The other tribe members had long since grown accustomed to this state, yet Han Sheng, as a newcomer, found it difficult to adjust. Regrettably, he still could not find any trace of salt. Amidst teaching, exercising, and pottery making, Han Sheng would also stroll through the nearby woods, searching for edible wild vegetables. After all, subsisting solely on meat was unbearable. The shaman had methods for supplementing vitamins, primarily through a substance they frequently chewed, known as papa. This referred to the fruit of a tree bearing the same name. Oval in shape, not large, covered in fine fuzz. It was green when unripe and turned brown upon ripening. Quite hard, resembling wood. It was prepared by smashing it in a stone pit previously used by the shaman to crush meat for soup, breaking it into several pieces. Each person would take a piece to chew. Han Sheng had tasted this before. Its flavor was indeed peculiar. Even after consuming it over a dozen times, he still could not endure its taste. When he inquired with the shaman, he could not elucidate why they chewed this substance intermittently. It was a tradition passed down from earlier times, prevalent since his childhood in the tribe. This exemplified the wisdom of life. The shaman and others were unaware of the meaning behind chewing this substance, yet it effectively addressed the issue of lacking vitamin supplementation in their meat-heavy diet. Unable to tolerate the peculiar taste, Han Sheng resolved that it was imperative to procure wild vegetables. This would not only liberate him from the strange flavor of papa, but also diversify the tribe's food sources. Thanks to the presence of his elder brother and others, the surrounding woods were relatively safe, with fewer wild beasts than in other areas. Han Sheng had sampled no less than 10 varieties of grass without discovering any that were palatable. Of course, he was keenly aware of the historical figure Shin Nong, who had famously poisoned himself while sampling various herbs. Thus he approached this noble endeavor with utmost caution. His first criterion for tasting was to select only those with wormholes or signs of nibbling by other creatures. Furthermore, he limited his samples, merely plucking a small amount to taste, then spitting it out, rinsing his mouth with several sips of water from the clay pot he carried, repeating the process 5 times to cleanse his palate. Under such meticulous scrutiny, unless he encountered something akin to the poison hemlock that was administered to Wu Dalong by Pan Jinlian, he deemed it unlikely to cause harm. Chapter 37. The Ancestor of Rapeseed? Han Sheng was elated, for he had finally tasted a wild grass that was relatively palatable. This grass boasted large leaves, with pale stems and greenish blades, adorned with small fuzzy spines. When plucked and chewed, it exuded a unique grassy flavor. Unlike other grasses that were either bitter or astringent, this wild variety was neither unpleasant nor difficult to chew. This discovery filled Han Sheng with excitement, especially upon observing the tender shoots sprouting from the grass, along with tiny flower buds and a couple of small yellow flowers peeking through. He was reminded of rapeseed from his previous life. While this wild vegetable bore many differences from the rapeseed of his time, it also shared numerous similarities, which both thrilled and unnerved him. He longed for this plant to be the progenitor of rapeseed. If it truly was the primitive form of rapeseed, a plethora of possibilities would open up, suppressing his exuberance. Han Sheng glanced around and noticed that many similar wild grasses flourished in the vicinity, prompting him to gather a handful to take back. Naturally, Han Sheng would not recklessly assume that just because this grass was not unpleasant, resembled rapeseed, and bore signs of insect damage, he could hastily toss this unknown entity into the meat stew for the tribe to consume. Such actions could potentially jeopardize the survival of this primitive tribe that had endured for centuries. Han Sheng had his own methods for discerning toxicity. In a corner of the cave, surrounded by a circle of stones about a meter high, lay a stone slab that partially covered the entrance. When Han Sheng peered inside, a quiet gray shadow was startled, leaping about in a frenzy before eventually settling against a stone, warily locking eyes with him. It was a wild rabbit, intentionally left alive by Han Sheng's elder brother and the others after they caught it. Han Sheng tossed the suspected ancestor of rapeseed into the makeshift rabbit pen, causing the easily startled creature to jump around in alarm. It even attempted to escape its confines. However, with only a small portion of the entrance covered by the stone slab, its escape efforts ended with repeated collisions against the slab. After several futile attempts, the rabbit ultimately resigned to the impossibility of its escape, remaining in the cramped stone enclosure. Though it showed no inclination to consume the wild vegetable Han Sheng had tossed its way, it seemed this little creature bore significant trauma. Who knows what it had endured on its journey back with the elder brother and the others. Han Sheng once again moved a significantly smaller stone slab to the cave entrance, further reducing the opening to prevent the creature from escaping, and then he departed. It would suffice with the wild grass. Indeed, when he returned the following morning and shifted the small stone slab to peer inside, he found that the wild grass he had tossed in the day before had been devoured entirely. The rabbit, however, remained lively and eager to seize the opportunity to escape. It appeared that this creature could indeed be sustained by such fare. With this thought in mind, he continued to toss in more wild grass to feed it. After 7 consecutive days of feeding, the creature remained as sprightly as ever, having become accustomed to this lifestyle. It even continued to frolic with a fellow of its kind that master brother had caught and placed inside, unashamedly cavorting as if no one were watching. It seemed there was truly no cause for concern. This grass was edible. Having confirmed this, it had successfully transitioned from wild grass to wild vegetables. With the passage of those 7 days, the flowers of these wild vegetables had fully bloomed, creating a golden expanse, with clusters blooming in delightful disarray, adorning the forest and its grassy floor with extraordinary beauty. Bees, though one might as well call them bees, despite their size being twice that of modern bees, hustled tirelessly among the flowers, demonstrating the artistry of foraging. Butterflies, too, albeit differing from those commonly seen in later times, fluttered about. Various sizes of butterflies joined in the revelry, competing for the title of flower thieves, dancing gracefully amid the blooms in a delightful display. At this juncture, Han Sheng had nearly confirmed that these were indeed primitive rapeseed flowers. Gazing upon the resplendent golden blooms and inhaling their intoxicating fragrance under the warm embrace of the spring sun, he couldn't help but break into a wide grin. In that moment, the exhilaration within him was beyond the comprehension of anyone else. Who would have thought that in his quest for wild vegetables, he would stumble upon rapeseed first? What luck! By now, he found himself somewhat inclined to believe the saying that those who traverse into new realms are favored by fortune. Though others might encounter various secret techniques and rare treasures, he had merely found rapeseed, and primitive rapeseed at that. The disparity was significant, yet Han Sheng remained elated. For his expectations were not particularly lofty. As he gazed at the sparse rapeseed plants, he suddenly felt hesitant to take action. After all, they had already blossomed and would soon bear fruit, producing seeds. If he were to gather these seeds and cultivate them in a designated plot, he could harvest an even greater yield of rapeseed. He imagined himself standing amidst an endless ocean of blooming rapeseed, basking in the warm sun and inhaling the fragrant air. However, Han Sheng's delightful reverie was soon shattered when a creature adorned with antlers and fur emerged from an unknown source, merrily munching on the rapeseed that he was reluctant to touch. Its movements were swift, its teeth sharp, as it voraciously devoured both leaves and flowers. Having already consumed 2 flourishing rapeseed plants in mere moments, the short tail swayed back and forth, a testament to its sheer delight. Han Sheng's heart sank. What the devil? Is this how I am to be treated? As a traveler from another world, he had only just encountered some rapeseed, yet before he could muster the courage to act, it had been snatched away by another creature? Vermin! Stop right there. After a moment's pause, Han Sheng's anger surged as he shouted at the deer that had started to move toward another patch to indulge itself once more. The deer, caught up in its enjoyment, responded to his outburst with a dismissive snort, clearly expressing its scorn, and then returned to its favorite flowers. Chapter 38. The transcendent deer. Han Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief. How utterly insignificant must he be to be so brazenly ignored by a mere deer? While it was true that this was a primitive age where creatures were formidable, it was still unacceptable to be treated in such a manner. Enraged, Han Sheng picked up a handful of dry grass and charged at the insolent beast, shouting, "Vermin! Prepare to meet your end." In a different time, merely standing 8 paces away would have sent the deer fleeing in fright. But times had changed. This deer held Han Sheng in utter disregard. It lazily turned to glance at the little figure who did not require 4 legs to traverse the ground and was shouting at it, completely perplexed by his intentions. Moreover, as it turned its head, it continued munching on a flower-laden rapeseed plant, chewing leisurely, exuding an air of utter nonchalance. "Get out of my way." Seeing himself so disdainfully dismissed, he decided against further shouting and resolved to take more tangible action, intending to teach this audacious creature a lesson. He dashed up beside the deer, leaped, and delivered a slap to its belly. To his astonishment, the deer seemed oblivious to the action, showing no sign of concern, and even rolled its eyes at him before ambling over to the next patch to continue feasting, leaving Han Sheng frozen with his hand poised to strike. "Damn it! How dare you disregard me?" He contemplated picking up a stone, but then reconsidered, thinking that would be too lenient. Instead, he began to gather grass from the ground. Of course, he did not intend to use the grass to lure the creature away. That would be too kind. Han Sheng was determined to capture this beast and bring it back to the tribe. It was a substantial source of meat. "You eat my rapeseed, and I shall feast on your flesh. Let us see who can outdo the other," he thought fiercely, swiftly twisting together a length of grass rope. Before long, a rope exceeding 10 feet in length was ready. Han Sheng fashioned a tightening loop at one end and approached the deer, still preoccupied with its meal. Seizing the moment, he swiftly flung the rope, ensnaring the unsuspecting creature's neck. "Huh, you are mine now." Han Sheng tightened the rope, laughing at the panicked deer, covered in dirt and grass. Han Sheng rose from the ground, spitting out the remnants of grass, and tossed half of the rope aside. The deer, still chewing on the grass rope meant to ensnare it, occasionally snorted disdainfully, thoroughly expressing its contempt for Han Sheng's audacity. How could I let myself be bullied by such a creature? In that moment, Han Sheng found himself at a loss against the deer. Mr. Deer, indifferent to his thoughts, ambled towards Han Sheng after having his fill of flowers. Han Sheng instinctively took a few steps back, despite being merely a deer and a herbivore at that. Its imposing size was quite intimidating. From their brief encounter earlier, Han Sheng had come to realize the disparity between them. Understanding that he was not yet a match for this creature, the venerable deer halted 2 meters away from Han Sheng. And just as Han Sheng braced himself for an imminent antler jab, the deer surprisingly turned its head away. Confused by its intentions, Han Sheng's perplexity was short-lived because, suddenly, a loud and drawn-out fart erupted, accompanied by an overwhelming stench. The deer, with its short tail wagging and taking dainty steps, casually trotted off, leaving Han Sheng in a state of bewilderment amidst the noxious odor. "Cough, cough, gag. What on earth did you consume?" Han Sheng lamented, promptly picking up a stone from the ground and chasing after the retreating deer. One may be killed, but never humiliated. Damn it. This audacious creature has truly gone too far. Unfazed by the 2-legged pursuer, the deer, now in high spirits after releasing its gaseous emissions, began to trot away playfully. Its long legs enabled it to easily outpace Han Sheng, who, panting heavily, felt as though this shameless creature was almost otherworldly. Several times he considered giving up the chase, but each time he caught sight of the deer glancing back at him, his irritation surged, propelling him to continue. Han Sheng desperately wished to ask this creature, who exactly is the real human here? The deer eventually stopped at a rocky outcrop, where a multitude of other deer, large and small, gathered, at least a dozen in total. Han Sheng's eyes widened in astonishment. To his surprise, he had stumbled upon a herd of deer. If the tribe ever faced a food shortage, a hunting trip here could yield enough game, even if just a half-grown deer, to provide a hearty meal for all. The mighty beasts, having been informed by their leader that Han Sheng lacked any formidable battle prowess, regarded him with indifference. As the leader of the herd, the venerable deer no longer paid Han Sheng any mind, maintaining its aloof demeanor. Strutting before the rocky wall, it extended its tongue, rhythmically licking the surface, the sound reminiscent of shoe polishing. What a bizarre obsession, Han Sheng muttered under his breath, feeling humiliated. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and his eyes gleamed with realization. Of course, animals also require salt for sustenance. Where else would the salt in their bodies come from? Could it be that this shameless creature is not merely indulging itself, but rather replenishing its salt intake? Is this rocky expanse actually a salt mine? With this thought, Han Sheng forgot his fatigue and sprinted towards the rocky wall. Without hesitation, he mimicked the deer, extending his tongue to engage in a passionate kiss with the stone. Ugh! 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 The taste was a bitter and gritty medley of flavors flooding his mouth. The deer shot him a disapproving glance before continuing to enjoy its licking, the sounds growing even more pronounced. It dawned on Han Sheng that this indeed was a salt mine. Beyond the salt, it contained numerous impurities, and the path to obtaining edible salt was still distant. Extraction and refinement would be necessary. As he surveyed the extensive salt deposits, he couldn't help but chuckle with glee. Oh, thank the heavens. At last, I shall have access to salt. The purity of the salt mattered little. As a half-baked science student with several years of experience in wilderness rescue, extracting edible salt from this mine would not pose a significant challenge. He found a nearby rock and began to strike the wall vigorously. The deer, somewhat displeased with the noise, snorted and gracefully stepped aside. Thank you. Han Sheng called to the deer as it moved away, cradling the sizable chunk of rock salt he had dislodged and retracing his steps. With this newfound treasure in hand, he had all but forgotten the earlier humiliation inflicted by the deer. Chapter 39. Edible rock salt. There was no need to worry about getting lost. Han Sheng had anticipated this issue on his way in, leaving a trail of broken branches at intervals. Clutching the nearly 10-pound rock salt, he hurried back, surprisingly not feeling fatigued. Was this what they referred to as the legendary ability to carry 200 pounds of food without strain, or even run with 200 pounds of currency? The canola flowers were no longer on Han Sheng's mind. The creatures could feast on them for all he cared. They had thrived even when he was oblivious to their presence, and after all these years without extinction, he doubted they could consume them all in a short span. His craving for salt had long surpassed any desire for vegetables. Before he could reach the tribe, he was intercepted by the overjoyed black boy, who turned and shouted back, "The divine sun has returned." In no time, a small crowd of 7 or 8 gathered around him. Black boy took the rock from Han Sheng's hands, his eyes slightly reddened, and asked, "Divine sun, where have you been?" The shaman is nearly frantic. The children and 2 adult primitive women, drawn by the commotion, gazed at Han Sheng with a blend of joy and concern. Han Sheng's heart warmed at their reaction as he smiled and reassured them, "I am well. I merely sought something remarkable." This, Black Boy inquired, lifting the stone with a puzzled expression. Approaching adulthood, he possessed enough strength that the 10-pound rock felt lightweight in his hands. "Indeed, this is it," Han Sheng replied, grinning while feigning an air of mystery. His response piqued the curiosity of the onlookers. The shaman, not in the cave but rather a distance away, met Han Sheng with a face that transformed from worry to radiant joy upon seeing him. He approached, crouched down, and examined Han Sheng thoroughly, relieved to find him unscathed. He ruffled Han Sheng's hair affectionately before leading the group back toward the cave. The tribespeople, filled with curiosity, gathered around, eager to witness the miracle their divine son was about to unveil. As he entered the cave, the divine son finally revealed the purpose of his arduous journey: food. The revelation left everyone in a state of stunned silence. The miracles performed by their divine son had become commonplace, yet this latest one seemed utterly absurd. Eating stone? Given its hardness, wouldn't a single bite shatter their teeth? The skeptical black boy had already secretly tried the stone with a few others. Not only was the stone unyielding to his bite, but its taste was surprisingly poor. The shaman also ceased his seemingly endless documentation, joining the others to observe. He had developed a habit. Whenever Han Sheng was about to concoct something new, he would watch attentively, as it was an immensely significant moment for witnessing miracles and learning. Han Sheng, too, was disinclined to elaborate, allowing the limping boy and the black boy to smash the stone into smaller fragments, which they then placed into the stone pit typically used for crushing, reducing it to a powdered form. Meanwhile, he procured 2 earthen bowls, one filled halfway with clear water and the other empty. Han Sheng added the powdered rock salt to the bowl containing the clear water, causing it to become instantly murky. He fetched a handful of dry grass from the cave, propping it over the bowl's opening, and instructed the limping boy to pour the half-full bowl of turbid water into the other bowl. After filtering it once, the water was clearer than before. Han Sheng then dipped the grass into the bowl of clear water and placed it against the edge of the saltwater bowl, prompting the limping boy to repeat the previous action. After performing this maneuver twice, Han Sheng paused, picked up some charcoal he had unearthed from the ash pile, and wedged it between the strands of grass before continuing to filter. After repeating this process 7 or 8 times, the water in the bowl had transformed from its initial murkiness to a state of clarity. Han Sheng dipped his hand into the water, tasted it, and was almost brought to tears by the familiar salty flavor. What he sought was salt, not brine, and such a state of salt was certainly not up to par. However, the final step was straightforward. He poured the purified salt water into an earthen pot designated for boiling soup, placing it over the fire to heat. Unlike before, when he would cover the pot while boiling soup, wisps of steam began to rise, and moisture evaporated along with the vapor. Before long, the water had completely vanished, leaving behind a layer of white crystals. Han Sheng eagerly removed the pot from the fire and, unable to contain his excitement, scooped a small piece of the crystallized substance into his mouth. The familiar and intense salty flavor filled his palate. He refrained from spitting it out. Instead, after thoroughly savoring the long-awaited taste, he swallowed it down, smacking his lips in delight. Those nearby widened their eyes in astonishment. Could this stone truly be edible? However, having learned from the previous experience with boiled water, they had mentally prepared themselves for the peculiar white stone, resulting in significantly reduced expectations. The shaman, who had been observing from the sidelines, approached and imitated Han Chang, taking a piece from the bottom of the pot and placing it in his mouth, eager to discern the flavor of this edible white stone. Upon witnessing this, Han Chang quickly intervened, as the piece the shaman had taken was far too large, about the size of a thumbnail. Consuming such a piece would yield quite a taste. The shaman felt the divine boy was being somewhat stingy. After all, he had only taken a small piece, yet Han Chang was unwilling to let him experience even that, insisting on something smaller. How could he possibly discern the flavor with such a minuscule morsel? With this thought in mind, he placed the almost ungraspable fragment of white stone into his mouth. Under Han Chang's expectant gaze, the shaman's eyes widened in surprise, his expression contorting as he struggled to endure the taste. After some time, he finally swallowed and shook his head, declaring it unpalatable. The onlookers, including the black boy, displayed expressions of agreement. The divine boy's taste was evidently different from theirs. Yet, despite their thoughts, curiosity got the better of them, and they too wished to discover just how unpleasant this white stone was, to elicit such a grimace from the shaman. Learning from his experience, they took even smaller pieces. Yet the unfamiliar intensity of the salty flavor still made them gasp in surprise. Han Chang fetched a bowl of cool boiled water and handed it to the shaman, encouraging him to rinse his mouth, all the while gazing at the little bit of salt remaining at the bottom of the pot with a beaming smile. He cheerfully informed the shaman that salt was not meant to be consumed this way. By evening, he would come to appreciate its true flavor. Chapter 40. The Alluring Salt. The shaman learned from Han Chang that the white stone was called salt. However, he remained somewhat skeptical of Han Chang's words. The unsettling taste that had made his body shudder still lingered even after rinsing his mouth twice. He found it hard to believe that something unpleasant now could transform into something delightful by evening. Was salt akin to fruit? Would the unripe, bitter ones become sweet as they ripened over time? Pondering this, he nodded, convinced he had unraveled the mystery. Han Chang carefully scooped up the layer of salt that had crystallized at the bottom of the pot and placed it on a clean stone slab, meticulously crushing it into a powder before transferring it into a new, clean jar, which he then sealed. He then directed the others to follow the same procedure to crush and boil the remaining 2/3 of the salt ore into salt. The salt content in this mine was quite high. From a small 10 pounds of salt, or about a pound of salt was yielded, much to Han Chang's delight. As afternoon approached evening, the elder brother and the others returned with their catch. Upon hearing about the salt, the elder brother opened the jar and pinched some of the crushed salt into his mouth, only to spit it out with a series of puffs. He shook his head at Han Chang, indicating that it was unpalatable. Han Chang smiled knowingly and refrained from further explanation. It would indeed be strange if salt was delicious when eaten this way. The game they had caught was gutted and skewered on sticks to be roasted over the fire. In the past, Han Chang had never participated in such tasks, being the divine boy who merely reaped the benefits. However, this evening was different. Cradling a bowl containing some salt he had poured from the jar, he gathered around the fire and generously sprinkled a layer of salt over all the meat meant for roasting. The others, having already tasted the flavor of salt, winced at the sight. Thankfully, it was the divine boy performing this act. Had it been anyone else, they might have faced a barrage of punches. Food was precious and should not be squandered in such a manner. The shaman's eyes reflected surprise. He had not anticipated that Han Chang's notion of deliciousness did not involve direct consumption, but rather seasoning the oddly flavored salt onto the roasted meat. Han Chang gazed at the meat, sizzling and dripping with oil, filled with anticipation for the evening's meal. Once the meat was cooked, as before, the first to partake was still the shaman. The elder brother selected a piece of appropriately sized and well-cooked meat, using chopsticks to place it into a bowl, then handed both the bowl and chopsticks to the shaman standing by, who was observing. Everyone watched the shaman, eager for his verdict on the uniquely seasoned roast meat of the evening. The shaman, being worldly and composed, was unfazed by the multitude of eyes upon him. He took a few breaths to cool the meat and then slowly took a bite. Everyone involuntarily held their breath, gazing intently at the shaman. As a morsel of meat was bitten into, the shaman's eyes gleamed, and the speed of his chewing noticeably quickened, dispelling the earlier nonchalance he exhibited during the meal. Observing his reaction, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. The food would not be wasted. Yet, curiosity soon followed. Was the roasted meat seasoned with the peculiar white stone referred to as salt truly so delectable? Delicious. The shaman savored the meat, suppressing the urge to immediately take a second bite, and joyfully announced to the gathered crowd what they already knew. The second elder brother's mouth watered anew as he glanced at the salt-seasoned roast, then at the elder brother, his eyes pleadingly wide. The implication was clear. Hurry up and hand over the food, so he could hastily grab some and taste the roast that the shaman praised so highly. The elder brother served Han Sheng another bowl, then eagerly collected food for himself, leading his family aside to dine. Han Sheng felt a surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. After several months, he had finally tasted a salted dish, a journey fraught with hardship. The pace of the meal in the tribe today was noticeably faster than before. Even the shaman slowed down only after consuming more than half of his bowl of roasted meat. Previously sufficient food for the tribe was consumed, yet everyone felt unsatisfied. Especially the children. Parents ate first, leaving their offspring with scant remnants. In the past, the food left by parents would suffice to nearly fill them, but today, their portions seemed particularly meager. The crowd gazed longingly at the elder brother, who too felt a lingering hunger. Fortunately, today's hunt had yielded ample game, so he dutifully selected more meat to roast. However, Han Sheng intervened, suggesting that the roasted meat be transformed into a broth, with less meat and more of the previously inedible bones. This way, they could conserve some food, and the truth was that everyone had nearly eaten their fill. Their feelings of hunger stemmed from the exquisite taste of the newly salted food, leading them to crave more, creating a false sense of unsatisfaction. At this moment, sipping on a hearty broth was far superior to continuing with roasted meat. A large pot designated for soup was placed over the fire, as someone skillfully added water, meat, and bones. Under Han Sheng's instructions and supervision, the tribe members washed the meat in water before cooking, a stark contrast to their previous practice of cooking it bloody. Once the meat and water were ready, Han Sheng poured the remaining salt from his bowl into the pot and covered it with a lid crafted from grass and leaves. Salt should be added early in the cooking process to enhance flavor. As the broth finally emerged from the pot amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, it did not disappoint. It was remarkably delicious. Even the previously indifferent Shah, who seldom enjoyed broth, found himself unable to stop praising it. The crowd was astonished that such a seemingly unpalatable salt, sprinkled on food and incorporated into the broth, could yield such delightful flavors. The deity had indeed fulfilled their expectations. In the inner cave, before the totem pole, the stone altar now bore a new offering, not food, but a small bowl of white salt. The shaman led the gathering, dancing in the flickering firelight, expressing gratitude to the divine for bestowing such delightful salt upon their Chinke tribe. Chapter 41, Salt Mountain, Deer, Boiled Salt. The exquisite taste of salt lingered in the memories of every tribe member. After savoring salted food, consuming unsalted roasted meat and fish felt somewhat insipid. Fortunately, yesterday's hunting had been fruitful, leading the elder brother and others to gather tools and accompany Han Sheng to Salt Mountain, a name he had designated for the salt mine. A name was necessary for convenience. The journey to Salt Mountain required passing by the field where he had discovered rapeseed, which still bloomed vibrantly despite some stalks remaining bare. Han Sheng pointed out these yellow flowers to the tribe, cautioning them not to trample them. However, preoccupied with thoughts of the delicious salt, they did not pay much heed to the wildflowers, as they encountered many such plants daily and did not find these flowering ones particularly rare. Following the markers he had noted yesterday, Han Sheng led the tribe eastward. Fortunately, he successfully located the site of Salt Mountain, unlike the unfortunate fisherman in Peach Blossom Spring, who was lost in search of his way back. Han Sheng chuckled to himself, recognizing the difference. Salt Mountain only housed a herd of deer, while the Peach Blossom Spring was inhabited by people. Humans exhibit strong wariness and tend to alter landmarks, while deer do not. The elder deer and its kin were basking in the sun, leisurely grazing on grass and occasionally licking the stone wall with their tongues. The elder brother and the others, upon seeing such a large gathering of deer, had their eyes light up. Accustomed to hunting, they instinctively prepared to launch an attack without waiting for the elder brother's command. Han Sheng quickly intervened. He had his own plans for the deer. After conferring with the elder brother, he issued a command that no one was to disturb the deer. They then retreated a distance to the south, keeping about 100 meters away and maintaining a respectful distance. Initially wary of the unexpected visitors, the elder deer, upon realizing that the leader was the two-legged creature it had previously bullied, and that the rest were also bipedal beings who did not approach, gradually relaxed its vigilance. As their leader, the elder deer, having calmed its emotions, even approached the group of two-legged creatures with an elegant gait, embodying the demeanor of a king, leisurely strolling towards those who were rhythmically striking the stone wall with their tongues. Han Sheng quickly halted the elder brother and others, who were eager to strike again. And from the grass nearby, he picked some rapeseed that had failed to bear seeds and offered it to the regal elder deer. This gesture was a part of his plan, intended as a test. He had prepared it the night before. To his surprise, before he could act, the worldly wise elder deer had already approached to collect its protection fee. The elder deer accepted the offered rapeseed without hesitation, and after consuming it, seemed quite pleased with Han Cheng's perceptive actions. The elder deer then let out a loud sound, acknowledging the presence of these two-legged beings in its territory, and gracefully returned to its herd, head held high, exuding the pride of a victorious general. With the addition of the robust and vigorous senior brothers, who frequently engage in fierce battles with wild beasts, the task of smashing stones has become significantly more efficient. The rock salt that is broken off is either carried away in large chunks or placed into animal hides during autumn for transportation. Given that the distance to the tribe is approximately 10 miles, there is concern about potential dangers during the return journey. Thus, the transportation of rock salt is not conducted alone. Instead, they wait until they have gathered enough to warrant the effort of half the group before setting off. Much like when they harvest fruits in the autumn, these practices are the result of invaluable lessons learned over a long period of time. Carrying by hand and shoulder is slow and laborious, but with the absence of better tools, this rudimentary method must suffice. By the end of the day, a sizable heap of rock salt, weighing at least over 1,000 pounds, has accumulated near the small river, not far from the pottery-making site. This is not an exaggeration, as rock salt is relatively soft and easy to break when struck from the mountainside. Moreover, today's labor force includes not only members of the hunting party, but also 7 or 8 children of varying ages. It is not excessive for such a number to bring back over 1,000 pounds of rock salt in a day, as there was no salt making today. All efforts were dedicated to transporting the rock salt. After all, it is a rare opportunity when the senior brothers do not need to go hunting. The task of salt making can be accomplished by Han Cheng, along with some children from the tribe, and the elderly, lame, and several women who are either weak, pregnant, or caring for young children. However, the task of smashing and transporting the rock salt from 7 or 8 miles away is daunting for the elderly, women, and children. The following day, the senior brothers continue to lead the hunting expeditions, while Han Cheng begins the process of salt making with the elderly potters. The senior brothers are also interested in learning how to extract delicious salt from the stones, but if they do not hunt, there will be no food for the tribe the next day, so they must go out hunting. Beside the small river, the vigorous undertaking of salt boiling is underway, with Han Cheng assigning tasks according to everyone's strengths. The stronger individuals, such as Hua and the lame, are tasked with breaking large stones into smaller pieces and then grinding them into powder. The women, who possess less strength, are responsible for filtering the dissolved salt through basins, dry grass, and charcoal. The smaller individuals, like Xiao Mei, Xiao Li, and Xing, are assigned to stoke the fire for boiling the salt. Han Cheng oversees the process as a technical advisor, ensuring that the final product is extracted from the ceramic vessels and ground before being stored in jars. Relocating the salt-making process to the riverbank is essential, as it requires a substantial amount of water and ample space. Conducting it within the damp cave would render it uninhabitable. Labor is inherently exhausting, and by the end of the day, everyone is fatigued. However, upon seeing the half jar of delectable salt, genuine smiles emerge on their faces. For with this precious salt, even the most arduous of labors seem worthwhile. Chapter 42. Every step forward is fraught with difficulty. The production of salt is primarily carried out by Han Cheng along with the children and the elderly or infirm of the tribe. The most robust and capable, such as the senior brothers, do not partake extensively, as their energy is mostly consumed in hunting to secure sufficient food for the tribe. Their contributions are limited to transporting rock salt from the salt mountain to the riverbank whenever they find the rare opportunity. This situation leaves Han Cheng feeling quite helpless. The issue of food is like a sword constantly hanging over their heads. If the food problem could be resolved, the tribe's productivity would be greatly liberated, allowing them to devote more energy to other pursuits. Yet, how simple is it to achieve this? In Han Cheng's previous homeland, which was strong and had a long history, the concern of famine was alleviated only in the last 2 or 3 decades. Fortunately, the consumption of salt is not excessively high, and as the salt-making process becomes more familiar, Han Cheng and his companions manage to produce about 10 pounds of salt daily, which is sufficient for the tribe for nearly a month. Once their salt reserves exceeded 5 jars, each containing over 100 pounds, Han Cheng felt less urgency and reduced the daily salt production by almost half. During the salt-making process, they also fired 2 batches of pottery, primarily producing pottery bowls and jars necessary for salt production. With the existing pottery supply and the tribe being adequate, Han Cheng advocated for a reform in pottery-making techniques. This reform focuses not on the methods of creating pottery, but rather on the kilns used for firing. The advantage of using simple clay kilns lies in their ease of construction and mastery. However, they are cumbersome, requiring a new application of clay for each firing. A kiln built with bricks would be far more convenient. Of course, constructing a brick kiln is initially quite troublesome, particularly the building process, of which Han Cheng only possesses a vague understanding. beyond overcoming the challenges of digging pits, making bricks, and designing the structure. Mastering the firing process and other aspects will require gradual exploration and experience. However, this is the nature of technological development. If one fears every inconvenience, progress will stagnate. The Chinke tribe would then be limited to using simple clay kilns, and their pottery-making technology would reach a standstill. One must not abandon essential practices due to minor difficulties. They currently cannot produce bricks, not only because they lack a kiln for firing bricks, but also due to insufficient fuel. Firing bricks requires a prolonged period, and relying solely on firewood makes it challenging to achieve well-fired bricks. Even with a brick kiln, it requires at least 4 to 5 days. If the bricks are to be less dense, a substantial amount of water must be poured from the top of the kiln, a process that itself takes nearly 2 days. Continuous burning for 4 to 5 days poses a significant burden in terms of labor and resources for the productivity-challenged Chinke tribe. At this stage, firing bricks would indeed be more trouble than it is worth. However, pottery and brickmaking are different, as pottery kilns are generally smaller and require far lower temperatures, with the thinner pottery consuming much less fuel. The absence of bricks does not hinder Han Cheng, as he can still construct a kiln without them. This is not due to any extraordinary ability, but rather his use of brick substitutes known as brick molds. Brick molds are relatively easy to make, simply mixing clay and pressing it into rectangular shapes in molds, then allowing it to dry in the shade. The bricks of later generations are typically 5 inches thick, 10 inches wide, and 20 inches long, which does not meet Han Cheng's current needs. Therefore, he doubles the dimensions of the molds. As for the pits required for kiln construction, they can only be excavated slowly with rudimentary tools. Fortunately, there is no urgency in the matter of firing pottery at Jianyao. They possess ample time to undertake this endeavor. After all, pottery is not a consumable item, and they have a rudimentary earthen kiln to rely upon. However, while the others are not in a rush, Haiwa is quite anxious, as he is currently the foremost pottery maker of the Chinke tribe. His confidence has been rejuvenated through his achievements in this craft, fostering an even deeper affection for pottery. Upon hearing Han Cheng speak of superior pottery-making methods, he could no longer remain idle. He eagerly engaged in digging clay pits and crafting clay bricks, displaying unparalleled enthusiasm. According to the customs of the tribe, Haiwa has now reached adulthood. In the past, he would have had to accompany his elder brother and others on hunting expeditions daily. However, the advent of salt and pottery has enlightened his elder brother and the others to the significance of these resources for the tribe. As Haiwa is a skilled potter, he has been largely excused from hunting, allowing him to focus on pottery and salt production. Throughout this process, Han Cheng did not neglect the rapeseed. Some 10 days prior, he had led a group to pause salt production and transport the ripened rapeseed back after breaking them off halfway. During this endeavor, Han Cheng specifically instructed them to be cautious and avoid excessive contact with the seed pods. He did not wait for the seeds to dry completely before harvesting, as that would render them unrecoverable. Instead, he took advantage of the dewy conditions to gather them, ensuring that even if they touched the pods, only a minimal amount would be lost. The harvested rapeseed was laid out to dry on a small plot of land not far from the tribe's entrance. This area had been cleared a few days earlier under Han Cheng's guidance. Not only did he have the weeds and small trees removed, but he also instructed the workers to compact the approximately 11 to 12 square meters of ground with flat stones while the soil was still damp. This was done to ensure that when it came time to harvest the seeds, the soil would not become loose, and there would not be more small stones than seeds. Despite the modest size of this plot, considerable effort was expended to clear it. Due to a lack of tools, simply removing the weeds and small trees, along with some shrubs, proved to be a significant challenge. If there had been larger trees in the vicinity, they would have found themselves helpless. Bringing down a large tree would require more than just stone axes and bone axes, and even with a collective effort, it would take an entire day and night to make any progress. Chapter 43. The plan to increase population, eating more kidneys. Threshing the rapeseed was considerably easier. After 2 days of drying on the makeshift field, the rapeseed pods had completely hardened. On the third day at noon, under Han Cheng's guidance, the group picked up makeshift weapons, wooden sticks, and began to strike the dried rapeseed. They flipped the pods to expose them to the sun, and after a while, they called upon the tribe's children to leap and dance upon them. After 2 rounds of this, the sun-dried pods cracked open, releasing the seeds they had nurtured for so long. With the quantity being small, it was manageable. They moved the empty rapeseed stalks aside, sifted through the fallen empty pods by hand, and then used a broom made from suitable wild grasses as directed by Han Cheng to gather the seeds left on the ground. The empty pods and fallen leaves were light, while the seeds were heavy. With a gentle sweep of the broom's tip, they could effectively separate the two. After a couple of rounds of this, the larger debris was cleared away, leaving behind only the thin white membrane from inside the pods and some fine fragments of leaves, which were difficult to remove. Extracting those remnants was simple. Han Sheng waved the broom from side to side, and the wind carried them away. After a flurry of activity, the clean rapeseeds were finally collected. However, the freshly harvested seeds could not be placed directly into jars, as they contained too much moisture, which would lead to mold and spoilage. They needed to be dried first. The clean seeds were spread out on the small area in front of the cave entrance, with Han Sheng specifically assigning 2 children to guard them against the birds, even if their tribe's totem was the Chinke. 3 days later, Han Sheng gazed at the jar filled to the brim with seeds, grinning widely as he occasionally dipped his hand into the jar, grasping a handful of seeds and letting them slip through his fingers, relishing the smooth, tiny grains. However, having seeds alone did not guarantee planting. An equally crucial issue remained: land. Unless the issue of land was resolved, possessing seeds would be futile. Yet, clearing land was a troublesome affair. Previously, it had taken considerable effort to clear just 11 to 12 square meters, and that was in a carefully selected area devoid of large trees and minimal underbrush. For planting rapeseed, a certain scale was necessary. At a minimum, they needed to cultivate 2 to 3 acres for the first season, which amounted to over 1,500 square meters. Considering the forested surroundings near the cave, it was unlikely they could achieve this by next year when the rapeseeds would mature again. Indeed, life in this era was arduous. Every step forward required immense effort and the overcoming of numerous obstacles. Even the act of cultivating land was fraught with difficulty. Han Sheng gazed at the jar of seeds covered with a bowl to seal it, finding it difficult to sleep through the night. It was implausible to rely on crude tools like stone axes to fell trees. Han Sheng would never resort to such methods. If only a skilled lumberjack were present, he could enlist his elder brother and the others to fend off the troublesome bears that disrupted his woodcutting, allowing him to wield a chainsaw and showcase his prowess in lumberjacking, feasting on roasted meat thrice a day. What bliss that would be! Han Sheng chuckled bitterly, realizing he was losing his grip on reality. Wishing for a lumberjack was far-fetched, especially when his elder brother had not yet transformed into a true master. Setting aside other considerations, just the sheer weight of his elder brother's formidable weapon, capable of vanquishing 1,000 demons with a single swing, would effortlessly clear the obstructive trees. Han Sheng finally succumbed to sleep late into the night. The following day, instead of producing salt or crafting clay bricks for kiln research, he led a group from the tribe, armed with what could barely be called stone axes, toward the forest slightly to the west of the tribe's entrance, where he took the lead in striking the flourishing trees with his axe. The aroma of food was delightful. Such delightful occurrences were unlikely to befall Han Sheng this time. He led the tribe members to strike the lower sections of the trees, not with the intention of felling them, but rather to strip away a section of bark. By encircling the tree and peeling away the bark, most trees would succumb to this treatment, wilting and eventually perishing within a short time. Once they died and dried out, Han Sheng would ignite a fire come autumn when the wild grasses turned yellow, and these trees would obediently reduce to ashes, transforming into fertilizer. Under the leadership of the divine child Han Sheng, the Chinke tribe has taken a resolute and monumental step towards the cultivation of land through slash-and-burn agriculture. However, the workforce is sorely inadequate. This is not the first time Han Sheng has expressed such sentiments. As the demands increase, the scarcity of labor becomes increasingly evident, significantly constraining the development of the Chinke tribe. In an effort to address the labor shortage, Han Sheng sacrificed his own resources, preparing a pot of nourishing soup using the kidneys he had saved over 2 days, along with other meats, specifically for the adult men of the tribe, including the lame, who have wives. That evening, the primal songs of the tribe resonated more vibrantly than ever. Lying on his bed, Han Sheng could not help but chuckle to himself, reveling in his perceived cunning. However, his joy was short-lived, soon replaced by a deep sigh. The method of solely relying on procreation to augment the population is painfully slow. Considering that a child gains some labor capacity at the age of 7, from conception to birth, and then to 7 years, it takes nearly 8 years. Yet, at this moment, there is no better alternative, and they must proceed in this manner for now. Hei-Hua, who has long been a part of their community, has also taken a wife, a robust young woman of similar age, who is considered the most beautiful among the younger generation of the Chinke tribe. To win her hand, Hei-Hua engaged in a fierce competition with Tai Tu, also newly an adult, resulting in a bruising battle before he finally secured his beloved. This spectacle left Han Sheng momentarily stunned, yet he understood well. After all, with limited resources, only the strong can thrive in these times. Hence the prevailing aesthetic standard among the people is strength. As for the later renowned beauties such as the delicate Zhao Fian, capable of performing graceful dances on the palm, they are often overlooked by even the most inept of men. Chapter 44. The rabbit gives birth, mother and child safe. A narrow path has emerged from the tribe leading to Salt Mountain, crafted by the diligent efforts of the tribe's members. Master Lu was indeed correct. As more individuals traverse the route, it naturally develops. Han Chang's purpose for coming here was not for any other reason but to observe the herd of deer residing near Salt Mountain. Ever since the extraction of rock salt from the mountain, Han Chang has made daily trips there, except when it rains heavily. Since he now runs every day, the round trip of approximately 15 or 16 li to Salt Mountain serves as an excellent exercise route. Initially, the journey left him utterly exhausted. But with the passage of time and his unwavering commitment to training, this distance no longer inflicts significant hardship upon him. While he still tires, it is not as severe as before, and he recovers his stamina much more swiftly. Of course, this improvement is somewhat attributable to his daily salt intake. Concerned for his safety, Wu and the elder brother, along with He Hua, Tai Tu, Zhuang, and several women from the tribe, accompany him, armed with weapons to serve as his personal protectors. As dawn broke and the sun cast its light upon the land, Han Chang and his companions arrived at Salt Mountain. Lord Deer and his entourage were still present, some resting on the ground while others strolled leisurely. They had yet to leave their habitat in search of food. Upon hearing distant sounds, all the deer became acutely alert. However, upon recognizing the approach of these bipedal creatures, their tense bodies relaxed. The deer had long since grown accustomed to their presence and would even approach to nibble on the dry grass they brought. Naturally, the first to partake was their king. Unlike the others, the proud Lord Deer only consumed the grass offered directly by Han Chang, ignoring what was thrown on the ground. Today, Lord Deer seemed less inclined to eat, having taken only a couple of bites of the fresh grass before turning his attention to the covered clay pot hanging at Han Chang's waist, nudging it gently with his nose as if urging him to open it for a drink. Han Chang, smiling, affectionately patted the not-so-long face of Lord Deer, chatting amiably while he lifted the pot's lid, growing impatient with the chatter of this bipedal subordinate. Lord Deer expertly dipped his head into the pot and began to drink heartily. For the sake of this delicious water, the proud Lord Deer even overlooked Han Chang's fondling of his magnificent antlers. After all, one cannot refuse a gift from those who feed them, can they? Before long, the pot was emptied by the insatiable Lord Deer. As he raised his head, Han Chang quickly sidestepped. Alas, it was too late. The mischievous deer leaned in, wetting Han Chang's face with its damp muzzle. Sated from the grass and salt water, Lord Deer departed with an elegant gait, content, and before leaving, he playfully licked Han Chang's face, having splashed it with the delightful salt water. The other deer, mirroring their leader, approached the others to graze and drink from the pot. Aside from Han Chang, all others in the party were stronger, each carrying 2 pots of salt water. This salt water was not transported from the tribe, as that would be too burdensome. Instead, they filled their pots at a spring located about a li from Salt Mountain on their way, concealing the empty pots in the nearby thicket upon their return. The next day, they would retrieve them to refill with water, adding the salt Han Chang had brought from the tribe. For the deer, who also require salt, this delectable liquid is highly sought after. Observing the herd of 20 to 30 deer, Han Chang smiled, realizing that his initial idea was indeed feasible. Utilizing this gradual method, these deer would eventually become the Chinke tribe's private property. The tribe members, following Han Chang's example, also offered gentle touches to the deer that came to graze and drink, as per his explicit instructions, aiming to acclimate them to their presence and the sensation of being petted. Of course, these deer do not dwell here every day. They venture elsewhere, as subsisting solely on the grass around Salt Mountain is insufficient. However, after a time away, they would invariably return to Salt Mountain. Regarding the duration of this group of deer's stay and their departures, Han Chang meticulously recorded the times, and upon comparison, he discovered that the time spent by the deer in this area was gradually increasing, while their time spent elsewhere was diminishing. This is splendid news. After allowing the deer to frolic for a while, Han Chang and his companions began their journey back. The 2 rabbits, which Han Chang had utilized for testing herbs, were fortunate. Throughout this period, they exhibited no signs of poisoning and instead became increasingly plump. Moreover, within their little sanctuary, they were blessed with new life. The doe, adorned with a hint of white fur on her head, not only became pregnant, but also gave birth today to a litter of 5, all healthy and safe. Gazing at the 5 tiny, blind bunnies nestled beneath their mother, Han Chang could not help but smile. It truly is a case of serendipity. While he had been diligently focused on cultivating reindeer and rapeseed, the rabbits, which he had somewhat neglected, had produced offspring. No wonder these 2 rabbits appeared rather restless, scratching at the ground with their paws and gnawing at their own fur. Han Chang had initially assumed their recent quietude suggested they were plotting an escape, and in their failed attempts, they resorted to self-mutilation as a form of protest. Thus, he had reinforced the surrounding stone walls and secured the stone slabs above more tightly. As for the ground, they were unable to dig through it, as it was made of stone. Only upon seeing the little bunnies did he have an epiphany. Their earlier antics were not attempts at escape, but rather efforts to dig a burrow for birthing. Realizing the situation, Han Sheng quickly fetched a cracked pottery jar and filled it with soft, dry grass, layering the fur they had shed on top. He then positioned the jar against the stone wall with the grass side facing down and secured it with stones on either side to prevent it from wobbling. Thus, a small nest was created. After completing the nest, Han Sheng waited for a while, but the two rabbits showed no inclination to move in. In fact, the buck stood protectively in front of the doe, his eyes fixed on Han Sheng, seemingly irate at the sight of his mate nursing their young. Seriously, with fur covering their bellies, what is there to see? Han Sheng muttered to himself, feeling slightly disgruntled as he departed. Chapter 45, The Flustered Buck. Once assured that the two-legged intruder had truly left, the rabbit couple sprang into action. First, the buck ventured into the jar to inspect it, subsequently packing the grass down firmly. After emerging, he and his mate began to transport their round-bellied offspring, one by one, into the jar, commencing their joyful family life of 7. Han Sheng was overjoyed and instructed the sisters, Xiao Mei and Xiao Li, to gather more fresh grass, ensuring to discard any with yellow leaves. After a careful selection, he added the grass to the rabbit enclosure, taking great care compared to previous occasions. As he replenished the grass, he could only see the two adult rabbits. It was evident they had hidden their young elsewhere. Han Sheng now found these two rabbits increasingly endearing, despite the buck casting a wary glance his way, as if fearing Han Sheng might covet his mate. Nonetheless, Han Sheng was exceedingly pleased. This was a promising beginning. Cultivation and husbandry are the two fundamental conditions that propelled humanity from primitive existence to civilization. To address the issue of sustenance, reliance on hunting alone is inadequate, as the food obtained through such means is inherently unstable. At times of good fortune, one might not go hungry and may even have some provisions, while during misfortune, one could return empty-handed, famished. Moreover, the dangers of hunting are ever present, with the relationship between hunter and prey frequently shifting. In the case of the Qingke tribe, it was common for hunters to sustain injuries while pursuing their quarry, and injuries among hunting parties were frequent. Fortunately, during Han Sheng's tenure, the injuries sustained were minor, no lives were lost, nor did anyone suffer lasting ailments. However, such incidents are bound to occur, and to mitigate them, reducing hunting is essential. Cultivation and husbandry not only provide a stable food source, but also significantly liberate productivity, allowing the strongest individuals in the tribe to divert their energies from incessant hunting to other endeavors. Of course, cultivation and husbandry are not without their challenges, but when compared to the life-threatening and relentless nature of hunting, they are far more favorable. At the very least, farming has its seasons of rest and labor, while tending to livestock merely requires feeding a few times daily, unlike hunting, which lacks a fixed schedule. Presently, however, the Qingke tribe is still at a nascent stage in agriculture and husbandry. During this time, hunting remains their primary food source. Yet, relying solely on hunting cannot sustain the tribe long-term, nor can it support a population of thousands, as hunting alone cannot provide for such a large community. Although the birth of the rabbits may seem trivial, its significance is profound, which is why Han Sheng is so elated. The young ones have grown familiar with Han Sheng, yet they cannot comprehend why he is so delighted. These two rabbits, along with their newly born offspring, do not suffice for even a single meal for the tribe. The leaders have returned with sheep and wild boars, yet Han Sheng has never displayed such joy. Not only do they find his contrasting emotions perplexing, but even the tribe's wisest shaman and the equally astute elder brother share this bewilderment. The shaman, however, is somewhat more perceptive. He vaguely senses Han Sheng's intentions, though the understanding is too obscure for him to grasp fully. Consequently, they approached Han Sheng, who frequently lingered near the rabbit enclosure, observing the rabbits nursing their young. There is nothing to conceal, as this is for the good of the entire tribe. Moreover, Han Sheng wishes to expedite the development of domesticated livestock, making it imperative to elucidate the significance of this endeavor to both the shaman and elder brother. Only then can the entire tribe's strength be mobilized, uniting their efforts. This meeting did not take place in the shaman's dwelling as usual, but rather beside the rabbit enclosure. The buck was now in a state of panic, for the number of two-legged intruders watching his mate nurse had increased from 1 to 3, and their gazes were growing ever more intense. He feared they might suddenly intrude and contend for the milk meant for his offspring. Though the wife possesses an ample supply of milk, she has 5 offspring to nourish. If 3 such large bipedal creatures are added to the mix, her children would surely find themselves in a state of hunger. She quietly shifted backward, attempting to obscure the entrance behind her more effectively, her gaze vigilant and fraught with tension as she observed the 3 thieving bipeds outside, their eyes gleaming with mischief. Wu was indeed exhilarated. He had not anticipated that matters could unfold in such a manner. Setting aside the divine child's mention of a multitude of prey, which they yearned to consume, the notion of simply slaughtering one without the need for a perilous hunt was a most delightful revelation. The prospect of raising a few within the tribe, so that during inclement weather, be it heavy snowfall or torrential rain, when hunting became impossible, they could simply dispatch one for sustenance, was enough to make his heart race. The elder brother, who had ascended to the tribe's leadership, was not only robust, but also possessed considerable wisdom. At that moment, upon hearing Han Cheng's description, he was enveloped in a state of excitement. He yearned to venture out once more to hunt, eager to return with a greater number of living prey. Yet, he also felt a twinge of regret. The sheep they had captured that day could have been brought back alive, but fearing it would escape, and for the sake of convenience, they had chosen to slay it. Had he known of its significant potential, he would have insisted on bringing it back alive. The elder brother resolved that in future hunts, he would strive to leave some prey alive. Han Cheng discerned the elder brother's intentions and promptly waved his hand, advising him that in future hunts, they should first secure enough game to sustain the tribe for a day before considering capturing any living creatures. Furthermore, not all animals warranted capture. For instance, tigers, leopards, and foxes were not worth the risk. When encountered, it was best to evade them, and if escape proved impossible, to confront them with full force. The creatures to be preserved alive were those that grazed, such as pigs, horses, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese. Of course, this was contingent upon ensuring the safety of the hunting party. If any individuals were at risk of injury or death, regardless of the animal's value, it must be relinquished without hesitation. For Han Cheng, nothing was more precious than the lives of those within the tribe. Chapter 46, Salted Meat and Wolves. Engaging in animal husbandry was a long-term endeavor that could not be accomplished overnight. Han Cheng emphasized to the elder brother the importance of proceeding within their means and not acting impulsively. In addition to his concern for the tribe's safety, another significant reason was the lack of space to accommodate an abundance of captured animals. The cave, while spacious, also housed many residents and a plethora of containers occupying space, leaving little room for additional livestock. Thus, Han Cheng decided to explore the area outside the cave to devise some enclosures for pigs and sheep. As the weather gradually warmed, the previous day's hunt had yielded an ample catch. However, due to the inability to store food long-term, the elder brother had prepared numerous dishes for the tribe to enjoy, leading many to overindulge. Initially, Han Cheng misinterpreted the elder brother's intentions, assuming he simply wished to celebrate their successful hunt. Only after the meal did he realize it was out of concern for food spoilage that the elder brother had acted so. Upon this realization, Han Cheng smacked his forehead, lamenting how he had forgotten such a fundamental aspect while preoccupied with plans for agricultural and livestock development. In the morning, the elder brother brought forth all the remaining food, urging the tribe to consume it all. The quantity was sufficient for 2 meals for everyone in the tribe, and consuming it all at once would be a gross waste. Han Cheng stepped forward to stop the elder brother, informing him that they could not possibly eat so much. The elder brother chuckled, fully aware that they would not need all of it, but insisted that if it was not eaten promptly, it would spoil by evening. If we don't eat, it will go bad, he pointed out to Han Cheng. Understanding his intent, Han Cheng replied with a smile, if we don't eat, it won't spoil. I can ensure the food remains fresh. Thanks to the growing prevalence of Mandarin, Han Cheng's speech flowed much more smoothly. Upon hearing Han Cheng's assurance, the elder brother relented, returning half of the meat to its original place. He did not inquire about the method. He trusted that the divine child must have a solution. Over the past 6 months, the wonders Han Cheng had demonstrated had earned their unwavering faith, bordering on blind obedience. After breakfast, Han Cheng instructed his men to bring a large clay pot and a jar of salt. He then directed the elder brother to place the meat in the pot and continually rub salt into it until every inch was thoroughly coated. The salted meat was left to rest in the pot for a while before being pierced with a stone knife, strung with grass, and hung from a branch of a tree not far from the cave entrance. Before long, the tree bore several pieces of meat, transformed into a unique form of preservation. Additionally, Han Cheng managed to suspend 2 pieces of meat above the perpetual fire in the cave, eager to experiment with smoking the meat. He recalled that properly smoked meat could last longer than simply salted meat. The tribe gazed in astonishment at the meat hanging in the sunlight from the tree. They were taken aback by the simplicity of the divine child's method for preserving meat for an extended period. With the advent of salted meat, even if fish were scarce, the days of the Qingke tribe would not be overly difficult this winter. Traditionally, food preservation began in the autumn. Now, they could commence in summer, and they were storing meat far more sustaining than fruits. Han Cheng's plans for building various enclosures were temporarily set aside as he uncovered a more pressing matter, constructing a wall. Perhaps it was due to the continuous hanging of salted meat outside that wolves had been drawn to the area surrounding the tribe. The wolves did not feast on the meat hung from the tree, as it was located right in front of the cave entrance. Always guarded during the day and brought back inside before nightfall, leaving them no opportunity to indulge. The true peril arose last night. Xing's younger brother, Chun, who was approximately 6 years old, was somewhat diminutive for his age, yet remarkably astute. He was also under Han Chang's tutelage, learning alongside Sha Shidi's children. The previous evening, he had enjoyed a hearty bone broth, preferring it over roasted meat. However, in his eagerness, he had consumed too much, and his nocturnal excursions multiplied as a result. Younger children who were still unable to manage on their own required an adult to accompany them at night, but Chun had outgrown that stage. On his first 2 trips outside, all was well, but on the third, disaster struck. Just as Chun stood outside, a shadow suddenly lunged from the darkness, pouncing upon him. Caught completely off guard, he instinctively let out a panicked scream before being overwhelmed. Fortunately, the young disciple Sha was roused from his slumber by the commotion caused by Chin's nocturnal departure. Feeling a sense of urgency, he followed suit once Chin ventured outside. Upon witnessing the wolf springing forth from the shadows to pounce on Chun, Sha, seasoned by years of hunting and brimming with experience, felt no urge to relieve himself. He shouted loudly to scare off the wolf while hastily grasping a handful of earth, charging towards the beast. Startled, the wolf retreated, allowing Chun to escape its clutches. However, he bore the marks of the encounter. Half of his right ear was missing, and his arm bore several bloody scratches. While the scars on his arm might eventually fade, the loss of half an ear was irreversible, a blemish that would accompany him for life. Fortunately, the standards of beauty and ugliness differed between his time and that of future generations. The absence of half an ear would not hinder Chun's prospects of marriage. The following day, the elder brother led the hunting party armed with weapons to scour the vicinity of the tribe for traces of the wolf. Han Sheng ceased his daily runs, remaining with the other children in a partially concealed cave, where several adult women stood guard at the entrance, weapons in hand, wary of a sudden wolf incursion. As the day wore on, they found no sign of the wolf. Nevertheless, the tribe maintained its vigilance. During the night, if any child required a midnight excursion, at least 2 adults accompanied them with weapons ready. Han Cheng's midnight foray was particularly well guarded, with 4 individuals accompanying him, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. Yet, there was no alternative. To preserve his life, he had to comply. Thus, 3 days passed, with the elder brother and his companions expanding their search radius around the tribe, yet they still failed to locate the wolf. Strangely, the wolf had not visited the tribe during these nights. After 3 fruitless days of searching, the elder brother and his team reluctantly abandoned their quest for the wolf, recognizing the necessity of hunting for food, as they could not afford to expend their energy on a futile endeavor. Chapter 47. To build a wall, one must first secure supplies. This incident served as a wake-up call for Han Cheng. Previously, he had focused solely on development while neglecting the tribe's security. The safety of the tribe was paramount. Only with security could they afford to pursue greater ambitions. Coincidentally, the issue of salt had been resolved, and the pottery was nearly sufficient. Even if it fell short, they could simply construct a few rudimentary clay kilns, and there was no urgency to explore new pottery techniques. Han Cheng resolved to shift the focus of all efforts towards constructing a wall. Otherwise, even the simple act of stepping outside at night to relieve oneself would be fraught with anxiety, fearing the sudden appearance of a wolf. The idea of building a wall had been established, yet the method of construction posed a challenge. Ideally, walls constructed from bricks would be the most robust. However, given the current conditions of the tribe, mass brickmaking was utterly impractical. Lacking bricks, they were left with the option of using earthen blocks, which, unfortunately, would not yield a sturdy wall. Moreover, producing earthen blocks required considerable effort, without the main forces of the tribe, led by the elder brother. Merely relying on the frail and elderly would render the task of erecting the wall an endeavor that might take 2 years, if it could be accomplished at all. Labor was a bottleneck tightening around the tribe's neck. What was a simple task in later times became a monumental undertaking here. To resolve the issue fundamentally, Han Cheng needed to think deeply. He was confident that, given his standing in the tribe, proposing the construction of a wall would not meet with opposition from the shaman or the elder brother. They would likely support him. However, they were constrained by their need to hunt for sufficient food for the tribe. Only once that need was met could they begin to produce earthen blocks for the wall. To secure enough labor, Han Cheng needed to alleviate the elder brother and his companions from the burdensome task of foraging for food. To do so, he first needed to address the food supply issue. Yet, the challenge of securing food was formidable. The only crop that could be tenuously classified as a food source was a primitive variety of rapeseed, and they had yet to cultivate land for it. As for livestock, they had merely 2 rabbits and 5 blind kits. The herd of deer was not yet suitable for domestication, though they could be hunted for meat. With these dozens of deer, the tribe could at least avoid the food struggle for a month or 2. However, Han Cheng was reluctant to slaughter them. What a splendid group of deer! To kill them for the sake of developing livestock would only plunge them further into despair. As of now, both agriculture and animal husbandry were in their infancy, and relying on these two avenues to resolve immediate concerns was utterly implausible. Han Sheng felt a deep sense of melancholy. It seemed as though they were devoid of options. That night, Han Sheng once again suffered from insomnia, finally falling asleep in the latter half of the night. Upon waking in the morning, he went to the Salt Mountain accompanied by the elder brother and a few others. Coincidentally, the esteemed Mr. Deer was also present, leading his younger companions. Upon seeing the bipedal creatures he had not encountered for several days, Mr. Deer felt a twinge of anxiety and approached Han Sheng. He promptly nudged his snout towards the clay pot at Han Sheng's waist. It appeared Mr. Deer was not pining for Han Sheng, but rather for the salt water he carried. Recently, Mr. Deer had developed a taste for the refined salt water Han Sheng provided. And now faced with the rough and unpalatable stone wall, he found it difficult to swallow. After all, Mr. Deer was a creature of elegance and dignity. Han Sheng instinctively reached out to gently stroke Mr. Deer's radiant face and antlers as he drank. Mr. Deer's tail wagged joyfully, reflecting his elevated spirits. As for the potential ridicule from other deer for being pampered, Mr. Deer was unfazed. Under his leadership, his younger companions had all joined the ranks of those who benefited from a life of saltwater indulgence. After the salt water was consumed, Mr. Deer habitually nudged his snout against Han Sheng once more. This time, Han Sheng did not shy away but allowed Mr. Deer's damp snout to rub against him. He affectionately stroked the deer's face and, after a moment, smiled and said, "Let us go." He then called the elder brother and the others, who had finished feeding the other deer, to return. After much contemplation, Han Sheng concluded that he could not take action against this group of deer, at least not at this moment. Today he taught everyone new characters, one of which was Wall. The most eager student raised his hand and asked, "Divine One, what is a wall?" A wall is a structure made of wood, earth, or stone, built to keep wild beasts at bay, safeguarding our surroundings from their incursions. Han Sheng explained, articulating his earlier thoughts. With a wall in place, one would no longer need to worry about being bitten by a wolf during nighttime excursions. The star, haunted by the memory of her brother Chen's encounter with a wolf, felt a lingering unease. Upon hearing Han Sheng explaining about the wall, she immediately raised her hand to speak. As her words fell, the other children did not laugh. For them, the matter was anything but amusing. They were perpetually on guard against the beasts that would consider them as food, just as they would treat the children in the same way. This threat loomed particularly large for the younger ones, equating in severity to that of disease. Han Sheng nodded seriously. "Divine One, let us construct the wall. We are not afraid of fatigue." After receiving Han Sheng's affirmative response, the children's eyes sparkled with hope as they gazed up at him. "Let us build. We must create the enclosing wall." Han Sheng nodded solemnly and addressed the children. Before him lay several sticks, each over a meter long and approximately 2 centimeters in diameter, which he had specifically requested his elder brother and the others to bring back from their journey to Yinshan. Now, his elder brother and the others had gone out hunting again, leaving the tribe somewhat desolate, surrounded by the children he had taught. They all looked earnestly at the Divine One, anticipating his ability to construct a wall that would keep the beasts at bay. At that moment, Han Sheng could not break the sticks himself, but within the cave, there were others capable of such tasks. Due to improved rations, increased salt intake, and heightened physical activity, the limping boy had grown considerably stronger compared to before. Particularly, his arms appeared exceptionally robust, as he relied on them more due to his unsteady legs. Han Sheng selected half of the sticks, marking each at intervals of approximately 25 centimeters, instructing the limping boy to break them at these marks. This task posed no challenge for him. Gripping the stick firmly, he exerted force, and with a crisp snap, the stick broke cleanly at the marked point. The fracture was neat, as prior to the boy's action, Han Sheng had directed someone to use a stone knife to carve a shallow incision around the mark. Chapter 48. The fish trap that allows entry but not exit. As the limping boy broke the sticks, Han Sheng marked the remaining portion of the sticks at approximately half a meter. He then arranged these sticks side by side, taking another straight stick to serve as a ruler, aligning it with the half-meter mark on the outermost stick. Once positioned correctly, Han Sheng pressed one hand against the ruler to stabilize it while using the other hand to glide a relatively sharp, small stone knife along the ruler. After removing the ruler, each of the aligned sticks bore a uniform mark at the same position. Han Sheng did not instruct anyone to move the sticks. Instead, he picked up the ruler's stick, aligning its near half-meter end with the marked half-meter point on the second stick. Using the mark on the ruler's stick as a reference, he marked the second half-meter on the second stick. He then returned the first stick to its original position, aligning it with the others. Again, he took the ruler stick to mark the second half-meter on the second stick, following the same method to ensure each stick bore 2 half-meter marks. Regardless of whether Han Sheng's estimation of the half-meter was precise, the resulting marks would be consistent, guaranteeing uniform lengths once the sticks were cut. After completing the marks, the gathered children eagerly set to work, each taking a marked stick and, employing the methods previously taught by the Divine One. Using a stone knife to carefully carve shallow grooves at the marked points. Once the sticks were successfully broken, they varied in length, prompting curiosity from the shaman and others who had come to investigate the commotion. How could such small sticks construct a wall capable of keeping the beasts at bay? Without elaboration, Han Sheng began to take 4 short sticks, forming them into a square approximately 25 centimeters on each side, securely binding the joints with cordage. He fashioned 2 squares of identical size. Once completed, he obtained 4 longer sticks and connected them to the 2 squares. After binding the 4 sticks firmly, a rectangular frame made of wood emerged. Not far away, several female tribespeople sat amid a pile of dried cordage, diligently twisting 3 strands together to create rope. Following the techniques taught by the Divine One, the cordage was inherently strong, and once twisted into a finer rope, it became even more durable. Such a rope could lift over 10 pounds of salted meat. Han Sheng had instructed them to begin rope making early that morning, resulting in a significant quantity produced by now. Grasping a length of the twisted rope, Han Sheng began weaving it around one end of the rectangular frame, and after a while, a net with a wider opening at the front and a narrower exit leading inward formed at that end. This design would allow fish to enter while preventing their escape. Indeed, Han Sheng was constructing a fish trap. Though such a delicate item could not serve as a wall, it would provide robust support for the wall's construction. By creating dozens of these fish traps, and considering the abundance of fish in the nearby stream, the tribe would not need to worry about food for a considerable period. With the issue of sustenance resolved, there would naturally be hands available to assist in wall construction. Once the inner mechanism allowing fish to enter but not exit was complete, Han Sheng proceeded to weave the net on the remaining 5 sides of the fish trap. The mesh size was determined to fit his entire hand, ensuring that the fish caught would weigh at least 7 or 8 tails. Han Sheng had no desire to capture smaller fish, for every fish, like all life, has but one chance at existence and should fulfill its greater potential. A 1-pound fish suffices for 1 child, while a 5-pound fish provides sustenance for 2 adults. Han Sheng referred to this as the value of life. Weaving the outer net of the fish trap was labor-intensive, but fortunately, Han Sheng had been diligent in his work recently, building up resilience in his hands. Otherwise, crafting this fish trap would have undoubtedly resulted in blisters. By mid-afternoon, as the sun shifted westward, the fish trap was completed. Han Sheng pressed around it firmly, ensuring its sturdiness before tying one end of a thicker rope, crafted using the same method as the fish trap's cordage, to a stick at the trap's entrance, securing it tightly. This rope was exceptionally strong, and with it, the possibility of losing both fish and trap when half submerged in water was virtually eliminated. With the final step accomplished, Han Sheng let out a sigh of relief. Tinged with excitement, the time to fish was drawing near. Unlike Han Sheng's excitement, Wu and the children were engulfed in confusion. They could not comprehend how this seemingly trivial object, easily lifted with a single hand, could defend against beasts. The so-called wall appeared to them utterly unreliable. Observing their bewilderment, Han Sheng chuckled and shook his head, clarifying, "This is not a wall. It is a fish trap, designed for catching fish." The crowd erupted in laughter, taken aback by such an unexpected outcome. Just moments ago, he had fervently insisted on the construction of a wall, yet after laboring for most of the day, he produced something entirely unrelated to wall building. They could not fathom the connection between fishing and erecting a barrier. A contemplative look crossed Wu's face as he began to grasp Han Sheng's intentions. However, if what he suspected was true, then this peculiar contraption, which he had never heard of before and was referred to as a fish trap by the Divine Child, must possess the capacity to capture a substantial number of fish. By day's end, the quantity of fish caught by a single trap should at least rival that which 2 individuals could spear with harpoons. Han Sheng handed the fish trap to Hua for safekeeping, then took Wu's hand and led the group toward the riverbank. Due to the presence of wolves, most of those accompanying them were armed. The eldest brother even selected 2 women from the hunting party to remain in the tribe, fortifying their defenses during the day to ensure everyone's safety. Chapter 49, The Fishing Apparatus. The river teemed with fish, as always. However, attempting to catch them with the tribe's rudimentary harpoons proved to be quite challenging. It required not only years of practice, but also a stroke of luck. Typically, a skilled individual might spear a mere 10 fish in a day, which was considered an exceptional haul. Now, with the introduction of this new fishing tool, Han Sheng wondered if it could enhance their previously inefficient fishing methods. Under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, the fish trap was lowered into the water. The rope firmly held in Han Sheng's hand. As the trap splashed into the water, the fish, momentarily startled, soon resumed their usual swimming patterns, some playfully leaping from the surface, creating ripples as they splashed back down. Wu, Bo, Hua, Xiaomei, and Xiaoli stood beside the river, peering into the water at the trap below. After about 5 or 6 minutes, a fish swam into the entrance of the trap, However, before Han Sheng could pull it, it darted out through the mesh at the back, having been too small to be caught. The trap remained quietly submerged. Yet 3 fish had already entered and escaped through the back, leaving Han Sheng feeling somewhat frustrated. Was this trap a playground for fish? Another fish approached the opening, its size more substantial. It lingered momentarily, then, with a flick of its tail, swam inside, oblivious to the narrowing passage it had just traversed. Upon witnessing this fish fully enter the trap, Han Sheng began to reel in the rope. The startled fish floundered within, desperately seeking an escape. But with nets surrounding it on all sides, the entrance it had entered was now lost to it. As it struggled, the trap was drawn out of the water. A wriggling fish was retrieved by Wang Qing from the opening. The onlookers gazed at the fish, now coated with dirt and grass. Then at the trap being returned to the water, all displaying expressions of astonishment. This bizarre contraption could indeed catch fish, and it appeared to do so with remarkable ease. Wu, with a more far-reaching perspective, felt an even greater sense of elation. He recognized a monumental advantage in the divine child-esque creation of the fish trap. Traditionally, fishing was an endeavor reserved for adults. Now, with the trap, even the younger divine child could effortlessly retrieve fish from the water. This signified that the older miners, who previously relied entirely on adults for sustenance, could now contribute food to the tribe with the aid of the fish trap. This alone was enough to draw Wu's attention. He quietly resolved that if 2 miners could catch enough fish with the trap to equal the catch of a single adult, he could negotiate with the chief to reallocate half of the hunting party to construct the wall proposed by the divine child. However, Wu soon retracted this decision. The surprise brought by the fish trap was simply too profound. Before the first fish had even ceased to thrash on the shore, Han Sheng pulled the trap from the water once more. This time, there were not 1, but 2 fish within. This was truly miraculous. Wu found himself at a loss for words to express his feelings, attributing it all to the omnipotent deity. The others widened their eyes in disbelief, some even gasping in astonishment. Bo, the fishing enthusiast, looked at the fish trap in Han Sheng's hands with sparkling eyes. For someone who adored fishing, this tool was an irresistible temptation. Han Sheng, surprised by the unexpected catch of 2 fish, noted that they resembled his own face. Observing Wu's eager disposition, he handed over the rope and trap, imparting some tips about holding the rope tightly. Lowering the trap into the water was a simple task that Wu could easily manage. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, a hefty fish weighing 3 to 4 pounds entered the trap, which Wu successfully pulled up. A broad smile spread across Wu's face. Having not experienced the joy of obtaining food for quite some time, he relished this moment of bounty. As the sun began to set, Wu proudly cradled the fish trap as if it were a precious treasure, leading the group back to the cave. In their possession were a total of 13 fish, the smallest weighing around a pound. This was indeed a miracle. For a miner to catch 13 fish in less than half a day, imagine the potential to catch 30 fish in a full day. If this continued, 3 miners with 3 traps could resolve the tribe's food issues for an entire day. Considering this, Wu's cautious and excited demeanor as he carefully cradled the trap while walking seemed entirely justified. After all, previously, securing food required the concerted efforts of the entire tribe. Yet now, it could be accomplished by just 3 miners. In light of this dramatic contrast, it would indeed be peculiar if Wu did not exude excitement. Han Sheng also slapped his forehead, lamenting why he had not thought of the fish trap sooner. Had he done so, imagine the myriad tasks he could have accomplished. The eldest brother returned with the group bearing their catch. Today, luck had not favored them, as the game procured was insufficient for 2 meals for the tribe. In the past, the eldest brother might have worried, but now he felt at ease, for the cave still housed enough salted meat to sustain the tribe for several days. Upon seeing the 13 fish, a smile spread across his face. With the acquisition of these 13 fish, it signifies a liberation from the necessity of consuming the salt pork that served as a form of sustenance in times of need. However, the elder brother's delight was fleeting. During a season abundant with food, 13 fish were not particularly remarkable to him. Yet, upon discovering that these fish were captured by the divine child using a contraption known as a fish trap in less than half a day, his composure was shattered. Plop! The fish he held slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. He stood there in a daze for a moment before sprinting towards the inner cave, fervently eager to behold this miraculous fishing apparatus. After dinner, under the guidance of the shaman, the Chinke tribe engaged in yet another grand sacrificial ceremony. This time, the offerings to the celestial deity included the fish trap and the largest fish caught by it that very day. Han Sheng was not required to partake in the ritual. At the shaman's insistence, he stood before the totem pole, receiving the reverent adulation of the tribe. The exuberant shaman leapt about until he could barely maintain his balance, only concluding the grand ceremony after Han Sheng's gentle persuasion. Lying upon his bed, the shaman wept tears of joy until slumber finally claimed him. For them, Nothing was more paramount than the ability to feast daily without the specter of hunger looming over them. As the leader, the elder brother also enjoyed a restful night. The issue of food had loomed over him like a sword hanging by a thread, instilling a relentless urgency within him to secure sufficient sustenance each day. Now, with this sudden resolution to the food crisis, the metaphorical blade had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented sense of relief coursing through his being. Chapter 50. The Emergence of Salted Fish. The entire Chinke tribe was set ablaze with excitement over the fish trap. Early the next morning, the elder brother rose, rubbing his hands together in anticipation alongside the other members of the hunting team, gazing at Han Sheng and the fish trap displayed before the totem pole. They yearned to witness firsthand the prowess of the fish trap bestowed upon them by the divine. Understanding their eagerness, Han Sheng took the fish trap and stepped outside, prompting all others in the cave to follow in search of this marvel. Even the usually composed shaman was not exempt from this fervor. Unfortunately, luck was not entirely on their side that day. Upon returning from the small river, they had only managed to catch 8 fish. Yet, this was sufficient to astonish the elder brother and his companions, especially since the morning had barely unfolded and they had not even exhausted half of their time. Moreover, after the fish trap was submerged, one of the elder brother's wives, renowned for her fishing skills, was assigned to wield a rudimentary fish spear 20 meters away. In the same span of time, she had only managed to spear 3 fish. The advantages of the fish trap were starkly illuminated through this comparison. Once the fish trap was retrieved, without needing any prompting from Han Sheng, the overly excited elder brother led the others, equally fervent, in search of suitable wooden sticks. Meanwhile, those remaining in the cave busied themselves crafting ropes from reeds. Once the materials were gathered, Han Sheng commenced the construction of additional fish traps. Selecting 3 of the tribe's more dexterous individuals to assist in the endeavor, one of whom was the limping man. By nightfall, the Chinke tribe had added 4 more fish traps to the original one, totaling 5. The efficacy of the fish trap surpassed the shaman's wildest imaginings. Thanks to the netted entrance woven into the trap, once a fish entered, there was no need for frantic retrieval. The fish could not escape. Thus, one individual could tend to 3 or even 4 traps without difficulty. The caretaker merely needed to remain on the shore, periodically pulling the traps from the water to collect the fish within, and then returning the traps to their watery abode. Moreover, due to the prolonged immersion of the traps, there were occasions when as many as 2 or 3 fish could be found inside upon retrieval. With a single person managing the traps and dispatching 2 others to transport the fish back to the tribe by day's end, the catch could sustain the tribe for 2 days. The pressing issue of food, which had weighed heavily upon their hearts and instilled a sense of caution, was resolved by these modest fish traps and the industriousness of a few miners within the tribe. This was, indeed, a miracle. Gazing upon the piles of fish within the cave and the neatly arranged fish traps in the most prominent area of the tribe, the faces of all present radiated genuine smiles. They were no longer burdened by the relentless toil and anxiety over insufficient food. Such blessings were truly gifts from the divine and the divine child. The advent of the fish traps elevated Han Sheng's standing within the tribe, surpassing even the elder brother's status as leader and even eclipsing that of the wise shaman. However, Han Sheng remained humble, feeling no pride in his newfound esteem. He continued to treat the shaman and others with the same respect as always, maintaining his approachable demeanor. Yet, the respect of the tribe for him emanated from the very core of their being. As the weather warmed and the daily catch grew plentiful, Han Sheng recognized the need to prevent waste due to spoilage. Nevertheless, he did not reduce the number of traps submerged in the water. Unlike before, however, the fish caught were not immediately transported back to the cave. Instead, they were cleaned along the riverbank, salted, and laid out to dry on the sandy shore, on a cleared patch of ground, and in a designated area for pottery crafting. This was the beginning of their production of salted fish. The responsibility for these tasks fell to some of the tribe's nimble youths, slightly weaker women, and, of course, the limping man. Han Sheng instructed them not to discard the fish entrails and scales indiscriminately, but to dig pits 20 meters from the riverbank, downstream, where the entrails could be deposited. At the end of each day, they would cover the entrails with dry grass and then a layer of soil. This process would continue until one pit was filled, after which they would move on to the next. Han Sheng's actions were not futile. This method served to protect the environment, preventing the riverbank from becoming littered with fish entrails, and it also contributed to composting. Come autumn, he intended to plant a crop of rapeseed, and thus it was prudent to make early preparations. The construction of a protective wall was a monumental undertaking for the tribe at present. Han Sheng estimated the workload and realized that even by autumn, it would remain unfinished. Autumn, being the season for food storage, necessitated that the construction of the wall not be adversely affected by the need to store food. Hence, Han Sheng seized the opportunity presented by the warm weather to dry as much fish as possible. in the designated food storage area of the tribe. 13 large vats were encircled, and upon the cleared ground within, guided by Han Cheng, a layer of the previously prepared sun-dried clay was laid, topped with a layer of tattered animal hides, and finally, a thick layer of dry grass was placed atop. This would serve as the designated space for drying the prepared salted fish. With these 3 layers of protection in place, it will not be so easy for the moisture to rise up from the ground and dampen the dried fish. As for the empty jars surrounding the area, they too serve the purpose of storing food. Beneath these jars, there are earthen blocks laid as a cushion. This method of food storage not only provides excellent moisture resistance, but also saves a considerable amount of space. With the daily worry of food alleviated, Han Cheng's plans for the surrounding wall have been prioritized. Han Cheng does not wish to construct a wall that is too small, as he envisions building houses within the enclosure and creating pens for livestock, while also leaving ample space for the tribe members to rest and play peacefully. Given the challenges of erecting a wall, Han Cheng is determined to do it right. Otherwise, if he expends a great deal of effort now only to find it inadequate in a few years, the cost would be significant. Over the past few days, he has been surveying the area outside the tribe, and under the consideration of the terrain, he estimates that the wall could be constructed to span 300 meters in width from north to south, and 500 meters in length from east to west. The northernmost side of the wall is against the mountain face where the tribe's cave is located, which is sufficiently high, thus eliminating the need for a wall on that side. In essence, only 2 walls of 300 meters each and 1 wall of 500 meters need to be built to enclose a safe space for the tribe. Chapter 51. Fu Shuo raised between the rammed earth. However, even these 3 walls, totaling only 1,100 meters, pose a monumental task for the Qingke tribe. Han Cheng did a simple calculation. The earthen blocks manufactured in the tribe measure 10 centimeters thick, 20 centimeters wide, and 40 centimeters long. Assuming the wall is to be built 2.5 meters high and 40 centimeters thick, it would require a staggering 137,500 blocks. Yesterday, after a day of attempting to mold the blocks, which included digging the soil, mixing it with mud, and transporting the finished blocks aside, only 25 tribe members were involved in the labor, representing almost the entire workforce of the tribe, and they managed to produce merely 800 blocks in a single day. Even if all techniques were perfected, and they could produce 1,000 blocks daily, it would take over 4 months, nearly 5, just to create the blocks. This does not account for the time needed to transport the dried blocks to their required locations. Furthermore, considering adverse weather conditions such as rain, thunder, and wind, the entire process of crafting and transporting the blocks could extend to 6 or 7 months. And this is under the assumption that the tribe members would not engage in any other activities and devote themselves entirely to this task. If one were to factor in harvesting fruits, burning wood for planting rapeseed, and collecting grass for deer and rabbits, it would take nearly 10 months just to finish the blocks and transport them to their designated spots. Following this, additional time would be required to dig foundations and pile the blocks to construct the walls, which would also demand considerable time and effort. After considering all these factors, and excluding the 2 or 3 months during winter when outdoor work is impossible, Han Cheng realized that by the autumn of the following year, he could not be certain if the desired wall would even be completed. This is truly frustrating. Creating something is exceedingly difficult. Han Cheng couldn't help but curse under his breath. Such a construction method is untenable, as the effort required is simply immense. For several days, Han Cheng pondered this vexing issue. However, he finally began to see a glimmer of hope, a solution that did not involve using earthen blocks, but rather employed the rammed earth technique to build the wall. Even through the Qin and Han dynasties, and even later, many city walls were constructed using this method. This is also one of the primary reasons why, during ancient battles, when one side diverted water to flood the city, certain sections of the wall would collapse after just a few days. Compared to the method of first creating earthen blocks and then using mud to bond them together for wall construction, the rammed earth technique is far more efficient and time-saving. It simply requires the use of boards to brace the sides and ends of the area where the wall will be built. Then the prepared mud can be poured directly into the enclosed space and compacted firmly. The wall constructed using this method is solid and, in the absence of steel, cement, lime, or rice, is significantly sturdier than one made from stacked earthen blocks. Upon recalling the rammed earth technique, Han Cheng slapped his forehead. He realized that his thinking had been constrained. In later generations, the most common materials for wall construction are steel, cement, and bricks, and even lime is rarely used now. The rammed earth technique is seldom seen. When it is typically only employed for foundations or as a minimal layer for ring beams. Therefore, when Han Cheng was preparing to begin constructing the wall, the first method that came to his mind was to use bricks. In the absence of bricks, he thought to substitute with earthen blocks. Without cement, he considered using a viscous mud instead. It was only after contemplating the excessive labor, time consumption, and lack of sturdiness that he suddenly remembered the ancient craft of rammed earth. The immediate impetus for recalling this skill stemmed from Han Cheng's own self-encouragement. The arduous nature of building the wall had left him somewhat disheartened, and to prevent losing confidence, he began to inundate himself with motivational affirmations. It was not until he recited Mencius's words, born from hardship, perishing in comfort, that his mind was struck with clarity as if by lightning. The original text reads, Shun emerged from the fields, Fu Shua was raised between the rammed earth, Jiao Gu was lifted from fish and salt. Guan Wu was promoted among the scholars, and Sun Shuchao was elevated from the sea, while Bailey she was recognized in the marketplace. Thus, when heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon a person, it must first torment their will, labor their muscles and bones, starve their body, and impoverish their existence. This passage of wisdom benefited Han Cheng not because of the latter part concerning the great responsibilities, but rather the opening lines about Shun and Fu Shua. Indeed, it is essential to read more and indulge in a bit of self-motivation. Does inspiration not arrive when one is immersed in positivity? Upon recalling the rammed earth technique, Han Cheng immediately halted the efforts of his senior disciples in crafting earthen blocks. However, constructing the wall using this technique also presents certain challenges that need to be overcome. The most critical being the foundation issue. If the foundation is not laid and the rammed earth is applied directly onto the ground, it will inevitably be unstable. Yet, laying a foundation with the current tools and means is also quite challenging. Aside from these factors, there is also the issue of clearing the trees that grow in this area. The simplest approach is, of course, to kill the trees and then burn them. In the western part of the tribe, over 300 square meters of trees have already withered, a testament to Han Cheng's efforts. However, if this method is indeed employed, the construction of the wall would be significantly delayed, as stripping the bark from these trees and waiting for them to die and dry out takes a considerable amount of time. This is somewhat intolerable for Han Cheng, who is eager to see the wall constructed. Nevertheless, given the current production conditions, there is little choice but to endure. Han Cheng led a large-scale effort to tackle the forest. The first casualties were those trees that happened to grow precisely along the line demarcated for the wall. The early summer weather is exceedingly sweltering, particularly now, with not a whisper of wind to stir the air, rendering the entire world akin to a steamer, stifling to the point of breathlessness. After peeling away the last vestige of bark from the base of an enormous tree that one could scarcely embrace, even the most robust of the elder brothers must pause to wipe the sweat from his brow, seizing the nearby water jug to quench his thirst with a slightly briny, cool sip, finally exhaling a long sigh of relief, feeling a tad rejuvenated. Curiosity stirs within the elder brother, for in times past, under such oppressive heat, they would have scarcely possessed any strength, yet now, the situation is markedly different. Enduring this sweltering toil, he finds himself imbued with greater vigor than before. He attributes this newfound resilience to the arrival of the divine child, whose bountiful provisions ensure that everyone is well fed each day. Gazing at the divine child in the distance, a youthful figure peering skyward, the elder brother's eyes brim with reverence. It is through the guidance of the divine child that the members of the Qingke tribe are able to enjoy their present prosperity. At that moment, observing the divine child's earnest gaze toward the heavens, all present, including himself, instinctively hold their breath, fearful of disturbing the divine child's communion with the celestial deities. Chapter 52, Tempestuous Winds and Thunderous Skies. Han Cheng is not communing with the celestial deities, but rather discerning the signs of the heavens. Today's oppressive heat is particularly stifling, with even the sun appearing to have melted away, its presence obscured in the firmament. The sky is draped in a somber gloom, signaling the impending deluge. Halt! Rain is imminent. To the riverbank, gather the fish. After a brief wait, dark clouds arise on the horizon, and Han Cheng, no longer hesitating, issues his command. Upon hearing of the approaching rain, the tribe members, anxious about their sun-dried fish being drenched, spring into action, hastening toward the cave. As they reach the cave entrance, the shaman rushes out from within, intent on conveying the news of the forthcoming rain. The tribe members hastily gather pottery bowls, jars, and animal skin bags, dashing toward the riverbank. During this frenzied endeavor, the sky has grown significantly darker, the inky clouds spreading across half the heavens. Han Cheng calls out to those still engrossed in catching fish with their nets, urging them to swiftly retrieve their nets from the water and join in the urgent collection of fish. The dimmed skies and the rising winds envelop the tribe in a palpable sense of urgency. No one utters a word. They swiftly gather the fish from the ground, tossing them into their vessels. Each filled container prompts the stronger, swifter adult males to dash into the cave with their burdens. The riverbank is cloaked in a shroud of silent tension. Crack, boom, brilliant lightning slices through the sky. The thunder, deafening and hair-raising, erupts suddenly. etching expressions of terror upon the faces of the tribe. Compared to those of later times, the present tribe harbors a more profound fear of such overwhelming celestial might. The winds intensify, and after securing the last half-dried fish into jars, Hansheng calls out. And the already trembling tribe members clutching their containers of fish sprint toward the cave. At this moment, the sky has nearly succumbed to darkness. As if night were fast approaching, only the dazzling, blinding flashes of lightning provide a fearful illumination. Pattering, large raindrops, having gathered momentum amidst the thunderous roars and fearsome lightning, fall relentlessly, striking trees, stones, and earth alike, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. The tribe members, panting and breathless, pause within the cave, casting anxious glances toward the tumultuous world outside, where lightning and thunder rage. Many children cling tightly to their mothers, their faces etched with fear, with some timid souls already bursting into tears. Their parents, too, are captivated by the extraordinary celestial phenomena, their hearts filled with dread, yet they hold their children close, continuously offering reassurances. The fierce wind, laden with rain, surges into the cave, as if intent on swallowing all within. More children are frightened into tears, and even many adults tremble, filled with trepidation. The shaman steps forward, bellowing for the elder brother and others to block the cave entrance with stones. The heavy stone slabs seal the cave, isolating the inner world from the outer realm, which resembles an impending apocalypse. The sounds of wind, rain, and thunder diminish slightly, allowing the tribe to find some solace. Under the shaman's direction, additional firewood is added to the nearly extinguished fire, igniting a blaze that dispels the darkness within the cave, bringing a measure of comfort to the anxious hearts of the tribe. Hansheng, however, is not overly fearful. He is rather curious about the tempestuous display of nature, pondering whether it is a consequence of some unfortunate soul, akin to himself, having touched the mural, and whether it might draw the fateful trio of foreign friends to their midst. Surely they would relish the chance to experience life in a primitive society. The shaman dons his feathered crown, brandishing a bone staff, and dances fervently before the totem pole, earnestly beseeching the celestial deities for forgiveness for the misdeeds of their people, seeking to quell the wrath of thunder. The others within the cave, consumed by fear of the terrifying phenomena, cling to the shaman as if grasping at a lifeline, fervently and tremulously imploring the deities for mercy. Yet, it appears the deities heed not their prayers, for not only do they not abate their fury, but they grow increasingly wild. With a thunderous crash, the heavy stone slab blocking the cave entrance is toppled by the ferocious winds, as though it were but a mere scrap of paper, tumbling twice before coming to rest. Fortunately, aside from Hansheng, the rest of the tribe had accompanied the shaman to pray elsewhere, thus avoiding casualties. Once the stone slab is dislodged, the wind, as if possessed by madness, rushes violently into the cave, extinguishing the flames, sending embers swirling, and plunging the interior into darkness. Thunder rumbles, and lightning dances furiously, causing the tribe members to scream in terror, trembling and weeping as they press deeper into the cave, seeking solace. At this juncture, even the tribe's wise shaman finds himself at a loss, utterly intimidated by the wrath of the celestial deities. Silence. Everyone be silent. Hansheng shouts above the chaos. But amidst the tumult, none heed his words. It is not until a chilling bolt of lightning cleaves the heavens, casting Hansheng in a towering silhouette, that he finds his voice again. I swear, in the name of the divine child, that this is merely the celestial deities expelling some malevolent spirits and will not bring harm upon us. We, the Chinke tribe, toil diligently, sustaining ourselves through our own hands, crafting a beautiful existence through our labor and wisdom. We have never neglected our offerings to the deities. If even a tribe such as ours is to be punished, then what hope remains for any tribe to survive? Rise. Stand tall. We have done nothing wrong. Thus we need not tread cautiously. I have communicated with the celestial deity, and it shall not trouble our tribe. Hansheng felt himself to be a genuine charlatan, even more so than the shamans. Especially with the flickering lightning outside the cave serving as a backdrop, it instilled a profound sense of faith in the hearts of those present. His words, even the most learned among the shamans, could barely comprehend, while the others grasped only a vague understanding. Yet, this was of little importance. What truly mattered was the divine son's calm demeanor, his poise radiating confidence, and that last statement which nearly all could comprehend. The collective fear among the people diminished significantly as they beheld the composed and sacred figure of the divine son, finding solace in his presence. Indeed, there exists a divine son within our tribe. How could the celestial deity possibly bring calamity upon us? Chapter 53. The Devil's Curse? No. It is a blessing from the celestial deity. Whether by coincidence or the glow of the transmigrator's aura, shortly after Hansheng had reassured the hearts of the people, the wind calmed, the rain subsided, the thunder ceased, and the lightning vanished. The sky cleared. Divine Sun, Divine Sun. The people of the tribe chanted in reverence and excitement. Han Sheng touched his nose. In mid-May, the weather was fickle indeed. Come quickly. A startled voice called from the cave entrance. Haiwa pointed outside, turning back repeatedly. His face etched with astonishment. What had transpired? Han Sheng's heart raced as he, along with the others, rushed toward the entrance. Hiss. Even the worldly wise Han Sheng could not help but gasp upon witnessing the sight outside. This was truly surreal. Following his gaze, the view was remarkably expansive, allowing a clear sight of the rapidly swelling river. This was no mere happenstance. After a storm, the trees from the tribe to the river had all been uprooted and lay scattered upon the ground. The area where the trees had fallen was vast, not only in front of the tribe, but also in the western region where Han Sheng intended to cultivate farmland, which had also been ravaged by the tempest. Dead trees intertwined with the living, lying together in a macabre embrace. This is truly divine assistance. After a brief moment of shock, Han Sheng suddenly burst forth with joy. Thud! Before he could even laugh, the shaman beside him collapsed to the ground, repeatedly bowing, panic evident in his expression. His prayers trembling. The others, witnessing the scene as if a great calamity had befallen them, also knelt in fear and reverence, echoing the shaman's actions. This spectacle left Han Sheng bewildered. Should they not be rejoicing? What was this? He hurriedly helped the shaman up, preventing him from continuing his prostrations. We cannot stay here. We must leave. The shaman spoke these words with a heavy heart. It was clear he felt a deep attachment to this place, for it offered shelter from the elements and an abundance of food, yet he still made this painful decision. Leave? Why must we depart when all is well? Just because of this storm and the fallen trees? Han Sheng grasped the shaman's arm, questioning him. This place is cursed by the devil. The shaman finally replied, his voice trembling, a look of fear crossing his face, shuddering uncontrollably. Han Sheng's face was a canvas of confusion. This was merely a tornado accompanied by a downpour, resulting in a multitude of fallen trees. How could it be deemed a curse from the devil? Realizing he could not clarify things to Han Sheng, the shaman led him deeper into the cave, stopping before a stone slab at the back. Calling for his senior disciple to help turn it over and place it in a brighter spot against the cave wall. The shaman, visibly anxious and terrified, pointed at the carvings on the stone slab for Han Sheng to observe. Han Sheng leaned aside, ensuring he did not block the light, and examined the engravings on the ancient stone. The stone bore an air of antiquity, with the inscriptions exuding a sense of timelessness. The engravings formed a narrative through various illustrations. Under the shaman's explanation, Han Sheng learned that long ago, the tribe had experienced a similar calamity. From the shaman's recounting and the images on the slab, Han Sheng discovered that many large trees had fallen, countless animals perished, and a foul stench filled the air, leading to illness and subsequent death among the tribe's people. Many had died, and ultimately, the shaman at the time had led the tribe away from their long-time dwelling to migrate elsewhere. During their migration, more people succumbed to illness, including the shaman's young disciple. Out of desperation, the shaman had chosen the sick to be led away by his disciple, while he led the healthy towards a different location, thus parting ways. Over half of those guided by the disciple perished on the journey, and only after distancing themselves from the cursed area did they gradually recover. They eventually settled here, establishing roots and slowly flourishing. That disciple became the shaman of this new tribe, inscribing this terrifying event on the stone slab to pass down to the next shaman as a warning, should such an event occur again. They must immediately flee to avoid the loss of many tribesmen. After hearing the shaman's account, Han Sheng was momentarily stunned, taken aback by the tribe's convoluted history. According to the shaman's description, it seemed a plague had indeed struck. The tempest had caused immense death among the animals, and the ensuing heat accelerated the decay of the corpses, leading to the outbreak of disease. After contemplating the shaman's words, Han Sheng informed him that he would venture outside to investigate, to ascertain whether this truly was a curse from the devil. If so, migration could be considered later. The shaman hesitated, fearing for Han Sheng's safety, but when Han Sheng invoked the authority of the celestial deity, the shaman ceased to impede him. Han Sheng was not overly concerned about the alleged curse. With salt readily available, he was not overly worried about significant animal fatalities. This was, in fact, a boon for the tribe. Even if they could not process all the meat, they could simply burn or bury the leftovers. Moreover, since the tribe was consuming boiled water, the risk of disease transmission was significantly diminished. Han Sheng felt a twinge of disappointment. He and the apprehensive senior disciple scoured the area within a radius of 4 to 5 li around the tribe. And apart from a single unfortunate she-wolf crushed by a fallen tree, along with her newly opened-eyed pup hiding beneath her belly, they encountered no other dead animals. This is not a curse from the devil. It is a blessing from the celestial deity. Upon returning to the cave, Han Sheng gravely conveyed to the anxious shaman. The shaman, though somewhat reassured, was still enveloped in profound confusion. How could such a terrifying scene not be a curse from the devil? Han Sheng gently moved aside the little wolf cub, who was whimpering in search of milk, cradling it tenderly in his arms as he began to elucidate to Wu and the others the myriad benefits bestowed by the recent tempest. Aside from the deity, none of them had uttered falsehoods. Indeed, this was a divine boon sent from the heavens. Previously, Han Sheng had fretted over the removal of the dense trees, but now, with the fierce storm having felled them all, countless troubles were averted. Moreover, the vast expanse of toppled timber offered an elegant solution to the problem of the unstable enclosure walls. During the construction of the walls, after excavating the foundations, branches as thick as arms could be harvested from the fallen trees. These would be aligned along the trenches and fastened securely. As the mud walls were erected, these stumps, driven deep into the earth and encased within the walls, would act as natural reinforcement. It would be extraordinary if the foundations proved any less than steadfast. Beyond this advantage, the timber also provided ample material to barricade the mud, fashioned by weaving together branches with resilient grasses or sturdy vines to form structures akin to bamboo mats. In earlier times, Han Sheng might have despaired over sourcing such raw materials, but now, with the forest laid bare, such concerns were rendered moot. Ideally, wooden planks would be the finest material for such construction, but lacking sauce, Han Sheng lacked the means to fashion large trunks into boards, resorting instead to constructing wooden frameworks from assembled branches. The resulting walls bore the rustic marks of the tree branches, lacking the smooth finish of plank-built walls. Yet, aesthetics were secondary to Han Sheng. Durability was paramount. The utility of these trees extended far beyond the enclosure walls. Once the walls were complete, Han Sheng planned to build houses. For dwelling perpetually in caves was untenable. Each house, reliant on 5 main beams, demanded copious timber, but with this celestial gift, the most elusive resource was now abundant. As for the massive, immovable trunks, severing sections by fire and hollowing them out to fashion dugout canoes presented a promising use, as did converting them into charcoal. The smaller twigs and leaves were collected partly as fuel for the tribe, with the remainder piled and burnt to fertilize fields Han Sheng intended to cultivate. This devastating storm, which had toppled entire swathes of forest surrounding the tribe, truly proved a godsend for Han Sheng. To call it a gift from nature was no exaggeration. Wu and the eldest brother looked on with wide eyes, silently observing their divine scion. None had anticipated that such a calamity, akin to a demonic curse, would be heralded by their deity as a monumental blessing. Though a lingering unease persisted, upon reflection of the deity's words, the truth was undeniable. While concepts like charcoal, dugout canoes, and house building were abstruse to them, the deity's elation and hopeful demeanor conveyed unequivocally that this was a momentous boon. It was worth noting that even when the miraculous fish traps had been crafted, the deity had not exhibited such exuberance. Under the influence of Han Sheng, shrouded in an aura of divinity and never having disappointed his followers by accomplishing seemingly miraculous feats, the tribe's faith in him had grown into near blind obedience. Even Wu, the keeper of the tribe's most vivid memories of the cursed land, began to waver. Frankly, the good times had only just begun. He had no desire to abandon this place and start anew elsewhere, for the effort required was tremendous, and unfamiliar terrain invited danger. After much deliberation, Wu resolved to wait and observe, prepared to relocate the entire tribe at once should illness arise. Upon hearing Wu's considerations, Han Sheng promptly acquiesced, pledging to adhere to his counsel. To preempt any mishaps, he reiterated the prohibition against drinking untreated water and insisted that every tribesperson maintain daily rituals of washing their face, brushing their teeth, and bathing. You read that correctly, brushing teeth. Presently, the Chinke tribe's mornings were marked by an unusual spectacle. Alongside the ditch specially excavated on the deity's orders just west of the cave entrance, 2 rows of individuals squatted, each holding a ceramic cup in one hand and a twig toothbrush in the other, diligently scrubbing their teeth. Since the advent and storage of salt, Han Sheng had resolutely enforced the practice of toothbrushing within the tribe. To encourage enthusiasm, he personally led Haiwa and others in firing a batch of ceramic cups adorned with images of tadpoles or frogs. Initially, the tribe met this cumbersome ritual with heartfelt resistance, unable to comprehend why the deity would willingly squander precious, flavorful salt on such a seemingly trivial and troublesome endeavor. Yet, swayed by the charming cups, they grudgingly endured. Curiously, after some time, the habit became indispensable. A single day without brushing left them irritable and diminished their appetite. Eventually, without Han Sheng's reminders, upon waking, the tribe members would fetch a basin and their cups, draw water with a ladle from the communal cistern, and proceed outside to wash their faces and brush their teeth. The basins, insufficient in number for individual ownership, were allocated by household size. Larger families received 2, smaller ones 1. Han Chung himself, as the deity, was an exception, possessing 2 basins, one for washing his face and another for soaking his feet at night, a practice he found immensely comforting. Brushing teeth was not merely a matter of hygiene, but crucial for maintaining dental health. In this era, without a robust set of teeth, one could scarcely be strong. For poor dentition precluded the enjoyment of delicious food. Now that Han Chung had pioneered ceramic cookware and introduced boiling as a cooking method, an improvement over the prior reliance on roasting, those without teeth were no longer condemned to suffering. This was especially true for the tribe's 2 elderly primitives, whose gums frequently bled from chewing. The arrival of boiling soups had markedly improved their condition. Over the past months, they had visibly gained weight and exhibited far greater vitality. Wu, too, favored boiled food, having lost nearly half his teeth. His slow eating was not a matter of refinement, but a necessity imposed by his diminished dentition. Confucius once said, "Food should not be coarse, and minced meat should not be too fine," a sentiment loosely connected to dental health, yet the principle remained valid. The rainstorm outside had recently ceased, but Han Chung did not rush to commence rebuilding the walls. Instead, he ordered the tribe to tidy the cave, ravaged and disheveled by the tempest. The fire was rekindled, and the eldest brother nearly singed his hands attempting to create sparks by rubbing wood together. The little wolf cub, having clearly taken a liking to Han Chung, whimpered persistently, seeking to nurse from him. Animals are indeed quite intelligent. They possess the ability to perceive the goodwill and malevolence of humans. The little wolf cub constantly clings to Han Chung, not only because Han Chung is the first person it encountered after being pulled from the belly of its deceased mother, but also due to another significant reason. Within the tribe, there are far more individuals eager to skin it and feast upon its flesh than there are those who find it amusing. Particularly envious is Chun, who barely escaped death at the jaws of a wolf and has already lost half of an ear. Upon seeing the cub, he is filled with a fierce longing. Panting heavily in frustration, wishing he could pounce and take a few bites out of the little creature to vent his anger. Chapter 55. Digging the foundation, hammering the stakes. The disfigured mother, who met a tragic end, is undoubtedly a delicacy that the tribe cannot afford to waste. Han Chung, concerned that the cub might feel distressed upon witnessing this, specifically instructed the cripple to carry out this task outside the cave. Meanwhile, he prepared a small pot of meat broth for the cub to enjoy. Han Cheng's fondness for the little wolf cub stems from 2 reasons. Firstly, the cub's soft fur is delightful to play with, and it clings to him incessantly. Secondly, the cub bears a striking resemblance to the second-tier divine beast he once raised in a later life, evoking a sense of empathy within him. Although that creature had a penchant for destruction, often leading Han Chung to contemplate the idea of consuming a divine beast, the passage of time has left him yearning for its company. Moreover, Han Chung is eager to attempt the domestication of this cub, aspiring to transform it into humanity's most loyal companion. If successful, it would prove invaluable for guarding the home or accompanying him on hunts. The cub, being quite young, is unable to drink directly from the bowl of broth, so Han Chung must dip his finger into it and allow the cub to suckle. The tiny mouth, now adorned with baby teeth, nibbles on his finger, creating a delightful tickling sensation, perhaps driven by hunger or the savory flavor of the salted broth. The little one devours the entire half bowl of soup and 2 sizable bites of meat that Han Chung had chewed for it. Once satiated, the little creature ceases its whining and instead curls up on the ground, snuggling closely against Han Cheng's feet, resting its head on its tiny paws as it drifts into slumber. That evening, before bedtime, Han Chung fed the cub twice more. At the edge of the inner cave, he constructed a cozy nest for the cub using several earthen bricks he had made earlier, lining it with soft hay. After gently placing the cub inside, he too retired for the night. However, no sooner had he stepped away than the little one emerged, trailing closely behind him. After several attempts, Han Chung ultimately abandoned the idea of letting the cub sleep alone in the nest. The cub, now free from confinement, was elated, playfully nudging Han Cheng's arm with its head. When it came time for sleep, it nestled snugly at the foot of Han Chung. Yet, this arrangement posed risks. As in the middle of the night, Han Chung inadvertently kicked the cub off the bed, eliciting a pitiful whine. Furthermore, this arrangement had its downsides. Occasionally, the cub would wake up hungry and search for milk around Han Chung. Thus, the little creature, reminiscent of a wolf, caused Han Chung a night of unrest. After enduring this twice, Han Chung found it necessary to don his tight leather trousers for the night. The task of bringing down a tree lying on the ground was significantly easier than dealing with one standing upright. This was largely due to the fact that the fallen tree had completely surrendered, lying there in a position that invited compassion. Additionally, standing on the ground allowed for the exertion of force. After a day and a half of labor, under Han Cheng's verbal guidance and the tireless efforts of his senior brother and others, the 3 lines designated for the construction of the wall were cleared. The next step was to dig the foundation. At this point, The tools were rudimentary, making deep excavation quite challenging. Thus, Hansheng did not require an exceptionally deep foundation, roughly around 30 centimeters. The initial 2 days of digging were relatively easy due to the moist soil from recent heavy rains. However, after several days of sun exposure, the ground dried out, making excavation considerably more laborious. Hansheng then instructed the workers to halt their digging and instead fetch water from the river using clay pots, wetting the excavation site to facilitate the digging process. With the combined efforts of over 20 individuals, the progress of the foundation was steady. Within 5 days, the 300-meter foundation on the westernmost side was completed. Hansheng decided not to commence the digging of the remaining 2 lines at this time, as the season had transitioned to summer, bringing with it an abundance of rain. Digging now would require re-clearing the site when it came time to pile and construct. However, some excavation would be necessary for the wall connecting to the southern end of the western wall, as the corner is crucial. If not constructed concurrently, the 3 walls would ultimately fail to connect cohesively once the enclosure was built. This is why, in rural construction practices, the corners are typically erected first. Moreover, the individuals responsible for the corners must possess exceptional craftsmanship, often entrusted to the most skilled masons. Given his experience in this area, Hansheng directed the construction of the wall to commence not from the northern section adjacent to the cave's mountain wall, but rather from the southernmost corner. Once the corner was properly established, walls could extend northward and eastward. With a resounding thud, the hefty second senior brother hoisted a stone and forcefully drove a tree stump, about a meter long and as thick as an arm, into the dug foundation. The wooden stake sank approximately 40 centimeters into the earth. Without a hammer, driving the stake into the ground with a stone proved to be quite laborious. To expedite the process and ease the workload, Hansheng began to employ his ingenuity. He instructed the workers to find exceptionally sturdy wooden sticks, sharpening one end to facilitate insertion into the soil. Additionally, these sticks needed to be significantly thinner than the stakes intended for the foundation. Once a batch of these pointed sticks, referred to as driving rods, was prepared, work could commence. Prior to officially hammering the stakes into the dug foundation, the workers were instructed to use these rods to pound the selected spots. After reaching a certain depth, they would wiggle the rod to extract it and then return to continue the process. This was to prevent driving the stakes too deep, making them difficult to remove later. This process would repeat until the mark etched on the rod, approximately 35 centimeters long, was level with the ground, at which point the rod could be withdrawn, indicating completion. Due to the durability of the wood used for the driving rods, along with their pointed and slender design, they were far easier to drive into the ground than the thicker stakes. After pulling out the rod, a hole would remain, into which the prepared individuals responsible for driving the stakes would place a stake and hammer it down with a stone. Due to the prior establishment of a drilled hole, the task of driving in the stakes became significantly less laborious. Moreover, as the original hole was narrow and the stakes being driven in were considerably thicker, the stakes, once hammered down, did not exhibit any signs of looseness or instability. Chapter 56, Timber Rafts, Mud, and Wall Construction. These stakes were driven in approximately every half meter, with a greater density at the corners of the enclosing wall. After about 8 consecutive days of labor, a row of wooden stakes, rising about 30 to 40 centimeters above the ground, emerged atop the excavated foundation, somewhat reminiscent of the steel reinforcements that would later be erected in future foundations. The stakes appeared uneven in height, which was unavoidable given the absence of axes, saws, and machetes to cut the timber. Achieving even dimensions was already a considerable challenge. Nevertheless, the stakes driven into the ground adhered to a uniform specification of at least 40 centimeters, as Hansheng, accompanied by his underage students, had marked the bottoms of these tree stumps at the 40-centimeter mark. Once the stumps were secured, the next step involved weaving wooden rafts and preparing the mud for wall construction. The branches required for crafting the rafts had been sufficiently gathered by the tribe's youth. Since the branches did not need to be particularly thick, they managed to break them off fallen trees with relative ease. The process of weaving the rafts was straightforward. It merely required arranging appropriately sized and relatively straight branches on the ground, followed by binding them together with flexible vines. This was somewhat akin to weaving bamboo mats, albeit with differing techniques, and the resulting wooden rafts were considerably coarser. Among the tribe's adults, the most dexterous was the lame man, who, unable to hunt or engage in strenuous work like the others, had devoted considerable effort to honing his craft. To draw a less-than-ideal comparison, it was akin to how a blind person possesses heightened auditory and tactile senses compared to the average individual. The weaving of the rafts was primarily the responsibility of the lame man. Hansheng, having never engaged in such tasks before but possessing a general understanding from observation, shared his knowledge with the lame man, and together they commenced their experimentation. The technique was not complex, and within a day, they achieved tangible results. However, unlike weaving fish nets, The vines proved to be significantly sturdier than ropes. Without sufficient strength, the task of weaving them was quite challenging, at least for Han Cheng in that moment. After determining an effective method, Han Cheng summoned 2 other skilled hands to join the lame man in learning the art of raft weaving. Rafts measuring 3 meters in length and over half a meter in width were positioned upright on either side of the southern wall's foundation, standing in parallel. Between the 2 rafts, 2 stakes, approximately half a meter in length, were supported, with some untrimmed branches remaining atop them. This arrangement was intended to prevent the 2 rafts from converging. The rafts were uniformly bound together with 4 vines, and one end was sealed with a vertical plank measuring half a meter wide and 1 meter long, also secured with vines, thus forming a rectangular structure ready for the mud to be poured in. The preparation of the mud was equally meticulous. Plain mud alone might lack the necessary viscosity to form a sturdy wall. Consequently, Han Cheng added strands of cord grass cut to half-meter lengths and various other resilient grasses to the mixture, even sprinkling in a handful of salt. The cord grass served a function akin to fine steel reinforcements, enhancing the cohesion of the mud. As for the salt, Han Cheng was unsure of its precise role, recalling only having seen it used in the preparation of mud for potting in the past. Recognizing its potential significance and valuing the integrity of the wall they were constructing, he unhesitatingly included it, despite salt not being particularly abundant in their tribe. The wall's construction equally relied on collaborative efforts. Some individuals fetched water, others excavated soil and mixed the mud, while additional workers transferred the prepared mud into the confines formed by the rafts. Once a sufficient thickness was achieved, they began vigorously pounding the mud with stakes, ensuring it solidified into a cohesive mass. Naturally, the mud could not be overly watery, it only needed to be moist. And after mixing in the grass and salt vigorously, they filled the spaces between the rafts with animal hides and remnants of broken pottery. Thud, thud, thud. Compacting the moist earth was a laborious endeavor, undertaken by the strong adult males such as the elder brother and second brother. The elder brother's muscles bulged as he forcefully struck down, producing a dull thud in response. The imprint left by the stake was significantly deeper than the surrounding area, at least half a centimeter lower. Sweat dripped from his body, splattering upon the ground in a multitude of droplets. The beauty of labor intertwined with hardship, creating a vivid tableau of life. While there may be instances of effortless success in this world, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. The vast majority of achievements are born from immense effort, enduring great toil and trials before blossoming into the flowers nurtured by blood, sweat, and perhaps tears. Finally, this section of wall, approximately 9 meters long and half a meter high, was completed, encompassing a corner of the structure. Han Cheng did not rush to have the rafts dismantled. Instead, he continued to add another layer of rafts, adhering to the previous methodology. Due to the previously excavated foundation being 30 centimeters deep, following the addition of 3 layers of rafts, this segment of the wall now stood about 1 meter and 20 centimeters above the ground. This was the maximum height achievable without scaffolding. The vines binding the rafts were severed with stone knives by the elder brother and his companions, and with a few prying motions with a stick at the edges, the rafts adhered to the earthen wall fell away. Upon seeing the wall, Han Cheng's previously anxious heart finally settled. While the surface was not perfectly smooth, it appeared overall commendable, devoid of cracks or any signs of looseness. Though made of mud, the thickness of half a meter, combined with the resilient grasses within and the vigorous pounding by the elder brother and others, had transformed its very nature. After enduring this rigorous process, the mud was no longer the loose, malleable substance it once was. The elder brother, mimicking Han Cheng, reached out to touch and push against the earthen wall. Initially apprehensive about toppling the earthen structure, he applied only gentle pressure. After confirming the wall's stability, he gradually increased his force. In the end, despite exerting himself to the point of reddening his face and straining his neck, he could not budge the wall in the slightest. He gazed upon the earthen wall, then turned his attention to Han Cheng, his eyes sparkling with delight. Indeed, the wall described by the Divine Sun did not disappoint. Chapter 57. The wall that does not open at the main gate. Wu stood to the side, observing the master brother, the leader, grappling with the wall. When he saw the robust master brother, perspiring profusely yet unable to make any dent in the newly constructed wall, a genuine smile spread across Wu's face. Although the wall was not particularly tall at present and could not deter wild beasts, it had already validated the Divine Sun's words, with unwavering dedication to its construction. This wall would one day be completed. He looked at this small section of the wall, then at the cleared foundations yet to be transformed into a barrier. And once more the images the Divine Sun had previously painted for him surfaced in his mind. A formidable wall stood here, encircling a safe haven, with ferocious beasts lurking outside, while children played joyfully within its confines. The wild creatures outside could only listen to the sounds of laughter and the enticing aroma of meat wafting from within, their mouths watering in vain. For they could not breach the wall. A small wall separated two realms, one fraught with the perils of the wilderness, the other a warm and comfortable sanctuary. Initially, when Wu first heard these words from Han Chang, disbelief overwhelmed him. Such a place was beyond his wildest dreams, merely a notion he dared not entertain. Akin to the dwelling of deities in his understanding. Especially following the recent events involving the devil's curse, his heart was laden with worry. How could the idyllic scene described by the divine sun possibly manifest when the very land of his tribe was under the devil's curse? Yet now, the emergence of the wall had dispelled the gloom that had clouded his heart for over 10 days, untying the knots of anxiety within him. The tribe was fervently engaged in building the wall, and contrary to the foreboding tales of the devil's curse recorded by Wu, everyone was healthy and appeared more vigorous than before. Those trees, seemingly toppled by the devil's hand, were indeed the blessings of the deities, as the divine sun had stated. Not to mention, the fallen trees proved tremendously useful in the construction of the wall. Han Sheng observed Wu, who was silently grinning, and couldn't help but smile as well. Surely, the old fellow could rest easy now? With the wall's efficacy validated, the villagers worked with renewed vigor, and indeed, they had reason to feel invigorated. At Han Sheng's suggestion, their daily meals had increased from 2 to 3. Although their diet predominantly consisted of fish, lacking the savor of game meat, it was sufficient to bring them joy. After all, not long ago, they sometimes went hungry with just 2 meals a day. The fish, now seasoned with salt, had become quite delectable, especially the fish soup made from sun-dried salted fish at midday, which was exceptionally flavorful. Particularly delightful were the wild herbs, referred to by the divine sun as wild vegetables, which, after rolling in the soup, became incredibly appetizing. Initially, many were reluctant to eat them, believing such greens were only fit for prey, like the fearless deer of Salt Mountain or the rapidly multiplying rabbits. However, after a taste, they quickly grew fond of the wild greens the divine sun had found. They had not anticipated that these herbs, once merely regarded as fodder, would become a culinary delight when cooked in broth, absorbing the richness and saltiness. Now, if the pot of soup did not contain a few vibrant green vegetables, they felt it lacked appeal. These wild vegetables had transformed from being overlooked to highly sought after. Han Sheng had discovered 2 varieties, one resembling a wild green he had eaten in a later life called gray vegetable, while the other had no comparable reference but tasted quite pleasant. A short walk away revealed plenty of these new greens. Naturally, Han Sheng would not recklessly distribute them to the tribe without first conducting taste trials. After separating the 2 varieties and feeding them to the rabbits for half a month, not only did the rabbits show no ill effects, but they also produced a litter of offspring. The tribe had no worries regarding food. The recent heavy rain had caused the small river to swell, and as the flood receded, the fish population had not diminished but rather increased. With 8 fish traps deployed, in addition to their 3 meals a day, they were able to dry nearly 100 fish each day. While the traps did incur some wear, with Biao, the adept fisherman, there was no cause for concern. Under his expertise, the number of traps had risen to 12. Had it not been for Han Cheng's caution regarding the number of traps, Biao would have even considered crafting an additional 10 or 8 to place in the river. The construction of houses and walls required significant effort, particularly in laying the foundations. With the groundwork dug and the tree stumps secured, the actual wall building commenced, and the speed of progress became evident. Through the tireless dedication of the tribe's members, the wall transformed daily. A month later, in the western part of the village, a towering wall approximately 2 meters high, crafted from earth, stood resolutely. This was the fruit of the villagers' hard labor. Gazing upon the wall that divided their view, an inexplicable sense of security arose within their hearts. After the completion of the first wall, Han Shang granted the villagers a 2-day respite to rest before commencing the construction of the southern wall, which faced the village cave. This wall was quite lengthy, measuring a full 500 meters, nearly equivalent to the combined lengths of the other 2 walls. However, it would be constructed in 2 phases, as a doorway needed to be incorporated. The entrance would be positioned slightly westward in the middle of the wall, measuring 2 meters wide. Han Shang did not wish for the doorway to be larger, but the current techniques for creating doors were inadequate. If the opening were too expansive without a sturdy door, it would not be conducive to defense. There were also traditional beliefs regarding why the main gate was not centered in the wall. Han Shang had heard from the elders that historically, only emperors entered through the main gate, and thus, aside from palaces and imperial cities, common folk could not afford such entrances. While Han Shang did not subscribe to such notions, he nonetheless chose to offset the door slightly, as a nod to the past. The initial phase involved constructing the western section of the door, spanning over 200 meters, following the same procedure, excavating the foundation, securing wooden stakes, and then commencing the wall construction with wooden frames. The villagers were now quite adept at this process, working much more swiftly than during the construction of the first wall. Additionally, the southern wall's proximity to the river made water retrieval easier, allowing 2 more individuals to join the wall-building efforts. Initially, the need for water carriers was even greater, reaching up to 7 individuals at one point. Moreover, due to the prolonged task of carrying water, the woven grass ropes had chafed their hands, leaving them bloodied. Upon witnessing this, Hansheng once again smacked his forehead in realization. Chapter 58. The Shoulder Pole, the Door, and the Wagging-Tailed Wolf Cub. Following Hansheng's epiphany, the tribe was introduced to a novel tool, the shoulder pole. For the Chinke tribe, surrounded by fallen timber, sourcing suitable materials for the shoulder pole was an exceedingly simple endeavor. A sturdy stick, approximately 1.5 meters long and as thick as an arm, was fashioned with notches at both ends using a stone knife, designed to secure the rope over the water jars and prevent their fall. The central section of the shoulder pole, measuring around 20 centimeters, was meticulously smoothed to ensure comfort while fetching water, alleviating pressure on the shoulders. The tribespeople were once again astounded by the ingenuity of their shaman. What appeared to be a rudimentary tool proved remarkably effective. Previously, carrying a single jar of water felt burdensome. Yet now they could effortlessly transport 2 jars from the riverside to the wall under construction, a distance exceeding 3 miles, without feeling fatigued. Initially, however, their shoulders struggled to bear the load, swelling after a day of carrying water. Yet, as time passed, and they grew accustomed to the shoulder pole, they came to regard their previous method of fetching water by hand as rather foolish, due to the necessity of leaving a doorway in the wall. Its construction differed slightly from that of a regular wall, particularly at the location designated for the door. To ensure the door's strength and maintain the overall stability of the wall, Hansheng exerted considerable effort in devising a solution. The plan involved constructing a square pillar measuring 1 meter on each side directly at the door's location. This square pillar would connect to the western side of the surrounding wall, while extending 2.5 meters north from the northern face of the pillar. This configuration would create a right angle, allowing the 2 walls to support one another, significantly enhancing stability compared to a singular wall. Furthermore, once the wall was fully erected, wooden beams could be laid atop the 2.5-meter walls, creating a roof that would transform the doorway into a small room. This would not only shield the entrance from the elements, but also provide a space to store basic tools, particularly during the sweltering summer days. One could pull open the door, squat beneath it with a bowl of rice, savoring the gentle breeze while relishing a meal, a truly delightful experience. The challenge lay in how to install the door securely, yet Hansheng devised a solution. The focus remained on the 1-meter square pillar. During its construction, he embedded exceptionally hard wood, complete with roots, at intervals of 30 centimeters, 1 meter, and 2 meters from the ground. This wood, measuring 1 meter 20 in length and roughly the diameter of a bowl, had its root end driven into the pillar. Once assembled, the roots would render it nearly impossible to extract from the pillar. 90 centimeters of the 1 meter 20 trunk would be buried within the pillar, leaving 30 centimeters exposed, but not visible from outside the wall. From an external perspective, the presence of the tree stumps was entirely concealed. These 3 stumps were intended to secure the door. When the door was eventually crafted, it would attach to these stumps effortlessly. Moreover, this installation method concealed all mechanisms within. Once the door was closed and secured from the inside, it would appear as merely 2 large doors from the outside, making it impossible to remove the door without access from within. As time flowed quietly by, each day seemed indistinguishable from the last. However, many aspects were subtly transforming in this tranquility, some even completing the cycle from birth to demise. The little wolf cub had grown increasingly affectionate, trailing Hansheng throughout the day. During this time, it had matured significantly, with its wolfish traits becoming more pronounced, though its inherent temperament remained largely unexpressed. Hansheng waved a small piece of wood in front of Fujiang, the name he had given the little wolf cub, hoping for a favorable omen, before tossing it away. Having played this game numerous times, Fujiang, without needing prompting, darted off, quickly pouncing on the freshly fallen wood and triumphantly returning to Hansheng's side. It placed the wood in Hansheng's outstretched hand, panting with anticipation, resembling a child eager for praise after accomplishing a task. Hansheng feigned annoyance, pointing at Fujiang's tail. At this, Fujiang seemed to recollect something, its expression shifting to one of feigned fear. Under Hansheng's watchful gaze, its tail, which had been drooping, perked up and began to wag clumsily. Watching this creature's pitiful yet earnest attempts to wag its tail while stealing glances at him, Hansheng couldn't help but chuckle. Fujiang immediately halted its tail wagging, abandoning its previous look of distress, and began bouncing around Hansheng, gazing at him with a face full of adoration. At last, Hansheng leisurely retrieved a small leather pouch from his garment, extracting a piece of salted jerky the size of a finger and offering it to Fujiang. The tribe's members, including Chun, who had once been bitten by a wolf, had now fully embraced Fujiang's presence, no longer regarding it with the same fearful intent they once had. They were now eager to engage and play with this new companion. Flames danced in the cave, steam billowing from the large pot, simmering with meat stew, its rich aroma wafting through the air. Fujiang squatted before Han Chang, eyes wide with anticipation, joining the others in waiting for the master's command to commence the meal. Eating during times of hunger was always a highly anticipated event. However, Fujiang's anticipation seemed to stretch longer than that of the others, as it awaited not only the stew but also Han Chang. Under Fujiang's eager gaze, Han Chang took his time, using chopsticks to place a piece of green vegetable into Fujiang's designated bowl. Upon seeing the vegetable, Fujiang deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing to the ground with an air of despondency. Yet, its furtive glances at Han Chang revealed its true feelings. Han Chang had grown accustomed to Fujiang's antics, ignoring its display and focusing on his own meal, deliberately making exaggerated sounds of enjoyment, as if the meat in his bowl were the most delectable of treats. After a while, seeing that this tactic bore no fruit, Fujiang reluctantly approached its bowl, sulking and full of disdain as it consumed the wild vegetable. Then looked back up at Han Chang. As Han Chang observed Fujiang examining its tail, he promptly lifted it and gave it a vigorous shake. Only then did Han Chang retrieve a piece of cooked meat from the bowl and place it in Fujiang's dish, gently stroking its head, pretending to be indignant. Fujiang relished the meat while enjoying Han Chang's affectionate caress, its eyes half closed in comfort, and its tail swaying back and forth. Chapter 59, The Revelry After Labor. That night, Chen was bitten by a wolf, but after it was driven away by Brother Sha, the wolf returned to the Chinke tribe on 2 subsequent occasions. However, due to everyone's heightened vigilance, no casualties occurred. The visiting wolves were not solitary. Rather, they were a small pack. Yet, since the violent storm, these wolves had not reappeared. Han Chang surmised that they had likely migrated to other regions, frightened away by the ferocity of the tempest. The wolf cub Fujiang and her mother must have encountered misfortune during their migration. Regardless, Fujiang had been abandoned by her kin, which was fortuitous for Han Chang. Initially, he had been anxious about the possibility of the wolf pack returning to reclaim Fujiang. After such a lengthy period, he was gradually able to set aside that worry. As the weather turned cooler and the mountains donned their fiery autumn hues, the final wooden plank of the tribe's enclosure was dismantled. Gazing at the small realm once fortified by heavy walls, the tribe's members beamed with genuine joy, while children frolicked gleefully on the ground. Fujiang, now half-grown, joined in the playful antics, her tail wagging occasionally. Through months of Han Chang's diligent training, Fujiang had mastered the skill of tail wagging and was instinctively developing further. She had successfully taken the first step in her transformation from wolf to dog, or more accurately, made significant strides toward becoming a second-tier divine beast. As Han Chang directed his elder brother and the others to secure 2 large doors, crafted from sturdier wooden slats, onto the prepared hinges and subsequently closed them with robust wooden poles, the last gap in their little world was finally sealed. From this moment forth, this space truly became the private sanctuary of the Chinke tribe, where they could play freely without fear of sudden beastly intrusions. The grand doors, fashioned with a technique superior to the wooden planks, were far more durable and substantial. The construction of these doors had occupied the tribe for over a month. From the initiation of the project to its completion, the surrounding wall, stretching over 1,100 meters, had taken nearly 5 months to erect. During this time, the tribe endured considerable hardship, even the underage children. Yet, the rewards were plentiful. Beyond this safe haven, the experience had served as invaluable training for the youth. After months of labor, the children exhibited a newfound steadiness. Han Chang, too, had garnered much from this endeavor. Once the doors were installed, a jubilant celebration began to brew within the tribe. Fresh fish, dried salted fish, previously preserved salted meat, and a few pieces of smoked meat were all brought forth by the elder brother and piled high upon a designated wooden plank for food. A fire was ignited, and a large vat, serving as a makeshift pot, was placed over the flames, filled with water and the cleaned salted fish. The marinated salted and smoked meats were skewered on branches and roasted over the fire, their savory aromas wafting through the air. The flickering flames illuminated faces both aged and youthful, each adorned with smiles emanating from the heart. This laughter, more profound than mere joy at the presence of food, carried an essence of celebration. This festivity was unlike any before, held in the newly constructed courtyard, as designated by the divine child. After months of tireless construction, the courtyard was now littered with the remains of felled trees, reduced to stout trunks and stubborn branches. These trunks were pushed aside with sticks the thickness of bowls, clearing a spacious area at the cave's entrance for the celebration. The evening's feast was bountiful, allowing everyone to indulge to their heart's content, even Fujiang. The half-grown wolf cub, was left in a state of blissful excess. The composed shaman danced exuberantly, blending the tribe's language with Mandarin, laughing joyously until tears streamed down her cheeks. Under her guidance, everyone rose in unison, respectfully addressing Han Chang, who was playfully rubbing Fu Jiang's belly. With a reverent exclamation of divine child, followed by a respectful bow, their right hands placed over their left chests. The starry sky glimmered, the gentle night breeze caressed. And in the cool air, fireflies fluttered from the riverbank, seemingly eager to partake in this joyous revelry. This celebration was well-deserved by the Chinke tribe, who had toiled for months and had every reason to honor themselves with such a festivity. The sun, now softened by a gentle glow, rose in the east and ascended to its zenith, illuminating the once bustling Chinke tribe, which lay in tranquil silence. Most of the tribe remained asleep, while a few early risers quietly emerged from their caves to bask in the warm sunlight, contentedly surveying the courtyard they had painstakingly crafted. Once the tension in their bodies relaxed, fatigue washed over them like a tide, and it was not until the afternoon that the Chinke tribe finally opened their sleep-laden eyes. After the completion of the wall, the entire tribe rested for 3 days, and on the 4th day, the elder brother and his companions set out with tools to gather fruits, for autumn is a season for food storage. However, compared to previous years' fervor, the Chinke tribe now appeared far more relaxed, not to mention the fresh fish in the river. The ample supply of dried salted fish stored within the tribe would suffice for a considerable time. Nonetheless, the elder brother led the tribe to the orchard that had been claimed by another tribe the previous year, deeply reluctant to accept that a place they had harvested for many years was now occupied by others. This was not merely about sustenance, it was a matter of pride. Even though he knew the odds of success were slim, he was determined to make a stand. Of course, he did not disclose this intent to the shaman or the divine child, merely claiming he would be foraging elsewhere. Han Sheng had once heard a saying, "The wind travels in a line," suggesting that the path of a strong wind on land does not extend too widely. The most affected area typically spans only a few miles. The tempest that had swept through the Chinke tribe months prior was no exception. The Chinke tribe finds itself directly in the path of the raging storm, resulting in significant devastation in the vicinity, while areas further afield remain relatively unscathed. The orchard, inevitably affected by the tempest, yields fewer fruits than in previous years. However, the harvest from the trees proves sufficient for the needs of the Chinke tribe. Chapter 60, The Battle of the Orchard. The autumn breeze acts as a magician, sweeping across the vast earth and adorning it in a vibrant tapestry of colors, transforming the once green fruits into shades of golden yellow and fiery red, reminiscent of playful maidens teased by the autumn winds. The elder brother deftly climbs the tree, one hand steadying the trunk while the other tirelessly plucks the fruits, causing a cascade of ripe offerings to rain down upon the grass below. The thick blades of grass welcome the fruits with gentle embrace, ensuring their descent is unscathed. As the fruits scatter to the ground, joy fills the hearts of those gathering them. Even when struck by falling fruits, their smiles remain undiminished, reveling in the bounty. Surprisingly, the most exuberant among them is not the brawny youth or the stalwart Taitu, but rather the rotund second brother. Due to his size, he cannot ascend the tree to gather fruits, and thus remains below to collect them in jars or animal skin pouches. His delight stems from moments such as when a ripe fruit lands squarely on his head, instead of nursing his throbbing scalp. He instinctively reaches for the fruit and consumes it in a few hearty bites. As he continues to gather fruits into the jars, he eagerly anticipates the next ripe offering to fall upon him or nearby. The jars and animal skin pouches soon brim with fruits, carried back to the tribe by individuals using shoulder poles. Given the distance from the tribe, there are concerns about potential dangers along the way, necessitating that half the group return together. However, this time is different. Under the elder brother's command, they fill their jars and pouches completely before returning as one cohesive unit, then coming back once more. The others regard the elder brother's decision with some confusion, yet no one voices dissent, for he is their leader. The elder brother is a man of considerable wisdom, and his actions are undoubtedly purposeful. His primary aim today is not merely to gather fruits, but to prepare for a confrontation with the tribe that raided their orchard last year. He is determined and resolute. Regrettably, upon arrival, he finds no sign of the rival tribe, and the traces on the ground suggest this grove has yet to be harvested. Nevertheless, he remains vigilant, for such a fruitful grove is immensely valuable to any tribe, and he suspects the nefarious tribe will not forgo its claim. His actions today are designed to prevent any potential ambush, ensuring his tribe is not caught unprepared in the face of an attack. The presence of shoulder poles and clay jars has doubled the amount of fruit each person can transport at once. Thus, even if the return trip delays further harvesting, the overall efficiency remains comparable to previous years. As the fruits in the cave continue to multiply day by day, the elder brother grows increasingly impatient. for the rival tribe has yet to appear, leaving him feeling frustrated. Today marks the final day for fruit gathering this year. With ample salted fish and the opportunity to catch fresh fish available, they need not store excessive quantities of fruit. Perched atop a tree, the elder brother frequently scans the surroundings, hoping the rival tribe will arrive at this last moment. Otherwise, he may miss his chance to confront them. May the heavens protect us. He exhales, swiftly descending from the tree and commanding the others in the tribe to cease their gathering, to arm themselves with the weapons they have brought. He has already grasped the sturdy stick that lay on the ground. The commotion alerts a group of primitive men who have approached the forest's edge. Initially walking with an air of confidence, they become wary upon hearing the noise. Yet they do not show fear. The leader of the robust men addresses those carrying animal skin pouches and woven baskets, issuing a few directives before guiding his followers toward the source of the sound. Meanwhile, the elder brother leads the Chinke tribe toward these newcomers. This is ours. You leave. The two tribes halt 3 meters apart, and the elder brother gestures emphatically to convey his intentions. The opposing tribe recognizes them, having been bested by the Chinke tribe not once, but twice the previous year. Our orchard. The leader of the opposing tribe scoffs at the elder brother's declaration, responding with unabashed derision. He certainly does not regard this group as a threat. His anger simmers, for the orchard he has claimed for his own tribe has been raided by these seemingly feeble individuals. How dare they touch the possessions of the Tangsha tribe? Fuming, the leader discards his weapon and charges at the elder brother, who had yet to finish his statement. This reckless advance infuriates the elder brother. As he casts aside his weapon to confront the leader of the robust men, they collide without pretense. The leader, confident in his superior strength, believes he can easily overpower this audacious opponent, intending to knock him down and deliver a barrage of blows, a tactic that has triumphed for him in the past. However, the outcome surprises him. Upon impact, this seemingly weaker adversary does not falter. Instead, he seizes the leader's arms, preparing to bring him down to the ground. This unexpected resilience astonishes the leader and ignites a sense of humiliation within him for failing to subdue the smaller figure immediately. With a surge of force, he grips the elder brother's hands, attempting to throw him down, but the elder brother wraps his arms around the leader's waist. As the two become entwined, the others also find their matches, pairings of combatants grappling fiercely. The Chinke tribe possesses one additional member, Taitu, who stands without an opponent, merely observing the chaos unfold. It is not until a woman from the Chinke tribe is struck down that Taitu, with determination, charges at the man from the Tangsha tribe, who stands laughing breathlessly. This man, after incapacitating the Chinke woman, reaches out to strike another member of the Chinke tribe entangled with his own, disregarding all notions of fair play. Taitu, incensed by this lack of honor in combat, is filled with righteous fury. As he sprinted along, he retracted his previously erect chest, bent forward, and forcefully collided his head against the waist of the opponent before him. Chapter 61. The Battle in the Orchard and the Salt Incident. A painful cry erupted, and the man from the Tangsha tribe, who had dealt 2 blows to a member of the Chinke tribe, was struck violently in the waist by Taitu and collapsed onto the ground, clutching his midsection. Despite falling, the man attempted to rise and continue fighting, but Taitu dashed over, mounted him, and then, with a fierce determination reminiscent of cracking nuts, brought his head down forcefully against the man's skull. The two heads collided with a dull thud, leaving a small red mark on Taitu's forehead, while the Tangsha tribe man suffered greatly, visibly swelling a bruise upon his brow and becoming disoriented from the impact. Seeing this, Taitu finally stood up from the man and surveyed the struggling crowd. Whenever he spotted a member of the Tangsha tribe breaking the rules, he would unexpectedly rush over and knock them to the ground. After a struggle, the robust second leader of the Tangsha tribe found his strength rapidly waning, while the elder brother, though feeling somewhat fatigued, retained much of his power. As one diminished, the other surged, gradually equalizing their strengths before widening the gap again. The Tangsha tribe leader was increasingly alarmed. He had not anticipated that the once frail opponent he could easily subdue had become so formidable. It was known that, aside from the great leader of the tribe, none could contend with him. Had this once weak individual truly reached a level where he could challenge the great leader? Seizing the opportunity, the elder brother bellowed, and, with a sudden surge of strength, threw the robust leader of the Tangsha tribe to the ground. Without allowing the leader time to rise, he lunged and pinned him down. The Tangsha tribe leader, filled with humiliation, pushed against the ground, attempting to overturn the once defeated adversary now atop him. However, the earlier struggle had drained much of his energy, and with the elder brother firmly restraining him, he could hardly budge. After futile attempts to escape, he begrudgingly accepted the deeply humiliating reality. The battles among the others had also concluded, with the Tangsha tribe claiming victory in 5 instances. However, 3 of the victors, after their triumph, engaged in assaults against other members of the Chinke tribe, resulting in Taitu leaving them with bruises. Thus, they ultimately had only 2 victories. In contrast, the Chinke tribe triumphed 18 times. Among them, the Tingsha tribe member who was defeated by the second elder brother suffered the most, left gasping for breath. "This is our land," declared the jubilant elder brother, suppressing his elation as he reiterated this claim to the Tingsha tribe leader beneath him. "It is yours." The robust Tingsha tribe leader, filled with shame, was forced to accept this reality. The elder brother then stood and released the leader, while the others also freed their respective opponents. "Depart," the elder brother commanded, gesturing towards the entrance through which the Tingsha tribe had entered. The defeated leader, appearing dejected, nodded in acknowledgement of his impending departure. Yet, as he passed by the elder brother, he suddenly crouched down, attempting to tackle him to the ground. Gasps erupted from those nearby, unbeknownst to the Tingsha tribe leader. His attempt was miscalculated. The elder brother, well aware of the unprincipled nature of the tribe, had been on guard against such underhanded tactics, and indeed, he had anticipated this move. The second leader of the Tingsha tribe, unable to grasp the elder brother, found himself caught by the latter's arm. After a brief struggle, the now weakened second leader of the Tingsha tribe was forcefully thrown to the ground, receiving 2 punches to his back before the elder brother finally released him upon his surrender, without the elder brother needing to speak. The humiliated and enraged second leader of the Tingsha tribe gathered his followers, picked up their weapons and the items they had brought for gathering fruit, and retreated in disgrace. Finally, the elder brother, having asserted his dominance, thumped his chest to display his strength. The others erupted in cheers, elated at reclaiming the orchard for their tribe and achieving vengeance. As the second leader of the Tingsha tribe reached the orchard's edge, he paused, his expression darkening. He glanced back at the jubilant Chinke tribe, and, with a disdainful snort, led his followers away. Meanwhile, the elder brother and his companions resumed their fruit gathering with joyous spirits. However, as the exhilaration of victory waned, a perplexity arose in his mind. Not just him, but many others shared this confusion. They couldn't comprehend why their strength had increased. Initially, most of them had been weaker than the members of the Tingsha tribe. Yet after a struggle, they had gained the upper hand and ultimately vanquished their foes. This was the effect of their prolonged salt consumption, a fact they were unaware of. After much contemplation, the elder brother could only attribute this change to the additional food they had consumed daily. Han Sheng and Wu only learned of their experiences after the elder brother and his group returned. Wu refrained from commenting on the elder brother's actions, as external matters were generally led by the elder brother, especially after successfully reclaiming the orchard. With Wu silent, Han Sheng naturally followed suit, harboring his own frustrations about the orchard's theft. If not for the fortunate presence of a river teeming with fish during winter, the consequences could have been dire. The tribe would have faced the grim reality of starvation. Aside from withholding blame, Han Sheng eagerly inquired about their battle experiences, intrigued by the conflicts between primitive tribes. Speaking of which, Taitu, who had knocked down 3 opponents that day, was particularly animated, recounting his glorious feats to Shensi while patting his head, which had achieved significant merit. Hearing this, Han Sheng felt a surge of irritation towards him. This singularly minded individual. Despite his annoyance, Han Sheng recognized the value of such combats, as they resolved disputes without resulting in fatalities among tribe members, a commendable method for settling conflicts. Upon hearing their inquiries regarding the increase in strength, Han Sheng smiled and produced salt, explaining that it was the result of their prolonged consumption. Unintentionally spoken, his words resonated with many, who discreetly committed this information to memory, seizing opportunities to consume more salt in the days that followed, only to quench their thirst with water thereafter. Han Sheng discovered this matter several days later. Caught in a blend of amusement and exasperation, he informed them that the usual amount of salt sufficed. Excessive consumption brought no benefits and, indeed, could be detrimental to health. Initially, some remained skeptical, continuing to surreptitiously consume more salt, even as they grimaced from its saltiness. It was not until over a month had passed that they realized their strength had not increased. Rather, due to increased water intake, frequent trips to relieve themselves ensued. Thus, the salt-eating uproar ignited by Han Sheng's words gradually subsided. Chapter 62, A Momentous Achievement. Today marked a significant day for Han Sheng and the entire Chinke tribe, for it was on this day that Han Sheng led them in a groundbreaking endeavor, the cultivation of rapeseed. However, upon the revelation of this epic-making initiative, its grandeur swiftly diminished. Yet, Han Sheng did not exaggerate. It truly represented a monumental leap. This was the Chinke tribe's first step from a life of fishing and hunting towards agriculture. The members of the tribe laboring under his guidance were unaware of the significance of this event, but as a time traveler, Han Sheng understood its profound implications. To the west of the tribe, approximately 50 meters from the farthest wall, lay a grove marked by misfortune. Initially, Han Sheng led the people to strip the bark from its roots, leaving them to silently await their demise. Yet, before they could fully perish. A fierce storm descended upon them, hastening their end. This was, perhaps, a merciful release. Those uprooted by the tempest met an untimely death, as many of their remains were brutally dismembered by the tribe's members during the construction of the wall, subsequently entombed within it. Now, they were to face further devastation by fire. Months passed, and apart from a few resilient trees that continued to survive despite their fall, the rest had shed their leaves, revealing their gaunt trunks, resembling the skeletal remains of animals. During the earlier construction of the wall, Han Sheng had devised a plan. He designated an area of about 3 to 4 acres within the grove, initially intended for cultivation. He instructed the tribe to harvest the wood from this designated space first, utilizing its resources before turning to the yard. The advantages of this strategy soon became evident. The trees within this area were far less dense than elsewhere. Han Sheng needed only to guide his tribesmen in a brief cleanup before setting the area ablaze. However, Han Sheng felt a pang of regret at the thought of incinerating so many tree trunks. Truth be told, the remaining large trunks represented the finest building materials. But given the tribe's current tools, they were utterly helpless against them. Thus, these potential pillars of construction could only serve as firewood, and even that was a disservice. At least firewood could be used to cook and enrich the soil, whereas these trees would merely burn away, futilely nourishing the primitive earth beneath them. Perhaps this was what one might call being born in an ill-fated era, a talent unrecognized. Reluctant to burn all this timber, Han Sheng took precautions to prevent a conflagration from spreading. Before igniting the fire, he ordered a 20-meter-wide fire break cleared around the 4 acres and gathered the wood intended for burning toward the center. A thick layer of wood covered the ground, topped with leaves collected from the surroundings. Han Sheng accepted a flaming branch from his elder brother and positioned it atop the dry leaves. The intense flames quickly ignited the parched leaves, which succumbed to the fire. The fervor unleashed by the dry kindling meeting the fierce flames was enough to draw attention. For those who did not take heed, their eyebrows and eyelashes would surely singe. The azure sky appeared particularly vast, with a few puffy white clouds suspended motionless. Beneath the clear sky, a thick column of smoke ascended, distant from the roaring flames below, imbuing the scene with a sense of languor. Wu and the elder brother watched from afar, witnessing the vast sea of fire and feeling its scorching heat, their expressions tinged with trepidation. Han Sheng, however, felt no fear. This was not the modern world, and he had no concerns about someone rushing in, like a cat drawn to fish, to whisk him away in a vehicle, imposing a hefty fine and a half-month's detention. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the column of smoke rose ethereally, bringing a reassuring hint of human existence to this still untamed era. Fortune favored Han Sheng, as the weather remained calm throughout the day, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief while keeping his people prepared to extinguish the fire or flee swiftly if necessary. As evening approached, the flames gradually subsided, leaving only wisps of smoke rising gently in the fading sunlight. Once assured that the fire would not spread further, Han Sheng and the tribe returned home. The establishment of the courtyard wall brought some inconvenience. Previously, they could return to their cave by the most direct route, but now they had to detour to the courtyard's main entrance. The following day, Han Sheng led the tribe once more, equipped with tools, to the space cleared by the fire the previous day. Under Han Sheng's demonstration, the people spread the ash over the charred ground as evenly as possible. They then picked up the multifunctional wooden sticks from the tribe and began to dig. The digging sticks had undergone some modifications compared to before. The digging end had become flatter, facilitating penetration into the soil and allowing for greater upheaval of earth. As the soil was turned, the ashes mingled with the earth, creating an intricate blend. Since this was the tribe's first piece of land, and it had never been cultivated, Han Sheng decided to turn it over before sowing the rapeseed. Of course, this tilling could not be compared to modern methods. A single plow in the future would accomplish much more, and the depth would be far greater. Currently, this tilling only reached about 10 centimeters deep. Yet, for the Qingke tribe, with their rudimentary tools, this already constituted a significant undertaking. The entire tribe's able-bodied members collaborated for 6 days to till this 4-acre plot. Certainly, this was also due to the limited amount of land. Had there been more, Han Sheng would not have employed such a time-consuming method. Without improved tools, they could only resort to primitive slash-and-burn techniques, allowing only a small amount of land to be cultivated with care. Once the land was turned over, it was time for Han Sheng to showcase his skills. He poured a substantial amount of rapeseed from the ceramic jar into a bowl, approached the edge of the field, grasped a handful of cool seeds, and began to scatter them across the soil. This scattering is not a haphazard throwing, but rather a deliberate release of seeds through a narrow gap between the fingers, while simultaneously advancing forward. As Han Sheng walked, his feet pressed upon the soft earth mixed with grass ash, he cast the seeds ahead of him. In a moment of reverie, he glimpsed a scene from the past that he could never return to, a warm spring day where his mother, barefoot, balanced a basin filled with fertilizer against her waist with her left hand, while her right hand grabbed the fertilizer, scattering it as she moved forward, the white granules falling like pearls upon the ground. His father, also barefoot, held an iron plow in one hand and a whip tied with a red cord in the other, coaxing the two oxen onward, leaving behind a patch of freshly turned, moist soil. A small child sat upon the ridge, before him an aged aluminum kettle, suitable for boiling water over a coal stove, beside which lay a yellow dog, wagging its tail and joyfully sharing peanuts, snacks from the child's straw hat, with him. In chapter 63, The Witch Who Loves Rabbits, after the seeds were sown, the elder brothers followed Han Cheng's instructions, swinging their sticks back and forth across the ground. This action served to break up larger clods of earth while also covering the vegetable seeds that had fallen, thus protecting them from being snatched away by birds and providing an optimal environment for growth. By the end of the morning, Han Cheng had sown all the vegetable seeds into the soil. There was no need to worry about the rapeseed becoming too dense. The tender, green shoots of rapeseed would be the most delectable when cooked. Gazing at the first farmland of the Chinke tribe, Han Cheng smiled, for regardless of the outcome, the seeds had been planted, and with them, hope was born. In the courtyard, near the eastern wall, and at a considerable distance from the cave, the second structure of the tribe emerged, aside from the enclosing wall. The first building was the toilet, constructed in the southeastern corner of the courtyard, far removed from the cave. The establishment of this toilet was of great significance. In earlier times, the area surrounding the tribe was densely forested, and when nature called, the people would venture into a designated grove to relieve themselves in a picturesque spot. However, with the nearby trees now felled, and the deity strongly opposed to the sight of bare bottoms exposed in public, he had paused construction for 3 days to create what he referred to as a toilet. The toilet was divided into male and female sections. To accommodate the tribe's demographic of more women than men, the female toilet boasted 7 stalls, 3 more than the male facility. Behind the toilet, a pit was encircled with stone slabs and shattered pottery, effectively preventing the precious fertilizer from escaping before the advent of chemical fertilizers. Although Han Cheng had initially marked the walls of the newly built toilet with large characters for male and female, there were still frequent mix-ups. After some contemplation, Han Cheng decided to plant a wooden post over a meter in height at the entrance of the men's toilet, which effectively eliminated the issue of people entering the wrong facility. The second building within the courtyard was not a house, but rather a rabbit hutch. These 2 rabbits were remarkably prolific, capable of producing a litter every month. The first litter consisted of 5 kits, while subsequent ones yielded 6 or more, with a staggering maximum of 8. Moreover, the offspring matured in just over 2 months. From the initial litter of 5, 3 were female, and by the time they reached 3 months, they too began to reproduce. Presently, among them, 2 had each produced 3 litters, totaling 33 kits, while another had 2 litters, amounting to 11. Tragically, 4 of the kits did not survive. Within the 3rd generation of rabbits, 4 females had produced 2 litters each, while 1 had 1. And that particular rabbit was already showing signs of being pregnant again, likely to give birth soon. The 4th generation also had 3 rabbits that had produced offspring. Indeed, this was a perpetuation of life without end. Having personally raised the rabbits and witnessed their astonishing reproductive rate, Han Cheng finally comprehended why rabbits in Australia had become a plague. Their breeding capacity was indeed extraordinary. Inside the tribe's cave, the small sanctuary he had initially created for them could no longer contain their numbers. Furthermore, due to these creatures' voracious appetites and frequent waste, the cave had begun to smell unpleasant. Thus, after constructing the toilet, Han Cheng proceeded to build a rabbit hutch. Considering the rabbit's penchant for burrowing, he laid a layer of stones and fragments of broken pottery on the ground of the hutch. The walls, rising 30 centimeters above the ground, were also lined with shards of pottery to prevent their escape. Surrounding the hutch, Han Cheng constructed numerous burrow-like shelters using the earthen bricks he had previously fashioned, providing convenient spaces for the rabbits to give birth. Additionally, a roof made of branches, dried grass, and mud was erected above to shelter them from the rain. Presently, the tribe's rabbit population was approaching 100. The shaman was left astounded. He had never anticipated that these initially unremarkable creatures could proliferate to such an extent in just half a year. Moreover, caring for these rabbits was remarkably simple. All that was required was for the tribe's children to gather some grass from the surrounding area each day. Day by day, the grass that had been collected transformed into a veritable bounty of walking nourishment, readily available meat. This realization filled the shaman with joy, yet also a hint of regret. Such a simple solution had eluded him in the past. These rabbits required no adult intervention. Merely the children of the tribe were sufficient to sustain them. Had they begun raising these rabbits sooner, the tribe would have endured far less hunger and hardship. The shaman, who once preferred to remain in the cave, now found himself drawn outside, often wandering the courtyard before unconsciously gravitating toward the rabbit hutch. He would step onto the stones laid outside and peer into the enclosure, losing track of time as he tossed grass from a nearby pile into the hutch. Watching the rabbits' three-pronged mouths nibble away at the grass filled him with delight, for he knew that in due time, this grass would transform into meat. The shaman cherished the rabbits, yet when the moment came to act, he was unyielding, expertly wielding a small stick to deliver a swift blow to the back of their ears. His fondness for rabbits stemmed not from their adorable appearance, but from their rapid reproduction and ease of care, which provided ample meat for the tribe. Today, he captured 10 rabbits from the hutch, lifting them by their ears and dispatching them in quick succession, each blow precise and lethal. After all, he was intimately familiar with the rabbits' size and condition. Standing nearby, a few individuals with a limp carried rabbits to eviscerate them. After salting the carcasses, they strung them together in pairs with rope and hung them on the uncleared tree trunks in the courtyard, basking in the autumn sun, eventually transforming into dried rabbit meat. The suggestion to slaughter the rabbits at this time came from Han Sheng. In this era, unlike the future, there were no corn, wheat, or carrots to feed them. As winter approached, relying solely on sun-dried grass, these creatures would undoubtedly become emaciated. Furthermore, with so many rabbits, the demand for hay in winter would be substantial, making their retention a burden. It was far more prudent to slaughter them now, while they still had some fat, and dry them into salted meat for convenience. This was merely the first batch. After some time, once the smaller rabbits grew, another batch would be slaughtered. Chapter 64. Drying Grass and Hunting in the Forest. Over 2 months ago, the children of the tribe were assigned the task of harvesting grass. Not only them, but also the women who did not partake in fruit gathering were engaged in this endeavor. The harvesting of grass had commenced long before, but the quantities were minimal, sufficient only to feed the rabbits and provide some for the deer near Salt Mountain. However, the situation changed dramatically after the Divine Child issued orders 2 months ago, mandating that they harvest at least double the amount of grass daily. The surplus grass was spread out in the tribe's large yard to dry and then collected into piles. Rather than being directly heaped on the ground, a foundation of thick logs was laid down, topped with branches, and further covered with a layer of hay that the rabbits and deer found unpalatable before the dried grass was stacked on top. This method ensured ventilation and moisture prevention, safeguarding against mold and decay of the grass underneath. Now, these dried grass piles had formed 3 substantial stacks. Han Sheng's command clearly had a purpose: to prepare winter feed for the rabbits raised in the tribe, and of course, to bribe the deer of Salt Mountain. The naturally withered and dried grass in the fields of autumn was far from the flavor of the harvested and sun-dried grass, which was much more favored by herbivores. To avoid venturing out in the severe cold of winter to gather hay for the rabbits, Han Sheng had ordered preparations in advance. The adults in the tribe were not idle either. After gathering a certain quantity of fruit, they followed Han Sheng's guidance to construct a series of earthen mounds along the inner side of the perimeter wall. Each mound, tightly pressed against the wall, measured 1 meter wide, 2 meters high, and 2 meters long, with one constructed every 2 meters apart. Due to the absence of stakes and the shallow excavation of the foundation, this task was completed in less than a month. Han Sheng's initiative to create this circle of low mounds was not superfluous. They served significant purposes. Firstly, they reinforced the wall, and secondly, they greatly enhanced the tribe's defensive capability. Given the time constraints, the tribe's wall had only been built to a height of 2 meters, sufficient to deter ordinary beasts, but inadequate against rival tribes or agile climbers. Thus, Han Sheng constructed this layer of low walls on the inner side of the perimeter. With the 2 meter high mounds as footholds, the tribe's members could observe the outside conditions clearly, and in times of danger, they could launch attacks with stones, spears, and throwing weapons. Safeguarding the tribe. Observing the evenly spaced low mounds and the stones and spears resting upon them, Han Sheng felt a wave of reassurance. Regardless of circumstances, ensuring one's own defense was paramount. After all, this was the primitive era, not a future time where one could stroll the streets at 1 or 2 in the morning without concern. With the construction of this circle of low walls completed, the elder brother led the tribe members out for hunting, as there was still a considerable time before the snowfall. During this interval, they could still capture some game. Although the tribe had the advantage of fish traps and ice fishing techniques during winter, thereby alleviating concerns about food, the elder brothers still chose to hunt. Their palates, accustomed to the Divine Child's influence, craved not just fish, but also a hearty serving of meat. Moreover, this year was unlike any other. Previously, even in colder weather, they could not store excess meat for long. Now, with the Divine Child's methods of curing and drying, there was no fear of spoilage. Amidst the occasional falling leaves in the forest, the elder brother led 10 adult men and 10 adult women, armed with sharpened wooden sticks, stone spears, and throwing stones, cautiously navigating in search of prey. Today, fortune was not on their side. As the day wore on, they had only managed to catch a single rabbit. Just as frustration began to set in, an unexpected rustling ahead caught their attention. Before they could prepare, a fully grown wild boar burst forth from the woods. Clearly taken aback by the presence of so many people, it abruptly turned and bolted westward. The elder brother and the other members of the Kincaid tribe, exhilarated by the sight, immediately armed themselves and gave chase. At that moment, more commotion erupted from the forest, and soon a group of individuals, similarly wielding sticks and bearing animal hides, charged out, vocally pursuing the boar. Evidently, this wild boar had been their discovery. Initially elated, the elder brother quickly felt disheartened. He, like the others eager to pursue, halted in his tracks, enviously watching the 10 or so individuals sprinting past in pursuit of their quarry. Among them, the foremost individual appeared particularly robust. He was the leader of that tribe. Upon emerging from the woods and spotting the group outside, he displayed a wary demeanor. Generally, when two tribes encountered each other while hunting, they did not contest for the same prey. The one who discovered it claimed it. However, this was a time when food storage for the winter was of utmost importance, and the likelihood of disputes over game was significantly heightened. Moreover, the other tribe had a numerical advantage, and crucially, the wild boar had only been discovered by his tribe without being captured. In such a situation, it was highly probable that the other party would contest the catch, leading to potential complications. As he chased after the direction taken by the wild boar, he frequently glanced back at the group not far behind. Noticing that they were merely observing without any intent to pursue, he finally felt a sense of relief. He uttered an unintelligible call, leading his tribe members to hasten in pursuit of the wild boar. The elder brother envied their fortunate circumstance from a fleeting glance. He had already recognized this tribe, with whom they had previously crossed paths, albeit only during the joyous gatherings held once a year. They too inhabited this territory, though their distance from the Chinke tribe was considerable, requiring a journey of over a day and night to reach. The Chinke tribe was known for its amicability. Even in the past, the elder brother would never have sought to snatch a prey that another tribe had discovered first. Now, with the tribe no longer burdened by concerns for sustenance, he was even less inclined to engage in such behavior. Standing there, he watched enviously as the boar and the tribe receded into the distance before setting off with his own people in search of their own quarry. Chapter 65. The Defeat of the Weeping Creature. The west had already been scoured by the earlier tribe, rendering the likelihood of finding prey there quite slim. Thus, the elder brother led his group in the opposite direction of the departing wild boar. After a brief search, a fiery red fox was spotted by the tribe members. This fox was not immediately struck down, primarily due to its fur blending seamlessly with the fallen crimson leaves on the ground, rendering it nearly invisible. Had it not been for the stick wielded by Tita brushing past its nose, startling it into flight, the elder brother and his companions would have surely overlooked it. After several missed attempts with stones and spears, the elder brother joined the fray in the pursuit of the fleeing prey. Following a vigorous chase through the forest, they suddenly emerged into an open area. The elder brother's expression shifted, not due to the expansive view before him, but because a group of individuals stood outside the forest. To his astonishment, this was the very tribe that had recently dashed past them in pursuit of the wild boar. The members of that tribe appeared quite disheveled, many bearing injuries, with two needing assistance to walk. The elder brother did not see the wild boar among them, suggesting it had escaped. The injuries they bore were likely sustained during their attempt to capture the boar. What a pity it was that such a large beast had slipped away. As the elder brother chased the fiery fox, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Simultaneously, he found the situation somewhat amusing. Just moments ago, he and his companions had envied them, and now, here they were, pursuing their own prey right before their eyes. While pondering this, the elder brother remained vigilant, wary that this recently thwarted tribe might attempt to seize their quarry. Having experienced much, he understood that not everyone would reciprocate kindness with kindness. The red fox, upon sensing the presence of this group, swiftly altered its course. Behind it, the members of the Chinke tribe, armed with sticks and stones, chased after it. The encounter between the two tribes was but a fleeting moment, quickly dissolving as the Chinke tribe accelerated, widening the distance between them. As the elder brother kept an eye on the movements of the tribe behind them, he noted that they showed no intention of pursuing, allowing him to relax and concentrate on the fox that continued to emit plaintive cries. Seizing the moment, he launched a stone with a powerful swing of his arm, striking the running fox and eliciting a series of pitiful wails as it tumbled to the ground. The elder brother and the other members of the Chinke tribe rejoiced at this sight, quickening their pace towards the fallen fox, only for it to rise once more. Although it was still running, it was clearly affected, and it would not be long before the elder brother and his companions would prevail. In the midst of the chase, the elder brother glanced back inadvertently, his expression turning icy. The tribe they had encountered earlier was now rushing towards them, brandishing weapons and shouting loudly. Though the distance was too great and the language barrier made it impossible for him to discern their words, the elder brother grasped their intent in an instant. They aimed to snatch the prey from the Chinke tribe. While a flicker of anger sparked within him, he felt no fear. If they wished to claim it, then let them first engage in a skirmish. With this thought, he disregarded the unfriendly tribe behind them, determined to capture the fox before assessing their reaction. Should they still wish to contest it at that point, then they would have no choice but to fight. After pursuing for approximately 100 meters, the second elder brother, panting heavily, raised his hand and hurled a stone, which struck the limping fox squarely on the head. The fox's cries abruptly ceased, and it rolled down the slope. The members of the Chinke tribe erupted in cheers, racing towards the fox that had tumbled down the embankment. This fox now belonged to the Chinke tribe. No one would dare take it from them. However, upon reaching the base of the slope, the elder brother and his companions were momentarily taken aback by the sight before them, for at the bottom lay another group of individuals. Many among them carried woven baskets or animal skin bundles, filled with fruits and other items. Among these was a wild boar hoisted on a horizontal beam by 2 individuals. And at the forefront stood a robust leader of the Tungsha tribe, clutching the lifeless fiery fox. The burly second-in-command of the Tungsha tribe was elated. He had not anticipated such fortuitous luck today. Just moments after a half-dead wild boar had come crashing into their midst, another fox had rolled down the slope, landing directly at his feet. The shaman had not been mistaken. They were indeed a tribe favored by the gods. The burly second-in-command tossed the fiery fox over his shoulder, paying no mind to the individuals who had appeared at the top of the slope. He cared not who had felled the prey, now that it lay in his grasp. It was the bounty of the Tungsha tribe. Yet, in the next moment, his perspective shifted. The individuals above had spoken. The prey is ours. While he could not fully comprehend their words, the Tungsha tribe's second-in-command grasped the meaning, having recently undergone a similar experience. Prey, ours, he retorted mockingly in his tribe's tongue. He halted his intended retreat, lifting his gaze to confront the group that was poised to be struck. With that glance upwards, his thoughts transformed. For he recognized the identity of the newcomers. He had a vivid recollection of the individuals who had assaulted his tribe not long ago, particularly their leader. Prey, ours. The eldest brother also recognized the members of the Tungsha tribe, and his impression of them was equally profound. Upon encountering this group once more, clutching the spoils they had painstakingly obtained, he felt a surge of the desire to teach them a lesson. However, he suppressed this thought, for he understood that any confrontation would inevitably result in injury. As the leader of his tribe, he had to consider the well-being of the entire community and refrain from acting impulsively. It was precisely this line of thinking that led him to abstain from immediate aggression, opting instead to stand there and attempt to resolve the matter through discourse. Chapter 66. Wild Boar Yours. The second-in-command of the Tungsha tribe was seething with inner turmoil. During this period, he had dreamt of confronting the individual who had brought him immense humiliation, yearning to pin him down and rub his face in the dirt. Yet now that the moment had arrived, he hesitated, for past encounters had made him acutely aware that he was no match for this detestable foe. Even if he were to engage him again, he would undoubtedly emerge the loser, suffering further indignities. As the defeated party, not only would he have to surrender the food his tribe had procured, but his standing within the tribe would also be jeopardized. He stood there, contemplating, and ultimately decided to take a step back, to endure this moment of humiliation. This seemingly robust and impulsive individual actually possessed a meticulous mind, perhaps influenced by the serpent totem of their tribe. He removed the fiery red fox from his shoulder, raised it towards the eldest brother atop the earthen slope, and then placed it on the ground at his feet. Let us return, he declared in the language of his tribe, leading his people along the northern edge of the slope. Wild boar, leave it. The eldest brother descended the slope, blocking their path and pointing at the wild boar being carried by the Tungsha tribe. Although he was a man of principles, he only engaged in dialogue with those who adhered to the rules. He would not allow his tribe to suffer in silence at the hands of those who disregarded them. The second-in-command of the Tungsha tribe was filled with rage, taken aback by the audacity of this loathsome individual. He was the second-in-command of the Tungsha tribe. He had already made significant concessions that day, yet this detestable character persisted in his obstinacy. It was an immense disgrace for him. When had he ever been subjected to such humiliation, except from the chief? He raised his arm, his gaze fixed intently on the eldest brother, who appeared equally poised for a fight. Wild boar, put it down. He swung his arm fiercely, issuing a menacing command to the two carrying the boar. He felt compelled to give such an order, for a dozen more individuals had appeared atop the slope, those who had recently been soundly beaten and robbed of their wild boar. Faced with this tribe alone, he knew he could not prevail, and adding the recently raided tribe into the mix would make it even more challenging for the Tungsha tribe to retreat unscathed. Reluctantly, the second-in-command of the Tungsha tribe relinquished the prey, gathering his people, weapons at the ready, and cautiously circumvented the Chinke tribe, heading northward. devoid of the earlier joy he had felt upon discovering the fox. The eldest brother and his party remained vigilant, watching the departing Tangsha tribe. They had to be wary of this treacherous group. As the Tangsha tribe left without resorting to underhanded tactics, the eldest brother exhaled in relief. Glancing at the wild boar and the fiery red fox on the ground, his heart swelling with joy. This was not merely because he had successfully safeguarded his tribe's provisions. It also significantly enhanced his standing within the tribe, showcasing the strength of the Chinke tribe to another tribe. Standing atop the slope, a leader from another tribe, marked by a scar on his face, was indeed astonished by the scene before him. He had urged his people to chase after and shout warnings to this amicable neighboring tribe, wanting to inform them of the presence of a fierce tribe ahead. They were known for their brutal theft of other tribes' game, and the very boar they had labored to catch had been taken by this ruthless tribe. He feared that this friendly tribe could suffer the same fate as his own. However, upon hastening to the scene, he was met with a surprising outcome. The ferocious tribe that had been so unreasonable towards his own had not attacked the friendly tribe in the same manner. Rather, they had voluntarily placed the stolen prey on the ground, offering it to the amicable tribe. The once menacing tribe exhibited a stark contrast in demeanor when faced with this neighboring tribe. Could it be that this friendly neighbor possessed such formidable strength? This revelation left him incredulous. Of course, witnessing the ferocious tribe's downfall brought him immense satisfaction. Yet, he resolved to exercise greater caution in the future. The emergence of a powerful tribe near his own, whether friendly or hostile, warranted vigilance. For, in certain circumstances, even benevolent tribes could turn fierce. As he watched the fierce tribe leave the prey behind, vanishing into the woods, the leader of his tribe cast a reluctant glance at the wild boar they had toiled so hard to capture, before leading his people away. Although the wild boar had initially been theirs, it had been seized by the ruthless tribe, now that the friendly neighboring tribe had reclaimed it. The prey rightfully belonged to them, severing any ties to his own tribe. Wait, a voice called from behind, prompting the leader to pause in confusion and turn to face the friendly tribe, uncertain of their intentions. His own tribe had no game left, only some weapons. Nothing of value to steal. What did they mean by this? This, it is yours. The eldest brother smiled, gesturing towards the robust wild boar on the ground. Speaking animatedly to the leader of the opposing tribe, having witnessed much and possessing considerable wisdom, he understood the reason behind the neighboring tribe's pursuit. It was not to contest for prey, but rather to inform them of the ferocious tribe's presence. The eldest brother was a man of principles, and when others acted with goodwill, he felt compelled to reciprocate. Moreover, having labored tirelessly for his tribe's sustenance, he recognized the significance of such a wild boar during the colder days. Now that the Chinke tribe had the divine child and was not lacking food, he resolved to return the boar to its rightful owner. The leader, marked by scars on his face, was evidently taken aback when the chief of the friendly tribe called out to him, surprisingly offering to gift them the wild boar. He paused momentarily, then shook his head, gesturing and speaking to convey that the quarry rightfully belonged to the Chinke tribe. The senior brother chuckled softly, giving a gentle kick to the somewhat distracted second brother, who was drooling while gazing at the wild boar. The two then hoisted the wild boar onto the dirt mound and placed it before the scarred leader, exclaiming with mirth, "What you have hunted is yours." Faced with such heartfelt sincerity, the scarred leader was deeply moved. He had not anticipated that a neighboring tribe could be so amicable. He recognized that under such circumstances, he could not measure up to the generosity of the Chinke tribe's chief. No longer inclined to refuse, he stepped forward, embraced the senior brother, and rested his forehead against the senior brother's shoulder, a gesture of goodwill. The senior brother reciprocated in kind. After a brief exchange, he led the members of the Chinke tribe away, carrying the bright red fox. The scarred leader glanced back 3 times as he departed, silently resolving in his heart that when the warm spring of the following year arrived, bringing forth the blossoming flowers, he would certainly bring several men from his tribe to partake in the joyous festivities of this friendly tribe. Chapter 67. Enemies Among Us. The senior brother and the deeply moved leader, burdened with the wild boar, were unaware that the Tangsha tribe, which had vanished from their sight, had not retreated far. After advancing a short distance, they stealthily returned, concealing themselves among the overgrown grass and trees, observing the two tribes. You go there. You come here." Like a cold, venomous serpent lurking in the thicket, the second leader of the Tangsha tribe, watching as the two tribes parted ways, was filled with malice. He selected the 2 most skilled in disguise from the tribes and pointed toward the direction of the departing Chinke tribe, instructing them to follow. He then chose another pair to track the other tribe, while he and his kin searched for prey nearby, awaiting the return of the force sent out to follow. The senior brothers group managed to catch 2 mountain chickens. They had intended to keep them alive, as it was a specific instruction from the divine child. However, the plan went awry. 1 chicken was pierced through the chest by the senior brother's spear, while the other met its end at the hands of the second brother, who struck its head with a stone. Consequently, both creatures perished. This left the senior brother feeling quite vexed, as the divine child had given this task long ago, and he had yet to bring back a single living specimen. That wretched creature, he fumed, I should have angled my spear aside. Yet it insisted on moving just as I aimed. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and he struck the lifeless head of the chicken with his hand. Venting his frustration, they returned to the tribe with the fox and the mountain chickens. The limping man, along with his mate, who were stationed on the low wall inside the courtyard, smiled upon seeing the chief and the hunter's return. The watchman system had been implemented following Han Cheng's suggestion after the construction of the low wall. The limping man's wife descended to open the door for the senior brother and his companions, while he remained atop the low wall, finding it difficult to climb down due to his mobility issues. Suddenly, his attention was drawn. He noticed shadows moving in the distance, approximately a mile from the tribe's vicinity. In the past, such a sight would have been impossible, but since a fierce storm had uprooted countless trees early in summer, visibility had significantly improved. Particularly now, as he stood on the elevated low wall, he confirmed that the two moving figures were indeed human, cleverly utilizing the fallen, unremoved dead trees to conceal themselves as they approached the tribe. From this distance, the limping man could not discern their features, but he was certain they were not members of their tribe, for their kin would not resort to such subterfuge. People. There are people. Enemies. He pointed at the two approaching shadows, calling out to the senior brother and the others as they entered the courtyard. The senior brother hesitated momentarily, but quickly reacted, discarding the game at his feet, turning to assess the situation in the direction indicated by the limping man. He left 6 individuals to guard the tribe and led the rest of the hunting team, armed and rushing toward the indicated direction. The limping man's shout startled the witch, who was feeding rabbits in the courtyard, as well as Han Sheng, who stood nearby with his companion, Fu Zhuang. Quickly, close the main gate. You two, climb the low wall. You two, guard the gate. And you two, go to the rear of this wall. Upon hearing the limping man's warning, Han Sheng immediately sprang into action. He endeavored to position as many individuals as possible behind the southern wall, directly opposite the enemy, while also assigning 2 to the eastern and western walls, ascending the low wall to observe for any other intruders approaching from those directions. The 2 members of the Tangsha tribe, concealed, stealthily advanced. The first, emerging cautiously from behind a fallen dead tree, had just begun to move toward another dead tree when he suddenly straightened up, frozen in place. This prompted the second member of the Tangsha tribe to wish he could kick him for such a foolish act of exposure. Just as he was about to shout a warning to cease this reckless behavior, the first man turned and fled toward him. People, we've been discovered, he shouted while darting past the second member, who was still trying to comprehend the situation. However, the second man's confusion was quickly dispelled when he saw the group that should have already entered the peculiar cave rushing toward them, weapons in hand. With no time to worry about concealment, he yelled in panic and sprinted away, moving faster than the first man. He had first-hand experience of this tribe's ferocity, particularly the one who fought with his head rather than his hands. The memory of that individual striking his head with such force made the member of the Tangsha tribe's head throb with pain. He could not fathom why. Despite both being heads, that man's was as hard as stone. The 2 members of the Tangsha tribe fled into the woods, darting and hiding for 4 or 5 miles before finally shaking off the relentless tribe. By this point, darkness was beginning to settle in. Their understanding of the tribe's brutality deepened, as they could not comprehend how they had been discovered despite their careful concealment. It is worth noting that they had successfully executed similar operations many times before, even approaching the entrances of other tribes without being detected. This time, alas, we were discovered though still a considerable distance from that tribe. Fortunately, the 2 of us were swift enough to escape. Otherwise, we would have surely become their prey today. After all, spying is an unforgivable taboo for any tribe. The eldest brother and his companions have returned. Those 2 fugitives were exceedingly fast and adept at concealment, and ultimately, they could not be apprehended. In such circumstances, Han Sheng was tempted to chide Bo. Could you not have waited until they were closer before raising the alarm? Of course, Han Sheng refrained, fearing that if he voiced this, Bo might take it to heart and, next time, delay the warning until the enemies stood right at the walls, especially if the invaders were more numerous. Because of this incident, the atmosphere within the tribe grew somewhat tense that evening. It must be them, the eldest brother declared, his anger palpable. Indeed, being tracked all the way to the tribe's doorstep and having the tribe spied upon would unsettle anyone. Chapter 68, The Cold-Blooded Viper. Next time we encounter them, we must exact a severe lesson. The eldest brother pounded his chest with determination. Han Sheng intervened to quell the eldest brother's simmering wrath. Judging from the eldest brother's account and their prior experiences, this tribe was far from benevolent. Upon realizing they could not confront the eldest brother and his people directly, they chose to abandon open battle, opting instead to stealthily trail them and locate their tribe's settlement. Such cunning stirred unease. A viper concealed in withered grass, poised to strike unexpectedly, is far more terrifying than a brazen tiger, for one cannot predict when the venomous serpent will launch its assault. This tribe had not been known to the eldest brother before last year. It was unclear whether they had recently migrated nearby or were hunters from a distant tribe venturing into these parts. Regardless, the mere existence of such a tribe, coupled with their fixation on the Qingke tribe, was hardly a cause for celebration. Han Chengwu and the eldest brother, the three pillars of the Qingke tribe, gathered after supper to deliberate and devise a strategy. Ultimately, they formulated the following measures. At night, the outer gate of the wall must be securely fastened and the cave sealed with stone slabs. Weapons should be kept within easy reach to ensure immediate defense in case of sudden emergencies. When venturing out to relieve oneself, one must go in groups of at least 3. The night watchman must tend the fire while vigilantly observing the surroundings. Although nocturnal excursions and attacks were rare in this era, vigilance remained paramount. During daytime hunts, the eldest brother and his party must carry ample weaponry to guard against ambushes. 6 hunters should remain behind to bolster the tribe's daytime defenses, preventing hostile tribes from exploiting their absence. Additionally, guards must be stationed on the east, west, and south walls to monitor for strangers. When leaving the enclosure for any reason, utmost caution is necessary. At the first sign of danger, retreat swiftly within the walls and promptly secure the gates upon return. Furthermore, reserves of stones, stone spears, and sharpened javelins must be amassed as ranged weapons to repel any attacking enemies, striving to neutralize threats beyond the walls. The day after these strategies were established, at Han Cheng's suggestion, the tribe conducted 5 drills simulating enemy incursions, practicing responses to various scenarios, attacks from a single front, assaults from 3 sides, handling large enemy forces, and confronting smaller groups. Issues arising during these exercises were addressed promptly. After a full day of training, the tribe's members felt more confident, better prepared to face actual attacks without succumbing to panic. On the 3rd day, the eldest brother, armed with sufficient weaponry and accompanied by tribe members, departed the settlement to the direction where Teng Shuyuo had been encountered. Their purpose was twofold: to hunt game and, more importantly, to seek out the tribe that had dared to spy on their own and administer a harsh retribution. Naturally, the eldest brother did not encounter the Tangsha tribe's second chieftain or his men. The second chieftain had, upon receiving news of the 4 trackers' return the previous day, led his followers westward. The distance between the Tangsha and Qingke tribes was considerable, and in this vast, pathless wilderness, locating one another without precise bearings was exceedingly difficult. Crucially, the eldest brother adhered to his principle of never spending the night away from the tribe, limiting how far west he could pursue. The Tangsha tribe's second chieftain and his men rested in a cave, roasting food amid an accumulation of fruits and game. The following day, after concealing the cave's entrance with branches and stones, he departed with their hunted provisions, continuing westward. This cave was not their principal base, but rather a temporary outpost extending the Tangsha tribe's eastern reach. In truth, they had only occupied and utilized the cave for 2 years. The Tangsha tribe was populous and aggressive. Dispersing their people rather than congregating them was necessary to procure sufficient sustenance, as the land could only support so many. Beyond this, a more vital reason was the discovery of new tribes. Continually identifying new tribes held great significance for the Tangsha, ensuring a steady food supply under all circumstances. Consequently, neighboring tribes had dwindled over the years, as none wished to neighbor a tribe prone to raiding. Some tribes had not voluntarily relocated but had been eradicated by the Tangsha. To maintain their community's survival, the Tangsha's shaman dispatched 3 teams from the main tribe, sending them east, south, and north respectively. Their missions were to gather food and seek other tribes. Should their gathered food prove insufficient, they would attack previously discovered tribes. The previous year, the Tangsha's second chieftain refrained from tracking the eldest brother's group, considering the dense, fruit-laden forest in that region. Yet this year, suffering 2 defeats at the hands of that accursed tribe incensed him greatly. After several days' travel, the Tangsha's second chieftain returned to the tribe's main camp. The shaman and chief expressed displeasure at his early return. The second leader elucidated the situation to them. He certainly would not admit that he and his companions had endured 2 beatings, nor would he divulge that they had been discovered while tracking another tribe, which would put their lives in jeopardy if they lingered there any longer. The Tangsha tribe was a formidable one. Should he reveal such misfortunes, he would not only fail to garner sympathy from the shaman and the great leader, but would also be regarded with disdain, perceived as utterly ineffectual. There was a real possibility that he could be demoted from second leader to third leader. In his narration, the reason for his return morphed into a discovery of 2 tribes, one of which was particularly affluent. With the existence of these 2 tribes, They need not worry about food this year. After articulating this, he intentionally incited the great leader to lead an expedition to seize the bountiful tribe. His eloquence was persuasive enough to stir the great leader's interest. However, the plan was not put into action, as the shaman opposed it. He believed that autumn should be a time for ample food storage, and raiding other tribes was merely a last resort, employed only in dire circumstances. This disheartened the eager second leader of the Tangsha tribe, but the shaman's word was law, even for the great leader. Thus, he dared not voice further objections. Simultaneously, he worried that displaying too much eagerness might expose the truth to the astute shaman. Chapter 69. Warmth in the Snow. Snow had begun to fall. This year's snowfall arrived considerably earlier than in previous years. In the past, an early heavy snowfall would leave the shaman and the elder brother visibly troubled. For the sooner the snow fell, the less time the tribe had to store food. Not only that, but it would also entail a loss of food supplies for a longer duration, resulting in significant losses. However, this year was entirely different. The arrival of the heavy snow did not incite panic within the tribe, for they possessed ample provisions and firewood for warmth. Though the scent of salted fish permeated the caves of the tribe, apart from the divine son Han Sheng, who found it somewhat off-putting, the others did not mind. Many even considered it quite delectable, occasionally taking deep inhalations of the aroma. The sky was heavily overcast, casting a dull light, as snowflakes descended, transforming the ground from its initial withered yellow and other hues into a pristine white expanse. Withered grass, soil, branches, stones, and even the once sprouting, now verdant rapeseed were gradually cloaked in this icy purity. The children of the tribe were the most jubilant amidst the snowfall, in their youthful exuberance. They went wild at the sight of snow, cheering and leaping about, expressing their delight in their own unique manner. When Shirtu stuffed a handful of soft, crystalline snow into Chin's collar, Chin instinctively shrank back, shivering momentarily before a snowball fight ensued. Initially, it was just Chun and Shirtu in pursuit of one another. But soon more children joined in, transforming their skirmish into a full-blown melee. Engaging in a snowball fight greatly benefited the children of the tribe, honing their skills in running, dodging, jumping, and throwing, while also fostering a spirit of teamwork. Of course, Han Sheng held no desire to partake in such frivolities. He preferred to stand quietly outside the tribe's cave, watching the snowflakes dance through the air, admiring the blanket of silver, and listening to the gentle rustle of snow as it landed. Previously, he had not possessed such refined tastes, but after eagerly participating in a snowball fight, only to be met with the enthusiastic camaraderie of the younger tribe members, his interest had taken on a more sophisticated hue. Fujiang was equally spirited, bouncing about and urging the children to frolic in the snow, appearing even more exuberant than the children themselves. Having grown considerably, he stood over half a meter tall, and when squatting, his height was even more pronounced. Under Han Sheng's careful nurturing, he exhibited a burgeoning resemblance to the second-level divine beast, Era. His exuberance in the snow was enough to rival that of Era himself. However, not everyone relished the notion of snowball fights. When Han Sheng, with his hands reddened from the cold, built 2 snow eras at the entrance of the cave, the trend of snowman building began to sweep through the tribe. Yet, the boys' enthusiasm for this activity waned quickly. Accustomed to clumsiness, their creations were often grotesque, leading to ridicule from the girls, who found the endeavor far less exhilarating than a snowball fight. The girls, however, were intrigued by crafting various shapes from the snow, maintaining their enthusiasm. Especially the sisters Xiaomei and Xiaoli, who found endless joy in their creations, unwilling to cease even when their hands turned crimson from the cold. In previous years, they would not have dared to play so freely, but this year was different. The robust walls surrounding them provided ample space for their merriment. Furthermore, during the day, a watchman stood guard behind the thick walls, ensuring their safety. Standing guard in the snow was a grueling task, even with their bodies wrapped in animal skins. Wearing fur hats adorned with large ears, gloved hands, and sock-clad feet, prolonged exposure to the elements was unbearable. Thus, Han Sheng arranged for the guards to take turns. Moreover, those on duty were rewarded with a hearty bowl of bone broth before and after their shifts. The shaman, wrapped in thick furs, watched the children playing joyously in the snow through the cave entrance, a smile gracing his face. Such a carefree existence was something he had never dared to dream of. O divine son, all these changes stem from you. It was indeed the arrival of the divine son that had ushered in such happiness for the tribe. As he observed Han Sheng, who was playfully interacting with Fujiang, the shaman was filled with respect and gratitude. He held the divine son in high esteem, grateful for the decision to bring him back. Without it, the Qingke tribe would still be mired in suffering. The current state of affairs was beyond what he could have imagined, and with the emergence of boiled meat, the shaman's spirit had rejuvenated, making him feel younger with each passing day. Yet, Thoughts of the tribe that had previously clashed with them and sent spies to observe their actions cast a shadow over his heart. Had it not been for this interference, life would have been exceedingly pleasant. But such is life. It rarely presents a perfect tableau, intertwining joy with a thread of worry and anxiety with a glimmer of happiness. One matter leads to another, and these layered experiences compose the fabric of existence. Although this matter casts a shadow, the shaman remains untroubled, for they have made ample preparations. With fortified walls and vigilant watchmen in place, any attempt to harm their tribe would prove quite challenging. Moreover, with snow now falling, the frigid conditions render any deep-seated enmity between their tribe and others less significant. Even if there were intentions to launch a surprise attack, it is unlikely they would do so in such harsh weather, as prolonged outdoor activity during this season poses considerable danger. Given this minor conflict, it hardly warrants such drastic measures. Han Chung of Salt Mountain makes his rounds every 3 days, always bringing something. Apart from breaking the ice to provide the deer with delectable salt water, he consistently carries a bundle of dried grass. The elder deer is exceedingly pleased with this. Of course, Han Chung is never alone on these visits. He is accompanied by his elder brother, Tai Tu, and several others, in addition to the fellow named Fujiang. Chapter 70, Bone Shovel and Clay Board. The heavy snowfall blankets the fields, seemingly sealing everything in silence, rendering the entire world exceptionally tranquil. Those who toiled throughout the year can finally seize this rare opportunity to rest. However, unlike previous years of endless slumber, the people of the Chinke tribe find themselves somewhat busier this season. With an ample supply of food and daily salt, they no longer face the hardships of winter, where hunger and dwindling salt left them lethargic and prone to sleep. After the initial week or so, their sleep has gradually diminished during their waking hours. As the chosen one, Han Chung assigns them new tasks. In addition to crafting gloves, socks, and hats, he also introduces the making of digging tools. Simply using flattened wooden sticks for excavation proves inconvenient. They lack sharpness, wear down quickly, and are prone to breaking due to their thin edges. Furthermore, the width of the sticks limits the amount of soil they can unearth. The Chinke tribe requires soil for pottery, constructing walls, and cultivating rapeseed, making the improvement of soil digging tools an urgent necessity. Lacking any particularly sophisticated methods, Han Chung resorts to the wisdom of ancient practices and sets about creating bone shovels. With a plethora of bones amassed from years of hunting, he selects those that are both sturdy and sizable. He meticulously sharpens their edges on stone, striving for optimal sharpness, before binding them to the wooden sticks previously used for digging. Thus, a bone shovel is born. While discussing this process may seem straightforward, the actual execution is fraught with challenges. The mere task of combining the bone with the wooden stick is enough to induce headaches. In the absence of nails, and unlike the iron shovels of later generations, which feature a simple insertion of the wooden handle into a pre-made hole, connecting the bone to the wooden handle in a secure manner proves daunting. After much contemplation, Han Chung resorts to a rudimentary method, drilling holes into the bone designated for the shovel head. The bone, roughly rectangular in shape, has its sharpened edge aligned with the width, necessitating that the wooden handle be affixed from the opposite edge. For holes must be drilled, 2 pairs correspondingly positioned. The first pair is placed at the upper middle of the shovel head, while the second pair is approximately 2 centimeters from the top edge. Using plant fibers for binding is evidently impractical. While they are resilient, they are not abrasion resistant and can easily fray. Han Chung instructs his companions to cut small pieces or scraps of hide into long strips about 1 centimeter wide to serve as binding material. When binding, the wooden handle is first placed between the 2 pairs of bone holes. The leather strips are then threaded through the front of the bone, crossed over the wooden handle, and threaded back through the side holes. This method results in the wooden handle being encircled twice by the leather. By pulling tightly and repeating this process 5 times, the wooden handle becomes ensconced in no fewer than 9 loops of leather. This ensures that when the time comes to dig, the binding is unlikely to fail. The positioning of the lower pair of bone holes is deliberate, designed to prevent the wooden handle from hitting the ground while digging, thereby enhancing the shovel's functionality. Of course, securing the bone and wooden handle requires more than just these techniques. It is crucial to carve a shallow groove on the wooden handle where the binding occurs. This groove helps to anchor the leather, reducing the likelihood of slippage. Additionally, the surface of the wooden handle that interfaces with the bone must be smoothed as much as possible, ensuring a larger contact area. This not only fortifies the bond between the two, but also allows the bone to withstand greater force, minimizing the risk of breakage at the junction when exerting pressure while digging. After numerous experiments, Han Chung synthesizes insights from modern iron shovels, wooden shovels used for winnowing, and ancient bone implements to derive this knowledge and craft his tool. Winnowing involves separating the wheat from the chaff after it has been crushed with a stone roller, allowing the wind to carry away the lighter chaff while the clean grain remains on the ground. This method is similarly applicable to other crops such as soybeans and rapeseed. In his youth, he utilized this technique for processing wheat, later transitioning to electric or machine-powered winnowing devices, culminating in the advent of combine harvesters. In the absence of metallic tools, the crafting of bone shovels proves to be quite arduous. The simple act of drilling holes into the bone with sharp stones is particularly labor-intensive and requires considerable effort. This explains why Han Chung delayed the production of bone shovels until after the snowfall, when everyone was less occupied. While the added sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood holds truth, excessive time spent sharpening can ultimately hinder productivity, especially when Han Chung is intent on completing the walls before the heavy snow falls. The shaman continues to be diligent and values knowledge. As Han Chung and the tribe engage in their tasks, he observes closely, recording his insights in the cave's inner sanctum. The space within the cave has grown rather cramped, a testament to the vast amount of knowledge he has documented. He treasures this information, ensuring that nothing is placed outside the confines of the inner cave. It is indeed the result of Han Cheng's improvements to the writing materials provided to the shaman, who has substituted heavy stone tablets with fired clay tablets. Otherwise, it is likely that there would be little space left to stand within the inner cave. Initially, the shaman was somewhat reluctant to record the invaluable knowledge on the clay tablets. However, after just 2 uses, the practicality of the clay tablets immediately led him to abandon the habit of recording knowledge on stone tablets, inherited from the previous shaman. Chapter 71. The Fearful Primitive Woman. The courtyard walls still require further heightening. Han Chung originally envisioned the enclosing wall to be 2.5 meters high, but due to the urgency of the construction timeline, it was later reduced to 2 meters. While a 2-meter-high wall can deter most wild beasts, it poses challenges in preventing human intrusions. With the recent snowfall, the wall appears even lower. Han Chung had already contemplated raising the walls after the spring festival. Initially, he intended to elevate them back to the original 2.5 meters, but now, considering the potential threat from a rival tribe, he believes that even 2.5 meters may be insufficient. He plans to possibly raise the walls to 3 meters or even higher. Once the wall height is increased, the construction of houses will need to be prioritized. With the increasing number of tools within the tribe, the cave space is becoming increasingly cramped. Moreover, the communal living situation inevitably compromises the freshness of the air. A significant factor contributing to this is the resounding primitive songs that echo through the night, often causing Han Chung considerable difficulty in sleeping. It was somewhat manageable when everyone was preoccupied with their labors, as the burdensome tasks left little energy for such indulgences. In the past, during winter, the scarcity of food and salt rendered the tribe powerless in their desires, only to see a surge of activity in the spring. However, the situation has changed. With an abundance of food and salt, coupled with a more leisurely lifestyle, they now possess ample energy to indulge at any time. Consequently, the nights are filled with a cacophony of intertwined primitive melodies, greatly disrupting sleep. Particularly, the exuberance of Hei Hua and Zhuang, both young and newly married, exacerbates the situation, as Zhuang's booming voice can rouse one from slumber. Had it not been for Han Cheng's concerns regarding the tribe's population growth and the fear that Hei Hua might never find joy again, he would have long since gone over to kick them both. Thus, it is this urgency that propels Han Chung to prioritize the construction of houses. The elevation of the walls and the building of houses are tasks that cannot be accomplished in a short time. Thus, these 2 projects become the primary focus for the upcoming year for the Qingke tribe. As the saying goes, one reaps what one sows. With the clandestine aid of Han Cheng's kidney soup, the men of the Qingke tribe have worked exceptionally diligently this year, resulting in a bountiful harvest. This year alone, the tribe welcomed the arrival of 8 infants, 3 boys and 5 girls, excluding 1 male infant who was born weak and succumbed shortly thereafter. The remaining 7 infants thrived and are in good health. While Han Chung felt regret for the lost infant, the shaman joyfully offered thanks to the heavens. In the past, it was already commendable for half of newborns to survive, yet this year, a remarkable 7/2 for the shaman and the others in the tribe. This is indeed a miracle, deserving of celebration. This is, of course, not mere chance, but rather the result of Han Cheng's various improvements. The story begins in early summer of this year. While the elder brothers were out hunting, a heavily pregnant woman in the tribe went into labor. As a modern man, Han Chung naturally sought to avoid such occurrences. The shaman, being elderly and also serving as a part-time healer, had no such reservations. In fact, nearly all the younger members of the tribe were delivered by the shaman, given his extensive experience from years spent in the cave. It was only after hearing of the child's birth that Han Chung returned from outside. However, the joy of welcoming new life was swiftly overshadowed by shock, grief, and then anger, not just due to the pervasive stench of blood within the cave, but more critically, the infant's condition. The newborn was sticky with blood and wrapped in a piece of animal hide, being nursed by its mother. The most alarming aspect was that the umbilical cord had not been properly tied, leaving nearly 10 centimeters exposed. Moreover, the cut end of the cord was jagged and covered in dust. The shaman stood by, watching the newborn's exposed anatomy with glee. Thrilled at the addition of another male to the Chinke tribe, Han Sheng was left dumbfounded. Is this what they call delivery? How fortunate must those alive in the tribe be? Han Sheng could not blame the shaman, for it was a matter of his limited knowledge, rather than a lack of intent to do well. Overcome with concern and indignation, Han Sheng stood there for a moment, before turning to instruct the elder primitive to immediately boil half a jar of water, while he hastened to the inner cave to retrieve a bone knife to sterilize it in a pot. The shaman, somewhat puzzled by the deity's actions, felt a twinge of sympathy, as this bone knife was the only one in the tribe. It was indeed strange that he did not feel distressed at its treatment, as it was tossed into the pot like bones being cooked for soup. However, Han Sheng had no time to explain to the shaman. He quickly had someone fetch a large clay basin, filled it with cool water, then added hot water, stirring it until the temperature was just right. He then took the infant from the kindly arms of its mother. The actions of the deity frightened the new mother, as he was boiling water, wielding a knife, and now attempting to take her child from her. The process seemed all too familiar, reminiscent of how they prepared to cook meat. However, the deity had already established his authority within the tribe, and despite her fears, the woman complied, handing over her delicate child. She stood up, nervously following Han Sheng, anxious that he might do something harmful to her newborn. When she saw Han Sheng place the infant into the basin of water, she could no longer restrain herself. Her maternal instinct overtook her as she instinctively reached out to reclaim her child, for they always washed the meat before cooking. Caught off guard by the sudden removal of the child, Han Sheng looked at the squirming infant, bewildered, while the distressed woman retreated, clutching her baby. He turned to see the boiling water in the pot and the knife simmering within, then glanced at the basin at his feet. Realizing the situation, he began to laugh. He understood now, but the shaman was not to be deterred. Momentarily dazed by the scene, he quickly regained his composure and reached out to strike the primitive woman. In this tribe, no one may show disrespect to the divine child, including himself. Chapter 72. Autumn, a season of reaping the fruits of labor, especially in the form of children. Upon witnessing this, Han Sheng promptly intervened, feeling no offense taken. As the saying goes, though women may be delicate, a mother's strength is formidable. The primal woman's actions were fueled by an extraordinary maternal love, summoning immense courage to snatch the infant from him. Han Sheng perceived only the touching essence of maternal affection in her actions, caring little for anything else. In truth, if one were to scrutinize the matter closely, Han Sheng himself bore some responsibility. Confronted with such a scene, his heart raced with urgency to resolve the situation, causing him to momentarily forget other considerations, thus leading to this misunderstanding. The shaman, halted by Han Sheng, continued to glare at the primal woman cradling the child, her fury palpable, though the desire to strike had dissipated. "Child, allow me to wash you, to safeguard against illness," Han Sheng said with a smile, gesturing toward the basin filled with water. Then addressing the primal woman, having regained some composure, she recognized that her earlier reaction had indeed been overly intense. From her observations, the divine child did not strike her as someone who would harm his own offspring. Yet, the maternal bond made her actions seem akin to preparing a meat broth, which compelled her to act recklessly. Now somewhat calmer, upon hearing Han Sheng's words, she finally felt a sense of relief. However, as any mother would, she hesitated to entrust her hard-won child to the divine child. Only after noticing the shaman's glaring eyes did she quicken her pace. Han Sheng took the squirming infant, fists clenched and eyes squeezed shut in distress, and reassured the anxious primal woman, saying once more, "A bath." He then carefully placed the slippery child into the warm water, supporting the tender head with one hand while using the other to cleanse the infant's soiled body. The shaman observed, perplexed by Han Sheng's actions. He had received no teachings from the previous shaman regarding the necessity of bathing newborns. However, Han Sheng's earlier remark about preventing illness had registered in his mind. After watching for a short while and realizing the divine child was struggling alone, he crouched down, cradling the infant to ease Han Sheng's burden. The newly born child, wrinkled and resembling a small monkey, bore little resemblance to cuteness. Initially, Han Sheng attributed this to the child's primitive lineage, only to later discover that nearly all newborns appear thus. After several days of nursing, they begin to look more appealing. Nonetheless, the infant's delicate skin was quite pleasant to the touch, perhaps reminded of the amniotic fluid from the womb. The little one, with clenched fists beside its head, ceased its cries. After cleansing the infant, Han Sheng prepared a fresh basin of warm water, meticulously cleaning the umbilical cord that had been handled roughly by the shaman, then tied a knot close to the abdomen. Of course, not a decorative bow. While Han Sheng and the shaman performed these tasks, the primal woman watched from the side. torn between the desire to intervene and her hesitance. "Cut it," Han Sheng said, drawing from his earlier experience to avoid misunderstandings and to prevent the tense primal woman from becoming agitated again. He first pointed to the remaining length of the umbilical cord after tying it, explaining his next steps to her before retrieving a bone knife, sterilized in boiling water, from the pottery with a pair of long chopsticks. Once it was cool enough to handle, he carefully cut away the excess cord close to the knot. He then found a clean, dry piece of animal hide to wrap the pristine infant, preparing to hand the spotless child to the waiting mother. However, upon glancing again, he noticed the mother herself was in disarray, prompting him to have the elder primal woman boil more water, while several other women helped her wash herself outside the cave before he finally placed the child in the anxious mother's arms. Whether it was due to the robust nature of primitive people or some other reason, the primal woman who had just given birth did not appear weak. Her movements showed little sign of fatigue, which prompted Han Sheng to reflect. It was this experience that led him to establish certain regulations regarding childbirth. For instance, tying and cutting the umbilical cord, bathing the infant in warm water, boiling the bone knife before use, and ensuring that women who had given birth cleaned themselves if excessively soiled. Additionally, he instituted a confinement period for new mothers. In later times, childbirth was of paramount importance, and the confinement period was essential. Neglecting proper care during this time could lead to postpartum complications. Given the circumstances in the tribe, a full month of confinement was evidently impractical. Considering the strength of primitive women, Han Sheng ultimately determined the confinement period to be 10 days. Starting from the day of childbirth, each day would be marked with a line on the stone wall or another surface until 10 marks indicated the end of the period. During these 10 days, women were not required to perform any tasks, only to care for their infants. Moreover, they were to be provided with nourishing food and plenty of meat broth. Initially, the women found these new practices quite unfamiliar, as they had never experienced such care before. It was not uncommon for mothers to venture out in search of food on the very day of childbirth during times of scarcity. However, given that the Chinke tribe no longer faced food shortages, and knowing these regulations were established by the divine child, they naturally complied. Repetition of these practices eventually cultivated a habit. Over time, the shaman and the tribe recognized the immense benefits derived from these changes. While they rejoiced and expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Han Sheng and the heavens, Han Sheng himself marveled at the resilience of primitive people. The methods he employed, if applied in later societies, would likely have drawn ire from the families of new mothers. Yet here, they produced such remarkable results. This realization compelled Han Sheng to reflect on the extraordinary journey of humanity from the primordial wilderness to a dazzling resurgence. Nevertheless, childbirth in primitive tribes also occurred in batches. For instance, in the Chinke tribe, among the 8 children born this year, 6 were delivered in autumn. This led Han Sheng to perceive autumn not merely as a season for harvesting food, but also as a time for welcoming new life. Indeed, the adage holds true: spring is for sowing, and autumn is for reaping. Chapter 73, The Non-Hibernating Venomous Serpent. The early snowfall had little impact on the Chinke tribe, as their ample food supplies allowed them to regard the snow-clad world with a leisurely mindset. Having indulged in salted fish and cured meat to excess, one can still venture beyond the confines of the village to the river, where ice holes may be carved to catch some fresh fish. In years past, winter would bring an abundance of fruits within the food stores, yet these were often the least favored, as they provided little sustenance. This year, however, is markedly different. Those who have feasted on fish and meat now yearn for the refreshing taste of fruits to cleanse their palates. Presently, fruits in the Chinke tribe have ceased to be a staple, transforming instead into a mere embellishment to the meal, a testament to the tribe's bountiful provisions. While the Chinke tribe need not worry about food scarcity, other tribes face dire concerns. For those tribes that find themselves with a scant supply of food stored for a mere fortnight, the early snowfall has heralded a calamity. The Tungsha tribe now grapples with a crisis of food scarcity. As a mid-sized tribe with a population nearing 300, they boast an alarming count of 63 adult males alone. This formidable force nearly doubles the number of adult males in the Chinke tribe, when accounting for the additional women. The Tungsha tribe could muster an impressive force of nearly 160 warriors. In this era, at least within the vast surrounding regions, this represents an awe-inspiring and formidable power. With a large populace, their food-gathering efforts yield abundant harvests, yet their daily consumption is equally substantial, particularly as the Tungsha tribe tends to indulge their warriors without restraint, resulting in staggering depletion of resources. Observing the dwindling food supplies, the shaman of the Tungsha tribe summoned the 4 leaders to devise a plan for their forthcoming raids, deliberating on targets and the number of participants. The second leader of the Tungsha tribe, brimming with excitement, had eagerly anticipated the early snowfall after hearing from the shaman about its early arrival. Astute as he was, He understood the implications of this early snowfall for the tribe, recalling the tribe that had humiliated him in the past. He could not suppress his clenched fists and the hissing laughter that escaped his lips like a serpent. Amidst his fervent anticipation, the shaman finally began the assembly. This was a familiar endeavor for them, and they required little elaboration from the shaman, grasping the significance of their gathering. Now the discussion turned to selecting tribes as targets for their raids. Typically, the most powerful leader remained at the stronghold, overseeing the majority, while the remaining 3 leaders were tasked with seeking out other tribes. Thus, he refrained from contributing much to the discussion. As the shaman concluded his remarks, the ever-eager second leader of the Tangsha tribe could no longer contain himself and promptly stepped forward. There lies a tribe to the east, rich in provisions. If we raid them, we shall have enough to eat. He gestured emphatically towards the eastern direction, fervently advocating for the target of their raid, which, of course, was the Chinke tribe, one with which they had a long-standing enmity. The shaman and the primary leader were already well acquainted with this tribe, having heard the second leader speak of it on multiple occasions. In the second leader's depiction, it was a prosperous tribe, overflowing with food, yet lacking in martial prowess, rendering it an ideal target for plunder. The second leader, oblivious to the actual bounty of the Chinke tribe, proposed this raid to ensure the shaman and the primary leader would endorse his plan to lead their forces against this detestable tribe, seizing their provisions and leaving them to starve, or worse, to be slain in the process of robbery. He envisioned capturing their people to either consume or use as reserves. The second leader of the Tangsha tribe was a shadowy and cunning figure, akin to a serpent, and the words he had previously uttered now bore fruit. Upon his mention of the Chinke tribe, both the shaman and the primary leader acquiesced to his proposal, igniting a spark of excitement within him. Following him, the fourth leader of the Tangsha tribe also stepped forward, introducing another tribe he had discovered, his descriptions echoing those of the second leader. The third leader, however, remained silent, for he had not identified a tribe. The fourth leader's contributions irked the second leader, as they risked altering the shaman and primary leader's initial consensus. After a brief deliberation, the shaman and primary leader reached a decision. They would split into 2 groups, with the strongest leader and the weakest fourth leader leading one contingent to raid the tribe the fourth leader had mentioned, while the second and third leaders would take their people to raid the Chinke tribe. The Tangsha tribe possessed ample manpower, and after leaving over 60 adult women to defend their stronghold, each raiding party would still command a formidable 50 warriors. The 4 leaders of the Tangsha tribe set forth in 2 groups towards the north and east, embarking on their grand plundering venture. Meanwhile, the shaman remained behind with the remaining members of the tribe to safeguard their stronghold and protect the youth. The departing warriors did not carry excessive provisions, as previous scouting and food-gathering parties had strategically left ample supplies at various locations along their routes. This approach was indeed judicious. During earlier foraging and hunting expeditions, the distance from the stronghold had proven too great. Transporting any acquired food back would have been inefficient. Thus, it became essential to identify nearby locations for temporary gathering and storage of food supplies. Only after amassing sufficient provisions would they transport the bounty back to the stronghold, albeit leaving a considerable portion behind to serve as reserves, should the tribe's food shortages be manageable. The shaman would dispatch individuals to retrieve these stored provisions to sustain the tribe through hardships. However, in dire circumstances, such as the present, the provisions stored at these sites would adequately support the raiding parties. This cyclical process conserved energy and facilitated greater productivity. These strategies were the fruits of wisdom accumulated and passed down through the Tangsha tribe over many years. Chapter 74, 3 Tribes. The second leader of the Tangsha tribe, spear in hand, wore a grass-made backpack containing several stones for striking foes, while the pack was also prepared to carry any plundered food. Following him were 49 similarly attired companions, though some among them carried additional food within their packs for sustenance on their journey. The second leader of the Tangsha tribe was filled with exhilaration, for he could finally exact his revenge. At long last, he could redeem his honor. The unwavering conviction for vengeance sustained him, rendering him indifferent to the thick snow beneath his feet and the biting cold that pierced through to his bones. He turned to glance at the 49 individuals behind him, a surge of confidence welling up within him. Among those he led were 35 robust men and 14 women, meticulously selected, whose combat prowess was no less formidable than that of their male counterparts. Additionally, among these men was the tribe's third leader, a man whose fighting ability was only slightly inferior to his own. With such formidable allies at his side, that accursed tribe could only await their demise. He had resolved that after slaying and consuming the wretch who had humiliated him time and again, he would ensure to keep his 2 leg bones intact, grinding them into bone clubs for hunting. The golden sun cast its rays upon the forest, the brightness almost blinding, as the dark trees and white snow mirrored one another. creating a world of stark contrasts. A band of individuals, radiating a fierce aura of aggression, traversed this monochrome landscape, drawing ever closer to the unsuspecting tribe. Leaving a trail of footprints in the snow, the entrance of the Tungsha tribe's south temporary gathering place had been breached, and after several days of travel, they found themselves within, kindling a fire for warmth and retrieving previously stored provisions to feast upon. However, the Tungsha tribe had lost a member. A straggler who had lagged behind for convenience was slain by a leopard concealed among the trees, his throat viciously torn out. That evening, the second leader of the Tungsha tribe displayed remarkable generosity, igniting 4 fires within the cave for everyone to warm themselves by, and presenting the previously stored food, allowing his companions to indulge to their heart's content. The arduous journey through the snow had taken a toll on them, leaving them not only fatigued but also suffering from frostbite on their feet and elsewhere. Moreover, due to the sun's presence over the past 2 days, many of their eyes had also sustained varying degrees of damage, becoming red and swollen. The second leader of the Tungsha tribe yearned to obliterate the detested tribe and seize their provisions without delay. However, considering the current condition of his followers, he prudently decided to rest for 3 days before launching an assault on that accursed tribe. He was a man of considerable forbearance. 3 days later, after a hearty meal, the Tungsha tribe, under the guidance of the 2 scouts who had previously ventured to the Chinke tribe, resumed their march toward their destination. Neither the cold nor the peril could extinguish the fervor burning in their hearts. The Chinke tribe remained as tranquil as ever, and with the sun shining today, many individuals emerged from their caves to bask in the warmth against the stone walls outside. The area's snow had been cleared away due to a surge in snowman-making enthusiasm among the tribe, and after spreading some soft hay, lounging in the sun became a truly delightful and leisurely experience. The air remained crisp, but in the sheltered spots, the sunlight enveloped them in a comforting warmth. Some women sat crafting straw ropes or making gloves and leather caps, while a few men busied themselves with crafting bone shovels. The shaman reclined beside the rabbit enclosure, watching the rabbits with a gentle smile, occasionally tossing in some dried grass, appearing benevolent and kind. The children were engaged in playful antics, some racing about while others scribbled grand narratives in the snow with branches, such as the tadpole seeks its mother and the monkey fishes for the moon, which the shaman had taught them. One particularly mischievous boy, Stone, took it upon himself to draw a well-known frog in the snow using his warm urine. After completing his masterpiece, he stood admiring it, thoroughly enchanted by his own creation, until Han Chung threw a snowball at him, prompting him to scamper away, embarrassed. Unbeknownst to the contented individuals, a looming crisis was rapidly approaching them due to the prior conflict. The second leader of the Tungsha tribe had already arrived within 5 miles of the Chinke tribe, and this distance continued to dwindle. Meanwhile, time rewinds a bit, placing us at a location that would require over a day's journey to reach the Chinke tribe. The pig tribe, which had previously interacted with the eldest brother and received a wild boar as a gift, now found itself in dire straits. For convenience, and due to their connection with the Chinke tribe through the wild boar, we shall refer to this tribe as the pig tribe. The food crisis faced by the pig tribe was equally severe. An early arrival of heavy snow had caught them off guard. Despite their careful rationing of provisions, food remained woefully insufficient, and the pig tribe was now enveloped by a shadow of famine. The tribe's leader had ventured out multiple times to hunt, but the yield was disheartening, barely enough to sustain the tribe. To compound their woes, an adult male had sustained a foot injury from a sharp tree stump while hunting, further diminishing the already limited labor force within the pig tribe. The leader of the pig tribe found himself at a loss. Aside from relentless hunting, he could conceive no other solution to their predicament, yet winter prey was notoriously elusive. A couple of days prior, as he gazed at the pig's skull, marked with bite marks from being scorched in the fire, the thought suddenly struck him. This wild boar had been a gift from their friendly neighboring tribe, and had it not been for the boar, their food crisis would have arrived even sooner. Seeing the boar's skull reminded him of that amicable neighboring tribe, igniting the notion of borrowing food. This idea had lingered in his mind for 2 days, but each time it surfaced, he swiftly suppressed it, knowing that no tribe would possess an abundance of food during such times. The friendly neighboring tribe, which had returned the wild boar to his tribe in the autumn, would certainly not be willing to share now. What ultimately propelled him to take this step and attempt to borrow food was the death of the tribe's eldest elder the previous night. He had grown so thin that he was little more than skin and bones, and in his final moments, he had urged the leader to distribute his flesh among the tribe, suggesting that perhaps this would help them survive the crisis. The leader of the pig tribe departed with 11 remaining capable individuals, dividing the scant remaining food into 2 portions, one smaller portion to take along, and a larger portion left for the elderly and children in the tribe to consume. As they journeyed toward the friendly neighboring tribe, there was a possibility of encountering some game along the way. The leader of the pig tribe reassured those remaining in the cave, claiming that the friendly neighboring tribe was prosperous, instructing them to wait patiently, for he would surely return with enough food for everyone to feast. These were, of course, words of encouragement. In truth, even the leader himself had no certainty regarding the success of this endeavor. This venture was merely a desperate attempt born of hopelessness. Under the eager gaze of the others, the leader of the pig tribe sealed the cave entrance and set forth with his companions, treading through the snow toward the friendly neighboring tribe. Chapter 75. The Cunning Bluebird Tribe. The second-in-command of the Tangsha tribe, accompanied by his followers, traversed the snow-laden ground, guided by the earlier two individuals, and arrived at the western side of the Bluebird tribe, concealing themselves behind the thicket, observing this accursed tribe from a distance. From the accounts of the two pursued earlier, he had already gleaned that this tribe was unlike any other. Upon closer inspection, his suspicions were confirmed. Firstly, there lay before him a vast expanse of pristine white snow. Had this open area been densely wooded like other locales, they could have easily relied on the cover of the trees to stealthily approach this detestable tribe and launch a sudden attack, swiftly resolving the matter. In previous encounters, they had employed such tactics to great effect, mercilessly slaying members of other tribes to seize their provisions. However, now, such methods were rendered futile. This expansive clearing would leave them utterly exposed to the glaring light of day. Moreover, the peculiar dwelling of this tribe piqued his curiosity. They resided in an open cave so large that even the snow could not shield them from the elements. Did they not find it cold? The second-in-command of the Tangsha tribe found this quite perplexing, and with his bewilderment came a deep-seated malice. It seemed advantageous, residing in such an inadequately sheltered cave. These wretched people would surely find their limbs stiffening from the cold, making it all the easier for him to lead his men in slaughtering them for their sustenance. As he contemplated this, he unconsciously brought his frostbitten hands to his mouth, exhaling a few puffs of warm breath. In light of the earlier incident where two scouts from opposing tribes had been spotted from afar, the second-in-command of the Tangsha tribe chose not to act hastily this time. Instead, he opted to remain hidden, silently observing. After a while, he identified one reason for their predicament: the vast clearing. Soon after, a second reason emerged: the peculiar figures stationed atop the cave. Due to the distance, he had initially mistaken the guards of the Bluebird tribe, clad in thick furs and fur hats, for part of the cave itself. It was only when the guards began to change shifts that he realized they were indeed living beings. Upon this revelation, the second-in-command felt a surge of relief for his caution, followed swiftly by a tirade of curses directed at the treacherous nature of this tribe, which, in such frigid weather, had the audacity to post sentinels outside their stronghold. He remained concealed, scrutinizing the situation, and concluded that approaching this tribe undetected was impossible. After deliberating for a time, he quietly retreated and led his followers deeper into the forest. He was not about to return empty-handed. After ensuring they would not be spotted by those atop the cave, he began to circle around the Bluebird tribe. The second-in-command of the Tangsha tribe was a man of both brutality and patience. He did not believe that this accursed tribe was entirely surrounded by open land. By circling, he aimed to locate a wooded area from which to launch an assault. With his feet numb from the cold and steam rising from his head, he gazed at the snow-blanketed expanse ahead, nearly choking on his frustration. Cunning. It was exceedingly cunning. He had attacked at least 5 or 6 tribes, but had never encountered one that had cleared away all surrounding trees. This detestable tribe was indeed too sly. With open ground on 3 sides and a steep mountain behind, the second-in-command of the Tangsha tribe lacked the courage to scale such heights in this heavy snowfall. Observing his equally fatigued companions, he glanced at the open space ahead and the peculiar cave, also under guard, and decided he could no longer afford to be patient. He turned to his followers, uttering a few commands in their tribal tongue, and those who followed him readied their weapons. Hastening forth from the dense forest toward the Bluebird tribe, their charge was not a chaotic one. Rather, they moved in groups of 4 or 5. The 5 had clearly defined roles, one of whom was particularly strong, carrying a basket filled with stones meant for the others. The remaining 4 wielded stone axes, stone spears, and wooden spears, while their other hands clutched stones. In the absence of ranged weaponry, throwing stones was an effective method of inflicting harm upon the enemy. If the battles fought in autumn had adhered to some semblance of honor over resources, the venomous intent of the Tangsha tribe now transformed them into ruthless serpents, singularly focused on seizing provisions from other tribes, with no qualms about how maliciously they accomplished their goal. Their so-called theft of food did not merely refer to pilfering stored provisions. In times of dire scarcity, the members of other tribes, in their eyes, were equally viable sources of sustenance. Driven by a bloodlust-fueled excitement, the second-in-command of the Tangsha tribe, alongside the third-in-command, surged at the rear of their group, one hand grasping a stone spear and the other a rock, vocally rallying their comrades. At this juncture, he felt little need for caution, for the figures atop the peculiar wall had already detected their presence and were shouting in alarm. The shouter was Sha Shidi, who had only recently completed his shift with the second-in-command. He had not been overly concerned about the watch, believing that, in such weather, no one would dare approach the tribe with ill intent. Moreover, although there had been some prior conflicts with the earlier tribe, they were not of grave consequence. And he doubted anyone would risk confrontation given their previous victory. He did not believe that the tribe they had bested, which had fled without daring to retaliate, would have the audacity to seek them out for trouble. However, as this notion was strongly advocated by the deity and supported by the shaman and the chief, he refrained from voicing dissent, maintaining his vigil, though a sense of skepticism lingered in his heart. Yet, when he beheld the throng suddenly emerging from the eastern woods, racing toward the tribe, his skepticism vanished in an instant. Enemies. So many enemies. After a brief moment of shock, he quickly turned and shouted a warning to those in the courtyard, who were engaged in various activities. With his alarm, the tranquility and peace within the courtyard were shattered in an instant. Chapter 76. Never before had such brazen, despicable cunning been witnessed in a tribe. The elder brother cast aside the bone shovel he had been using, seized a stone from the ground, and called out to the others, "Hurry, hurry, to the low wall." As he shouted, he sprinted towards the wall on the eastern side. Indeed, without any command from him, the tribespeople, who had rehearsed no less than 10 times prior, hastily abandoned their tasks upon hearing the call of Sandmaster and rushed towards the eastern wall. Those who were closer and more agile had already scaled the low wall. The young children of the tribe scampered towards the cave, while women, cradling infants in their arms, hurriedly placed the children in the cave, disregarding their cries, before swiftly returning to climb the low wall. This had been agreed upon during the previous drills, due to the insufficient manpower within the tribe. Han Shang had mandated that all capable individuals participate when enemies attacked. The prior rehearsals proved immensely beneficial, for at the sudden sound of an enemy assault, although the crowd was frantic, they fundamentally understood their roles. However, there were lapses, as many rushed towards the eastern wall without knowing whether enemies lurked beyond the other 2 walls, thus neglecting the western and southern walls. Fortunately, the sentinels stationed behind those 2 walls raised sticks bound with animal hides, which could also be referred to as flags. This had been stipulated by Han Shang. Raising a flag signified that no enemies were present in that direction. Nonetheless, the sentinels did not abandon their posts. They remained vigilant, attentively observing any movements in their assigned areas, to prevent the enemy from stealthily infiltrating the eastern wall while the Qingke tribe was engaged in combat. The adult men and women of the tribe climbed the eastern wall, armed with sharpened wooden spears, ready to launch their projectiles. When Han Shang first arrived in this world, there were 10 adult males in the tribe, excluding the elderly shaman. Among them were the lame and the now-adult Ironhead and Black Boy, bringing the count of adult males to 12, while the adult females, including the newly matured, totaled 29, excluding the lone sentinels at the western and southern walls. As well as a pregnant woman, 38 adults were now present at the eastern wall to fend off the enemy. Han Shang, along with the shaman and certain capable miners, did not return to the cave. Instead, they dispersed along the edges of the low wall, responsible for relaying stone spears, wooden spears, and stones to the adults engaged in combat atop the wall, thereby accelerating the tribe's projectile speed to eliminate as many enemies as possible before they reached the fortifications. Combat did not erupt immediately. Ideally, given the charging speed of the Tangsha tribe, skirmishes should have commenced before the Qingke tribe fully mobilized. However, the reality was quite different. The thick layer of snow impeded their speed. An even more significant reason lay in the fact that what appeared to be a flat expanse covered in snow was, in truth, uneven, concealing fallen trees from the previous summer storm that the Qingke tribe had not yet cleared. Thus, the warriors of the Tangsha tribe, charging and howling towards the Qingke tribe, found themselves unfortunate. With a resounding thud, after the second-in-command of the Tangsha tribe bellowed encouragement, the foremost warrior, displaying his strength by pounding his chest while racing ahead, tripped over a log hidden beneath the snow, tumbling headfirst into a snowbank without even a stumble, landing in a most undignified manner, his weapon flying from his grasp. He was not alone in his misfortune. Soon after, 6 or 7 more followed suit, albeit with varying degrees of severity. The most unfortunate among them was a fellow burdened with stones, serving as a mobile ammunition depot, who not only twisted his ankle but also suffered a gash to his scalp from the rocks that tumbled from his pack. The once orderly formation of the Tangsha tribe was thrown into chaos before they even reached a distance conducive to attacking the Qingke tribe, all due to this unexpected development. The frontmost warrior, known for his temper, quickly recovered from his fall, scrambling to retrieve his weapon from the snow and sprinting once more, only to trip again within mere meters, crashing back into the snowbank. His face and legs were lacerated by the hidden branches, blood flowing freely, leaving him dazed from the impact. After such an encounter, his fiery temper dissipated, and he no longer dared to charge forth with the same fervor as before. As the second-in-command of the Tangsha tribe witnessed his men surging towards the Chinke tribe, his heart brimmed with excitement, tinged with malice and exhilaration. He envisioned the gruesome sight of the tribe's people slaughtered and bleeding profusely, and the trembling women, weeping children in tow, compelled to migrate towards the Tangsha tribe with plundered provisions. He had previously led assaults on no less than 6 tribes, and none had withstood the onslaught of the Tangsha tribe. This accursed tribe would be no exception, even with their peculiar caves and prior knowledge of his approach. The outcome would remain unchanged, at worst merely prolonging their demise. However, the subsequent sight of his men tumbling and the disarray of their ranks shattered his vivid daydreams. Upon recognizing the objects protruding from the snow, the second-in-command of the Tangsha tribe could not help but curse vehemently. Cunning, utterly deceitful. In all his assaults on various tribes, he had never encountered such shameless, despicable cunning. This tribe was even more treacherous than the Tangsha tribe itself. Not only was the second-in-command of the Tangsha tribe incensed by this unforeseen turn of events, even the defenders of the Chinke tribe stood aghast. The senior disciple, positioned atop the low wall with half his body exposed, along with his comrades, each wielding a finely crafted wooden spear or a stone-tipped spear, prepared to retaliate once the aggressors encroached within effective range. However, before they could engage with the fierce attackers, they were met with this startling spectacle. Although it was wartime, many cast quick, reverent glances towards the divine child, who, like the other miners, stood at the edge of the low wall, ready to pass weapons. The divine child had been correct. The tempest that had once darkened the skies was indeed not a curse of demons, but rather, as the divine child had proclaimed, a blessing from the heavens. The divine beings had not only bestowed ample fuel and building materials upon their tribe, but had also aided them in repelling the invading foes. All of this was thanks to the presence of the divine child. Chapter 77, 2 lines. Observing this scene, Han Sheng, poised with a spear ready to pass, found it peculiar. He could not comprehend why, at such a crucial moment, these individuals were not adequately preparing for battle, turning to look at him instead. He was no woman, nor did he bear any floral adornments upon his face. What was there to gaze upon? In this fierce confrontation, I find myself merely a supporting character, while you all are the protagonists. What is it that compels the leading figures to fixate on the supporting roles? Focus on the adversary, he shouted. The charging speed of the Tangsha tribe had significantly diminished. After a series of tumbles, none possessed the courage to sprint aggressively across a snow-laden terrain riddled with obstacles. They now approached the peculiar cave at a pace little quicker than a brisk walk, and many among them displayed unmistakable hesitation in their eyes. Although their vision was impaired, they were not blind. They beheld a row of figures atop the bizarre cave, armed with spears, poised for counterattack. In such circumstances, if one could still charge forward without fear, it would indeed be a strange occurrence. The infuriated second leader of the Tangsha tribe shouted from the rear, urging the crowd to press onward. In his eyes, human life held little value. He prioritized the annihilation of this detested tribe above all else, even if it meant sacrificing lives. Given the current situation, it was clear that an assault on the Chinke tribe was no longer prudent. Yet the second leader of the Tangsha tribe was unwilling to relent. Having endured numerous humiliations from this tribe, his hatred for them had become deeply ingrained. For this moment, he had bided his time, undertaking many covert actions and expending considerable effort, and now the moment had finally arrived to unleash his pent-up wrath. He could not afford to abandon this opportunity. He would rather see more lives lost than allow this wretched tribe to escape. It is worth noting that he and the third leader were positioned at the very back. After all, this was no mere skirmish. It was a genuine bloodbath, one that would claim lives, unlike the earlier disarmament brawls. The Tangsha tribe operated under a strict hierarchy, and during combat, defiance against the leader's commands was utterly intolerable. Any attempts to flee or hesitation would be met with severe punishment. Among the members of the Tangsha tribe, although many had already lost their fighting spirit, the second leader's exhortations compelled them to muster their resolve and advance, their pace quickening from their earlier lethargy, yet still markedly slower than usual. The enemy drew ever closer, and some had already hurled stones at the defenders atop the low wall of the Chinke tribe. However, the Chinke tribe remained unfazed, for their assailants had yet to cross the line concealed beneath the snow. This line had been marked according to the farthest distance that the tribe's most skilled thrower, the second elder brother, could achieve with a stone spear from an elevated position. Those from the invading tribe, who were still using stones on level ground, lacked the strength to hurl their projectiles over to where the defenders stood. Indeed, the stones cast by the Tangsha tribe traced a parabolic arc, landing approximately 7 or 8 meters short of the wall, merely creating a hole in the snow. The elder brother spotted the second leader of the Tangsha tribe trailing behind. Even though he was swathed in thick animal skins, the elder brother quickly recognized him, just like the second leader. The elder brother held a vivid recollection of the individual who had previously invaded their orchard and had bested him in 2 encounters. Indeed, it was this detestable tribe. The elder brother felt even more incensed than before. This was a classic case of bullying taken to an extreme. Despite his fury, he refrained from launching his spear, as the invaders had yet to cross the second line buried beneath the snow. This line, obscured by snow, was not visible to them. However, the divine child had instructed his men to plant tree trunks, each as thick as an arm, approximately every 5 meters along this line. With these clear markers, they could easily discern their position. This line differed from the previous one, which could be deemed the tribe's safety line, before the enemy crossed it. The defenders atop the wall could rely on their throwing capabilities for protection. The second line was closer to the wall, within reach of over 30% of the tribe's members stationed atop the low wall, enabling them to effectively launch stone spears. With the establishment of these 2 lines and multiple rehearsals conducted prior, the defenders, although tense, were not in a state of panic upon the enemy's approach. At the very least, they maintained their composure, unlike the Tungsha tribe members who wasted their limited throwing resources by hurling stones from a distance. 5 individuals had already crossed that line, yet the elder brother refrained from casting his spear, waiting for more to breach the line, drawing closer to the wall. Such a launch would yield greater lethality. 9 had now crossed the line. The elder brother hesitated no longer, bellowing, "Throw." At the command's utterance, he swung his arm vigorously, sending his spear soaring through the air toward the approaching enemy. The prepared defenders, upon hearing the elder brother's command and witnessing the spear take flight, promptly hurled their own spears into the fray, without pausing to assess the results. They reached for the spears handed to them by those assisting from behind and launched them once more at the enemy. The elder brother's roar reached the ears of the Tungsha tribe, and instinctively, they sensed impending danger, unwittingly hastening their pace. Though they could not afford to move too quickly for fear of the obstacles in the snow beneath their feet, one individual raised an arm, exerting all his strength to hurl a stone at the Chinke tribe. Yet even their strongest thrower failed to reach the wall, falling short by a meter or 2. At that moment, 38 spears arced through the air, descending upon them. As the spears were thrown rather than aimed directly at individuals, their accuracy was compromised. However, what was needed at this juncture was distance rather than precision. Nevertheless, the outcome was significant. Among the first volley launched at the 9 who had crossed the line, 4 struck true. 2 of them were killed outright. Among the deceased, 1 had been at the forefront, and due to his proximity to the wall, he endured the brunt of the assault. Initially, he had been fortunate enough to evade 2 spears, but the third found its mark, plummeting swiftly and piercing through his chest, pinning him to the ground. The other, at the rear, met a swift demise, impaled through the chest by a spear and slain on the spot. This spear had been thrown by the second elder brother, the stout and immobile second elder brother, who had managed to overshadow Sha Shidi within the Chinke tribe. Ranking just below the elder brother, owed his prowess not only to his immense strength, but also to his exceptional throwing technique. Not only could he throw far, but his accuracy was also unparalleled. Even the elder brother could not match him in this regard. Chapter 78. Defeat and the Piercing of Corpses. The deceased lay lifeless. The injured howled amidst the snowdrifts, while those unscathed continued their advance. The people of the Tungsha tribe, accustomed to acts of slaughter and arson during the harshest winter, were indeed unsettled by the deaths of their comrades and the spreading scent of blood. Yet, amidst their trepidation, a bloodthirsty fury surged within them. Howling fiercely, they charged at the Chinke tribe, no longer concerned about stumbling or falling. As they ran, they hurled stones with great force towards the Chinke tribe. However, under the present circumstances, these stones rarely inflicted any harm. The Chinke tribe held the high ground, wielding stone spears that flew farther than the thrown stones. Moreover, a formidable earthen wall 2 meters high stood before them, serving as a sturdy barrier. Even the few Tungsha warriors who ran ahead with immense strength could only smash their stones against the wall. After the first volley of stone spears descended, the second volley swiftly followed, then the third and the fourth. Amidst these relentless assaults, the second brother of the Chinke tribe struck 3 times, each thrust piercing the chest of a Tungsha tribesman, who then collapsed into the snow. Their steaming blood stained the pure white snow of vivid crimson. Under the continuous barrage of stone spears, the already chaotic Tungsha tribe descended into further disarray, their casualties rising sharply. Over 10 had already perished, not to mention the wounded. Initially, the treacherous and brutal Tungsha warriors were stirred into a fervent rage by the sight of blood. But as the stone spears relentlessly claimed their comrades' lives, their boiling blood quickly cooled, transforming into profound dread. Once a tribe that had subdued many others, they now found themselves truly terrified. The unceasing stone spears, the sight of their kin pierced and dying before their eyes, the agonized screams of the wounded. All these horrors weighed heavily on their souls, amplifying their fear. At last, their terror overwhelmed their respect for the tribe's harsh codes. Those whose stones were nearly spent, inspired by someone's lead, turned and fled in disorder, abandoning everything else. Yet, turning their backs on the Chinke tribe was an even more perilous choice. When facing forward, they could dodge the descending spears or retaliate with thrown stones. Now, fleeing meant forsaking all resistance and losing sight of the falling spears, while the Chinke warriors counterattacked without restraint. During their retreat, several Tingsha warriors were either slain or grievously wounded. The Tingsha tribe's second leader, watching the rout, was both shocked and enraged. Yet, he understood the situation clearly. Victory was impossible under such conditions, and further resistance would only lead to greater losses. With a fierce, wrathful roar directed at the Chinke warriors behind the wall, he too turned and fled. Being at the rear, he need not fear being struck by a stone spear as he ran. This tactic of charging from the back line, then swiftly retreating from danger, likely explains why many commanders in battle prefer to stand at the rear, waving their arms and shouting, "Charge!" The third brother, emboldened by the fight, attempted to scale the wall in pursuit of the fleeing enemies, but was firmly restrained and scolded by the eldest brother, halting his advance. Pursuing enemies beyond the wall during retreat was a rule jointly established by Han Sheng, Wu, and the eldest brother. With the Chinke tribe's numbers already scant, every individual was a precious asset that Han Sheng was unwilling to risk losing. The wall provided their greatest defense, and once beyond its shelter, the danger of ambush and counterattack increased dramatically. Of course, pursuit was not forbidden at all times, but only when it was certain the enemy was truly routed, vastly outnumbered, and free of traps, circumstances carefully judged by the eldest brother standing atop the wall. The Chinke tribe did not relax their vigilance despite the Tingsha tribe's flight. Under the eldest brother's leadership, they remained atop the low wall, clutching stones and spears, watching the retreating foes vanish into the woods. After a long wait, once assured the enemy would not return, the eldest brother ordered the third brother to descend and lead 15 men to open the gate and sweep the battlefield's eastern side. Meanwhile, he and the remaining warriors stayed behind the wall, alert for any potential threats. Some older youths, under Han Cheng's command, were assisting a woman who had been struck by a stone thrown by the Tingsha tribe and had fallen from the wall into the cave. The Chinke tribe had not emerged unscathed from the battle. 3 people had been hit by stones. The woman was the most severely injured. Blood flowed from a wound on her left shoulder, and when she fell from the wall, she landed on a rock, injuring her spine. Fortunately, the thick snow cushioned the blow, preventing a worse outcome. 2 others had sustained injuries, one with a head wound and another struck in the chest. Thanks to her clothing, the latter suffered only bruising and swelling without broken skin or bleeding, preserving her livelihood. The third brother, spear in hand, mercilessly thrust each fallen Tingsha tribesman's chest with his spear. This action, mandated by Han Cheng, was intended to prevent any enemy feigning death to escape or launch surprise attacks. Indeed, some tried to feign death. One woman, pierced through the leg by a falling spear, realizing she could not keep pace with the tribe's retreat, decisively lay still in the snow, hoping to deceive the fearsome tribe and crawl away once they had gone. Yet, after their victory, the Chinke warriors did not immediately depart. Instead, they stabbed every fallen body, the sound of spears piercing flesh chilling her to the core. She dared no longer pretend, knowing it would mean certain death. Summoning courage, she rose from the snow and approached the Chinke warriors stabbing the corpses, repeatedly kowtowing and uttering frantic, incomprehensible pleas. The third brother and others were startled by her sudden movement and quickly surrounded her with spears. The third brother approached coldly, spear in hand. Chapter 79, The Female Slave. The woman trembled with fear, bowing desperately, her mouth babbling incoherent supplications. Yet, these pleas were futile. This was no longer a mere autumn hunt for prey where both sides shed weapons to fight. It was far grimmer. When the Tingsha tribe advanced towards the stronghold of the Chinke tribe, accompanied by their men, it was destined to be a brutal war replete with bloodshed and death. The people of the Chinke tribe harbored not a shred of compassion or sympathy for the ferocious enemies assaulting their home. After all, they were adversaries. Sympathy and mercy are bestowed upon the benevolent, not the foes. In dealing with enemies, only indifference and slaughter remain. Shadi stepped through the snow, his gaze cold as he regarded the woman before him, raising the stone spear in his hand. He would not show mercy simply because she was a woman. An enemy was to be vanquished. Wait, a voice called from behind. It was the divine son. Shadi halted the thrust of his spear, the coldness and murderous intent in his eyes dissipating as he turned to face Han Cheng. He shifted the bloodied spear to his left hand, moving aside slightly, while his bloodstained right hand rested against his chest, bowing respectfully to Han Cheng. The others, upon seeing the revered divine son's arrival, also offered their respects. Han Sheng held a grass rope, tethered to the neck of the Fuxiang, which seemed restless, perhaps unsettled by the constraints of the rope or the pervasive scent of blood. As it frequently shook its head, attempting to break free, it was only when Han Sheng delivered a sharp slap to its head that it quieted somewhat. In the face of imminent peril, even the most foolish of individuals can become astute. The terrified woman, akin to someone grasping at the last straw of salvation, gazed imploringly at Han Sheng, bowing in a manner distinct from before. Even as her head struck the snow-covered ground against a branch, she persisted relentlessly, the hardwood breaking her skin and staining her forehead with blood. Han Sheng gestured for the others to refrain from bowing, his gaze fixed upon the woman. After a moment, he spoke, "Let her remain." The others were taken aback by Han Sheng's words, for this woman belonged to the rival tribe, and just moments ago, she had marched alongside them to attack their own. To spare an enemy was unfathomable. The divine son was indeed excessively kind. However, Han Sheng was not driven by kindness. Within him lay a softer side, but he would not be a fool. His decision to keep the woman was born from the tribe's dire shortage of manpower. She could serve as a female slave in the future. Let us not misconstrue this. This female slave is not to be equated with another. Although Shadi and the others were somewhat reluctant, they dared not defy the divine son's command. They left the woman behind to continue attacking other corpses, while they moved towards the wounded who were moaning in agony further away. Han Sheng's safety was not a concern. Upon his departure, the elder brother had dispatched 4 individuals to guard him. The woman, having narrowly escaped death beneath the stone spear, bowed deeply to Han Sheng twice before collapsing to the ground, utterly spent, gasping for breath. In her eyes shone a mixture of profound gratitude, reverence, and fear directed at Han Sheng. He instructed the 2 men behind him to assist her to her feet, while he led the Fuxiang to his side. Picking up a grass basket used by the Tangsha tribe for carrying stones, examining it closely, Han Sheng felt both elated and vexed. Elated at discovering a useful item for transporting soil and fruits, yet vexed for having forgotten its existence. It was not entirely his fault. The era had changed drastically. By the time he was born, his homeland had already commenced its reform and opening up, swiftly achieving remarkable progress. With an array of goods and conveniences being rapidly modernized and replaced, Han Sheng had merely grasped the tail end of a bygone era, with many things only emerging during his childhood. As he grew older, these items were left behind in a childhood that he would never revisit. Due to the passage of time, many memories had become blurred, only to resurface vividly when triggered by certain events, breaking through the fog of recollection. The woman was not the only one unable to flee due to severe injuries. There were 6 others who also remained behind for the same reason. 4 men and 2 women. Among them, 2 men were gravely injured, clinging to life by a thread. The remaining 2 men, though less severely wounded, had initially considered resisting. However, upon witnessing the woman's survival, they promptly discarded their stones and wooden forks, mimicking her actions by kneeling in the snow, repeatedly bowing and pleading for mercy to save their lives. Had Shadi and the others adhered to their earlier thoughts, those wounded enemies, regardless of their pleas, would have been dispatched with a swift thrust of the spear. However, with the divine son allowing the woman to remain, they felt compelled to refrain from such actions. Instead, roughly gathering the captives together, Han Sheng shifted his gaze from the crude grass basket in his hands to the desolate ground, where the wounded members of the Tangsha tribe lay piled together. He instructed his guard, "Tai Tu, kill the men, and keep the women to bring back to the tribe." While Han Sheng had contemplated retaining these men as slaves, after careful consideration, he abandoned the idea. The Tangsha tribe was currently too weak. Should these men remain, they could easily rally together and pose a significant threat to the Qingke tribe in the future. Thus, Han Sheng concluded that they must be executed, leaving only the women. Without men to rely on, these women, already in a subordinate position, would be more easily controlled. The development of slavery was not a regression into history, but a necessary step given the current circumstances. In the context of this era, the existence of slavery represented a significant advancement. As for Han Sheng, despite harboring a softer side, he was no saint. He could not feel pity for those who had come to attack them, intent on murder and plunder. Shadi felt somewhat disheartened. He longed to slay these wretched enemies, believing that their deaths were the only fitting end for those who dared to invade them. Yet, with the divine son forbidding it, he could only glare at these detestable foes without taking action. Taitu approached, conveying Han Sheng's earlier instructions. Shadi's face brightened, turning to look back at Han Sheng, who nodded in affirmation. With a grin, Shadi resolutely thrust his spear into the chest of the man who had just exhaled a sigh of relief. The man let out a harrowing scream, arching his body as he clutched the spear, his eyes filled with anger and terror directed at Shadi. Unmoved, Shoddy stepped on the man's abdomen and forcefully pulled the spear out, a spray of warm blood erupting forth, splattering him from head to toe. Taitu's prior words, now echoed by the other members of the Chinke tribe, prompted the remaining wounded men from the Tungsha tribe to attempt to resist in their fright, only to be mercilessly dispatched. 2 terrified women, having fainted from fear, were dragged by their legs through the snow towards the Chinke tribe. Chapter 80. The Brutality of Medicine, Learning Amidst Battle. Han Sheng, with one hand grasping a grass basket and the other leading Fujiang, made his way back, departing from the blood-soaked ground that was stained crimson. It was imperative to tether Fujiang with a rope. After all, Fujiang was a wolf, not a dog. And though it had been somewhat domesticated, it must never taste human blood. More individuals emerged from behind the walls to clear the battlefield, first collecting the valuable stone spears to return them for future use. The damaged ones were not discarded, as many could be repaired and reused. A far easier task than forging new ones. Once these tasks were completed, the focus shifted to the handling of the corpses. It was essential to deal with the bodies. Otherwise, the pervasive stench of blood would inevitably attract large carnivores. Han Sheng had no desire for the area surrounding the tribe to become a hunting ground for beasts that would scavenge on the unwary. In the frigid weather, burying the bodies deep in the ground was impossible, and while covering them with snow was an option, it was not foolproof. Snow could not mask all scents, and the likelihood of beasts uncovering the corpses for a meal was high. Furthermore, this was merely a temporary solution. As the warmth returned, the snow would melt, and the issue of disposing of the bodies would resurface. If burial was not feasible, then fire would have to suffice. Fortunately, there was an ample supply of firewood within the tribe. Under Han Sheng's direction, the people gathered a considerable amount of dry wood from a mile away and piled it high, covering it with additional wood salvaged from the snow, which was wet on the outside but dry within. Once the pile was sufficiently thick and expansive, the bodies left behind by the Tungsha tribe were placed atop the pyre. 17 corpses, along with 3 injured women brought into the tribe, meant that the Tungsha tribe had suffered losses of 20 souls in this battle, nearly half of their original number. The fire ignited, sending plumes of smoke into the air, illuminating the surrounding snow as it consumed the bodies stacked upon the woodpile. The bloodstained snow could not be overlooked either. It was covered with a thick layer of snow trampled down by the people of the Chinke tribe. As Han Sheng tended to the wounds of the 3 injured women, the means available for treatment were, under the current conditions, shockingly crude. He first wrapped a 3-centimeter wide strip of animal hide tightly around the upper leg of the woman who had been pierced by a stone spear, then called over 2 women from the tribe to hold her leg firmly in place. He summoned a strong man named Bo, who gripped the spear tightly and yanked it out with all his might. The woman let out a horrific scream as she suddenly sat up from the ground, and the 2 women struggled to keep her restrained. However, she quickly fell silent, as the excruciating pain caused her to lose consciousness. Her leg was effectively incapacitated. When the spear was removed, a small fragment of bloodied bone came with it. Han Sheng used warm water, which he had prepared in advance, to clean the wound and remove any potential fragments of stone or wood. Throughout this process, her wound continued to bleed. Had Han Sheng not bound the side of her leg closest to her heart with the animal hide, the blood loss would have been far worse. Lacking even cloth, there was no effective means to staunch the bleeding. Han Sheng resorted to sprinkling grass ash onto her wound. Initially, the ash was washed away by the blood, but as more ash was added, it gradually began to cover the wound. The dry ash quickly became saturated but eventually slowed the bleeding. After adding a handful of ash to each side of her wound, he wrapped it in animal hide to bind it. The treatment for the other 2 women was similar. However, one of them was attended to by the shaman and another woman from the tribe rather than Han Sheng. One woman's chances of survival were slim, as her injury was not to a limb, but to her abdomen. Her intestines had protruded. The shaman shook his head, indicating that she was beyond saving. Yet Han Sheng was unwilling to concede defeat. Having witnessed organ transplants in a future world, he did not believe that exposed intestines were an unequivocal death sentence. Of course, under such extremely primitive conditions, with Han Sheng possessing only rudimentary first aid knowledge, whether this woman could survive was uncertain. His reluctance to give up stemmed not only from this, but also from the fact that if she could be saved, her value to the tribe would far exceed that of the woman with the leg injury. Additionally, it presented an opportunity to gain practical experience, accumulate knowledge, and enhance his medical skills. While this might seem cruel, it was a necessary path for improving his craft. Fortunately, this woman was not from the Chinke tribe and was in a critical state, allowing Han Sheng to act freely. Stripping away the layers of superficiality from the world, one finds that the core truths are often far more brutal than the gentler facades. After cleaning the woman's exposed intestines with warm water and sanitizing the wound, he carefully tucked them back inside and similarly wrapped the area with animal hide, staunching the bleeding and preventing her intestines from spilling out further. This was all he could do. In an age without needles, he was unable to suture her wounds. The rest was left to fate. As Han Sheng instructed others to carefully carry the 3 women into the cave, positioning them close to the fire, an unpleasant odor of burning flesh wafted in from outside. Han Sheng knew where this smell originated. 3 flowers bloom, each on its own branch. The second and third leaders of the Tangsha tribe, along with the remaining disheartened survivors, hastily fled into the distance, glancing back in dread, fearful that the treacherous tribe would pursue them. During their frantic escape, many stumbled over branches and logs hidden beneath the snow, yet they dared not slow their pace, scrambling back to their feet and continuing to run, wishing they had been born with 2 more legs. It was not until they ventured deep into the woods, far from the terrifying tribe, that the second leader of the Tangsha tribe finally paused, panting heavily. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he surveyed the ragtag group of his kin, now greatly diminished in number, and a dark cloud hung over his heart. At this moment, only 27 people had gathered with him. The others, save for the 20 who remained permanently with the Chinke tribe, had been left behind. 3 of them, injured, lagged far behind while the rest fled for their lives. In such dire circumstances, without food and burdened by injuries, those who fell behind would inevitably face death. Chapter 81. The Joyful Lemongrass. The second leader of the Tangsha tribe turned back to gaze at the distant tribe, filled with disbelief, fear, resentment, and malice. He had never experienced such a devastating defeat. He could not comprehend how this cursed tribe managed to vanquish the valiant warriors of the Tangsha tribe, inflicting such staggering casualties upon them. He had come with a multitude of robust individuals, never once contemplating the possibility of defeat, for he believed that this tribe could not withstand the wrath of the Tangshi tribe. Yet, the outcome was as it was. Now, apart from harboring a deep-seated resentment towards this accursed tribe, he felt an equal measure of anxiety regarding his own fate. Not only had he suffered defeat, but he had also lost a significant number of his men. Upon returning, the shaman and the chieftain would undoubtedly not forgive him easily. After regaining his senses from these 2 disconcerting realities, the leader of the Tangsha tribe discerned an even more pressing and dire matter. They were out of food. When they set out from the temporary gathering point to the Chinke tribe, they had not anticipated failure to lighten their load and carry more stones. They had brought only the provisions they had on their journey. Now, in the wake of their losses, the issue of food loomed over them like a sword suspended by a thread. The earlier long-distance assaults, followed by a fierce battle and a calamitous retreat, had severely drained their stamina. During their frantic escape, they had not felt the toll, but now that they had settled, exhaustion and hunger engulfed them. As the sweat from their exertions dissipated, the pervasive chill sent shivers down their spines. The second-in-command of the Tangsha tribe recognized the gravity of the situation. If no measures were taken, even more lives would be lost within their ranks. Even he might perish. But at this juncture, where could they possibly seek sustenance? If food were truly so easily obtainable, they would not have ventured so far to pillage. The second-in-command of the Tangsha tribe was overwhelmed, for after suffering a defeat, a cascade of misfortunes had befallen them. Meng Er, a member of the Tangsha tribe, had been injured by a spear thrown by the Chinke tribe during the retreat. Nevertheless, he persevered and managed to escape. However, the wound on his leg ultimately hindered his speed, and in the ensuing chaos of retreat, he gradually fell behind. Abandoned in the bitter winter, those left behind faced a grim fate, either perishing from the cold and hunger or becoming prey for wild beasts. Terrified, Meng Er bore the pain, dragging his injured leg while desperately calling out in pursuit, yet no one paid him any heed. Each individual was solely focused on their own frantic escape. Watching the tribe grow ever more distant filled Meng Er with despair. He followed the tracks left by his kin in the snow, striving to catch up. Just as he was on the verge of giving up, he spotted some tribe members resting in the woods ahead. A surge of profound relief flooded his heart. Tears blurred his vision as he joyfully called out to the returning group, waving his arms in exuberance. He then limped forward, moving slightly faster than before, anxious that the tribe might leave him behind once more. However, this worry swiftly dissipated as several members of the tribe hastened towards him upon hearing his cries. From a distance, he recognized that the one leading the charge was none other than the second-in-command. Tears of excitement streamed down his face. He had always followed the second-in-command on hunts. There had been a time when he had even shielded him from a ferocious beast. Had he not risked his life, the second-in-command might have fallen victim to a savage leopard. Since that day, the second-in-command had treated him with greater kindness than the others. It seemed he had not made a mistake. He had saved the second-in-command, who had not forgotten him. Now, upon realizing that he was catching up, the second-in-command must have felt a surge of joy at his arrival. Meng Er's heart swelled with emotion, a fierce joy coursing through his veins. He quickened his pace, enduring the pain as he limped forward, calling out cheerfully. As he approached the second-in-command, he opened his arms wide, yearning for a warm embrace from the tribe members who had come to greet him. wishing to express the elation of their reunion after such peril. The second-in-command rushed towards him, but instead of a warm embrace, he was greeted by a spear tipped with a sharp stone. An intense pain, intertwined with a chilling numbness, surged through his abdomen. The abruptness of this occurrence rendered Meng-Er utterly stunned, so much so that he forgot to scream. Slowly, he lowered his gaze to the very spear he had crafted for the second-in-command. This spear had pierced many a prey, and he never imagined it would now enter his own body. Blood trickled down the spear shaft, steaming like a serpentine red ribbon. He stood frozen in place, then dazedly lifted his head to look at the familiar yet ominous face of the second-in-command. He attempted to voice his questions, but the only response was a renewed thrust from the second-in-command. The spear completely pierced his body, blood cascading from the tip like pearls, splattering onto the pristine white snow below, a stark and eye-catching crimson. Meng-Er coughed up blood, his eyes wide with disbelief, mumbling incoherently as he reached out to grasp the one holding the spear, yet his body was devoid of strength. The second-in-command yanked the spear free and sidestepped to avoid being splattered with blood, for that would require additional effort to clean, and in the wild, such a scent could easily attract predators. Meng-Er lay in the snow, feeling light as a feather, his vision gradually blurring, sensing as if something were gnawing at his body. It was then that he recalled the grim reality, when the tribe faced a food crisis. The most expendable among them were sacrificed to satiate hunger. With his injured leg, he had become the most useless member of the group. They rushed towards him not to welcome a comrade, but rather to greet a meal. The second-in-command raised his blood-stained face, crimson droplets adorning his teeth, creating a frightful visage. He gulped down a mouthful of warm blood, and then tore into Meng-Er's flesh, savoring the most succulent morsels, feeling warmth return to his body. He chewed the raw meat and stood up, the next to feast being the third-in-command. After the third-in-command had also partaken, the others began to gather around the lifeless Meng-Er, even shoving one another in their eagerness to consume the warm flesh. Cannibalism was not an unusual occurrence within the Tangsha tribe. Typically, when a member passed away, they were not buried but rather divided among the living, akin to sharing a hunt. In times of severe food scarcity, and when their plundering yielded little, the weaker members of the tribe would be killed and consumed. Typically, at such times, the first to be slain are the elderly, followed by those who are injured and thus incapacitated, and then the women, proceeding from the weakest to the strongest. This hierarchy also explains why, during raids on other tribes, the men are exterminated while the women and children are abducted. These captives not only serve to bolster the tribe's numbers, but can also be consumed as a food source in desperate times. After everyone has feasted, Meng-Er, who was responsible for delivering the meat, is now beyond recognition. The second chief of the Tangsha tribe ordered that the bones devoid of flesh be removed from Meng-Er's body and that the entrails be disposed of, before instructing 2 individuals to carry him away to continue their journey. This would serve as their reserve food, available for consumption when hunger strikes again. Despite suffering a significant defeat, they did not head straight back, but instead made their way toward the tribe's main stronghold, having lost so many lives and returned empty-handed. The second chief of the Tangsha tribe could hardly bear to contemplate the dire consequences awaiting him upon their return. Among those who had tracked the Zhu tribe, one had perished in battle while the other remained. Upon reuniting with the remaining members of the Tangsha tribe at the meeting point with the Qingke and Zhu tribes, the survivors, under the second chief's command, followed the individual who had previously scouted the Zhu tribe, trudging through the snow. The leader of the Zhu tribe struggled through the snow-laden terrain, his stomach empty and the long distance in the frigid weather rendering his companions increasingly disheveled. Even the strongest chief appeared gravely weakened, relying solely on sheer willpower to persevere. Their exposed skin was lacerated by the biting wind, with blood droplets forming at the fissures. Hunger and bone-chilling cold rendered their movements sluggish and laborious, aptly described as arduous. The leader of the Zhu tribe used his spear as a crutch, gasping for breath while mustering the strength to encourage the others in the tribe. He then led them onward. The friendly tribe they were nearing had become their beacon of hope. In such dire circumstances, the leader of the Zhu tribe had little inclination to fret over whether their amiable neighbors would share their provisions. Reaching this friendly tribe had become their singular obsession. Closer, closer. The familiar yet foreign sight of a small river and a stone bridge appeared before them. However, what followed left the leader of the Zhu tribe utterly dumbfounded. In his recollection, the river was flanked by a dense forest, and beyond that lay the destination of their journey, the friendly neighboring tribe. Yet now, there was no forest to be seen, only a vast expanse of pristine white snow, utterly flat. At the edge of this silvery plain stood a modest yellowish-brown cliff. The leader of the Zhu tribe stood frozen, his eyes filled with bewilderment. He glanced down at the frozen river and then at the nearby stone bridge. These appeared unchanged from his memory, but how could the opposite bank look so different? It bore no resemblance to what he had recalled. Confusion engulfed him, leading him to question if he had strayed from his path. He meticulously retraced the route he had taken, confirming that it matched his previous journey without error. After standing there in contemplation for a while, the leader of the Zhu tribe decided to lead his people onto this land that was so dissimilar from his memories. Regardless of whether he had indeed lost his way, he felt compelled to advance and uncover the truth, for this place represented their hope. Ironhead, clad in animal skins and wearing gloves and a fur hat, stood atop a low wall, meticulously observing the movements beyond the enclosure. The previous day's battle had imparted a stern lesson to all members of the Chinke tribe. They could scarcely fathom the disaster that would have unfolded had the savage enemy not been detected in advance and had slipped past the walls unnoticed. For their tribe would have faced utter devastation. No one dared to underestimate the importance of their watch duty any longer when it was their turn to stand guard. They maintained utmost vigilance, keenly attentive to any signs of disturbance outside. Suddenly, Ironhead, stationed behind the southern wall, fixated his searching gaze on the distant river. He soon realized he was not mistaken. There were indeed individuals approaching their tribe from that direction. These figures moved deliberately across the unshielded expanse blanketed in snow, seemingly unhurried. Yet there were quite a number of them, at least 10, by Ironhead's rough estimate. How audacious of that tribe to return after suffering defeat at their hands the previous day. Enemies. There are enemies. Ironhead turned and shouted to the tribe within while hastily removing his gloves and seizing 2 wooden clappers placed atop the wall, striking them together with such force that his hands tingled. These clappers served as a means of signaling. In an era devoid of gongs, Hansheng could only resort to this makeshift alert system. Ironhead's shout shattered the tranquility of the Chinke tribe like a stone cast into a still lake, sending ripples of alarm throughout. The sentinels stationed at the other walls, upon hearing Ironhead's warning, immediately scrutinized their respective sectors, and once assured of the absence of enemies, raised a flag made of animal hide, while calling out loudly to the now commotion-filled courtyard, "No enemies." The flag served to prevent their message from being drowned out amid the chaos. With the flag, they need not worry about such miscommunication. One flag signified no enemies, while 2 flags indicated enemies present, a simple yet memorable system. Following the harrowing battle of the previous day, the members of the Chinke tribe were still on edge. Thus, upon hearing Ironhead's warning, they sprang into action with a renewed sense of order. This time, they were careful not to overlook the other 2 walls. As they raced toward the southern wall, they frequently glanced back to monitor the situation at the eastern and western walls. Upon seeing both walls raise a flag, they felt reassured and continued their sprint toward the southern enclosure. Chapter 83. Raise Your Hands. Hansheng was in the midst of serving fish soup to the female captive with a ruptured abdomen when he was startled by the commotion. What could compel that tribe to return after having suffered such losses in the previous day's battle? Could it be that, as depicted in novels, the elders were seeking vengeance for their fallen? He pondered this while hastily setting down his earthen bowl, calling out to the others within the cave, and rushing outside. Fu Jiang followed suit. Having grown considerably and being 4-legged, he easily outpaced Hansheng. However, the fortunate creature displayed remarkable understanding in an effort to prevent its master, who could only traverse the world on 2 legs, from feeling inadequate. It did not fully unleash its speed, but rather maintained a pace that synchronized with its owner. The crowd had already begun to scale the low wall, upon which lay stone spears and other rocky weapons, readily accessible for the tribe members to retaliate at a moment's notice. Given that stone spears possess greater lethality and throwing distance compared to mere stones, the strategy during combat typically involved utilizing the spears first, reserving the stones for when the spears had been exhausted. Naturally, these spears were not entirely composed of stone. Such a weapon would be excessively heavy and unwieldy. Instead, they consisted of wooden shafts with sharp stones affixed to their tips. The eldest brother clutched a stone spear in his hand, standing atop the low wall, exposing a portion of his form as he squinted towards the direction of the small river. Indeed, he spotted a group of individuals who had crossed the river and traversed approximately a quarter of the distance from the river to the surrounding wall. Perhaps having detected the stirrings of their tribe, these individuals halted, remaining stationary instead of advancing further. The eldest brother felt a sense of confusion, perplexed by the scant number of foes before him. This was not a matter of arrogance, but rather a conclusion drawn from the facts at hand. Just yesterday, 50 assailants had come to attack their tribe, and they had been decisively repelled. Surely, any attempt by that accursed tribe to strike again would necessitate a force comparable to that of the previous day. Yet now, only a meager 12 appeared before them. It seemed utterly unrealistic to launch an assault with such a paltry number. The movements of the Chinke tribe had also caught the attention of the leader of the Zhu tribe. He gazed in astonishment at the multitude that had swiftly emerged from behind the peculiar rocky wall, marveling at the strength of this tribe and their rapid response. However, beyond his astonishment, he felt a surge of joy, for he realized he had not erred in his navigation. After a brief pause, the leader of the Zhu tribe beckoned his weary and fearful kin to proceed towards the strange wall. The eldest brother squinted his eyes even more, a glint of cold determination shining within. He had not anticipated that the adversaries, aware that they had been discovered and that his tribe was prepared for confrontation, would still dare to approach. Such audacity bordered on recklessness. The leader of the Zhu tribe understood that this amicable tribe perceived them as a marauding band of brigands. To avert any misunderstanding, he instructed his remaining tribesmen to halt when they were still over 400 meters from the strange wall and the armed figures behind it. He advanced alone, unarmed, to convey his goodwill. The Chinke tribe, ever vigilant, sensed his intentions, and the eldest brother commanded the sentinels atop the wall to refrain from taking action, wishing to discern the true purpose of these visitors. The leader of the Zhu tribe raised his hands in a gesture of peace from a distance of over 100 meters from the Chinke tribe, signaling that he bore no weapons, and then, in the language of his tribe, extended the most sincere of greetings to the assembly before him. Indeed, such gestures of surrender had been in practice since ancient times. The eldest brother opened his squinted eyes, recognizing the newcomer despite his disheveled appearance, which had nearly obscured his identity. "What brings you here?" he inquired, lowering his spear and communicating not through divine language, but rather in the tongue of his tribe, accompanied by gestures. The eldest brother's voice immediately captured the attention of the leader of the Zhu tribe, who turned to face him. However, due to the hat atop the eldest brother's head, he failed to recognize him. "I come seeking provisions." Although he did not identify the eldest brother, he nevertheless responded loudly, using gestures to supplement his speech as he approached. It was only when the leader of the Zhu tribe drew near that the eldest brother realized he had not been recognized. Contemplating briefly, he removed his hat, prompting the leader of the Zhu tribe, who was engaged in polite discourse, to finally recognize him. A look of delight at encountering a familiar face spread across his countenance, and he engaged the eldest brother in more fluid conversation. Due to the infrequent interactions between their tribes, a language barrier existed, with only a few commonalities. As a leader, he had more exposure to neighboring tribes, and thus possessed a greater understanding than most. Nevertheless, even after a lively exchange of gestures, the eldest brother only then grasped the intentions of the visitor. In the past, he would have outright declined such a request, for food was an exceedingly precious commodity during winter. However, the situation had changed. They now had an abundance of provisions, no longer fearing hunger. Yet, the eldest brother did not acquiesce immediately, opting instead to convey to the leader of the Zhu tribe that he could not decide unilaterally and must consult with the shaman and the divine, asking him to wait outside. The leader of the Zhu tribe readily agreed, finding joy in the fact that this amicable neighboring tribe had not immediately rejected his request. Having previously interacted with this friendly tribe, he knew that aside from the leader, there was also a shaman, a wise figure within the tribe, who did not wield absolute authority as he did in his own tribe. Although he was somewhat curious about the newly emerged divine figure, the leader of the Zhu tribe did not dwell on it, for his immediate desire was food. "You seek provisions?" Han Shang, having gathered this information from the eldest brother, echoed the inquiry with a contemplative demeanor upon hearing the intentions of the tribe outside. Chapter 84. The tribe at their doorstep. The shaman appeared somewhat displeased, wishing for the eldest brother to directly refuse the tribe's overtures. The shaman, having been long plagued by hunger, had frequently fretted over the scarcity of food within the tribe, particularly during the winter. In the past, they had indeed lost members to starvation and exposure in the harsh winter months. Now, although food was no longer a pressing concern, he remained meticulous concerning provisions, unwilling to compromise on this matter. "Send them away. We have little food to spare," the shaman insisted to the eldest brother, offering no room for leniency. While the eldest brother felt a twinge of sympathy for the plight of the visitors, his stance on food aligned closely with that of the shaman. The earlier surge of compassion he had felt upon witnessing their desperate state dissipated with the shaman's words. He nodded and prepared to ascend the low wall to reject the leader of the Zhu tribe. As for the divine, he had remained silent on the matter, presumably in agreement with the shaman's approach. "Wait," Han Sheng called out, stopping the eldest brother in his tracks. The elder brother, adhering to the master's directive, came to a halt alongside Wu, both turning their gaze toward the divine child, eager to discern what words he was poised to utter. "We shall lend them provisions," Han Sheng stated slowly as he regarded Wu and the elder brother. "Why?" Wu, who held a deep appreciation for food, was taken aback by Han Sheng's unexpected pronouncement, unable to fathom why the divine child would suddenly voice such a notion, prompting him to inquire further. Han Sheng's intentions, of course, were far from arbitrary. The persistent issue of insufficient population had long hampered the tribe's development, a concern he had brooded over extensively. even lamenting the previous day when he had decided to retain the injured captives as slaves for the tribe. Now, with this tribe presenting itself at his doorstep, he immediately connected it with the ambition of expanding and strengthening his own community. For him, exchanging the surplus fish within the tribe for an increase in population appeared to be an exceptionally lucrative proposition. Should he fail to seize such an opportunity, he would truly be bringing shame upon the vast multitude of those who had traversed into this realm. With a smile, Han Sheng elucidated his reasoning to Wu and the elder brother, who, upon grasping his intent, regarded him with expressions filled with veneration. The divine child was indeed remarkable, capable of devising such opportunistic strategies amidst adversity. Both Wu and the elder brother were invigorated by Han Sheng's words, sharing his commitment to the tribe's advancement. Previously, their focus had solely been on amassing food and encouraging the women of the tribe to bear more children in order to mitigate population decline, without ever contemplating the amalgamation of other tribes. Now, awakened by Han Sheng's insight into a method capable of swiftly augmenting their population, they were naturally elated. Under such circumstances, even Wu found himself in agreement with the divine child's course of action, albeit with a twinge of sorrow at the thought of their food being taken away. What if they have food and do not come? Wu suddenly recalled a serious concern and promptly voiced it. The elder brother, momentarily taken aback by Wu's words, realized he had been so preoccupied with thoughts of increased population and tribal growth that he had overlooked this critical issue. It was indeed a grave matter. As a leader, the elder brother understood the sentiments of leadership well. No chief would willingly relinquish their tribe to merge with another. Wu's apprehensions were entirely plausible. Han Sheng had anticipated this as well. He would not be foolish enough to provide the other tribe with an abundance of provisions sufficient to endure the harsh winter in one fell swoop. His strategy was already devised. He would lend them just enough food to last 5 or 6 days, then await their return for further aid. After showcasing the affluence of his own tribe and allowing them a taste of prosperity, Han Sheng would then reveal his true intentions. He could not believe that, in such a brutal season, the other party would not comply when he held the reins of their sustenance firmly in his grasp. After sharing his thoughts with Wu and the elder brother, both men immediately expressed admiration for Han Sheng, their gazes imbued with reverence. You may bring people in. Provisions can be lent to you, the elder brother proclaimed, climbing atop a low wall to address the anxious and restless leader of the pig tribe. Upon comprehending the elder brother's meaning, the leader of the pig tribe momentarily stood in shock. His visit had been a desperate decision made in utter helplessness, and deep down, he had doubted the feasibility of borrowing provisions. Yet now, he was receiving the most desired yet least expected news from the mouth of this benevolent tribal leader, which explained his momentary stupor. After a brief pause, a wave of ecstatic joy surged within him. He gratefully and frantically bowed to the elder brother, then disregarding all decorum, he called out excitedly to the waiting members of his tribe, his voice brimming with elation. The 11 individuals from the pig tribe stood at a distance, anxiously observing their leader engage in negotiations with this formidable tribe. Upon hearing their leader's exclamation, they could not contain their delight. Their leader had not deceived them. This neighboring tribe was indeed friendly and genuinely willing to lend them food in their time of need. They rushed towards their leader, fatigue forgotten in the wake of their elation. At the elder brother's behest, the members of the pig tribe discarded their weapons a distance of 10 meters from the walls. Only after ensuring compliance did they open the gates to allow the pig tribe's members to enter. The elder brother, a man of considerable wisdom, warmly embraced the leader of the pig tribe before promptly addressing the matter at hand. Why did you not come sooner when you lacked provisions? He reproached the leader of the pig tribe, his gaze reflecting concern as he regarded the disheveled individuals before him. The elder brother's empathy was palpable. Having been enlightened by the divine child Han Sheng, he had begun to view the pig tribe as part of their own, and witnessing them in such a state stirred his compassion, for they would soon become members of his tribe. The elder brother observed the leader of the pig tribe, who was now filled with curiosity, as he took in the drastic transformations of the Qingke tribe, and he extended his greetings to Han Sheng and Wu, who stood at the back. The loyal dog, Fu Xiang, dutifully stood by Han Sheng, wagging his tail intermittently while joining the others in scrutinizing the ragged group of over 10 individuals. When seeking assistance, one naturally adopts a more humble demeanor. The leader of the pig tribe was aware of Wu's presence, but remained ignorant of the divine child's significance. However, the respectful tone in which the robust leader addressed him and the manner in which he was positioned before Wu indicated that this divine child was indeed extraordinary. A smile broke through the frost on his face as he began to pay his respects under the elder brother's guidance, only to suddenly find himself locked in the intense gaze of a formidable wolf. Chapter 85. A rustic visitor in the grand garden of the primitive era. The leader of the pig tribe was taken aback, instinctively reaching for his weapon, which had long been discarded outside the gates, leaving him empty-handed. Without his weapon, He dared not make a rash move, standing rigidly at a distance, his body taut, and his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the powerful wolf before him. Engaged in an intense standoff, unwilling to relax his vigilance in the slightest. The sudden sight of such a robust wolf, coupled with their close proximity, flooded the leader of the pig tribe with a palpable sense of danger, causing him to forget any contemplation regarding the wolf's presence in the Chinke tribe and its proximity to their kin. He remained transfixed, his focus never wavering from the imposing creature. The others trailing behind the leader of the pig tribe were likewise on high alert, yet amidst their tension, one thought persisted in their minds. Wolf meat is delicious. Han Xiong, Wu, and the elder brother were momentarily bewildered by the reaction of the leader of the pig tribe, finding their method of greeting to be rather unique. Upon realizing that the leader's gaze was fixed upon Fu Xiong, who was also intently observing the leader, Han Xiong finally understood that the dog was attempting to intimidate the newcomer. Han Xiong spoke as he reached out and gently nudged the head of the fierce wolf. Fu Jiang aside. Just moments ago, Fu Jiang had been glaring with fierce eyes and bristling fur, exuding an air of aggression as if ready to lunge and bite. However, in an instant, the creature transformed. It tucked away its previous demeanor and began to wag its tail enthusiastically, rubbing its silky coat against Han Xiong, even displaying a sycophantic expression that was as obsequious as one could imagine. The leader of the pig tribe observed this spectacle with disbelief, unable to fathom how such a savage wolf would so readily heed the commands of this divine child. The senior disciple also came to this realization and smiled, reassuring the leader of the pig tribe that this creature was domesticated and posed no threat, urging him not to worry. Yet, the leader remained somewhat apprehensive, astonished not only by the divine child's ability to tame a ferocious wolf, but also by the child's tender age. Upon first hearing the senior disciple's introduction, he had assumed that this esteemed child, even if not as old as the shaman, would at least be an adult. To his surprise, this so-called divine child was merely a child. As a tribal leader, he understood all too well the arduous journey to attain a position of respect within the tribe. And yet this minor possessed the highest status in the community. His astonishment was entirely warranted. The leader of the pig tribe, while keeping a wary eye on the formidable wolf beside him, placed his hand over his heart and respectfully bowed to Han Xiong. Han Xiong smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, after which the leader extended the same courtesy to the shaman standing nearby. The shaman mirrored Han Xiong's gesture, offering a nod in response. Following this brief encounter, the exalted Han Xiong and the shaman retreated into the cave, leaving the leader of the pig tribe to be attended to by the senior disciple. As the leader of the pig tribe observed the individuals descending from the low wall behind the surrounding barricade, along with the numerous weapons placed atop it, he felt a wave of trepidation. Had they not approached with goodwill, but rather with ulterior motives, it was clear that they would not have returned unscathed. Walking alongside the senior disciple deeper into the cave, the leader's astonishment only grew as he took in the remarkable sights of this benevolent neighboring tribe. The vast expanse of open land and the peculiar animal skins adorning the inhabitants left him in awe. His eyes widened further upon spotting the array of dried fish laid out on wooden racks before the cave entrance. He had never imagined that this friendly tribe could possess such wealth. As he gazed at the bounty, he swallowed hard, contemplating how fortunate it would be if his own tribe could lay claim to such ample provisions. The leader's astonishment was mirrored by the other members of the pig tribe, who struggled to contain themselves, nearly succumbing to the impulse to rush forward and seize the fish. They forcibly redirected their gaze from the tempting fish, fully aware that these delectable morsels did not belong to them, and that this amicable tribe would never lend them such treasures. Meat was a precious commodity, especially in winter. The leader was grateful if he could manage to borrow some fruits from this tribe to stave off hunger. The thought of fish was a luxury he dared not entertain. However, the leader's astonishment did not cease there. Upon entering the cave with the senior disciple, the opulence of this friendly neighboring tribe further expanded his understanding. The cave's stone walls near the entrance were adorned with an array of meat cuts, causing the other members of the pig tribe to salivate profusely. When he noticed where the senior disciple was retrieving fish for their consumption, his eyes widened in disbelief, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. Heavens! Where does this friendly tribe acquire such an abundance of fish? It was no wonder he was astounded. Ever since the advent of the fish trap in early summer, fishing had become an effortless task for the Chinke tribe. From the beginning of summer until late autumn, they crafted salted fish, with their storage capacity being virtually limitless. Moreover, they did not solely rely on salted fish. They would often venture out to break the ice and catch fresh fish, which meant their consumption of salted fish was not particularly high. This stark contrast had a profound impact on the leader of the pig tribe and his companions. The senior disciple procured a sufficient quantity of salted fish, placing it by the fire and instructing a few individuals responsible for cooking to prepare it for the pig tribe. Had it not been for the fear of ridicule, the members of the pig tribe would have eagerly devoured the raw salted fish. Instead, they could only stare hungrily at the fish being grilled, inhaling its tantalizing aroma and swallowing hard as they awaited the friendly tribe to present the food to them. As the salted fish began to cook, the senior disciple had another fire kindled nearby, setting a large ceramic pot over it, filling it with water and adding several smaller salted fish to boil. The leader of the pig tribe was perplexed by this strange vessel that could hold water and be heated simultaneously. And he could not comprehend why the leader of this friendly tribe did not place the alluring salted fish directly over the flames, but instead opted for this odd contraption. Though he was puzzled, he did not delve deeper into the matter. His thoughts were consumed by the enticing aroma of the grilled fish before him. Chapter 86. The Primitive Era's Lu Lao Lao enters the Grand View Garden, Part 2. The leader of the pig tribe. Despite reminding himself multiple times to be mindful of his eating manners to avoid mockery, found his mouth betrayed him. In a single bite, a significant portion of the fish was devoured. The freshly grilled fish was scalding hot and contained bones, yet such concerns were irrelevant at that moment. He exhaled steam and swiftly continued to eat, consuming a large chunk of fish meat in no time. Not a single bone was seen discarded. He crunched and chewed them all. As soon as he swallowed the first mouthful, he eagerly took a second bite. The 6 other members of the pig tribe who were also given fish mirrored their leader's voraciousness, while they could not match him in strength. When it came to eating fish, they were equally relentless. The 5 others who did not receive any fish looked on with longing expressions, their mouths watering as they yearned to snatch morsels from their companions. Within moments, the leader had consumed 1 fish, leaving no part untouched, even the head crunched away. After finishing, he sheepishly smiled at the senior disciple. The senior disciple bore no intention of mockery. He understood hunger all too well, and what a profound sensation it could be. He handed a freshly grilled fish, still on the branch, to the leader of the pig tribe, offering a friendly smile. Eat. The members of the pig tribe had not experienced such joy in a long time. Due to the early snowfall this year, their tribe had implemented a policy of food conservation from the onset of the snow. In other words, they had not been satiated since the snowfall began. Having arrived at this nearby amiable tribe, they were both astonished and deeply moved by the affluence and kindness of their hosts. They empathized, pondering that if the roles were reversed, even with an abundance of fish, they would likely offer only meager, unappetizing fruits to neighboring tribes seeking food, rather than presenting delectable fish. Little did they know that, due to the richness of meat and the scarcity of harvests in autumn, what they deemed as inferior fruits had, in the Chinke tribe, become more coveted than meat itself. Under such circumstances, it was inconceivable for the Chinke tribe to extend a fruit-based welcome. The pot of salted fish soup was ready. The elder brother presented a steaming bowl of the broth, complete with half a salted fish, to the leader of the pig tribe. The chief, receiving this unfamiliar bowl and chopsticks, gazed at the steaming soup and fish, then glanced at the 2 sticks in his hands, feeling utterly at a loss on how to proceed. The elder brother, noticing the pig tribe leader's bewilderment, felt a surge of triumphant delight. His intention behind preparing the salted fish soup alongside the grilled fish was not only to provide warmth on a winter day, but also to subtly showcase the Chinke tribe's novel delicacies. Observing the pig tribe leader and others, who were equally perplexed, holding their bowls and chopsticks, a sense of superiority blossomed within the elder brother. He took a bowl for himself, skillfully scooping a piece of fish from the soup with his chopsticks, savoring it before slurping the warm broth, relishing the moment. Seeing this, the members of the pig tribe suddenly understood the proper way to eat this unfamiliar food and how to wield the short sticks. They mimicked the elder brother, attempting to grasp the chopsticks to retrieve the fish, but the art of using such utensils proved challenging for those unaccustomed to them. Many struggled, perspiring profusely, with few succeeding. Ultimately, they resorted to lifting their bowls to sip the soup before consuming the fish. The leader of the pig tribe initially anticipated that the steaming broth would be unpalatable, but upon tasting it, a look of enjoyment spread across his face. This was not solely due to the soup's unexpected deliciousness, but also because the warmth from a single sip radiated throughout his body, dispelling the chill that had settled in. He quickened his pace in drinking the soup, and after finishing a bowl of steaming fish broth, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, enveloping him in a comforting warmth that he had not felt since winter's onset. Struggling with the chopsticks, the pig tribe leaders soon abandoned them, observing others in the tribe who were eating with their hands and joining the ranks of those who opted for a more straightforward approach. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, a long-forgotten sense of comfort washed over him, inducing a desire to rest. However, recalling the eager faces of his fellow tribesmen awaiting their return, the momentary drowsiness vanished. He hastily set down his bowl and approached the elder brother to discuss bringing food back. The elder brother suggested they rest a while longer before departing. The leader of the pig tribe shook his head vigorously, his thoughts consumed by the anticipation of those back home. Seeing his determination, the elder brother relented and, along with his younger companion, began packing some salted fish into the hides they had brought. Noticing the difficulty in carrying the fish, they strung the salted fish together with grass rope. Overwhelmed with gratitude at the sight of the piled salted fish, the pig tribe leader embraced the elder brother tightly, resting his forehead against the elder brother's shoulder in a traditional gesture of goodwill. After this heartfelt embrace, he followed the elder brother to bid farewell to the aloof figure of Han Chung and the shaman, who expressed their thanks in incomprehensible words. The leader of the pig tribe departed with his people, once famished, but now with full bellies and laden with provisions. Unbeknownst to him, he harbored a desire for the means to create hot soup, which would provide warmth for his tribe. However, he hesitated to voice this wish. The members of the pig tribe felt a tinge of reluctance to leave, having relished the delectable food that allowed them to feast to their heart's content. Nevertheless, they departed, as this was not their home, and many kin awaited their return with food. Chapter 87. The Chill of Despair. Little did the leader of the pig tribe know that after he and his people departed from the friendly tribe with their food, the two aloof figures, Han Chung and the shaman, emerged from their secluded chamber. They stood at the entrance of the walled compound, gazing intently at the retreating figures of the pig tribe, their eyes glistening with intrigue. The leader of the pig tribe, along with his people, trudged through the snow, exhausted yet unwilling to pause for rest. The perilous circumstances back in their tribe left no room for respite. Traveling in the icy weather demanded much in terms of sustenance. The heavy snow impeded their progress, draining their energy, while the frigid temperatures heightened their caloric needs. After a long night traversing the wilderness, the fish they had consumed at the friendly tribe was long gone. Thinking quickly, the leader pulled 6 salted fish from the strings carried by his kin, splitting them in half to share among the group. Starting a fire in the snow was a daunting task that would consume precious time, and he was eager to return home with food. Thus, they each took half a salted fish, biting into it as they continued on their way, quenching their thirst by grabbing handfuls of snow to suck on. The leader of the pig tribe felt elated, not only because they were nearing their home, but also due to the fortunate discovery of 2 frozen chickens in the snow. A delightful find for a tribe suffering from food scarcity. Now, he held the 2 chickens in his hands, glancing between them and the salted fish his people carried. Unable to contain his beaming smile, he had not disappointed them. True to the promises made upon his departure, he returned bearing provisions that could sustain them for several days. He could only imagine the delight that would wash over the tribe upon the sight of such sustenance. The mere thought of them greedily consuming the food he had brought back filled the chief of the pig tribe with a profound sense of solace. And the smile that had been frozen upon his countenance grew ever more pronounced. He turned and shouted excitedly to the others behind him, quickening his pace towards the direction of the tribe. As he caught sight of the open entrance of the cave from afar, a weight settled in his heart. He refrained from entertaining darker thoughts, believing instead that those who remained within the cave had simply grown impatient and ventured out in search of food. Once more, he hastened his steps towards the cave, eager to uncover the happenings within the tribe. Approaching within 100 meters of the cave, he noticed a multitude of chaotic footprints extending from the cave, winding westward. Some tracks led away from the tribe, while others appeared to come from outside towards the cave. The chief of the pig tribe stood there, observing the disarray of footprints, and the smile that once adorned his face vanished completely. After a moment of contemplation, he gripped the spear in his hand and called out to the others, who too sensed the shift in atmosphere, before dashing towards the cave. The once lively cave now lay desolate, devoid of life save for the returning chief and his companions. The interior was in disarray. The hearth that had never been extinguished lay cold. On the frigid ground, dark stains marked the spot where blood had pooled and congealed, surrounding the icy ashes. Amidst the darkened bloodstains lay scattered stark white remnants, bones that had been gnawed clean. The chief, having witnessed many bones in his time, trembled at the sight of these. They were unmistakably human bones. In the chilling emptiness of the cave, the group, who had braved hardship to procure food, stood frozen in shock, gazing at the unfamiliar and frigid scene as if struck by lightning. The chief, trembling uncontrollably, suddenly let out a shout, gripping his spear tightly, and turned to flee the cave. The remaining 11 followed suit, racing after their leader. The chief dashed madly across the snow-covered ground, his eyes blazing with fervor. The morning sky, which had begun shrouded in gloom, grew even darker as a chilling wind stirred the snowflakes, causing them to dance in the air. Snowflakes fell from the heavens, landing with a soft rustle, and before long, they transformed into a flurry of swirling snow. As the snow accumulated on the ground, it gradually erased all traces of the footprints. Despite the obscured tracks, the chief stubbornly pressed on, pursuing the path until every trace vanished from sight. He surveyed his surroundings. Apart from the standing trees, all was a vast expanse of white, the earth feeling particularly wide and empty at that moment. Amidst the boundless snowfield, Cries echoed like the mournful wails of a beast bereaved of its young. In this desolate blizzard, the 12 members of the pig tribe appeared exceedingly small. The moon hung low, casting its gentle light across the land, while some families rejoiced and others mourned. Unbeknownst to the happenings afar, the Kincaid tribe continued their lives as usual. Outside, snow fell heavily, while within the cave, the flickering firelight danced, the warm orange glow, the white steam, and the radiant smiles created a stark contrast to the harshness outside, infusing a hint of warmth into the cruel winter. Han Sheng held a bowl close to his lips, sipping the warm broth, while the now-grown Fu Zhuang gazed longingly at the bowl in Han Cheng's hands, tail wagging eagerly, hoping for a morsel from his master. Han Sheng did not disappoint. A meat-laden bone was retrieved from his bowl, and after blowing on it to cool, he tossed it to Fu Zhuang, who, under Han Cheng's diligent training, skillfully caught it mid-air before squatting down to savor it. Inside the cave, the inhabitants each clutched large bowls, crouching on the ground to enjoy the steaming soup. Ever since Han Sheng introduced boiled meat, this method of dining had become all the rage in the Kincaid tribe. Especially in the current weather, a couple of bowls of hot soup warmed them splendidly. At the farthest end of the cave, near the entrance, 3 women occupied the space, 2 seated on the ground and 1 lying down. Regardless of their position, their actions were remarkably uniform as they gazed longingly at the feasting members of the Kincaid tribe. These 3 individuals were prisoners of war, destined to become slaves. Whether it was the robust constitution of primitive peoples or the protective aura surrounding Han Sheng, the women appeared largely unscathed and were in good spirits. The woman whose intestines had been dislodged but subsequently returned to place by Han Sheng was also alive and strong. Though she often felt abdominal pain, she remained cheerful nonetheless. Had she sustained such injuries in her own Tangsha tribe, her fate would have been sealed, as she would have been killed by others before her own demise. With her flesh distributed among the tribe, along with the other 2 women, she had resigned herself to awaiting death when captured by this formidable and fierce tribe. They held no illusions that the brutal tribe would spare them. She had even prepared herself for the moment when she might be slaughtered while still alive. In their tribe, severely injured women were executed before being consumed, often by the chief wielding a dull bone knife. The act of slaughtering the shaman and chief was privileged, as it was said that the meat from such individuals was the most delectable when roasted. However, what transpired next filled them with profound astonishment, entirely beyond their expectations. In their extreme panic, death did not descend upon them. The fierce individuals did not immediately slay them, but rather removed the weapons embedded in their bodies and tended to their wounds. Nonetheless, they did not conclude that the tribe would grant them clemency. Rather, they feared that the tribe intended to keep them alive until food became scarce, at which point they would be consumed, much like the captives taken from other tribes. Terrified and anxious, they huddled together, and when one of the children, despite being young, approached them with something they had never seen, the woman, overwhelmed by fear, gasped and fainted, clasping her hands tightly to her chest before losing consciousness. Holding a bowl of meticulously brewed meat soup, Han Sheng gazed at the scene before him, his mind entangled in a web of confusion. Was he not still a mere child? How could one perceive themselves in such a manner? The imagination of this primitive woman was excessively vivid. Even if she wished for something to transpire, Han Sheng would not acquiesce. Firstly, his weaponry was not yet fully formed. And secondly, the woman's appearance was such that he found it impossible to lower himself to that level. It was precisely this misunderstanding, which he found far from beautiful, that led this primitive woman to be bestowed with the name like a flower. This irked several young women from the tribes, including Xiao Mei, Xiao Li, and Xing, who felt that such a melodious name should not be given to a captive who had attacked their tribe, as it was a gross misallocation of a beautiful name that only they deserved. After a clandestine discussion, they approached the divine child, hoping he would grant this lovely name to one of them. Upon grasping their intent, Han Sheng nearly spat out the sip of hot water he was drinking. Were they actually vying for that name? Images of red lips, a black beard, and a pinky finger in a nostril flashed through his mind, causing him to erupt in laughter. Despite his attempts to dissuade them, he ultimately managed to extinguish their desire. Like a flower now understood that she had misinterpreted the divine child's intentions. He was not planning to consume her, but rather to nourish her with delectable meat soup. This novel dish, which she had never encountered before, had completely captivated her senses. It was a flavor beyond description, and the 2 others who had been captured with her felt the same. After 3 days of adaptation, their initial terror had subsided. They realized they would not face death. And more importantly, their current situation was far more comfortable than in their original tribe. As women, their status in the Tangsha tribe was low, and come winter, their sustenance consisted solely of fruits. The stored meats were reserved for shamans, leaders, and robust males, leaving them with nothing. Here, however, they enjoyed 3 hearty meals a day, each consisting of meat. Moreover, this meat was far superior to anything they had previously tasted. Initially, they found it hard to believe that this tribe would generously offer such fine food to defeated captives. As it shattered their preconceived notions, such kindness was unheard of in their own tribe. Consequently, they felt remorse for having heeded their chief's call to attack this benevolent tribe. This tribe was genuinely kind. Just yesterday, they witnessed how the inhabitants graciously welcomed a destitute tribe that had come seeking assistance. They not only provided them with delicious meat, but also gifted them an abundance of delectable food to take back to their own people. The women of the Chinke tribe were not consuming specially prepared dishes, but rather the remnants of meals, which to these primitive women were unimaginable delicacies. Once the people of the Chinke tribe had their fill, Xiao Mei, Xiao Li, and Xing, tasked with overseeing matters, ladled the remaining salted fish soup and minced meat into large bowls for the three women. Despite their reluctance, they complied with the divine child's orders. The individual attending to like a flower bore the greatest burden, as her abdomen was injured, preventing her from sitting up until it healed, otherwise risking further complications. Thus, she required assistance from others during mealtime. No one relished this task, especially since these three adolescent primitive girls were still envious of the name that this woman bore. A rotation system was established, with each taking turns to feed her 3 meals a day. When the time for food arrived, they ate ravenously, not even leaving behind the tiniest fish bones, eagerly chewing and swallowing them whole. Had they not been admonished against licking the bowls, they surely would have done so. After their meal, the three settled together, savoring the flavors of the salted fish soup, while observing the tribe members tending to their hair or engaging in activities they had never witnessed before, a sense of tranquility gradually enveloping their hearts. This was an atmosphere they had never experienced in the Tengshi tribe, a yearning and dependency that left them feeling empty and profoundly melancholic. Chapter 89. The wolf howling at the moon and the deer reluctant to graze. Han Shang had deliberately arranged for like a flower and the others to eat last. While no one in the tribe opposed aiding these three, Han Shang was aware that many felt discomfort regarding the situation. To preserve the unity of the tribe and attend to the sentiments of the others, he intentionally distinguished between the treatment of the Chinke tribe's original members and the captives, elevating the former while diminishing the latter's status, thus fostering a sense of balance among the Chinke people. In addition to mealtimes, other aspects, such as ensuring the captives slept furthest from the fire and nearest to the cave entrance, were also implemented. The heavy snowfall that began in the morning ceased by evening, and as night fell, the sky cleared, revealing a bright moon hanging in the pristine night sky, exuding an extraordinary luminosity and tranquility. Clad in a hat and gloves, with a fiery red fox fur scarf wrapped around his neck, Han Sheng stood outside the cave in the snow, quietly gazing at the moonlight after the snowfall. Enveloped in an indescribable sense of serenity, the thick layer of snow blanketing the ground, coupled with the bright moon overhead, rendered the night remarkably luminous. From his vantage point, Han Shang could see the furthest wall and the sentinels standing guard like statues beyond it. In the shadows of the night, they appeared dark and hazy, resembling a curtain separating the distant horizon. The sudden attack by the Tengsha tribe had sounded an alarm for the Chinke people. Although they had repelled the assault, no one could guarantee that the tribe would not return. With the safety of the tribe and its people in mind, the leaders of the Chinke tribe convened an urgent meeting to address the aftermath of the conflict. The outcome was a decision to maintain a guard system, shifting it from daytime to nighttime, ensuring vigilance at the walls even after dusk. On such a tranquil and beautiful night, not only humans were affected, but even wolves were stirred. The fortuitous companion following Han Shang, inspired by the nocturnal ambience, raised its head toward the bright moon, expressing its feelings in a hauntingly distant howl. However, its lamentation was abruptly interrupted. A small hand struck its head, silencing the call that had begun to rise. Only Han Shang, this charlatan, dares to treat Lord Fujiang with such arrogance. He turned his head to gaze at Fujiang, who wore an expression of pitiful grievance, pondering what sin he had committed to end up with such a master. After all, he was a fierce wolf. Could he not preserve a shred of dignity? Even wolves have their pride. Woof, woof, woof. Under the illumination of the full moon, in the tranquil night, Han Sheng looked at Fujiang and reluctantly uttered the foreign words he was loath to speak. Han Sheng's heart was weary indeed, having unwittingly traversed into a primitive society. It was one thing to teach the tribespeople Mandarin, but now he was compelled to instruct a wolf in the art of barking like a dog. It was utterly absurd. Where could one find a crossing soul as unfortunate as he? Fujiang now regretted his earlier decision to howl unnecessarily. Upon hearing those sounds from his master, the fur on Fujiang's body bristled. He discreetly rolled his eyes at Han Shang and then turned to flee. But Han Shang, who had already articulated the language of the canine, would not let him escape so easily. He grasped Fujiang by the ear and glared at him with ire. Fujiang, dejected, hung his head. Woof, woof, woof. Han Sheng observed as he spoke once more. With no avenue for retreat and feeling utterly helpless, Fujian, albeit begrudgingly, opened his wolfish maw. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Forcing a wolf to bark like a dog was indeed a grave injustice, even though Fujian's fur bristled in protest. The sounds he produced were merely a feeble imitation of a whimper. For Han Sheng, this was already a source of great joy. Teaching Fujian a foreign tongue had been a whimsical endeavor, and after some time, the fact that Fujian could emit such sounds exceeded Han Sheng's expectations. Woof, woof, woof. Ugh. Ugh, ugh. Woof, woof, woof. Ugh, ugh, ugh. In the courtyard of the Qingke tribe, a remarkable scene unfolded. One man and one wolf engaged in a dialogue in the language of canines, the meaning of which they themselves did not comprehend. The man grew increasingly animated with each exchange, while the wolf became more distressed, the reluctant whines sounding more like a sulking young bride. Such madness, such utter madness. What kind of cruelty was this towards a wolf? After their conversation, Han Sheng finally released Fujian's ear, and the latter, as if granted a reprieve, swiftly darted back to his den, wishing only to escape the terrifying presence of his master, as far away as possible. Han Sheng rubbed his mouth, thinking, heaven forbid. Let it not come to pass that Fujian fails to learn, and I am left unable to revert back myself. The heavy snow blanketed the mountains and forests. Not only did the primitive people lack sustenance, but the animals did as well. Carnivorous creatures fared slightly better, as their need for meat could not be concealed by the snow, but herbivores found themselves in dire straits. On Salt Mountain, the proud stag used his elongated hooves to scrape away a thick layer of snow, revealing some withered grass imbued with snowflakes. He leaned in, wrapping his tongue around the dry grass, biting down and pulling with a vigorous tug, the icy, old grass falling into his mouth. The taste was unpalatable, cold, hard, and exceedingly difficult to chew, so after a brief rotation in his mouth, the stag spat it out disdainfully. Snorting in discontent, he lifted his head to gaze southward, where all remained quiet, devoid of any presence. After a moment of disappointment, the stag reluctantly returned to nibble at the hard grass he had previously scorned. In former times, he had relished such forage, but this year was different. Since winter's onset, those bipedal creatures had been feeding him sun-dried, delectable grasses. And over the course of more than a month, the stag had unwittingly become accustomed to the taste. Now, faced with the snow-exposed grass, he found it difficult to swallow. His younger companions, though not as affected, also found the grass less appetizing than before. The stag grazed absent-mindedly on the ground, his mind elsewhere. Suddenly, his long ears perked up, swiveling towards the south, and his head followed suit. There, in the snowy expanse, appeared a group of bipedal creatures. Among them the very one who often suffered his bullying and yet brought him food offerings. In the small creature's arms was the sun-dried grass that had haunted his dreams. It had been 2 days since he last tasted it. The proud stag momentarily cast aside his pride, snorting joyfully, and swiftly bounded towards the bipedal creature with his long, slender legs.